All right, let's dive into some pretty fascinating stuff today. We're
Yeah.
talking meditation and intelligent energy, but with a twist. We're looking at it from the perspective of the law of one.
Oh, yeah. The Law of One, that's a collection of, it claims to be teachings from an extraterrestrial source.
Yeah.
And it's really gained a following over the years, particularly among people interested in, well, metaphysics, spirituality, things like that.
Yeah, and it tackles some really big questions, things like our spiritual evolution, the nature of reality, the interconnectedness of everything. It was a really expansive
Oh, yeah.
body of work.
It is.
And what has me particularly intrigued is what it has to say about meditation and this idea of intelligent energy.
Yeah. It definitely gives you a different perspective than, your typical meditation guide.
Right.
It suggests that meditation isn't just about relaxation or stress relief. It's really about tapping into a deeper level of awareness, a deeper level of understanding, and specifically by aligning yourself with a universal conscious energy.
Okay, so let's break this down a bit. What does the law of one actually say about the purpose of meditation?
Well, it suggests that the main goal of meditation is to kind of shatter that illusion of separation, that feeling we have of being separate, isolated individuals. Instead, it encourages us to experience the unity of all things, the connection to this creator energy.
So it's about recognizing that we're all part of something much bigger than ourselves.
Exactly. It's about shifting that perspective, to see yourself and everyone else as facets of this single unified consciousness. And the Law of One proposes that this shift in perspective, can be incredibly powerful. They actually suggest this realization of unity is actually the core purpose of our current stage of existence. They call it third density.
For density, so it's like levels of reality.
Yeah, the Law of One describes reality as structured in densities, which are different levels of consciousness, different levels of vibrational frequency. And third density is the one that we're experiencing now, the one characterized by physicality and duality, where we learn and grow through contrast, good and bad, joy and sorrow, all of that.
So by breaking through this illusion of separation during meditation, we're essentially aligning ourselves with a higher level of understanding.
That's the idea. The Law of One suggests that by piercing that veil of separateness, you can actually reveal hidden lessons and opportunities for growth in, all of those experiences. It's kind of like you're seeing them from a different perspective.
Now, this brings us to intelligent energy, a term that we've said a few times. Could you unpack what that actually means within the context of the Law of One?
This is where it gets really interesting. The Law of One describes intelligent energy as like this universal force. It responds to our thoughts, our emotions, even our intentions. It's not just some kind of static energy field sitting in the background. This energy is conscious, aware, and constantly interacting with us.
Hold on, so you're saying that this energy is actually listening to our thoughts. It's almost like it has a mind of its own.
That is kind of the implication. And the really intriguing part is the Law of One suggests that through meditation, we can become more sensitive to that flow of energy. We can actually learn to work with it consciously.
So it's not just about feeling good vibes. You're saying this is a fundamental force that actually shapes reality itself.
That's the idea. And according to the Law of One, understanding and working with this intelligent energy is a key part of our spiritual evolution. So by aligning ourselves with it, we can actually move closer to this idea of unity with the Creator that we were talking about earlier.
Wow, okay, so we've got meditation shattering this illusion of separation, intelligent energy responding to our every thought and emotion. And then there's this concept of a gateway to intelligent infinity. What is that?
This is one of the more mind-bending concepts. The Law of One suggests there's this gateway to a higher level of consciousness, a realm of infinite intelligence, and we can access it through our own energy centers, what many people know as the chakras.
Ah, yeah, the chakras, those swirling energy centers in the body. So the law of one is connecting these energy centers to this gateway to infinity. How does that even work?
The fascinating part is the Law of One suggests that when those chakras are balanced and activated, we can access that higher level of awareness, that gateway to intelligent infinity. It's like they become this conduit for this universal consciousness to flow through us.
So we're not just talking about balancing our energy for better health or, emotional well-being. We're talking about using our own energy centers to literally connect to a higher realm of existence.
That's what the Law of One proposes. And it specifically emphasizes the importance of the green ray, which is associated with the heart chakra, and the energy of universal love.
The heart chakra being that center of, love, compassion, connection.
Right. When this energy of love flows freely to the indigo and violet rays, those are the energy centers linked to intuition, wisdom, connection to the higher self. That's when this gateway begins to open.
So it's like the heart chakra acts as a bridge between our lower earthly energies and these higher spiritual energies.
Exactly. The law of one suggests that meditation can actually help cultivate those qualities of love and compassion, allowing that green ray energy to flow upwards and, open the pathway to those higher realms.
Now, I've heard some people talk about actually feeling their chakras activate, like tingling sensations or a sense of warmth. Is that something the law of one addresses?
It is. In fact, the source material describes individuals experiencing, various physical sensations as their energy centers open and become more balanced. Some report feeling tingling, warmth, pressure, even a sense of light coming from those areas. It's like a tangible sign that, something is shifting energetically.
So we're not just dealing with abstract concepts here.
Hmm.
This intelligent energy might actually be something we can feel and experience in a physical way.
That's what's so exciting about it. It's a way to move from, just purely intellectual understanding of energy to like a more tangible experience. It's like the universe is giving us a little nudge saying, hey, this is real. You're connected to something much bigger than you realize.
This is seriously mind-blowing. We're talking about accessing higher levels of consciousness through meditation, working with this intelligent energy, maybe even feeling it in our bodies. And then there's the concept of the higher self. How does that fit into all of this?
The higher self is another key concept in the law of one. And it's definitely connected to that idea of the gateway to intelligent infinity. It's described as a sixth density aspect of our being. So think of it as like the wisest, most evolved version of yourself, but existing in a realm beyond our current perception.
Sixth density being like one of those higher levels of reality that we talked about earlier.
Precisely. The law of one describes sixth density as this realm of unity and wisdom, where the separation between self and other completely dissolves. And it suggests that through meditation, we can start to pierce what they call the veil of forgetting that separates us from that higher wisdom.
Wait, veil of forgetting. What's that about?
Well, it's this idea that, when we incarnated into this third density reality, we chose to forget our true nature, our connection to the creator and to our higher selves. It's like this cosmic amnesia that allows us to experience the contrast and the challenges of this reality without that full awareness of our unity with all that is.
So meditation is like hitting the remember button, helping us reconnect with who we truly are at that deepest level.
That's a great way to put it. It's about awakening to our true nature, our true potential. And what's really intriguing, the law of one suggests that intense polarization, whether towards service to others or even service to self, can actually strengthen the will and the focus needed to make that connection.
So even those who are really focused on their own personal gain can still access their higher selves.
That's what the law of one indicates. It's really about the intensity of the seeking, the strength of the will, regardless of the path that's chosen. Although the law of one does make it clear that the path of service to others ultimately leads to a more harmonious and joyful experience.
Okay, that's a lot to digest.
Yeah.
Before we move on, I remember you mentioning visualization as a powerful tool, especially for those looking to connect with their higher selves or even engage in planetary healing. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. The law of one describes visualization as a really potent form of meditation, where you're holding a steady mental image in your mind. It's like a focused beam of consciousness.
So it's not just daydreaming. There's a real power in intentionally holding a specific image in your mind.
That's right. The law of one suggests that visualization actually strengthens the will and allows for intentional manipulation of intelligent energy.
Wait, so does that mean visualization can be used for like less than positive purposes too,
Yeah.
depending on the person's intention?
That's the double-edged sword of free will, right?
Yeah.
The law of one acknowledges that visualization can be used to amplify, both positive and negative energies. It all comes down to the heart, the intention of the practitioner.
That's pretty profound. Can you give us an example of a visualization practice specifically mentioned in the Law of One?
One that comes to mind is visualizing light moving upward through the chakras, aligning with intelligent infinity. It's about consciously directing the flow of energy, connecting to the source of all creation.
So we're not just passively observing our thoughts and emotions during meditation. We can actually shape them, direct them, and use them to connect with something much greater than ourselves.
That's the power of visualization. It's about aligning your will with the energy of the universe and using it to create positive change, both within yourself and in the world around you.
Speaking of the world around us, the Law of One also talks about the importance of group meditation, right?
It does. It highlights this idea that group meditations have a powerful amplifying effect. They actually create a stronger energy field that benefits all the participants. It's like the energy of each individual combines to create something even greater than the sum of its parts.
So it's not just about individual growth. It's about contributing to a collective shift in consciousness.
Precisely. And the Law of One also suggests that group meditation can actually be very protective.
Protective in what way?
Particularly when rituals like chanting or visualizing white light are involved. These practices help ensure that the group's energy is aligned with positive forces. It minimizes the influence of negative entities.
Because, the Law of One does talk about negative entities that might try to interfere with our spiritual progress.
That's right. It acknowledges that there are both positive and negative forces in the universe, each seeking to influence our choices, our actions. So group meditation can be a powerful way to create that shield of protection against those negative influences.
Wow. This is a lot to take in.
Hmm.
We're talking about accessing higher realms, working with this intelligent energy, connecting with our higher selves, and even protecting ourselves from negative forces, all through meditation.
It's a vast and fascinating subject, and we've only just scratched the surface, really. But
Yeah.
but what's important to remember is that the Law of One encourages exploration. It invites you to experiment, to experience these concepts for yourself.
Well, I think our listeners definitely up for the challenge.
I agree. And remember, the Law of One isn't meant to be taken as, dogma. It's a framework for understanding, a springboard for your own exploration. Take what resonates with you, leave what doesn't, and always trust your own inner guidance.
Great advice. So where do we go from here? What other gems of wisdom are hidden within these teachings?
Well, let's delve deeper into the specific practices, the techniques recommended by the Law of One. For working with this intelligent energy, we can explore the different energy centers in more detail, and we can look at how we can apply these teachings in our daily lives, make them practical.
Sounds like a plan. We'll be back in a moment to continue our deep dive into meditation and intelligent energy, according to the Law of One.
So, let's explore some specific techniques the Law of One suggests for working with this intelligent energy. It's not just about, sitting there in silence. It's about actively engaging with this universal force.
Okay, I'm all ears. What kind of techniques are we talking about? Is it all chanting and crystals and things?
Well, one technique that's surprisingly simple, yet incredibly powerful, is using the breath.
Mm.
It's seen as this bridge between the physical and the metaphysical, a way to connect with that flow of intelligent energy. I mean, think about it. It's essential for life.
Yeah, I guess we don't really think about it too much. We just do it.
Exactly. And that's the point. The Law of One emphasizes the importance of bringing conscious awareness to your breath. It's about noticing the rhythm of your breath, and using it to kind of calm the mind and harmonize your energy centers.
So instead of just breathing on autopilot, you're saying we should be really paying attention to each inhale, each exhale.
Precisely. It's about noticing the subtle sensations of the breath as it moves through your body, and allowing that awareness to create a sense of, stillness within.
That sounds a lot like those mindfulness techniques that are so popular these days. Is there a difference?
Well, there are definitely some similarities, but the Law of One takes it a step further. It suggests that through conscious breathing, you can actually draw in intelligent energy, or prana as it's sometimes called, and you're circulating it throughout your being.
Whoa. So it's like we're breathing in like pure energy, pure consciousness with each inhale.
It's a powerful way to look at it. And the Law of One suggests that this can have profound effects on our, physical, mental, spiritual well-being. It's like giving your whole system a tune-up.
Yeah, I can see how that would be. If we're constantly replenishing ourselves with this intelligent energy, it's got to have a positive impact, kind of like recharging your batteries.
That's a great analogy. It's like aligning your whole being, aligning it with the harmonious frequencies of the universe.
We talked earlier about the chakras being these energy centers in the body, and how the Law of One puts a lot of emphasis on balancing and activating them. Why is that so important? What's the significance of that?
Well, the Law of One suggests that these energy centers act as kind of filters or transformers for this intelligent energy. Each chakra vibrates at a different frequency and governs different aspects of our being: physical, emotional, mental, spiritual.
So we've got like the root chakra grounding us in physical reality, the sacral chakra connecting us to our emotions and creativity, the solar plexus associated with personal power, and so on, up to the crown chakra, our connection to the divine.
You got it. And the idea is when those chakras are blocked or out of balance, it disrupts that flow of intelligent energy. And this can manifest in all sorts of ways: physical ailments, emotional imbalances, mental blocks, even spiritual stagnation.
So if you're like feeling really anxious or ungrounded,
Yeah.
it could be a sign of an imbalance in the root chakra. Or if you're struggling with creativity or relationships, maybe there's a blockage in the sacral chakra. It's like our chakras are like sending us signals.
That's one way to look at it. And the law of one suggests that meditation can actually help us identify and address those imbalances. By bringing awareness to our energy centers, we can start to clear those blockages and allow that energy to flow more freely.
So how do we actually do that? Are there specific techniques for working with the chakras?
Well, there are many different approaches, but the goal is always the same: to bring harmony and balance to those energy centers, allowing the intelligent energy to flow freely.
I've heard of things like visualizing the chakra spinning
Mm.
or using affirmations or even chanting. Do those techniques align with the law of one?
Absolutely. The law of one is very, very open to different approaches. It emphasizes that the key is to find a practice that resonates with you, helps you connect with your energy centers. So for example, if you're working with the heart chakra, you might visualize it as a vibrant green light, spinning and radiating love and compassion. Or you might use affirmations like, I am open to giving and receiving love.
It's almost like we're consciously like directing energy to those areas that need it most.
That's a great way to think about it. It's about becoming more aware of our subtle energy bodies and learning to work with them in a more intentional way.
This is starting to feel like a whole system of energy medicine.
Yeah.
It's amazing to think that we have this power to influence these subtle energies within us.
The law of one emphasizes that interconnectedness of mind, body, and spirit. It suggests that working with that intelligent energy is really fundamental to healing and wholeness on all
And
levels.
it all comes back to meditation as that foundation.
Right.
It's the key to accessing and directing that energy.
Absolutely. Meditation is the doorway to those deeper levels of awareness, to understanding how intelligent energy works and how we can work with it to create positive change in our lives.
This is pretty mind-blowing stuff. It's like we're tapping into the source code of reality itself.
Yeah.
It's a powerful concept, and the law of one suggests that this understanding is essential for our spiritual evolution. It's about moving beyond the limitations of third density consciousness and into the unity of those higher realms that we were talking about.
You mentioned earlier that the law of one recommends like different meditation techniques for different people. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, the law of one acknowledges that there's no one size fits all approach to meditation. It encourages you to find a practice that truly resonates with your individual needs, your preferences.
So what might work for one person might not work for another.
Exactly. Some individuals might find, traditional sitting meditation to be the most effective, while others might connect better with movement-based practices like yoga or tai chi.
I've also heard of things like chanting, singing, even working with like crystals or pyramids as
Oh.
forms of meditation.
The law of one is very open to different approaches. It emphasizes that the key is to find a practice that helps you, still the mind, connect with your inner self, and open to that flow of intelligent energy.
So it's not about the specific form, but about the intention and the results.
That's the essence of it. It's about finding what helps you access those deeper states of awareness, to connect with that universal conscious energy that permeates all things.
And that's where the magic happens, right? When we tap into that energy, that's when we start to see, real transformation in our lives.
That's the potential that the law of one points to. It's about moving beyond that illusion of separation and realizing our interconnectedness with all of creation.
This is truly fascinating. It's like meditation is this key that unlocks a whole hidden dimension of reality.
And the law of one suggests that this dimension, it's always been there, waiting to be explored. It's within each of us. This potential to connect with this intelligent energy, to heal ourselves, to transform our lives, and to contribute to the evolution of consciousness itself.
It's pretty inspiring, but I have to be honest,
Yeah.
it's also a bit intimidating. Yeah, not everyone has, profound mystical experiences during meditation. What about those of us who are like just starting out? or who find it difficult to quiet the mind.
Well, the law of one acknowledges that meditation can be challenging, especially in the beginning. It encourages patience and persistence. Don't try to force it. Just start small. Even a few minutes a day can make a difference.
So like baby steps are okay.
Absolutely. The law of one suggests that even a few moments of stillness, can have a ripple effect throughout your day, bringing greater clarity, peace, awareness.
That's encouraging. It makes meditation seem a lot more accessible. It's not just for like, spiritual masters or yogis in caves. It's something anyone can benefit from.
That's the beauty of the law of one message. It emphasizes that we all have the potential to access this intelligent energy, to connect with our higher selves, and to move towards greater unity and understanding.
And it all starts with that willingness to just sit down, be still, and open to the possibility of something more.
That's the first step. It's about taking that leap of faith, trusting that there's something deeper within us, waiting to be discovered.
This is all incredibly inspiring. Earlier you mentioned that the law of one talks about like negative entities that might try to interfere with our spiritual progress. It sounds a bit like a sci-fi movie, but it's a serious topic in these teachings, isn't it?
It is. The law of one acknowledges the existence of both positive and negative forces in the universe. And it suggests that these forces operate on different vibrational frequencies, and they can influence our thoughts, our emotions, our actions.
So we're not just talking about like, negative thoughts or bad vibes. These are actual like beings with their own agendas.
That's how the law of one describes them. It suggests that these negative entities feed on fear, anger, other, lower vibrational energies, and they may attempt to manipulate us, distract us, or even drain our energy, ultimately hindering our spiritual progress.
That sounds a bit scary.
Yeah.
What can we do to protect ourselves from these negative influences?
The law of one emphasizes the importance of aligning with love and light. It suggests that by, cultivating positive emotions, practicing forgiveness, choosing thoughts and actions that serve the greater good, we can strengthen our energetic field and make ourselves less susceptible to those negative influences.
So it's not about like fighting those negative entities directly. It's about raising our own vibration so they have less power over us.
Exactly. It's about becoming beacons of light, radiating positive energy, and creating that shield of protection around ourselves. And this is where group meditation comes in again.
Ah, yes. You mentioned earlier that group meditation can offer protection. How does that work exactly?
The law of one suggests that when we meditate together, our energies combine to create like a more powerful force field of love and light. It's like we're building a collective shield of protection.
And we can amplify that protection through certain rituals or practices, right? Like chanting or visualizing white light.
Those are some of the practices mentioned in the law of one material. It's
Yeah.
about consciously directing our energy and setting that clear intention to align with positive forces and repel those negative influences.
This is all starting to feel like spiritual boot camp.
In a way, it is. The law of one is a call to become more conscious, more intentional in our spiritual practice. It suggests that as we awaken to the reality of these energetic forces, both positive and negative, we need to be, more vigilant, more discerning, more dedicated to aligning ourselves with the positive.
Because the stakes are high.
Right.
Our spiritual evolution and maybe even the evolution of the planet depends on it.
That's the perspective that the law of one offers. It's a call to awareness, a call to action, a call to step into our power as co-creators of reality.
And it all begins with that simple act of meditation.
It's the foundation, the gateway, the key that unlocks our potential.
This has been an incredible deep dive so far. I think we need a moment to process all this.
Right.
We'll be back shortly to wrap things up and explore what this all means for you. All right, so we've really covered a lot in this deep dive. Meditation as a way to break down that illusion of separation, this idea of intelligent energy that responds to our thoughts and intentions, the importance of, balancing those energy centers, even the potential for like psychic protection from negative entities. I mean, it's a lot.
It is a lot to process, yeah. The law of one really does present this detailed, and multi-layered view of meditation and its significance in our spiritual growth.
And it really emphasizes that meditation isn't just, some passive activity. It's about actively engaging with this intelligent energy and becoming more conscious co-creators of our own reality.
Exactly. The law of one is suggesting that we're not just, along for the ride. We have the power to shape our experiences, to heal ourselves, to contribute to the evolution of consciousness itself.
But it's not all sunshine and rainbows.
Right.
The law of one also acknowledges the real challenges that we face, like
Yeah.
quieting the mind, navigating those potential negative influences, even grappling with the sheer vastness of this like cosmic perspective. It can feel a bit overwhelming.
It's true. The law of one is very realistic about the challenges we face as, as beings in this third density reality, but it also offers immense hope and encouragement.
How so? What's encouraging about the, potential for negative entities and the complexities of spiritual evolution?
Well, the encouragement comes from remembering that we're not alone in this journey. We have access to guidance, support, and protection from higher realms. And we have the power within us, the power to overcome challenges, to learn and grow, to move towards greater unity and understanding.
And meditation is that key that unlocks that potential.
Exactly. It's the practice that helps us connect with our deepest selves, tap into this intelligent energy, and align with the wisdom and love of the Creator.
This is all fascinating, but let's get practical for a moment.
Yeah.
What can our listener do to start like applying these law of one teachings in their
Right.
daily life? What's a good first step?
Well, the law of one really encourages us to begin with, self-awareness. Pay attention to your thoughts, your emotions, your reactions. Notice where you're, holding tension, where you're feeling resistance, or where you're experiencing disharmony.
So it's about like tuning into our inner landscape,
Yeah.
becoming more mindful of what's going on inside.
Precisely. And from there, begin to experiment with different meditation techniques. Find a practice that helps you quiet the mind, connect with your breath, create a sense of stillness within.
And it's okay to start small. You don't have to become a meditation master overnight.
Absolutely. Consistency is key. Even a few minutes of, dedicated practice each day can have a significant impact.
We talked earlier about the importance of balancing those energy centers, the chakras. Do you have any tips for our listener on how to approach that?
The law of one suggests that we can work with these energy centers through visualization, through affirmations, even sound healing techniques like chanting or toning. It's about finding what resonates with you.
If you're feeling like ungrounded,
Yeah.
you might visualize like roots growing down from your feet into the earth. Or if you're struggling to express yourself creatively, you might visualize a vibrant orange light swirling around your sacral chakra.
Those are great examples. And you can also use affirmations, to reinforce the positive qualities that are associated with each chakra. So, for example, for the heart chakra, you might repeat an affirmation like, I am open to giving and receiving love unconditionally.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
we're like consciously directing energy to those areas that need a little boost.
Exactly. We're becoming more aware of our energy bodies and learning to work with them in a more intentional way.
And all of this, it ties back into this idea of intelligent energy.
Right.
We're learning to tap into this universal force and use it for healing and transformation in our lives.
That's the core principle. The law of one suggests that this intelligent energy is constantly flowing through us, and that through meditation and other energy practices, we can become more attuned to its rhythms and learn to work with it consciously.
It's pretty empowering to think about. It's like we're not just, victims of circumstance. We have the power to shape our reality, heal ourselves, and contribute to a more positive and harmonious world.
That's the message of hope, of possibility that the law of one offers. It's a call to step into our power as spiritual beings, as co-creators of a more loving and enlightened reality.
And it all starts with that inward journey,
Hmm.
that willingness to explore the depths of our own consciousness.
That's where the true adventure begins. It's a journey that can lead to profound transformation, not just for ourselves, but for the world around us.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into medication and intelligent energy, what's one final thought you'd like to leave our listener with? Something to ponder as they continue on their journey.
If the universe truly responds to our thoughts and intentions, as the law of one suggests, what kind of reality are you creating with your own mental and emotional patterns? Are you aligning with, fear, separation, limitation? Or are you choosing love, unity, expansion? The choice is always yours.
That's a powerful question, and one that I think we all need to ask ourselves, regularly. It's a reminder that we're not just passive observers in this life. We're active participants,
Yeah.
and we have the power to choose the direction of our journey. So let's choose wisely,
Hmm.
consciously, and with love.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive, and may your path be filled with light, wisdom, and endless possibilities.
All right, so get ready because today we are going deep, deep into some mind-bending concepts.
That's right.
We're talking the law of one, harvest and planetary
Love
transitions.
stuff.
We are exploring excerpts from the Ra Material,
Okay.
a series of channeled texts.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you, these sources are absolutely packed with cosmic intrigue.
Absolutely. We're talking about some big questions here. What happens to us when we evolve? What is the deal with all this talk about different densities of reality? And what does it even mean for Earth to be on the cusp of a harvest?
I've always been fascinated by the interconnectedness of the universe
Right.
and the idea that everything is ultimately part of one big cosmic dance.
Yeah.
These sources seem to really dive into that with the law of one. It's
Yeah.
it's all about this fundamental energy of love, right?
Absolutely. The law of one is presented as this underlying principle of the universe, and it suggests that everything, even seemingly disparate events, choices, are all interconnected, part of a larger evolutionary process.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
These excerpts talk about densities as different levels of spiritual evolution. It's like climbing a cosmic ladder,
Mm-hmm.
and each rung represents a different way of experiencing reality.
Yeah, think of it like this. Imagine reality as a spectrum of frequencies. Each density vibrates at a different frequency, and that vibration shapes the way beings in that density experience the universe, interact with each other, and even perceive concepts like time and space.
Okay, so where do we fit into all of this? These excerpts suggest that Earth is currently in third density, right?
Right, yeah.
What does that tell us about our current reality and the challenges we face?
Well, third density is all about self-awareness and choice.
Okay.
It's about wrestling with the duality of service to self versus service to others.
Mm-hmm.
So this constant push and pull, this inner conflict between our ego-driven desires and our yearning for connection, compassion, that's the hallmark of third density.
It does make you wonder, though, like if we're constantly making choices, are we actually heading towards a harvest, as these excerpts describe?
Right.
Is it a specific event or maybe more like a gradual shift?
Well, the raw material speaks of a time when individuals will essentially be assessed based on their spiritual evolution. Imagine it as a natural sorting process where your vibrational frequency determines which density you resonate with. No judgment, just a shift to an experience that matches your current level of consciousness.
Okay, hold on. So the excerpts mention steps of light guiding this transition. What does that even mean? Is it like walking through a cosmic doorway?
Well, it's not about physical steps or portals, but rather about aligning with a specific vibrational frequency. Imagine a tuning fork, right? When you strike it, it vibrates at a certain frequency. Similarly, as your consciousness evolves, you start resonating with the frequency of a particular density, and that's what guides the transition.
But let's be real, things on Earth seem pretty chaotic right now.
Yeah.
Wars, political divisions, climate change. Does any of this suggest we're moving towards a more harmonious fourth density?
Right. Well, that's where the concept of a mixed harvest comes in.
Okay.
These excerpts suggest that Earth is actually undergoing a harvest where both positively and negatively oriented souls are graduating to fourth density.
Wait, both good and bad souls are moving on.
Yeah.
How does that work? It seems counterintuitive.
It's important to remember that this isn't about moral judgments. The negatively oriented path focused on service to self also evolves through its own set of densities.
Okay.
So you could have both highly evolved service to others beings and highly evolved service to self beings, both graduating to their respective fourth density experiences.
So this mixed harvest, could that explain why things feel so intense right now? Like there's this clash of energies happening on a global scale.
Yeah, it's a fascinating idea, isn't it? Imagine both polarities, positive and negative, existing simultaneously on Earth, each striving to shape the future. This tension, this cosmic tug of war, could certainly explain the intensity we're experiencing collectively.
All right, we've got to talk about these wanderers.
Right.
These excerpts suggest that some souls among us are actually from higher densities, choosing to incarnate on Earth to help at the harvest. That sounds like something straight out of a science fiction movie.
It's a captivating concept, isn't it? Imagine these souls, already familiar with higher densities, choosing to veil themselves in forgetfulness and dive into the challenges of third density. Their mission, to act as catalysts for positive change.
But if they don't remember their mission, how do they even know what to do? Are they walking around with some secret cosmic handbook?
It's not about conscious knowledge, but about a subtle, energetic influence. Think of it like this. Imagine dropping a pebble into a still pond. The ripples spread outwards, affecting the entire surface. Similarly, a wanderer's presence can create a ripple effect, subtly influencing the people and events around them, nudging things towards a more positive direction.
So maybe some of us are actually wanderers and just don't realize it. Is there a
Right.
way to tell? Should I be looking for hidden antennas or something?
Don't worry, you probably won't find any extraterrestrial hardware.
Okay, good.
The raw material suggests that recognizing yourself as a wanderer is more about an inner knowing, a feeling of not belonging, a yearning for a home you can't quite place.
I'll admit there are days when I feel like I was dropped off on the wrong planet, but wouldn't remembering their mission make things easier for these wanderers?
Right?
Why the veil of forgetting?
Well, it's all about free will. If wanderers came in with full awareness of their mission, it could influence people's choices and potentially violate their free will. The veil ensures that every soul, including wanderers, has the opportunity to make their own choices and learn from their experiences.
So this veil of forgetting is like a cosmic equalizer, ensuring that the game of evolution is played fair. But what about the bad guys in this cosmic drama? The excerpts mention a negative force known as the Orion Group. Are we talking alien overlords here?
Not exactly overlords, but certainly a force to be reckoned with. The Orion Group represents a different evolutionary path, one focused on service to self and control through manipulation. They're not here to conquer with spaceships and lasers, but with more subtle tactics, preying on our fears and insecurities.
Okay, that sounds pretty sinister. So are they like whispering in our ears, implanting subliminal messages? How do they actually exert their influence?
Think of it as an energetic influence. They can amplify existing negativity. So seeds of doubt and discord and even manipulate external events to create chaos and conflict. Their goal is to keep us trapped in cycles of fear, anger, and separation.
So they're like puppeteers, pulling strings behind the scenes to orchestrate negative outcomes.
Yeah.
But if they're so powerful, how do we even stand a chance? Are we just pawns in their cosmic game?
Well, remember, free will is paramount. The Orion Group can't force us to do anything we don't choose to do. Their power lies in deception and temptation. They offer us easy answers, quick fixes, promises of power, but ultimately those paths lead to greater separation and suffering.
So it's all about recognizing their tactics and making conscious choices that align with the law of one. It seems like we have to become much more discerning about the information we consume and the people we allow to influence us.
Absolutely. Don't blindly accept any ideology or authority.
Okay.
Question everything. Seek truth and follow your inner guidance. The more you align yourself with love and wisdom, the less susceptible you become to manipulation.
It feels empowering to know that we're not helpless victims in all of this, that
Yeah.
we actually have a say in our own evolution and the future of our planet.
Yeah,
But how do we actually apply the law of one in our daily lives?
right.
I mean, it's easy to talk about love and unity, but what does that look like in practice?
Mhm.
Okay, I'm ready for the practical advice.
Okay.
What are some specific things we can do to put the law of one into action? Give us the steps.
It doesn't have to be these grand gestures, right? It could be as simple as offering a genuine smile to a stranger, listening with an open heart to a friend in need, or choosing to respond with patience instead of anger in a frustrating situation.
So it's about those everyday choices, those little acts of kindness that ripple outwards and create a more positive atmosphere.
Yeah.
But what about those times when we're really struggling, when fear, anger, or resentment take over?
Yeah.
How do we stay aligned with the law of one when we're feeling anything but loving?
Those are the moments that really test our commitment to this path, right? Remember, the raw material emphasizes that challenges are catalysts for growth.
Okay.
So when you find yourself in those difficult emotional states, it's an opportunity to pause, to observe your thoughts and feelings without judgment, and to ask yourself, what lesson is this experience trying to teach me?
So instead of getting swept away by negativity, we can use it as an opportunity to learn and evolve. It's like turning those challenging emotions into fuel for our spiritual growth.
I like that. But what about those of us who who really resonate with this idea of a mixed harvest.
Right.
Does that mean we're living in a constant battleground between these two polarities?
It's certainly a time of heightened intensity with both positive and negative energies amplified. It can feel like walking a tightrope between two opposing forces. But remember, you always have the power to choose which path you align with.
But how do we make those choices when we're bombarded with these conflicting messages and influences? It's easy to get caught up in the drama, the fear, the anger that seems to be swirling all around us. That's where discernment becomes crucial. It's about developing a strong connection to your inner guidance, that wise voice within that knows what's truly aligned with your highest good. Meditation can be incredibly helpful in this process. It allows you to quiet the mental chatter and tune into that inner wisdom.
So meditation is like creating a sacred space within where we can connect with that deeper sense of knowing. I can see how that would be essential in a mixed harvest environment. But what about those times when we feel overwhelmed by the negativity, when it feels like the darkness is winning? What can we do to protect our own energy and stay aligned with the light?
Remember, the more you align with love and light, the less susceptible you become to negativity. It's like building up an energetic immune system.
Hmm.
And there are practical steps you can take to strengthen that resilience.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready for the practical advice. Give us the tools. What can we do to protect our energy and stay aligned with the law of one, even in the midst of chaos?
One simple but powerful technique is to visualize yourself surrounded by a bubble of white light. Imagine this light as a protective barrier, deflecting any negative energy that comes your way. You can also use affirmations, repeating phrases that affirm your alignment with love and light.
So it's like creating an energetic shield, reinforcing our connection to
Yeah.
those positive frequencies. I like that. But what about those times when we've already absorbed negativity, when we're feeling drained and depleted? How do we cleanse our energy and get back to a state of balance?
Spending time in nature can be incredibly restorative.
Okay.
Trees, in particular, are powerful energy cleansers. Imagine yourself standing beneath a large tree, allowing its roots to draw out any negativity and its branches to infuse you with fresh, vibrant energy. You can also take a salt bath, visualizing the salt absorbing any negative energy and purifying your auric field.
So it's like using the elements of nature as allies in our energetic hygiene. I'm starting to see how all of this ties into the bigger picture of the harvest and planetary transition. But what about the idea of service to others?
Right.
These excerpts really emphasize that as a key principle of the law of one. What does true service look like? Doesn't mean we all have to become selfless martyrs.
Service to others isn't about sacrificing your own needs or becoming a doormat. It's about finding ways to contribute your unique gifts and talents to the world in a way that benefits others. It could be as simple as offering a listening ear to a friend in need, volunteering your time at a local charity, or even just choosing to be more mindful of your impact on the environment.
So it's about aligning our actions with a sense of purpose, recognizing that we're all interconnected and that our choices can ripple outwards and create positive change. But what about those who are on the path of service to self? Are they destined to stay stuck in that cycle of negativity forever? Is there any hope for them to shift their polarity?
Remember, the raw material emphasizes the power of free will and the infinite potential for growth and evolution. No soul is irredeemably bound to a particular path.
So even those who have aligned with service to self can choose to change course and embrace the path of service to others.
Yeah.
That's a powerful concept.
Mhm.
But how does that shift actually happen? What would motivate someone to make such a profound change in their orientation?
It often involves a series of experiences and insights that lead to a gradual awakening.
Yeah.
Perhaps they encounter the consequences of their actions, or they witness the transformative power of love and compassion in others. Sometimes it's a sudden, profound realization that their current path is leading them toward isolation and suffering.
So it's like a series of wake-up calls, nudging them towards a different way of being. But let's talk about these densities a little more. These excerpts suggest that we're moving towards a fourth density experience. Can you paint a picture of what that might look like? What distinguishes fourth density from our current third density reality?
Imagine a world where love and understanding are the dominant frequencies, where empathy and compassion are natural and effortless, where conflict and separation are replaced by cooperation and unity.
Okay, that sounds pretty idyllic. But is it really possible? I mean, looking at the state of the world right now, it's hard to imagine such a dramatic shift.
Well, remember, the future is not set in stone, right?
Ah.
It's a tapestry woven from the choices we make each and every day. And the more we align with the principles of the law of one, the more we contribute to the creation of a fourth density reality.
So it's like we're all holding paintbrushes, and the colors we choose determine the masterpiece we create. I like that analogy. But if we're moving towards a fourth density reality, what happens to those who aren't ready for that shift? Did they get left behind?
Remember, the universe is vast and diverse, offering a multitude of experiences for souls at all levels of evolution. The raw material suggests that those who aren't ready for fourth density will continue their journey on other third density planets,
Yeah.
where they can continue to learn and evolve at their own pace.
So it's not a punishment, but rather a redirection to an environment that's more suited to their current level of development. I
Yeah.
I can see how that fits into the bigger picture of a loving and compassionate universe. But what about those who are ready for the shift? What does the transition to fourth density actually involve? Do we get beamed up to a spaceship or something?
Don't worry, no spaceships required.
Okay, good.
The transition is more about an energetic shift, a realignment of your vibrational frequency with the frequencies of fourth density.
So it's not about a sudden dramatic event, but a gradual process of aligning and attuning to a different way of being.
That's right. Imagine a tuning fork resonating with a particular note. As your consciousness evolves, you naturally gravitate towards the density that matches your vibration.
Okay, that makes sense. But what about our physical bodies?
Hmm?
Do we transition into fourth density with our current forms, or do we get upgraded to some kind of light body?
The REM material suggests that the transition involves a transformation of consciousness that also affects the physical body. Fourth density beings are described as having a more refined and less dense physical form.
So we don't shed our bodies like a snake skin, but rather they undergo a kind of metamorphosis.
You could say that the specifics of this transformation aren't fully detailed, but the implication is that our current physical forms evolve to reflect our higher vibrational state.
This is also fascinating, but I have to admit I'm still a little fuzzy on the concept of time in relation to this harvest. Does it happen at a specific point in linear time, or is it more of a fluid ongoing process?
The raw material speaks of the harvest as both a cyclical event and an ongoing process. There are specific time periods when the transition into fourth density is more likely, but it's also happening on an individual basis all the time.
So it's like a wave that crests at certain intervals,
Yeah.
but the water is always flowing.
That's a good analogy. The universe doesn't operate solely on linear time as we perceive it. There are multiple dimensions of time and space that intersect and influence each other.
Okay, my mind is officially blown. This a lot to wrap my head around.
That's the beauty of exploring these concepts, right? They challenge our conventional understanding of reality and open us up to new possibilities.
Well, this deep dive has certainly been an eye opener. I'm feeling a sense of awe and wonder mixed with a healthy dose of curiosity.
That's the perfect attitude to approach these mysteries, right? The more you explore, the more you'll discover.
I'm definitely excited to continue this journey. Now let's talk about the role of free will in this harvest. If we're all part of one creator experiencing itself, do we really have a choice in which path we take?
That's a profound question, and the raw material emphasizes that free will is paramount in the law of one.
But if we're all ultimately expressions of the same source, doesn't that imply kind of predestination?
Well, the concept of free will within a unified consciousness can be challenging to grasp.
Yeah.
The raw material suggests that the creator, in its infinite wisdom, chose to experience itself through the lens of individuality, granting each fragment of its being the freedom to choose its own path.
So it's like the creator is playing a cosmic game of hide and seek with itself, allowing each piece to explore and discover its own unique expression.
That's a poetic way to put it. The diversity of experience is a key element in the evolution of consciousness. The creator learns about itself through the choices and actions of its individual expressions.
That's a beautiful concept. It makes me feel like my choices truly matter, that I am actively contributing to the unfolding of the universe.
That's exactly right. Every choice you make, every thought you have, every action you take sends ripples through the fabric of existence.
Okay, that's That's incredibly empowering. It makes me want to be more conscious and intentional about the choices I make.
Yeah, that's the key. The more you align your choices with love, wisdom, and service to others, the more you contribute to the positive evolution of consciousness, both for yourself and for the planet.
Well, this deep dive has certainly given me a lot to ponder. It's a reminder that we're not just passengers on this cosmic ride. We're active participants, co-creators with the universe.
Absolutely, and that's a responsibility we should approach with both humility and enthusiasm. The choices we make today shape the reality of tomorrow.
I'm feeling inspired to step into that responsibility with more awareness and intention.
That's the spirit. Embrace the journey, trust the process, and know that you are guided and supported every step of the way.
This has been an incredibly enlightening conversation. I feel like I've gained a whole new perspective on the nature of reality and my place within it.
And remember, this is just a glimpse into the vast wisdom contained within the Law of One. The more you explore these concepts, the more you'll discover about yourself and the universe you inhabit.
I'm definitely feeling inspired to continue this exploration. Now let's talk about the role of extraterrestrial beings in this cosmic framework. The read material mentions various extraterrestrial groups, both positive and negative. Can you elaborate on their involvement and how it relates to the Law of One?
The raw material describes a cosmic tapestry woven with threads of various extraterrestrial influences. Some of these groups are aligned with the positive polarity of service to others, while others embody the negative polarity of service to self.
Okay, so it's like a cosmic United Nations with different delegations representing different agendas.
That's a good analogy, but it's important to remember that extraterrestrial involvement in human affairs is not a new phenomenon. It's been happening for millennia.
So we're not just talking about recent UFO sightings and alien abductions, but about a long history of interaction between humanity and extraterrestrial beings.
That's right. The raw material suggests that extraterrestrial influence has played a role in shaping human civilization, both for good and for ill.
Okay, that's a lot to unpack. Let's start with the positive groups. Who are they, and what's their mission?
The raw material mentions a group known as the Confederation of Planets, of which Ra is a member. They represent a collective of advanced civilizations that have aligned with the principles of service to others.
So they're like a cosmic peace corps,
Yeah.
dedicated to helping less evolved civilizations.
That's a good way to visualize it. Their mission is to offer guidance, support, and knowledge to those who are seeking the path of love and light.
But how do they actually do that? I mean, do they have spaceships and advanced technology?
The raw material describes the Confederation's technology as being far beyond our current understanding. They have the ability to travel vast distances, manipulate energy, and communicate telepathically.
Okay, that sounds pretty impressive. But why don't they just come in and solve all our problems?
Well, the Law of One emphasizes the importance of free will and the principle of non-interference. The Confederation cannot violate the free will of others, even if it means witnessing suffering and negativity.
Okay, so they're like cosmic observers watching and waiting for us to make our own choices.
That's a good analogy. They believe that true growth comes from facing challenges and making conscious decisions, even if those decisions lead to difficult experiences.
Okay, that makes sense. It's about respecting our autonomy as spiritual beings, even if it means we might stumble along the way.
The universe is a classroom, and we learn through both our successes and our mistakes. The Confederation trusts in the inherent wisdom of the Creator to guide us through the evolutionary process.
Okay, that's reassuring. But what about the negative groups? Who are they and what are their intentions?
Well, the raw material mentions a group known as the Orion Group, which represents the negative polarity of service to self.
So they're like the cosmic bad guys seeking to exploit and control others.
Their methods are often subtle, working through deception, manipulation, and the amplification of negative emotions.
So they're like psychic vampires feeding off the fear and suffering of others.
That's a striking analogy and not far from the truth. They seek to keep humanity trapped in a cycle of negativity, preventing us from realizing our full potential.
But why? What do they gain from that?
The raw material suggests that the Orion Group believes that power and control are the keys to survival and evolution. They seek to dominate others and accumulate energy through fear and manipulation.
Okay, so it's a very different worldview from the Confederation's focus on love and unity.
Exactly. And the interplay between these two polarities creates the dynamic tension of the third density.
So it's like a cosmic tug of war with both sides vying for influence over humanity's evolution.
That's a good analogy. And the harvest is a time when the balance of power can shift depending on the choices that humanity makes.
Okay, that's both exciting and a little daunting. It feels like we're living in a pivotal moment in history.
The harvest is a time of great opportunity, a chance to break free from the influence of negativity and create a new reality based on love, wisdom, and unity.
Well, this deep dive has certainly given me a new perspective on the cosmic forces at play in our lives. I'm feeling a sense of responsibility, but also a sense of excitement about the possibilities that lie ahead.
That's the spirit. Embrace the journey, trust the process, and know that you are guided and supported every step of the way.
This has been an incredibly insightful conversation. I feel like I've gained a whole new understanding of the nature of reality and my place within it.
And remember, this is just a glimpse into the vast wisdom contained within the Law of One. The more you explore, the more you'll discover.
I'm definitely eager to continue this exploration. Now, I'm curious about the concept of ascension.
Hmm.
The Rana material mentions the possibility of ascending to higher densities of consciousness. Can you explain what that means and how it relates to the harvest?
Well, ascension is essentially the process of spiritual evolution, raising your vibrational frequency to align with higher levels of consciousness. Think of it like leveling up in a video game.
So it's like graduating from one cosmic grade to the next, like we were talking about earlier with densities.
That's a good way to think about it. And you're right, the harvest is a key point in this ascension process.
Mm.
It's like a checkpoint where your progress is assessed.
Okay.
Have you learned the lessons of your current level?
Right.
Are you aligned with the law of one, that core principle of love and unity? Those factors determine your readiness for the next level.
So those who have done their homework, so to speak, and are aligned with the positive polarity are ready to ascend to the fourth density.
Precisely. But it's crucial to understand that ascension isn't a one-time event. It's an ongoing process of growth and evolution. You don't just reach the peak of the mountain and stop. There's always another peak to climb, another level of understanding to strive for.
So ascension is more about the journey than the destination.
That's a great way to put it. And here's another interesting point. The raw material suggests that ascension isn't just about individual progress.
Okay.
It's also about the collective evolution of consciousness.
What do you mean by that?
Think of it this way. As more and more individuals ascend, it's like they're adding more light to the world.
Okay.
This increased light makes it easier for others to find their way, to awaken to their own potential for growth. It's a collective effort.
So it's like we're all in this together,
Yeah.
helping each other along the path.
Yeah.
It's a comforting thought. But what about those who don't ascend during this harvest? What happens to them? Are they left behind in a cosmic dust cloud?
Not at all. Remember, the universe is vast and incredibly diverse, offering countless opportunities for learning and growth.
Right.
The raw material suggests that those who aren't quite ready for fourth density will continue their journey on other third density planets.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not a punishment or a failure. It's more like transferring to a different school that's a better fit for their current needs.
That's a great way to think about it. There's no judgment, just redirection to an environment that offers the most appropriate lessons for their continued evolution.
I'm really starting to appreciate the compassion and inclusivity woven into the law of one. It's not about winners and losers. It's about everyone having the opportunity to learn and grow at their own pace.
Exactly. It's a journey we're all on together, even if our paths sometimes diverge.
Well, this deep dive has been eye-opening. I feel like I've not only learned a lot, but I've been given a whole toolkit for navigating this crazy cosmic journey we're all on.
Remember, you are a powerful creator. You have the ability to choose love, to spread light, and to contribute to the positive evolution of consciousness.
I'm feeling inspired and ready to step into that power. And for our listeners who are feeling the same, remember, you're not alone on this path. We're all connected, all part of this this grand cosmic dance. Keep seeking, keep growing, and trust in the unfolding of your own unique journey.
Until next time, may you walk in balance
Bunch
and
of channeled
harmony.
messages, right?
Ugh.
From this entity, this being calling itself Ra.
Right, Ra. And Ra claims to be, are you ready for this? A sixth density social memory complex.
Sixth density social memory complex. I mean, come on, that's straight out of some sci-fi movie.
It does have that kind of ring to it, doesn't it? But here's the thing. Even with that kind of, let's say, unusual origin story, the stuff Ra talks about is really fascinating, especially when it comes to, familiar concepts that get this whole new twist.
Like energy centers, for example.
Exactly. Most people think of chakras as like these swirling vortexes of energy, right?
Right.
Yes.
Spinning wheels of light.
Yeah.
The basics, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But Ra shakes things up a bit. They present these energy centers as structures that can actually, get this, evolve into crystalline forms.
Hold on. Crystals. Like actual crystals. In our bodies.
That's the wild part, right? But it kind of makes sense when you think about it. Crystals are known for their order, their structure. They hold and transmit energy in such precise ways. And Ra is suggesting that as we balance and activate our energy centers, they become more like that, more structured, more refined.
So it's not just about energy flowing freely, willy-nilly. It's about that energy actually becoming more organized, more, I don't know, intelligent.
Exactly. And that transformation, that crystallization, it signifies a deeper connection to, well, universal energy and a refined ability to work with it.
Okay, stay with me here, because then it gets even wilder. Ralph actually describes specific geometries for each energy center as it crystallizes.
Yeah.
So picture this. The root chakra. It's not just a spinning wheel anymore. It becomes like a spoked wheel. And the sacral chakra turns into this like three-petaled flower. And the solar plexus, hold on to your hats because this one becomes a multifaceted star. It's like we're talking about a blueprint for spiritual evolution here.
And those shapes, those geometries, they're not random. They actually reflect the function, the qualities of each energy center. For instance, you mentioned the solar plexus becoming this multifaceted star. Well, that might actually relate to its role in distributing energy and power. Think about it. Have you ever, felt a specific energy center light up during certain
Oh,
situations?
totally. Like when I'm giving a presentation, I was like, I can practically feel my throat chakra buzzing.
Weird. Oh.
Not weird at all. It could actually be a sign of that center becoming more active, even
Yeah.
starting to crystallize. It's pretty cool when you think about it. Okay, so let me get this straight. Everyone's going through this crystallization process. So does that mean we all end up with the same, like, crystalline structures inside us? Like, are we all cookie-cutter energy beings in the end?
Well, that's where the law of one throws us another curveball. See, Rand emphasizes that no two crystalline structures are identical. They're actually shaped by our experiences, our journey, the choices we make. It's kind of like snowflakes.
Snowflakes.
Yeah, think about it. Each snowflake is unique, right? But they all come from the same, underlying pattern.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So our energy centers, they're like energetic fingerprints, each one telling the story of our individual path.
Precisely. And this ties into one of the core principles of the law of one, the idea that each being is a unique expression of the creator. So the more we evolve, the more our crystalline structures become a reflection of our individual journey and our unique contribution to the universe.
Hold on. I need a second to process that.
Yeah.
Are you saying that, like, my purpose, my reason for being is somehow encoded in the structure of my energy centers?
That's the beauty of the law of one, right? It's suggesting that our individual growth isn't just about personal enlightenment, but about fulfilling a specific role in this grand tapestry of creation.
Okay, officially mind blown. But if we're all these unique expressions of the creator, how do we all, fit together? How do we interact? Do these crystallized beings, do they work together somehow?
That's where this whole idea of planetary service comes in. Rawl describes these crystallized beings as conduits for universal energy, like they're channeling healing and balance into this thing called the planetary energy grid.
Whoa, hold on, planetary energy grid. Now we're getting really out there. What is that? Like a giant invisible energy network connecting everything.
You got it. That's exactly what Rawl is suggesting. It's a pretty mind-blowing concept, and it actually ties into a lot of different spiritual traditions, too.
Okay, so if we, become more crystallized ourselves, could we actually tap into this grid and influence the planet? That sounds like something straight out of a superhero movie.
It might sound a little wild, but in the context of the law of one, it makes sense. Remember, Ra talks about Earth transitioning to fourth density, this realm of greater love and understanding.
Right. Fourth density.
And this process, this transition, it can be a little bumpy, and crystallized beings with their, refined energy systems could actually help smooth things out.
So it's not just about personal growth. It's about actively participating in the evolution of the planet itself.
Exactly. Our individual energy work becomes an act of planetary service, contributing to the collective ascension of consciousness.
Okay, I'm all in.
Mm-hmm.
But how do we actually cultivate these crystalline structures?
Mm.
Ra mentions this balancing exercise, but what does that even mean?
The balancing exercise, as Ra describes it, is this journey of self-awareness. It's about becoming more conscious of our energy centers and learning to harmonize them.
Okay, so where do we even begin?
Ra suggests starting with a simple examination of each energy center. Think about its qualities, its purpose, and how it shows up in your life. For example, the red ray or root chakra is associated with survival, grounding, connection to the physical world.
So I'd ask myself, how do I experience these qualities? Am I feeling secure and grounded, or anxious and scattered?
Exactly. And as you explore each center, you'll probably notice areas of imbalance or blockage. Maybe you're overly focused on security, leading to an overactive root chakra, or maybe you're neglecting your physical needs, resulting in an underactive one.
So how do we bring those energies back into balance?
Ra really emphasizes acceptance and understanding. Instead of judging yourself for these imbalances, just acknowledge them. The first step is becoming aware of the patterns and then trying to understand why they exist.
Okay, so no self-criticism allowed. But what do we do once we've identified those imbalances? Do we just think positive thoughts and hope for the best?
It's more than just positive thinking. Ra talks about using the power of your will and intention to actually direct energy through these centers. It's about becoming an internal energy alchemist, working with the flow of universal energy, or prana, to bring things back into harmony.
So we're not just passively observing our energy, we're actively working with it.
Exactly. You can use visualization techniques, affirmations, or even specific breathwork practices to consciously move energy through those centers. For example, if you notice an overactive root chakra, you might visualize a calming, grounding energy flowing down through that center.
And what about underactive centers? How do we energize them?
You can use similar techniques. Imagine drawing vibrant energy up through that center, activating its qualities. For example, if you want to energize your blue ray or throat chakra, which is associated with communication and self-expression, you might visualize a bright blue light filling that area, allowing your voice to be heard.
It sounds like we have way more control over our energy than we realize. But is this balancing exercise a one-time thing, or is it something we need to do regularly?
Barone is very clear that it's an ongoing process. It's not about achieving some perfect state of energetic bliss. It's about continually refining and harmonizing your energy as you evolve. Think of it like tuning a musical instrument. It requires constant attention to keep it in harmony.
So we're constantly fine-tuning our energy centers, becoming more and more resonant with universal energy.
Precisely. And as you become more adept at working with these energies, you'll naturally begin to embody the qualities of each center in a more balanced and harmonious way.
Okay, I can see how this all ties back to personal growth, but how does this balancing exercise relate to the planetary service we were discussing earlier? How does individual energy work actually impact the collective?
That's a great question, and it brings us to one of the most fascinating aspects of the Law of One. As you harmonize your own energy centers, you become a clearer channel for universal energy to flow through. It's like clearing the pipes, allowing more energy to pass through you and radiate outwards, impacting the overall energetic field of the planet.
So it's like we're amplifying positive energy and broadcasting it to the world. Sign me up. But I'm still curious about this whole fourth density transition. What exactly does that entail, and how do our crystalline energy centers play a role in this cosmic shift?
All right, so fourth density, it's a big concept. Think of it as the next stage of evolution in the Law of One framework. It's often called the density of love and understanding.
So Earth is like leveling up, moving towards a higher state of being.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Ra describes it as a realm where awareness goes beyond the individual self. Compassion and empathy become like the driving forces.
Less ego, more unity. I like the sound of that. But how does Earth actually transition? Is it like flipping a switch?
Not exactly. Planetary transitions, they happen gradually. It's all about the collective consciousness. As more people embrace love, compassion, service to others, the planet's vibration shifts.
So we're literally raising the vibe. That's pretty cool. But if we're moving towards this, loving fourth density, why is there so much chaos in the world right now?
That's a great question. And a lot of people ask that. Ross says this transition can be pretty rough. As the planet's vibration rises, those who are holding on to, lower vibrational patterns, fear, separation, all that stuff, it creates a lot of dissonance.
Like a cosmic detox.
Right.
All the negativity coming to the surface.
You could say that. And that can manifest as, well, conflict, polarization, natural disasters even, as the planet sheds those old energies.
Okay, intense. So where do our crystalline energy centers fit in? How can we actually help with this transition?
Remember we talked about crystallized beings becoming conduits for universal energy, radiating healing and balance.
Like energetic superheroes or something?
Well, imagine a critical mass of people developing these structures, all radiating love, compassion, understanding. That could really counterbalance all the chaos, don't you think?
So by working on our own energy, we're actually helping the collective shift. Like we're forming this global network of, like, light workers, amplifying the good vibes.
Exactly. That's why understanding the law of one's perspective on all of this is so important. It's not just about us. It's about actively participating in the evolution of the planet. Our choices, our actions, they have a ripple effect.
Wow. We're all connected. But how do we know if we're, ready for this fourth density? Is there a checklist or something?
Ross says there's no test or anything like that. The most important thing is the orientation of your consciousness. Are you choosing love over fear, service to others instead of just yourself?
So it's about the direction we're heading, not some level of perfection.
Exactly. It's about aligning with those fourth density qualities in our thoughts, our words, our actions. And remember, the law of one is all about free will. You choose your own path.
This has been an incredible deep dive. Crystals, planetary service, fourth density. I mean, come on.
It's a lot to take in, for sure. But the key takeaway from the law of one is this. Each of us has the potential to be a beacon of love and light. We can contribute to the positive evolution of ourselves and the planet.
We're not just watching this cosmic drama unfold. We're a part of it, co-creating a brighter future. And as we cultivate these crystalline energy centers, well, we become part of something so much bigger. This network of beings working together for a new era, peace, harmony, understanding. It's a pretty powerful thought.
It really is. And who knows, maybe as more of us embrace this potential, we can help shift things towards a more harmonious future for everyone.
What a great note to end on. We've covered so much ground today. But it's really just the beginning. We encourage you all to check out the Law of One material. See what speaks to you. The journey of self-discovery never ends, right? And who knows what amazing transformations are waiting for us as we learn and grow and, well, crystallize. Until next time, keep diving deep.
Exactly. In higher densities, our perception of time and space, it becomes more fluid. We gain greater understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. And we experience a deeper sense of unity with the Creator.
That sounds pretty amazing. But I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
Let's bring it back to our current reality for a moment. You mentioned that the veil was designed to facilitate free will. How does that work exactly? How does the veil affect our choices?
Okay, well, the veil creates the illusion of separation. And this allows us to experience duality, the interplay of light and darkness, good and evil, love and fear. This duality presents us with choices. And the choices that we make, they shape our individual and our collective reality.
So it's like we're playing a game where we have to figure out the rules as we go along.
That's a great analogy. I like that. The veil kind of obscures our inherent unity, and it presents us with a world of seemingly distinct choices. So this process of choosing, learning, and evolving through our choices, it's seen as a crucial part of our spiritual growth.
Okay, I'm starting to see how this all ties together. But if our choices are shaped by the veil, are they truly free? Or are we just puppets dancing to the tune of some cosmic program?
That's a question that goes right to the heart of the free will versus destiny debate. The law of one suggests that both play a role in our journey. We have the free will to choose our path. But certain events or crossroads in our lives, they may be predestined to serve as catalysts for our growth.
So it's like we're given a roadmap, but we have the freedom to choose how we navigate the terrain.
Exactly, yeah. We're not just passive passengers on this journey. We have the power to steer the ship, even if the currents and winds sometimes push us in unexpected directions.
This is making me think about all those times I've felt stuck or lost in life. Is it possible that I was bumping up against those predestined crossroads, those moments designed to challenge me and push me to grow?
The law of one would certainly suggest that's possible. Yeah, those moments of challenge, even if they feel difficult or painful in the moment. They can be incredible opportunities to learn, to evolve, and to align more fully with our soul's purpose.
Okay, that's a reassuring thought. But let's get back to time, space, and space-time for a moment. We've talked about how they're different dimensions. But how do they actually interact? Do they ever overlap or influence each other?
Well, the law of one suggests that space-time and time-space are constantly interacting, although we're mostly unaware of it because of the veil. However, there are certain places or structures that can act as conduits between these dimensions.
Conduits, like portals to other realms.
You could think of it that way.
Yeah.
The Law of One specifically mentions the pyramids, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza, as powerful energy conduits. They're designed to facilitate access to higher dimensions, including time-space.
Wait, are we talking about ancient aliens and time travel here?
Not necessarily, no. The Law of One's explanation is more nuanced than that. They suggest that the pyramids were built with a specific geometry and alignment that allows them to amplify and direct energy in a way that facilitates communication between densities and dimensions.
Oh, it's like the pyramids are giant antennas tuning into cosmic frequencies that are usually beyond our reach.
That's a great analogy, yeah. They act as focal points, amplifying energy and intention, which can then allow for extraordinary experiences and insights.
Okay, I'm officially intrigued. But hold on, you mentioned that the pyramids can facilitate access to time-space. What does that actually look like? Can we just walk into a pyramid and suddenly experience all of time happening at once?
It's not quite that simple. The Law of One describes specific chambers within the pyramids, particularly the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, as spaces, where initiates could experience heightened awareness and even commune with beings existing in time-space.
So it's like a cosmic conference room where we can meet with beings from other dimensions.
Yeah, it's a simplification, but you get the idea. The pyramid acts as a bridge between these realms, allowing for communication and interaction that is usually beyond our current capabilities.
This is blowing my mind. But how is any of this relevant to us, regular folks living our everyday lives? Does understanding time, space, and space-time really change anything?
That's a great question, and it's one we'll delve into more deeply in the next part of our deep dive. But for now, I'll leave you with this thought. If time-space is the realm of infinite possibilities, and if we can access it, even in glimpses, what might that mean for our understanding of ourselves, our potential, and the very nature of reality?
That's definitely something to ponder. I'm ready to keep exploring. I'm still reeling from that last segment, pyramids as cosmic antennas. That's some next-level stuff. But you kind of left us with a bit of a cliffhanger. So how does understanding these dimensions actually impact our lives? Like, does it really change anything?
Well, it can be profoundly transformative, actually. Remember, the Law of One emphasizes that we are not just physical beings, navigating a material world. We're also spiritual beings existing in this multidimensional reality.
Okay, but how does that translate into everyday life?
Well, it invites us to reconsider the nature of our experiences, I think. Think about those times when you felt like a deep sense of connection with something larger than yourself. Those moments of synchronicity or intuition that seem to defy any kind of logical explanation.
Oh, yeah. I've definitely had those moments. Like when you run into someone you were just thinking about or,
Sure.
Something's going to happen before it does.
Exactly. So the Law of One would suggest that these experiences could be glimpses of time-space bleeding through, moments when the veil thins and we catch a glimpse of that interconnectedness of all things.
That's really interesting. So it's not just about understanding these concepts intellectually. It's about recognizing how they actually manifest in our lives.
Exactly. And the more we can cultivate awareness of those subtle connections, the more we can tap into the wisdom and guidance that's available to us from higher realms.
Okay, I could see how that would be empowering.
Yeah.
But how does this understanding actually help us navigate the challenges of life?
Yeah.
The day-to-day stuff.
We'll consider the concept of free will again. The Law of One suggests that we have the power to choose our path, of course, but also that certain events or crossroads in our lives may be predestined to serve as catalysts for our growth.
Oh, so it's like we're writing our own story. But there's certain plot points we can't avoid.
Yeah, that's a really helpful way to think about it. We're not just reacting to external circumstances. We're actively co-creating our reality through our choices and our responses to those predestined events.
This is making me think about those times in my life that just felt really difficult or painful. I used to think of them as setbacks or failures. But now I'm wondering if they were actually those predestined crossroads, the ones pushing me in a new direction or teaching me something valuable.
The Law of One encourages us to view challenges as opportunities for growth and learning. It's often through those difficult experiences that we gain the most profound insights and wisdom.
So instead of resisting those challenges, we should try to embrace them. as opportunities for transformation.
Exactly, and understanding the interplay of space-time and time-space can really help us reframe those experiences. Instead of feeling trapped in this linear timeline of setbacks and failures, we can recognize that we're actually navigating a multidimensional reality where all possibilities exist.
Okay, that's starting to shift my perspective a bit. But
Yeah.
what about those situations that feel totally out of our control? Like when someone we love gets sick or there's a natural disaster. How does the law of one explain those kinds of events?
Well, the law of one suggests that even those seemingly random or chaotic events, they can serve a higher purpose within the grand tapestry of our soul's journey.
So there's a reason for everything, even the things that feel so unfair or tragic.
You know, it's not about assigning blame or finding a simple explanation for every event. It's about recognizing that we're part of this larger web of interconnectedness,
Hmm.
and that every experience, even the painful ones, can contribute to our growth and evolution.
Okay, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So even those moments of utter chaos and despair are somehow woven into the fabric of our spiritual journey.
The law of one encourages us to look beyond the surface level of events and recognize the deeper patterns and lessons that are unfolding. It's about trusting that even amidst the chaos, there's an underlying order and purpose.
This is making me think about the whole concept of karma. If our choices create ripples across time, does that mean we're constantly creating like karmic consequences?
Well, the law of one views karma not as a system of punishment or reward, but rather as a natural consequence of our actions. It's about maintaining balance within the universe. Every action has a reaction, and those reactions, they create a ripple effect that extends across time and space.
So it's like a cosmic boomerang. What we send out comes back to us.
It is a helpful analogy, but it's
Okay.
important to remember that karma operates not just on an individual level, but also on a collective scale.
So the actions of humanity as a whole create a kind of collective karma.
Exactly. We're all interconnected, and our choices, both individually and collectively, they shape the reality that we experience. Understanding this interconnectedness can really help us make more conscious choices, recognizing that our actions impact not only ourselves, but also the world around us.
Okay, that's a lot to ponder. But I'm starting to see how this time-space perspective can offer a deeper understanding of things like karma, free will, even the very nature of reality. It's like suddenly the boundaries of time are dissolving and everything's connected.
That's the essence of the law of one's teachings. It's about recognizing the unity, the love light that binds us all across time and space. And this understanding can be incredibly empowering because it reminds us that we're not just these isolated individuals struggling against the odds. We're part of something much larger and more magnificent than we can even imagine.
That's a beautiful thought. But if time-space is all about unity and simultaneity, what happens to that sense of individuality? Do we just merge back into the cosmic soup?
That's where the law of one offers a truly profound perspective. They suggest that individuality is not lost in that journey toward unity, but rather it's enhanced and refined. We don't cease to exist as individuals, but we come to understand ourselves as unique expressions of the Creator, each contributing our own special gifts and talents to this symphony of creation.
So it's not about becoming homogenous. It's about each of us contributing our unique essence to the whole.
Exactly. And as we evolve through the densities, our individuality becomes more and more radiant, expressing the love light of the Creator in these ever more brilliant ways. It's like we're all facets of this giant, multidimensional jewel, each reflecting the light in our own unique way.
That's a beautiful image. It makes me think about the whole concept of ascension. Is that what we're ultimately working towards?
Yeah.
Merging our individuality with the unity of time-space?
Ascension, according to the law of one, is the process of graduating from one density of consciousness to the next. As we ascend, we experience an increasing sense of unity, love, understanding. And those boundaries between space-time and time-space become increasingly blurred.
So it's like leveling up in a cosmic video game. But instead of gaining new powers, we're expanding our consciousness and our capacity for love.
That's a good way to put it. And the law of one emphasizes that ascension is not a solitary pursuit. It's a collective journey. The choices we make, the love we express, the service we offer, it all contributes to the collective upliftment of consciousness.
So we're all in this together, even though it sometimes feels like we're on our own.
Absolutely. And that realization can be incredibly liberating. It reminds us that we're not just these tiny specks of consciousness floating in this vast and indifferent universe. We're all part of this grand and interconnected tapestry woven together by love and light.
Okay, that's incredibly inspiring. But let's bring it back to time-space for a moment. If we ascend to a higher density, does that mean we leave behind the limitations of space-time completely? No more physical bodies, no more linear time.
Well, the law of one's description of higher densities is fascinating. They suggest that as we ascend, we gain greater mastery over both space-time and time-space, experiencing reality in a more fluid and expansive way. We're not necessarily bound by the same rules of physics and limitations that we experience here.
So we can like bend time and space to our will.
It's not so much about bending reality, I think,
Hmm.
but about experiencing it with a greater awareness of its interconnectedness and potentiality. So the boundaries between the physical and the metaphysical, they become increasingly blurred, and we experience a greater sense of freedom and creativity.
Okay, that sounds amazing. But how do we even begin to grasp the nature of these higher realms when we're so deeply immersed in our current reality? It's like trying to imagine a color you've never seen before.
That's where the law of one's teachings become so valuable, I think. They offer us these glimpses into the nature of these higher densities, encouraging us to expand our awareness and embrace the infinite possibilities that lie beyond our current perceptions. It's like they're giving us this sneak peek at what's to come, inspiring us to keep evolving and growing.
This is making me think about those near-death experiences people report,
Mm.
where they describe encountering these realms of pure light and love. Could those be glimpses of higher densities?
The law of one would certainly suggest that's a possibility. Yeah, those experiences, even filtered through the limitations of human language, they can offer us powerful insights into the nature of our soul journey and the potential that awaits us.
Okay, my mind is officially blown. This is so much to take in. But it's incredibly inspiring. It's like suddenly the universe has become this much more magical and mysterious place.
That's the beauty of exploring these concepts, I think. The law of one invites us to question our assumptions, expand our awareness, and embrace the mystery and wonder of the universe. It reminds us that we're not just here to survive, but to thrive, to evolve, and to contribute our unique essence to this grand symphony of creation.
I love that analogy. We're all part of this cosmic orchestra, each playing our own instrument and contributing to this harmonious melody. But I have to ask, if time-space is all about unity, how did this whole separation, this duality of positive and negative polarity, how did that even come about? Weren't we all just one big, happy cosmic family back in the day?
That's a question that takes us to the very heart of the law of one's cosmology, and one we'll explore more deeply in the final part of our deep dive.
I can't wait. This is a cosmic journey I'm definitely glad to be on. Okay, so we're back for the final part of our deep dive into time-space and space-time, according to the law of one. And we've covered so much ground already, it's kind of amazing. From pyramids as cosmic antennas to the idea of karma as like a cosmic boomerang. But there's one big question that we kind of left hanging. How did this whole separation, this duality of positive and negative polarity, how did that even come about? And weren't we all just one big, happy cosmic family back in the day?
Yeah, that's a question that takes us right to the core of the law of one's cosmology. And remember, their primary message is one of unity. They describe the ultimate reality as love light, a state of pure, undifferentiated consciousness.
Right. Like we're all just part of this big cosmic soup of love and light. But if that's the case, how did we end up in this world of opposites, where there's so much conflict and division?
Well, the law of one describes this process as the first distortion, the free will distortion. It's essentially the granting of free will to all aspects of creation, allowing each fragment of the creator to make its own choices and to kind of forge its own path.
So we're given this gift of free will.
Yeah.
And suddenly everyone's running around doing their own thing, creating their own little universes.
That's a very simplified way to put it, but yeah, you're capturing the essence. So within this exercise of free will, the potential for polarity arises.
Polarity, as in positive and negative.
That's exactly. As these fragments of the creator explored their newfound freedom, some chose to align with the principles of unity, love, and service to others. Others chose to focus on separation, self-interest, and the pursuit of power.
So it's not like there was this epic battle between good and evil or something. It was more like a gradual drift apart based on different choices and values.
That's a really nuanced way to understand it. The law of one emphasizes that both polarities are valid expressions of the creator, each playing a role in this grand experiment of consciousness. It's through this exploration of duality that we learn and grow.
Okay, but if both polarities are valid, why is there so much conflict and suffering in the world? Doesn't that suggest one side is kind of messing things up?
Well, the law of one's perspective on balance is really crucial here. They suggest that both polarities are necessary for growth and evolution, but that when one polarity dominates, it creates imbalance and disharmony.
So it's like a cosmic seesaw. When one side gets too heavy, the whole thing tips over.
That's a great analogy. The law of one suggests that Earth is currently experiencing such an imbalance, with the negative polarity holding sway.
Okay, that explains a lot. But if this imbalance is a result of free will choices, does that mean we're just stuck with it? Like no
Nope.
cosmic intervention allowed?
The law of one emphasizes the principle of non-interference. Higher dimensional beings are bound to respect our free will. They can offer guidance and support, but ultimately it's up to humanity to choose the path of balance and harmony.
So they can't just swoop in and fix everything for us.
They can't, and they wouldn't want to. The law of one suggests that our challenges are actually opportunities for learning and growth. It's through those challenges that we evolve and awaken to our true potential.
Okay, that makes sense. But how do we even begin to shift this imbalance? When there's so much negativity in the world, it can feel pretty overwhelming sometimes.
Well, the law of one emphasizes that the most effective way to counteract negativity is not through force or opposition, but through the radiating of love and compassion.
So fighting fire with fire doesn't work. But like drowning it in this giant wave of love does.
You're getting the essence of it. The law of one suggests that love is the ultimate power in the universe, capable of dissolving negativity and restoring balance.
Okay, I'm starting to see how this all connects. So by making conscious choices that align with love, compassion, and service to others, we're not just improving our own lives, we're actually contributing to a cosmic shift.
Exactly. And the more individuals embrace this path, the stronger that ripple effect becomes, ultimately influencing the collective consciousness and shifting the balance towards harmony. It's like we're all tuning forks. And when one of us starts vibrating at a higher frequency, it resonates with others and raises that overall vibration.
Wow, that's incredibly empowering. But how do we even know if we're actually making a difference? It's not like we get a cosmic progress report every month or something.
Well, the law of one suggests that the truest measure of our progress is not our external achievements, but the state of our hearts. It's about cultivating inner peace, compassion, and a genuine desire to serve the greater good.
So it's not about how much money we make or how many followers we have. It's about how much love we're radiating.
Precisely. The law of one emphasizes that the journey of spiritual evolution is an inner one. It's a process of refining our consciousness and aligning with the love light of the Creator.
This is making me think of those people who just radiate peace and kindness, even in the face of challenges. Are they somehow further along in this path of spiritual evolution?
The law of one would suggest that those who embody love and compassion, they are indeed reflecting a higher level of consciousness. They've learned to tap into the power of time-space,
Yeah.
where unity and harmony prevail.
So it's not about achieving some lofty spiritual state. It's about embodying those qualities in our everyday lives.
Exactly. And the law of one encourages us to see every interaction, every encounter, as an opportunity to practice love, to be a beacon of light in a world that often feels dark.
Okay, that's a challenge I'm willing to accept. But let's circle back to time-space for a moment. If we do manage to shift the balance towards love and harmony, what happens to the negative polarity? Do they just vanish?
The law of one suggests that both polarities will continue to exist, but that their relationship will evolve as consciousness expands. In higher densities, that separation between polarities becomes less pronounced, and there's a greater understanding and compassion between those who have chosen different paths.
So it's like we're all moving towards a greater understanding of each other, even those we perceive as different or opposite.
Exactly, and this process of integration is not just limited to individuals. It extends to entire civilizations and even planetary consciousness.
Wow, that's a mind-blowing thought.
Uh.
But if everything's ultimately merging towards unity, what's the point of this whole separation in the first place? Why go through all this drama and conflict?
Well, the law of one offers a really profound perspective on this. They suggest that this journey of separation and reunification, of exploring all facets of polarity, it's an essential part of the Creator's self-discovery. It's through our individual and collective experiences that the Creator comes to know itself more fully.
So it's like the universe is on this giant quest for self-knowledge, and we're all playing a role in that grand adventure.
That's a beautiful way to put it. And the law of one encourages us to embrace this journey with curiosity, compassion, and a sense of wonder.
Okay, that's an adventure I'm definitely on board with. This deep dive has been a wild ride for sure. But I'm walking away with a whole new perspective on reality, consciousness, and the power of choice. Thank you for guiding us through this fascinating exploration.
It's been my pleasure. Remember, the law of one reminds us that we are beings of infinite potential, capable of creating a world that reflects the harmony and love that lie at the heart of creation.
And on that note, we'll leave our listeners with one final thought to ponder. If time-space is truly the realm of infinite possibilities, what reality will you choose to create?
Until next time, may you journey in love and light.
Ever wished you could just snap your fingers
Yeah.
and make someone do something?
Uh-huh.
Okay, maybe not like full-on mind control,
Right.
but influence them somehow.
Yeah.
Well, today,
Okay.
we are diving deep
I like it.
into the world of hypnotism
Deep dive.
to explore
All right.
how to actually hypnotize someone.
Okay.
We've got a whole stack of sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Everything from like these old school manuals
Oh, wow.
to modern research papers.
Fascinating.
It's going to be interesting.
I'm intrigued.
It's funny you said mind control, though,
Oh, yeah.
because that is one of the biggest myths
Okay.
about hypnotism.
Yeah.
It's not about controlling someone's mind.
I got it.
It's more about
Okay.
guiding them into a state
Right.
where they're more open to suggestion.
Oh, okay.
So not like the movies
Yeah.
where you snap your fingers
Right.
and they turn into a robot.
No.
Not quite.
It's more subtle than that.
So how would you describe it then?
Well, think of it like helping someone access a different part of their mind,
Okay.
their subconscious,
Mhm.
and to do that,
Yeah,
it takes trust and cooperation.
that makes sense.
It's a partnership.
So let's say you have that trust.
Right.
What are some actual techniques
Yeah.
to get someone into that suggestible state?
So one common method is using a focal point,
Okay.
like a swinging pocket watch.
Right.
Or even a simple dot on the wall.
I've heard of that.
Yeah.
I've heard of that.
Ah.
It's supposed to tire out your eyes, right?
Well, it's not just about eye fatigue.
Oh,
As you focus,
Yeah.
your mind naturally starts to relax,
Mm-hmm.
quiet down,
Right.
making it easier to enter a trance-like state.
Oh, I see.
And that's where the hypnotist can start introducing suggestions.
You know, this is making me think about
Yeah.
those guided meditation apps.
Oh, sure.
They tell you to focus on your breath,
Yeah.
and before you know it, you're like super relaxed.
Yeah.
Is it kind of the same thing?
Absolutely.
Wow.
It's all about shifting your attention inward,
Okay.
creating a state of focused relaxation.
Mm-hmm.
There are lots of different techniques out there.
Okay.
Some simple, some more elaborate.
Like what?
Give me an example of a technique that's a bit more out there.
Well, one that comes to mind is the confusion technique.
Confusion technique.
Yeah.
What is that?
This involves using language
Okay.
in a way that disrupts the logical part of the mind.
So basically you're talking in riddles
Kind of.
to confuse them.
In a way, yeah.
And that's supposed to make them more open
Exactly.
to suggestion.
You overload their conscious mind,
Okay.
creating a space for the subconscious to
Mhm.
become more dominant.
Okay. So I'm starting to get how this works. But how do you know if someone is actually hypnotized?
Right.
Are there any telltale signs?
So there are certain stages of hypnosis,
Okay.
each with its own characteristics. For
Uh-huh.
example,
Okay.
there's a stage called catalepsy. Catalepsy?
Yeah. Have you heard of that?
I don't think so.
It's a state where the person's limbs become rigid.
Oh, wow.
They might even be able to hold their arm outstretched for a long period without feeling any fatigue.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So it's like
Uh-huh.
their body is responding to these suggestions,
Yeah,
even if it seems physically impossible.
exactly.
That's wild.
And that's just one example.
Okay.
There are other stages where a person might experience heightened senses
Really?
or even visual hallucinations.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
So let's get back to like the
Uh,
practical side of things. If I wanted to try hypnotizing someone,
Yeah.
what would be a good starting point?
Well, first and foremost, I
Yeah.
have to emphasize the importance of
Yeah.
ethical considerations.
Right.
Hypnotism is a powerful tool.
Mm-hmm.
It should never be used to manipulate or exploit anyone.
Of course, that goes without saying.
Eh.
We're talking about this purely for educational purposes.
Right. With that said,
Okay.
one of the simplest and most effective induction techniques
Yeah.
is the candle method.
Okay. I'm intrigued.
Okay.
Tell me more.
So it involves having the person focus their gaze on a flickering candle flame
Okay.
as they concentrate on the flame.
Yeah.
You can start suggesting that their eyelids are getting heavy,
Okay.
that they're feeling relaxed,
I see.
and eventually they drift off into a hypnotic state.
Really?
Yeah.
That's it.
The key is to use a soothing voice,
Okay.
create a calm atmosphere, and guide them gently into that state of focused relaxation.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get the picture.
Good.
But what are the actual suggestions?
Right.
What are some examples
Yeah.
of things you can suggest to someone under hypnosis?
That's a great question.
Oh.
And one we'll delve into more deeply in the next part of our deep dive.
Oh.
We'll explore how suggestions work,
Okay.
the different types of suggestions, and some practical examples of how they can be used.
This is getting really interesting.
I told ya.
I can't wait to uncover more about the power of suggestion
We'll get there.
and the practical applications of hypnotism.
We will.
Welcome back to our deep dive into hypnotism.
In the last part, we explored how to guide someone into a hypnotic state.
Right, using techniques like the candle method.
Exactly. And once they're in that receptive state,
Yeah.
you can start introducing suggestions.
Okay, this is the part I'm really curious about.
Okay.
What kind of things can you actually suggest?
Right.
Can you really make them cluck like a chicken?
Oh,
Or think they're like a celebrity?
those are the things you see in a stage show.
Oh, okay.
More about entertainment
Yeah.
than actual therapy.
So stage hypnosis is all fake.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
The principles of suggestion are still at play. It's
Yeah.
just the context and
Yeah.
the intent are different.
Right. So what about those real-world uses?
Okay.
Our sources mentioned pain management and breaking bad habits.
One of the most well-documented applications of hypnosis is in pain management.
Really?
Studies have shown that hypnotic suggestions
Wow.
can significantly reduce the perception of pain,
No way.
even during surgery.
So you're saying someone could have surgery
It's possible.
with less pain medication
That's right.
just by using their mind?
It's not about eliminating the pain completely.
Okay.
It's more about changing how the brain processes those signals.
That's incredible.
It is powerful.
What about breaking bad habits?
Sure.
Like, I've always struggled with nail biting.
Oh, yeah.
Could hypnosis help with that?
It certainly could.
Really?
Hypnosis can be used to address a variety of unwanted behaviors, from smoking to overeating.
Okay.
The key is to identify the triggers
Uh-huh.
and use suggestions to reprogram those automatic responses.
I see.
Yeah.
One of our sources mentioned this hypnotist
Okay.
who helped a guy quit chewing tobacco
Oh, yeah, I read that one too.
by suggesting it tasted like cat filth.
That's a pretty vivid image.
Right.
That's a great example of aversion therapy
Okay.
through hypnotic suggestion.
So you're associating something bad
Right.
with the habit
Exactly.
to make them avoid it.
The mind can be trained to avoid it.
That's fascinating.
It is.
Like rewiring your brain
Precisely.
to have a different response.
And that's where the power of suggestion comes in.
Okay. But it's important to remember
Yeah.
that all hypnosis
Huh.
is ultimately self-hypnosis.
That's right.
What does that mean?
It means the subject has to be willing to accept those suggestions.
So the hypnotist isn't like controlling them.
No, the hypnotist is a guide,
Okay.
helping them access their own subconscious.
So you can't hypnotize someone against their will.
Exactly. They need to be open
Okay.
and actively participate.
That makes sense. So it's not about mind control.
No.
It's more about empowering them
Exactly.
to make changes.
Positive changes.
Okay. And that brings us to the ethics of suggestion.
Very important.
Yeah. What are some things we need to
Okay.
keep in mind ethically when using hypnosis?
One of the most important is informed consent.
Okay.
The subject should always be fully informed.
So they know what they're getting into.
Exactly what hypnosis is, what to expect,
Mm-hmm.
the potential risks and benefits.
Right. They need to be able to choose
Absolutely.
whether or not to participate.
And it's equally important to respect their boundaries.
Okay.
You should never suggest anything that goes against their morals or values.
So there are limits.
Yes, even if they're in that suggestible state.
Right. The goal is to empower,
Right.
not to exploit them.
Exactly.
One of our sources also mentioned
Yeah.
a hypnotist should never suggest anything
Right?
that could harm the subject.
That's a fundamental principle.
Okay.
The well-being of the subject comes first.
It sounds like a lot of responsibility.
It is.
It's not something to take lightly.
Absolutely. That's why it's so important to seek training
Okay.
from qualified professionals.
So don't just try this at home
Right.
without proper training.
There are many reputable organizations
Okay. Good.
that offer training and emphasize ethical practice.
So we've talked about practical applications.
Yes.
And the ethics.
Uh-huh.
But how does suggestion actually work?
Right.
Like, what's going on in the brain
Okay.
when someone accepts a suggestion?
That's a fascinating question, and one that we'll explore in the next part of our deep dive.
Ooh.
We'll delve into the neuropsychology of suggestion
Okay.
and uncover how it influences our
Yeah.
thoughts, feelings, and behaviors.
I'm looking forward to understanding that science.
It's pretty amazing stuff.
Can't wait. We'll be back soon to continue exploring.
Hmm.
Welcome back to the deep dive.
Yeah,
We've been on quite a journey,
we have.
exploring how to hypnotize someone,
Yeah, all different aspects.
from the techniques
Yeah.
to the ethics.
Very important.
Now I'm really curious about the science.
Okay.
How does suggestion actually work in the brain? What's
Yeah.
happening neurologically?
Well, it's not completely understood yet,
Okay.
but research shows that hypnosis affects several areas of the brain
Okay.
involved in attention, perception,
Okay.
and emotional regulation.
So it's not just like mystical woo-woo stuff.
at all.
There's real science behind it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
For
okay.
example,
Yeah.
studies using brain imaging
Okay.
have shown that under hypnosis,
Mm-hmm.
there's decreased activity
Okay.
in the prefrontal cortex.
Prefrontal cortex.
Yeah.
Remind me what that is again?
That's the part of the brain responsible for critical thinking
Oh, right.
and decision-making.
So that's how suggestions can kind of bypass
It's exact.
that critical filter.
It lowers those defenses,
Wow.
and at the same time,
Okay.
there's increased activity in other areas of the brain,
Okay, like where?
like the areas associated with imagination
Wow.
and sensory processing.
That makes sense. You're more focused inward,
Exactly.
so you're less likely to question things.
Right. And this shift in brain activity
Yeah.
can lead to some pretty remarkable changes
In behavior.
in perception and
Right.
behavior. Yeah.
One of our sources mentioned this concept
Uh.
called neural plasticity,
Yes.
the brain's ability to change.
Right. The brain can adapt.
So how does that tie into hypnosis?
That's a key point.
Okay.
Hypnosis, especially when used repeatedly, can actually strengthen certain neural pathways,
Oh, wow.
making it easier to respond to suggestions.
So it's like training your brain
Yeah, but training your brain.
to be more receptive
Exactly.
of those ideas.
And that has implications for all sorts of applications,
Right,
like
right.
reducing anxiety to improving performance.
So it's not just about controlling people.
No, not at all.
It's about self-improvement, too.
Exactly.
This has been a truly eye-opening deep dive.
I agree.
I feel like I have a whole new understanding of hypnotism.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Not just the techniques, but the science behind it, too.
And remember, it's not just about hypnotizing others.
Right.
You can use these principles to influence your own mind,
Oh, that's a good point.
achieve your goals,
Mm-hmm.
enhance your well-being.
So it's about empowerment.
Precisely.
Yeah.
That's the most exciting takeaway, I think.
Yeah.
The power to change is within you.
Thank you so much for guiding us through this
It's been a pleasure.
fascinating deep dive.
It's fascinating stuff.
I'm sure our listeners are eager to learn more
I hope so.
and maybe even try some of these techniques for themselves.
It's a powerful tool.
Well, until next time,
Until next time.
stay curious
Yes.
and keep diving deep. All right, get ready for a deep dive. Today, we are going to be exploring some really fascinating ideas from Naval Ravikant and the Law of One.
Two sources that you might not think go together, but trust me.
Yeah.
We'll see how these worlds, practical wealth building
Mm.
and cosmic consciousness can actually work together.
Totally. I mean, we've got Naval Ravikant, right? Like this super successful entrepreneur,
Right.
investor, really sharp guy. And his book, The Almanac of Naval Ravikant.
Yeah.
It's full of these really powerful ideas about how to build wealth and create a fulfilling life.
Mm-hmm.
And it's resonated with so many people.
It's interesting. I'm thinking about how practical he is.
Yeah.
There's no fluff with Naval.
Right.
He's like cut to the chase, escape the 9 to 5, build wealth through leverage.
Yeah.
And maybe most importantly, understanding how our own desires
Oh, yeah.
can actually trip us up, can sabotage our happiness.
Okay, see, that's what I find so fascinating, right?
Yeah.
Because this idea of desire, it can be a trap. That actually reminds me of something from the Law of One. You familiar with this at all?
Oh, yeah.
So it's this channeled text, right?
Yeah.
Claims to be communication from an entity called Ra.
Okay.
And it goes into this really intricate cosmology of densities and spiritual evolution and, the nature of reality itself.
I mean, it really goes deep,
Yeah.
I mean, just that word densities.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we're talking about different levels of being and different vibrational frequencies. It's really fascinating.
And the thing is, it's like how the Law of One approaches this idea of desire,
Mm-hmm.
it kind of aligns with what Naval's saying.
Right.
But on this cosmic scale,
It's like they're both saying choose your desires carefully.
Mm-hmm.
But navel is focused on, like, minimizing those shoulds, those things.
Right. The things that society is telling us
Yeah,
that we
exactly.
should want, yeah.
And the law of one is like, look, as you evolve spiritually,
Right.
your desires, they naturally change. They shift from material stuff to a focus on, like, unity and understanding.
Whoa, so we're going from, like, quitting your job and building a business to choosing desires that are aligned with our soul's evolution through different densities.
Yeah.
Okay, this is already getting wild.
It's a lot to unpack, for sure. Let's start with some of Navel's core principles, the practical stuff on building wealth. Then we'll see how that maybe connects to the law of one. What do you think?
Let's do it. So Naval, he's all about leverage, right? He talks about how you'll never get rich just trading your time for money.
Yeah, classic Navel.
Right, like you need to
Second.
build something.
Systems, businesses.
Exactly. Systems, businesses, investments that work for you, even when you're not actively, clocking in. And he uses this example. He's like, think about building a software company that serves millions versus being a doctor who can only see a limited number of patients each day.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like that idea of leverage, it actually reminds me of this concept in the law of one called focused energy.
Oh, interesting.
So they suggest that, like, by aligning your thoughts, your emotions, even your actions with your desires,
Right.
you're essentially creating this kind of energetic momentum
Oh, wow.
that attracts those desires into your reality.
So it's like Navel's talking leverage in the material world, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And the law of one's talking leverage on a spiritual level, like
Yeah.
using focused intention to manifest.
Yes, it's wild.
That's really interesting.
Right. They're both pointing to this underlying principle that, like, true power comes from aligning yourself with something bigger than yourself.
Right, whether it's technology or compound interest or, the universe itself.
Okay, that's a serious aha moment for me. But it also makes me wonder, like, is this all just about getting what you want? Does the law of one even encourage that kind of ambition?
That's where it gets even more interesting. See, the law of one, they talk about two paths, service to others and service to self. And it's not about, good versus bad or anything like that. It's just two different approaches to how we evolve spiritually. And the key here is that your desires, whatever they are, they should be aligned with your chosen path.
So even if you're using this, like, spiritual leverage to manifest, it should ultimately be in service of something bigger than just yourself.
Exactly. And this is where I think Navel's emphasis on creating value comes in. He's always talking about finding that thing that the world needs but doesn't know how to get and providing it at scale. He even says, the internet has made this easier than ever.
Okay, so building a successful business, like solving a real problem,
Right?
that could actually be seen as a form of service to others.
It certainly could. Especially if your motivation, like deep down,
Right.
is to genuinely make people's lives better, to contribute something positive. It's about using your skills and talents to make a real impact.
So it's not just the actions, it's the intentions behind them.
Exactly. And the law of one, I think they would say that even the most ambitious, like, wealth building stuff, it can be aligned with spiritual evolution as long as it's guided by, love and compassion and a desire to serve.
So we're talking about, like, bridging this gap between practical wealth building and, like, cosmic principles.
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty wild.
It's a lot to think about. And it raises a big question, like, can we actually apply this to our own lives? Can we pursue material success and spiritual growth at the same time in a way that feels, harmonious and fulfilling?
That's a great question. And I think it's one we'll be exploring a lot more as we continue this deep dive.
It's funny, both Navel and the Law of One really hit on this idea of mindset. Like, Navel talks about how happiness is a skill, something you work at.
Yeah, it's not just like, oh, I woke up happy today. It's more intentional.
Exactly. It's not some trait you're born with. It's
Right.
something you cultivate. And then, he's got this whole thing about desire, how it's like basically a contract to be unhappy until you get what you want.
Yeah, like setting yourself up for disappointment.
Right. So you got to be careful what you wish for, right? Choose those desires wisely.
And that reminds me of this concept from the Law of One, this idea of catalyst.
Okay. Yeah, catalyst.
So they're saying every experience we have,
Mm-hmm.
even the tough ones,
Right. The challenges.
yeah, they're all designed to help us learn and evolve spiritually. It's like the universe is throwing these opportunities at us.
Tests,
Yeah, to choose love over fear, wisdom over ignorance. So instead of, like, getting caught up in wanting things and being miserable until we get them. It's about seeing it as a chance to learn and grow.
Totally. Detach from the outcome, you know? Focus on who you're becoming in the process. And hey, maybe that process leads you to use your wealth to make a real difference.
Okay, so that brings us back to Naval and his ideas about building wealth. He talks a lot about creating value, giving society what it needs but doesn't know how to get. He's got this quote. He says, "Find the thing that needs you the most." And I think that really resonates with what the Law of One says about wanderers.
Oh, interesting. Tell me more about these wanderers.
Okay, so according to the Law of One, wanderers are basically souls from higher densities who choose to incarnate on Earth to help with the planet's evolution.
Wow, that's a big job.
Right. And they're drawn to specific tasks, like their soul has this mission to accomplish where their skills and talents can, make a real impact.
Okay, so let me see if I'm following you. Someone who's following Naval's advice, building a successful business, solving a real problem, they could actually be fulfilling their purpose as a wanderer.
That's what I'm thinking. It's like their entrepreneurial drive is actually a form of spiritual service.
That's wild, isn't it? It really shows how business and spirituality, they can come together.
It's mind-blowing, for sure. Naval also talks about surrounding yourself with successful people, not in a climb the social ladder kind of way, but more like finding people who are already doing what you want to do and learning from them. Could that be a form of service to others too?
That's a good question. I think it comes down to motivation, right? Are you just trying to get ahead? Or are you genuinely trying to learn and grow so you can make a bigger contribution?
So it's about intention again. Are you using your network to, climb that ladder? Or are you building a community where everyone benefits?
Right. Because in the end, we're all connected, right? That's a big theme in the Law of One.
We're all part of one consciousness.
Yeah, all expressions of the same creator. So it's like helping others actually helps ourselves in the long run.
Which totally flips the script on that whole competitive mindset.
It does. And this actually reminds me of something else from the Law of One, their concept of energy centers, or chakras.
Okay, chakras, fill me in.
So they're saying that by balancing and activating these energy centers, we can tap into a greater flow of universal energy.
Oh, wow, universal energy.
And then we can use that energy to manifest our desires, serve others.
So it's not just about working hard in the physical world. It's also about this inner harmony, this alignment, so we can connect with something bigger.
Exactly. And it's interesting, Naval talks about meditation.
Yeah, he's big on that.
As a way to train your mind.
Yeah.
Right. Become more focused, less reactive.
Less caught up in the trauma.
Right. And the Law of One, they view meditation as a way to connect with your higher self, to align with the creator.
So they're both pointing to this idea of inner work as the foundation for, everything.
It seems that way, yeah. And this reminds me of something Naval said about happiness. He believes it comes from letting go of the things you can't control, focusing on what you can, and choosing a positive interpretation of reality.
Oh, that's so good. It's like choosing to see the good.
Right. And the Law of One, they talk about accepting the catalyst, seeing challenges as opportunities, shifting from feeling like a victim to feeling empowered.
That's such a powerful shift.
Yeah.
So instead of being stuck and frustrated, you start to see those challenges as stepping stones on your path.
And maybe even helping to move us all towards a higher density of consciousness.
That's a trippy thought.
Mm.
Okay, you mentioned this idea of harvest before. Can you tell me more about that?
Sure. The Law of One suggests that Earth is in the middle of this transition from third to fourth density. It's a time of big change, a lot of opportunity for spiritual growth. And this all leads up to a harvest. It's where souls are kind of assessed based on their alignment, with either service to others or service to self.
So it's not like this Judgment Day thing, right?
No, not at all.
It's more about where you naturally end up based on your vibes, your energy.
Exactly. It's the natural consequences of your choices, both individually and as a collective. The energy you put out, your intentions, your actions, all that stuff, it shapes where you end up.
So if someone is following Naval's advice, building wealth, creating value, but their motivation is selfish or harmful, they might not be aligned with that fourth density energy.
It's possible. The Law of One is clear that it's not just the actions, it's the consciousness behind them. So someone could be super successful in the material world.
Right, have all the money and stuff.
Exactly. But if their actions are rooted in fear, greed, or control, they might end up resonating with a different density than someone who's using their wealth to, serve others.
It's not about judging anyone's path. It's just recognizing we each have the power to choose where we're headed. And maybe, just maybe, by aligning ourselves with love, compassion, service, we can create a better reality for everyone.
I love that. And it brings up another important question. How can we use this understanding of harvest, of spiritual evolution, of choice to guide our actions and really shape our destiny?
Okay, so big shift in consciousness, moving to a higher density. But what does that actually look like? Like, how is life different in fourth density?
Well, the Law of One says our whole idea of wealth and happiness, it changes in fourth density.
Mhm.
Right now, we're all about material stuff.
Security, comfort.
Yeah, all that. Status, success. We're looking for those things outside ourselves.
But in fourth density, it's not like that.
Nope. Fourth density beings, they're less focused on possessions and more on connection.
Really.
Yeah. Creativity, understanding, it's a whole different mindset.
Abundance.
Exactly. Abundance, like the real wealth is in your relationships, your inner peace, the impact you make on everyone.
So success, it means something totally different. It's not about money or status anymore.
Right. It's about spiritual fulfillment, contributing to something bigger. And this is where I think Naval's ideas fit in.
Oh, how so?
Remember, he talks about finding that business, that project, that art that needs you the most. It's like there's something out there that perfectly matches your skills, your talents. It's just waiting for you to discover it.
So he's also talking about finding your purpose, making a difference.
Exactly. And the Law of One would say that's a big part of evolving spiritually, recognizing your gifts, using them to serve the greater good.
Okay, but how do we even start to make that shift? I mean, our whole world is built on competition, material wealth, individual achievement.
Yeah, it's not easy. The Law of One talks about those challenges, the catalyst that pushes us out of our comfort zone.
Right, that forces us to grow.
And I think a lot of what's going on in the world right now, all the chaos, it's like a collective catalyst. It's pushing us to wake up, evolve to a higher level.
So we're being forced to face our shadows.
Individually and collectively, yeah. All that greed, fear, separation, that's all part of the third density experience. But as we move into fourth density, it's all about love, compassion, understanding. We start to see we're all interconnected, part of one consciousness.
Whoa, that's huge. So harming others, it actually harms ourselves.
Right. And helping others, it benefits everyone. It changes how we see everything, Business, relationships, global problems. It's moving from win-lose to win-win.
Okay, so how do we actually make this shift? What can we do to prepare for fourth density?
The Law of One says, seek knowledge, seek understanding. Become conscious seekers, always questioning, exploring, expanding your awareness.
So don't just take in information passively, actually engage with it. Let it change you.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where things like meditation, mindfulness, they can be so helpful. They quiet the mind, help you connect with your inner wisdom, become more aware of the choices you're making.
It's about that inner connection, going beyond the ego.
Right. And as we do that, as we surrender to the process of evolution, the Law of One says we naturally start to resonate with fourth density energy. Our desires change, our priorities shift. We find ourselves drawn to experiences and relationships that support our growth.
It's like we become magnets for what we're meant to be doing, who we're meant to be with.
And that's when the real magic happens. When we align with our true selves, with love and service, we tap into this incredible power. We become co-creators of a better reality, not just for ourselves, but for everyone.
That's an amazing thought. Yeah. Makes you want to get out there and make things happen, Work on yourself, make the world a better place.
I know, right? And the best part is, you don't have to wait. You can start right now. Choose love over fear. Seek understanding. Take actions that help yourself and others.
That's a great reminder. Thanks so much for taking us on this deep dive. It's been incredible. I feel like we've just scratched the surface, but it's given me so much to think about.
It's been a pleasure. And remember, this journey of evolution, it never ends. Keep seeking, keep growing, keep shining your light.
And to all of you listening, thanks for joining us. We hope this has inspired you to question, to explore, to create a life that's truly aligned with your purpose. Until next time, keep seeking, keep growing, and keep shining your light. All right, folks, get ready for a deep dive. Today, we're going where things get kind of wonderfully weird.
Oh yeah, buckle up.
You guys wanted to explore the mind of Duncan Trussell,
Of course.
the comedic philosopher who's always hanging out with Joe Rogan. And you want to see how his ideas connect with the Law of One, that whole, we're all one consciousness thing. So 10 JRE episodes with Duncan and all 5 books of the RAM material. That's a
lot.
lot to unpack, but hey, here we are.
Yeah, it's fascinating how Duncan, even when he's, cracking jokes, he keeps coming back to this idea. This idea that our, everyday reality is just like the tip of the iceberg.
Right.
Like, remember in episode 1330, he's talking about that flat earth theory.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
As ridiculous as it is, it forces us to actually question what we believe. What we believe about the universe.
It's that broccoli experience.
Yes.
Where he's like, imagine the consciousness of a vegetable. Even the mundane stuff could be way more profound than we realize.
Exactly. And that connects to the law of one, that central principle.
Yeah.
All is one.
Right.
It's not just, some hippie slogan.
Right.
It's suggesting that all of reality is part of a single unified consciousness.
Right.
From, galaxies down to broccoli flores.
No.
Our individual perceptions, what we think is real, that's just a tiny slice of the pie.
So are we saying, like, Duncan's comedy is accidentally channeling some, like, ancient alien wisdom?
Well, not quite. But
Right.
what's interesting is how the law of one describes our reality, as this kind of learning experience, a grand stage for souls to evolve. And, Duncan on JRE talks about reality being a simulation, like in episode 1536. Now, whether you take that literally or metaphorically,
Right.
it raises the question, what are we learning here?
Yeah. And that leads us right into the law of one's big thing, service to others. It's almost like cosmic karma, right?
Yeah.
The more you focus on helping others, the higher you climb on the spiritual ladder.
Yeah.
But how does that square with Duncan's, sometimes dark humor?
Yeah, on the surface, they seem worlds apart.
Right.
But if you listen closely, you can hear this deep empathy in Duncan's comedy. Like in episode 1158, his rant about decriminalizing psilocybin mushrooms.
Yeah.
It's fueled by this belief that they can awaken compassion on a global scale.
Right.
That's a pretty profound act of service, wouldn't you say?
It's definitely not your typical stand-up routine. And then there's all the stuff Duncan says about, like societal ills, systems of power that are messed up. It's funny, but it also makes you think, man, are we heading down a dark path?
Yeah, that darkness is something both Duncan and the law of one address head on. Duncan, in that biting way of his, talks about how sociopaths are drawn to positions of power. Remember in episode 1445, he was joking about how even seemingly positive figures like Obama grapple with incredibly difficult decisions.
Yeah, like, are we all just pawns in a game orchestrated by the, power hungry? Is that the simulation Duncan's worried about?
Well, the law of one has this concept of the Orion group, which are basically negative entities,
Right.
seeking to control, seeking to enslave others. But they also emphasize that negativity exists. Negativity exists within each of us. It's this shadow self that we all have to grapple with.
So it's less about some external evil cabal and more about the choices we make individually. Like, are we going to feed the shadow or try to rise above it?
That's the crux of it. And it's fascinating how this choice plays out. In Duncan's storytelling, he often talks about this story where he met the Dalai Lama.
Oh, yeah.
Dalai Lama gave him this simple advice. You can always be kinder.
You can always be kinder. Such a simple phrase, but it really stuck with him. And the way Duncan interprets it, seeing unkindness is like an echo of past suffering. That's where the law of one's emphasis on forgiveness comes in, right? It's about breaking free from these cycles of negativity.
It's not about ignoring the darkness. It's not about pretending it doesn't exist.
Right.
But rather it's about understanding, understanding its origins and choosing a different path.
Speaking of different paths, one thing that keeps popping up in both Duncan's work and the law of one is this idea that our perception of time is, well, kind of messed up.
You're right. Duncan, in several episodes, jokes about time being a flat circle,
Yeah.
riffing on that idea from True Detective.
Right.
The law of one, meanwhile, takes it a step further, suggesting that time as we experience it is a construct of our limited consciousness.
So they're saying we're trapped in this linear time trap.
Yeah.
But what happens when we, break free? Do we get to time travel?
Not exactly. The law of one suggests that as we evolve, spiritually,
Right.
we become less fixated on the past and future. We start experiencing a more expansive now, where memories of past lives and glimpses of potential futures become accessible. It's less about, zipping around in a DeLorean,
Right.
and more about perceiving time. perceiving time as this fluid, interconnected thing.
Okay, that's mind-bending.
Yeah.
Even for this show.
Yeah.
And it makes me think about how both Duncan and the Law of One approach, like the big question, are we alone in the universe?
Yeah, Duncan loves riffing about aliens.
Oh, yeah?
In episode 1642, he's joking about encountering the Greys
The Greys.
over the ice wall at the edge of a flat Earth. It's hilarious, but it also points to this deeper curiosity
Right.
about what other forms of intelligent life might be out there.
Right. But the Law of One takes a more matter-of-fact approach.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. They describe a universe teeming with consciousness,
Well,
with beings existing at different levels of spiritual evolution.
Right.
Some are benevolent, some are more self-serving, just like here on Earth. It's a cosmic drama playing out on a grand scale.
and speaking of drama, both Duncan and the Law of One seem to emphasize this idea that we're not just passive observers,
Yeah.
in this cosmic play. We actually have the power to influence the plot through our choices.
That's the concept of free will.
Right.
And it's one that both sources grapple with,
Yeah.
in interesting ways. Duncan in episode 1288 talks about how social media algorithms, they're basically hacking our free will.
Yeah.
Turning us into,
Puppets.
puppets of technology.
Like, are we really making choices, or are we just responding to, programmed stimuli? Is free will just an illusion?
That's where the Law of One gets really nuanced.
Yeah.
They suggest that free will operates. Free will operates within a framework of cosmic laws and principles.
Right.
We have the power to choose, but those choices have consequences. It's like, you're driving a car.
Yeah.
You can steer, but you still have to follow the rules of the road.
So it's not about doing whatever we want, but rather making choices that are in alignment with our highest purpose.
Exactly.
With the greater good.
And both sources emphasize the importance of self-awareness.
Yeah.
And understanding our motivations. Duncan, in that classic way of his, talks about looking at things for what they really are, even if it's not flattering.
Right.
It's about being honest with ourselves, questioning our assumptions, and making choices that are truly aligned with our values.
This is deep stuff, but it's also incredibly empowering. It's like we have the power to create our reality, to shape our destiny, both individually and collectively.
And this brings us back to that idea of service to others. The Law of One suggests that the more we align our will with the will of the Creator,
Right.
which they describe as a force of love and unity. The more we contribute to the positive evolution of the cosmos.
So it's not just about helping people in need or volunteering our time. It's about making choices from a place of love.
Yes.
Compassion, understanding.
Exactly. And Duncan, in his own unique way, embodies this principle. His humor often disarms our defenses, allowing us to connect with the shared human experience, to see ourselves in others, to recognize the absurdity of our divisions.
It's like he's using laughter to bridge the gaps, between us, to remind us that we're all in this together, stumbling and bumbling our way through the mysteries of life.
And in those shared stumbles and bumbles, we find,
we find the humor, the connection, the love. That makes it all worthwhile.
So are we saying Duncan Trussell is like a secret law of one guru?
Not quite. But what's fascinating is how this unique blend of humor and philosophical inquiry intersects with some of the Law of One's core principles. It's a testament to the universality of these truths.
Right.
They can be found, in the most unexpected places, even amidst the laughter of a comedy podcast. You mentioned, like scratching the surface before. And it's true. One thing that both Duncan and the Law of One keep coming back to is this idea of spiritual evolution. It's not just about, being good.
Yeah.
In the everyday sense. It's like there's a whole other level to this game we're playing.
Okay, so Duncan, he jokes about us being like God and drag, like we're these divine beings, but just like messing around in human form.
Right. And then the Law of One, they get super detailed.
Yeah.
About, densities and dimensions, like it's this cosmic ladder that we're all climbing. But what's the go AL here? Are we we're trying to escape this whole messy reality or something?
It's not about escape. It's about, it's about becoming more. The Law of One talks about becoming more like the Creator which they describe as pure love, wisdom, and compassion. Not some, not some bearded guy in the sky,
Right.
but the very, very essence of those qualities.
So it's less about earning, like brownie points for good deeds,
Yeah.
and more about embodying these qualities, like in our very being.
Exactly. And you see this reflected,
Yeah.
in Duncan's work. Even when he's being, goofy, like in episode 1482, he's talking about how important it is to see the divine spark in others, even the people who just drive you crazy.
Yeah.
That's a pretty law of one way of looking at things.
It's definitely not your typical like punch down
Yeah.
comedy. And it makes me think about how both Duncan and the Law of One, how they deal with the really tough stuff, like, like societal conditioning. We're just bombarded, right?
Oh, yeah.
With messages about who we should be, what to buy, how to think. It's like we're born into this matrix of expectations.
Yeah, Duncan, being Duncan, tackles this head on. In episode 1094, he's got this whole bit about the lingering effects of Puritanism on our views about sex. That's hilarious. But it also points to, how deeply ingrained these societal programs, how deeply ingrained they can be.
Yeah. And the Law of One, this suggests that a lot of our societal structures are actually designed to keep us trapped.
Yeah.
In fear.
Yeah.
Scarcity and separation. It's like they want us to stay asleep, right?
That's a pretty stark way of putting it. But there's truth to it. The Law of One, they encourage us to question these systems, to seek a higher truth. And Duncan, in his own way, is doing just that. He's using humor to deconstruct those narratives, to make us laugh at the absurdity of it all.
It's like he's sneaking in these profound truths under the guise of entertainment. Remember that bit about the media? Acting like a queen bee, releasing like pheromones of fear to prepare us for war. It's funny, but it's also like terrifyingly accurate.
Yeah, and that brings us to another crucial point: individual empowerment. Both Duncan and the Law of One, they emphasize the power of choice. We're not just passive victims of circumstance. We have the agency to choose a different path, to break free from those limiting beliefs.
Okay, but how do we actually do that?
Yeah.
It's easy to feel overwhelmed. Like
Yeah.
the odds are stacked against us. Where do we even begin?
Well, the Law of One suggests that aligning ourselves with the principles of love, compassion, and service to others is key. It's about transcending the ego's desire for control and embracing a more expansive worldview.
And Duncan, in his own way, echoes this. Remember his plea for decriminalizing psilocybin mushrooms. He sees them as a tool for expanding consciousness and fostering a sense of unity and compassion, which is in itself an act of service.
It's a radical proposition, but one that aligns with the Law of One's, emphasis on seeking knowledge, seeking wisdom as pathways to spiritual evolution. They suggest that certain substances can act as, like catalysts for growth, helping us break free from limiting beliefs and access higher states of consciousness.
But we're talking about plant medicine as a tool for like hacking the matrix. That's some next level stuff.
Yeah.
But it also sounds a bit risky.
It definitely requires caution and respect. The Law of One stresses the importance of intention and discernment when working with any kind of transformative experience. It's not about seeking a quick fix or an escape from reality, but rather a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the cosmos.
It's like we need to be mindful of the tools we use and the paths we choose, right? There are no shortcuts to enlightenment, but there are many ways to get lost along the way. Which makes me think about the Law of One's, like views on relationships. Duncan is brutally honest about the messiness of it all, but there's also this deep yearning for connection that shines through.
That's a great observation. And it ties into the Law of One's teachings about balancing, balancing self-love with compassion for others. They don't present relationships as some blissful utopia, but rather as opportunities for learning and growth, often through friction and challenges.
Duncan definitely isn't afraid to like dive into the, shadows of relationships. Remember that story, the story he told about accidentally confessing to a woman that he had been fantasizing about her during sex.
Yeah.
Mortifying, but also kind of endearing.
It's that willingness to be vulnerable, to expose his own flaws that makes him so relatable. And it aligns with the Law of One's, emphasis on on authenticity and
Yeah.
honesty, even when it's,
Even when it's uncomfortable.
it's like they're both encouraging us to drop the masks, right? To show up, to show up as our messy, imperfect selves, and to embrace the full spectrum of human experience.
And through that embrace, through that radical acceptance, we find connection, we find love, we find meaning, even in the midst, even in the midst of chaos and uncertainty. This is getting pretty deep.
Yeah.
But it's also incredibly liberating. It's like they're both giving us permission to be, to be fully human,
Yeah.
to laugh and cry, to stumble and rise, to embrace the paradox of it all.
And that sense of playfulness, that willingness to find humor in the midst of it all, that's something that both Duncan and the Law of One, that's something they both emphasize.
Duncan's whole comedic style is built on that, right?
Yeah.
Finding the absurdity in the everyday, the cosmic joke hiding in plain sight.
Exactly. And the Law of One suggests that joy and laughter are essential components of spiritual growth. They encourage us to approach life with a sense of lightness and playfulness, even amidst the challenges.
It's like they're reminding us that
Yeah.
life is a game, a cosmic dance. It's not about, taking ourselves too seriously, but rather embracing the absurdity and finding the humor in it all. Speaking of embracing the absurdity, both Duncan and the Law of One have some pretty wild things to say about the nature of time.
That's right. Duncan loves to riff about time being a flat circle, playing with that idea from True Detective. And the Law of One suggests that our linear perception of time, it's just a construct of our limited consciousness.
So are they saying we can bend time, travel through it? Is that what happens when we reach a higher density?
It's less about physically manipulating time and more about shifting our perception of it. The Law of One suggests that in higher densities, time becomes more fluid, more malleable. We can access memories from past lives and even glimpse potential futures.
Okay, that's some seriously mind-bending stuff.
Yeah.
But it also makes me think about how we approach, history. The whole narrative of human civilization. Duncan seems pretty skeptical of the official story,
Yeah.
Always questioning the accepted timeline and digging for, alternative interpretations.
And the Law of One acknowledges that our understanding of history is often,
Yeah.
limited and distorted. They suggest that there have been many cycles of civilization on Earth, and much of that knowledge has been lost or suppressed.
So we're not just talking about ancient aliens building pyramids,
Right.
but a whole hidden history
Mm-hmm.
of humanity
Yeah.
that's been buried beneath the surface.
Exactly. And they encourage us to question the narratives, the narratives we've been given, to seek out alternative perspectives, and to piece together, to piece together a more holistic understanding, of our past. Which leads us to another question that both Duncan and the Law of One, that both of them grapple with: the nature of truth itself.
In a world overflowing with information, misinformation, disinformation, it can be hard to know what to believe. That Duncan is constantly challenging us to think critically, to question everything, even our own assumptions.
And the Law of One encourages us to use our intuition and our discernment as compasses, to listen to the whispers of our hearts, and to trust the wisdom that resides within us.
It's about becoming our own authorities, right? Not blindly following dogma or external experts, but rather cultivating a sense of inner knowing.
Precisely. And both sources emphasize the importance of, being open.
Yeah.
Being open to new information, to different perspectives, even to ideas that challenge our existing beliefs.
It's about embracing, embracing the mystery,
Yeah.
the unknown, and recognizing that our understanding is always evolving, which makes me think about, how both Duncan and the Law of One, how they deal with the idea of societal conditioning. We're bombarded. We're bombarded with messages about who we should be, what to buy, how to think. It's like, we're born into this matrix. This is matrix of expectations.
And Duncan, being Duncan, tackles this head on. In one of his JRE appearances, he's got this whole bit about the lingering effects.
Yeah.
The lingering effects of Puritanism on our views. Our views about sex. It's hilarious. But it also points to how deeply ingrained, how deeply ingrained these societal programs, how deeply ingrained they can be.
Right. And the Law of One suggests that a lot of our societal structures are actually designed to keep us trapped in fear, scarcity, and separation. It's like, they want us to stay asleep.
That's a pretty stark way of putting it. But there's a truth to it, The Law of One encourages us to question these systems, to seek a higher truth. And Duncan, in his own way, is doing just that. He's using humor to deconstruct those narratives, to make us laugh at the absurdity of it all.
It's like he's sneaking in these profound truths under the guise of entertainment. Remember that bit about the media acting like a queen bee, releasing pheromones of fear to prepare us for war? It's funny, but it's also terrifyingly accurate.
And that brings us to another crucial point, individual empowerment. Both Duncan and the Law of One emphasize the power of choice. We're not just passive victims of circumstance. We have the agency to choose a different path, to break free from those limiting beliefs.
Okay, but how do we actually DO that? It's easy to feel overwhelmed, like the odds are stacked against us. Where do we even begin?
The Law of One suggests that aligning ourselves with the principles of love, compassion, and service to others is key. It's about transcending the ego's desire for control and embracing a more expansive worldview.
And Duncan, in his own way, echoes this sentiment. Remember his passionate plea for decriminalizing psilocybin mushrooms? He sees them as a tool for expanding consciousness and fostering a sense of unity and compassion, which is, in itself, an act of service.
It's a radical proposition, but one that aligns with the Law of One's emphasis on seeking knowledge and wisdom as pathways to spiritual evolution. They suggest that certain substances can act as catalysts for growth, helping us to break free from limiting beliefs and access higher states of consciousness.
So we're talking about plant medicine as a tool for hacking the matrix. That's some next-level stuff, but it also sounds a bit risky.
It definitely requires caution and respect. The Law of One stresses the importance of intention and discernment when working with any kind of transformative experience. It's not about seeking a quick fix or an escape from reality, but rather a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the cosmos.
It's like we need to be mindful of the tools we use and the paths we choose. There are no shortcuts to enlightenment, but there are many ways to get lost along the way. Which makes me think about one of the most fundamental mysteries of life: death. Duncan often jokes about our meat suits having expiration dates, but there's also a genuine curiosity about what happens after we die.
That's a topic that's often shrouded in fear and mystery, but both sources approach it with remarkable clarity and compassion. Duncan, in his typical fashion, uses humor to diffuse the tension, but beneath the laughter, there's a genuine curiosity about what happens after we die. The Law of One, on the other hand, offers a more structured framework for understanding death, describing it not as an ending, but as a transition.
A transition to what, exactly?
The Law of One describes a system of spiritual evolution that unfolds across multiple densities or dimensions of existence. After death, they suggest, our souls are drawn to the level that aligns with our vibration, our level of consciousness. It's less about a judgmental God sending us to a specific place, and more about our own choices and actions determining our trajectory.
So basically, karma is cosmic GPS, guiding us to our next destination.
In a way, yes. The Law of One suggests that we create our own reality through our thoughts, actions, and intentions, both in this life and beyond. Death is simply a transition point, a moment of reckoning where we review our experiences and choose our next steps on the evolutionary ladder. And that makes me think about how both Duncan and the Law of One talk about psychic attacks. It sounds woo-woo, but Duncan's had some experiences, especially with overly enthusiastic fans.
It's like being a good person makes you a target for some kind of energy vampires. Doesn't seem fair.
Well, the Law of One suggests that those who radiate light and love can become targets for negative entities who see it as a threat. But they also offer guidance on how to protect ourselves.
So do we need to start wearing garlic necklaces and carrying wood stakes?
Not quite. They emphasize the importance of maintaining a strong and balanced energy field through practices like meditation, visualization, and surrounding ourselves with positive intentions.
And Duncan, in his own way, echoes this advice. He often talks about the importance of mindfulness and self-care as ways to strengthen our resilience and navigate the challenges of modern life.
It's about cultivating a sense of inner peace and grounding ourselves in our own truth. The more centered and aligned we are, the less susceptible we become to external influences.
It's not about building walls to keep out the darkness, but rather strengthening our inner light so that it can't be extinguished. Which brings me to something else that's been on my mind. Both Duncan and the Law of One talk about this idea of interconnectedness, of us all being part of a larger organism.
It's a powerful concept, and one that both sources explore in fascinating ways. Duncan often uses the analogy of a hive mind, suggesting that we're all interconnected, even if we're not always aware of it.
Yeah, he jokes about humanity being a schizophrenic hive with all its conflicting impulses and competing ideologies. It's hilarious, but it also highlights the disconnect between our individual experience and the reality of our interconnectedness.
And the Law of One echoes this sentiment, suggesting that we're all part of a unified consciousness, each of us contributing to the evolution of the whole. They emphasize the importance of recognizing this interconnectedness and acting in ways that benefit not just ourselves, but all beings.
But how do we shift from an egocentric perspective to a more collective consciousness?
Yeah.
It's like we're wired for self-preservation, to put our own needs first. How do we break free from that programming?
The Law of One suggests that the key lies in cultivating love and compassion. They describe love as the most powerful force in the universe, a unifying energy that dissolves the barriers of separation and connects us at the deepest level.
And Duncan, in his own way, embodies this principle. His humor often disarms our defenses, allowing us to connect with the shared human experience, to see ourselves in others, and to recognize the absurdity of our divisions.
It's like he's using laughter as a bridge, inviting us to step outside of our limited perspectives and embrace a more expansive view of reality.
It's a reminder that we're all in this together, sharing this cosmic journey, stumbling and bumbling our way through the mysteries of life. And in those shared stumbles and bumbles, we find the humor, the connection, the love that makes it all worthwhile.
It's a beautiful message and one that resonates deeply with me. It's like, we're all just crazy monkey people trying to figure things out, and the best way to do that is together, with a sense of humor and a whole lot of art.
That's a perspective worth holding on to. And as we continue our deep dive into the world of Duncan Trussell and the Law of One, I'm excited to explore how we can cultivate more love, compassion, and interconnectedness in our own lives and in the world around us. But before we get too warm and fuzzy, let's talk about power. It's a word that can trigger a lot of different reactions, especially considering how much both Duncan and the Law of One emphasize service to others.
You're right. It seems paradoxical, doesn't it? On one hand, we're encouraged to embrace a selfless path, to focus on the well-being of others. But then there's this awareness of the corrupting influence of power, the potential for even well-intentioned individuals to become entangled in systems that perpetuate harm.
Duncan doesn't shy away from this tension. He's constantly questioning the nature of authority, poking fun at those who seek power, and highlighting the absurdity of blind obedience.
And the Law of One, while not directly addressing political systems, offers a framework for ethical leadership through their concept of service to others. It's not about lording over others or controlling them, but rather empowering them and working together for the collective good.
It's about recognizing that true power lies not in external authority, but in our own hearts and minds. It's about aligning ourselves with the principles of love, compassion, and wisdom, and using our voices and actions to create a more just and equitable world. Which leads us to another big question. How do we reconcile the idea of free will with the Law of One's concept of a predetermined plan?
That's a great question, and it's one that both sources grapple with in interesting ways. Duncan, in his comedic explorations, often plays with the idea that our choices might be predetermined, that we're all just puppets dancing on strings.
Yeah, he's got this whole bit about the human AI being hacked by external forces like social media algorithms. It's funny, but it also makes you question whether we're truly in control of our own destiny.
And the Law of One acknowledges the complexity of free will, suggesting that it operates within a framework of cosmic laws and principles. They describe it as a delicate balance between our individual choices and the influence of our environment, our past karma, and the guidance of our higher selves.
Totally.
We're driving the car, but there's a GPS system guiding us, and maybe a few backseat drivers offering suggestions, but ultimately we're the ones behind the wheel.
Okay, that makes sense. But if we're really trying to evolve spiritually, to become more, more like the creator, how do we know which path to choose? There are so many different spiritual traditions, philosophies, practices. It's easy to get lost in the maze.
The law of one emphasizes, that there are many paths to the summit of the mountain, and each individual must find what resonates with their soul. They encourage us to use our discernment, to listen to our intuition, and to trust the guidance of our higher selves.
And Duncan, in his own way, echoes this. He's always, like exploring different spiritual practices, from meditation to psychedelics to shamanism. He's not afraid to experiment, to try new things, to see what works for him.
It's about being open to different perspectives, to different ways of knowing and experiencing the divine. And it's about recognizing that our understanding, it's always evolving. What might have resonated with us, at one point in our journey might no longer serve us as we grow and expand.
It's like we're constantly shedding old skins, outgrowing old beliefs, and stepping into new versions, new versions of ourselves. Which makes me think about something that both Duncan and the Law of One talk about, the importance of facing our shadows.
That's right. Duncan, with his dark humor, often shines a light on our less than noble impulses, the ways in which we sabotage ourselves, the destructive patterns we repeat. And the Law of One, while acknowledging the existence of negativity and darkness, suggests that these shadows are simply aspects of ourselves that need to be integrated and healed.
It's about recognizing that we're all works in progress, that we all have the capacity for both darkness and light.
Exactly. It's not about denying or suppressing, those shadow aspects, but rather bringing them into the light of awareness, understanding them and integrating them into our wholeness.
It's about, embracing the fullness of our being, the good, the bad, the ugly, and finding compassion for ourselves and others in the process. And that compassion, that empathy, that willingness to see the divine spark in everyone, that's what ultimately fuels the Law of One's concept of service to others.
You're right. And Duncan, in his own way, embodies this principle. His humor often serves as a catalyst for empathy and understanding, breaking down barriers and reminding us of our shared humanity. But it's not all sunshine and roses, is it? Both Duncan and the Law of One acknowledge the existence of, negative forces, of entities that seek to control and manipulate.
Yeah.
The Orion group, right? That concept still kind of freaks me out.
It can definitely sound like something straight out of the science fiction movie. But the Law of One suggests that these negative entities are real and they operate in subtle ways, often preying on our fears and insecurities. It's like a cosmic game of chess where the stakes are incredibly high.
So how do we protect ourselves? Do we need to build some kind of psychic shield or carry around a garlic necklace?
The Law of One emphasizes that the most powerful protection is love and light. They suggest that, that negative entities, they thrive in darkness, in fear, in separation. But when we cultivate, love, compassion, and unity within ourselves and in our communities, we create, we create a frequency that repels those negative influences.
And Duncan, in his own way, echoes this sentiment. He often talks about the importance of, mindfulness, being aware of our thoughts and emotions, choosing love over fear. He sees humor as a powerful tool for dismantling those negative thought patterns and raising our vibration.
It's about remembering that we have the power to choose which frequencies we align with, which energies we feed. We're not just passive victims of circumstance. We have agency, we have choice, we have the power to create our reality.
This is powerful stuff. And it makes me think about how both Duncan and the Law of One, how they approach the idea of spiritual awakening. Yeah. It's not about achieving some blissful state of enlightenment or escaping the messiness of human experience. It's about becoming more conscious, more aware, more aligned with our true nature.
Exactly. It's about waking up to the reality of who we are. Those divine sparks of consciousness playing out different roles and experiences across lifetimes. It's about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and embracing the journey of becoming more, becoming more like the creator.
It's a journey that's both, both challenging and exhilarating, full of twists and turns, laughter and tears. But it's a journey worth taking. And you know what? I think Duncan and the Law of One would agree that humor is an essential part of that journey.
Absolutely. Laughter is a powerful tool for healing, for transformation, for connection. It allows us to see the absurdity in our struggles, to find lightness in the darkness, to remember that we're not alone. We're not alone in this cosmic dance.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, I'm left with one final question.
Yeah.
One final question for you. Does humor help or hinder your own spiritual seeking? Is it a distraction? A distraction from the serious business, the serious business of enlightenment, or is it an integral part, an intro part of the path?
That's a great question to ponder, and I think the answer is different for everyone. But for me, humor is a reminder that even in the midst of the most profound mysteries, there's always room for joy, for laughter, for a sense of playfulness, and maybe, just maybe, that playfulness is what allows us to access those deeper truths, to see the world with fresh eyes, and to embrace the journey with a light heart.
Well said. And to all you listeners out there, thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us on this wild ride through the mind of Duncan Trussell and the wisdom of the Law of One. We hope you found some nuggets of insight, some moments of laughter, and maybe even a spark of inspiration to fuel your own cosmic journey. Until next time, keep diving deep.
Adonai.
All right, strap in, everybody, because today we are going deep down the rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, we're talking consciousness, reality, maybe even a little bit of the paranormal. Should be fun.
You know it. And luckily, we've got some incredible guides for this trip. We're diving into the work of Thomas Campbell.
Of course, the physicist with that, shall we say, unique perspective on reality.
Definitely unique. We've got his My Big Toey trilogy right here, all 3 books. Plus, we're going to be pulling from his interview on the Joe Rogan Experience.
A great interview, by the way. Lots of mind-blowing stuff in there for sure. And for our other guide, we're going to the source, the Law of One.
It's like we've got a scientific map and a spiritual compass all rolled into one.
And you know what's really wild is how much these 2 sources actually agree on. Some pretty big, pretty crazy ideas about how reality works.
Okay, so let's start with Campbell's big idea. This reality right here, right now, it's a virtual reality.
Whoa.
Whoa is right. I mean, how often do you hear a physicist talking about virtual reality? And this actually ties in really well with the Law of One. Okay, tell me more about that. What does the Law of One say about this maybe we're in a simulation thing?
Well, the Law of One talks about something called the logos. Think of it like this intelligent energy, this force that creates and sustains our reality.
So not a computer program exactly, but still something outside of what we normally think of as the real world.
Right. And both of these, Campbell's ideas and the Law of One, both say that the physical world is only one tiny part of everything that is, like one level in a massive game.
Okay, all right. I'm starting to get it. But if that's true, I mean, if we really are in some kind of grand simulation, why? What's the point?
Now, that is the million-dollar question, isn't it? And here's where it gets really interesting, because Campbell says that this whole reality thing, it's like a training ground for consciousness.
So we're here to learn?
We're here to learn, to grow, to evolve. He talks about how our experiences, the choices we make, they all feed back into the system.
So it's like leveling up our awareness, our understanding of, well, everything.
Exactly. And what's really cool is that the Law of One also talks about evolution, but from a more spiritual side. It says that the whole point is to serve others.
So it's not just about me. It's about becoming, I don't know, less selfish.
Less selfish, more compassionate, more connected to the whole, to everyone and everything.
Okay. I think I'm starting to see how these ideas fit together. Campbell's science and the Law of One spirituality, they're both pointing in the same direction. It's about, like, expanding who we are, becoming better versions of ourselves.
That's it. You got it. Campbell actually uses this term, entropy reduction, basically becoming less focused on our own ego and more on love, on compassion.
Entropy reduction. Okay, I'll have to remember that one. But how do we actually do it? Does that mean, like, giving up everything I own and becoming a monk?
Haha. No, it doesn't have to be that extreme. It's about being more mindful, making choices, even little ones that benefit others.
So like holding the door for someone or helping someone carry groceries, that kind of thing.
Absolutely. It's those small acts done with awareness and intention that really matter.
Okay, this is all making sense. But
Mhm.
there's one thing about the law of one that always kind of throws me off. The chakras.
Yeah, the chakras, those energy centers.
Exactly. I mean, it always felt a bit too, I don't know, new agey for me. Like, is that stuff real?
I get it. It can seem a bit out there. But here's the thing. Campbell talks a lot about the importance of emotional processing, overcoming negative patterns, facing our fears, all that stuff. And the law of one says that blockages in those energy centers, those chakras, can actually cause a lot of those negative emotions.
Mhm. Interesting. So maybe there's a connection there. Like, the chakras are more than just some spiritual idea.
Yeah.
They might actually affect how we think and feel.
Right. And the law of one says that as we clear those blockages, we become better at processing energy.
Yeah.
Like we can handle a higher voltage of love and light.
Okay, upgrading my inner wiring. I like that. But hold on, if we're all about love and light, what about the not so nice stuff in the law of one?
You mean the Orion group? Yeah, those guys.
Yeah, them.
Yeah.
Like, if we're all trying to evolve and be better, what's with the whole, beings trying to control us and all that? It seems kind of scary.
It can definitely seem that way. But Campbell talks about this idea of the belief trap. He says, don't just accept everything you hear, question it. And the law of one also says we have free will. We choose what we believe.
So maybe the Orion group is just one possibility, like a potential challenge on our path.
Exactly. And it's up to us to decide how we respond to it.
So much to think about. I'm already feeling like my brain is stretching.
And we've only just scratched the surface. We've got a lot more to unpack here.
All right, let's keep going. This is getting good. Okay, so we're back and ready to go even deeper with all this. This reality as a training ground, evolving consciousness, the whole deal.
Right, exactly. And Campbell, in that Joe Rogan interview, he really digs into how this whole evolution thing actually works. And get this, he uses the idea of a computer simulation.
Okay, now that's interesting. So, like, our choices actually affect the code of the simulation.
Well, maybe not the code directly, but Campbell's saying that everything we do, all our choices, they create this feedback loop within the system.
So, like, every choice I make, it's sending out these ripples, and that changes how the whole simulation runs.
That's a great way to think about it, yeah. And that feedback, Campbell says, it helps us learn and grow. It pushes us towards making choices that lead to what he calls positive entropy reduction.
Wait, hold on. I thought we were trying to reduce entropy. Now it's positive. I'm getting a little lost here.
It is a bit of a mouthful. So entropy, basically, it's like disorder, randomness. And entropy reduction means moving towards more order, more connection. And the positive part, that just means we're making choices that are good for everyone, not just ourselves.
Okay, yeah, I get it now. So it's not just about making my own little corner of the world less chaotic. It's about making the whole system better.
Exactly. And that fits perfectly with the law of one's idea of service to others. Recognizing that we're all connected, we're all part of the same thing.
This reminds me, we were talking about those energy centers, the chakras. Does the law of one say anything about how they relate to this whole service to others, positive entropy reduction thing?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The law of one says those energy centers, they're like filters, like lenses that we see reality through. And if those centers are blocked or out of whack, then everything gets kind of distorted. We don't see things clearly.
So it's like trying to drive with a dirty windshield. You can't really see where you're going, so you're more likely to make a wrong turn.
That's a great analogy. But when those energy centers are clean, when they're balanced, then we see everything with more clarity, more compassion. We understand what others need, and we make better choices. For everyone.
Okay, all right. So clearing out those energy blocks, that's important, both for me and for everyone else. But how do we actually do that? Any tips from the law of one?
Definitely. The law of one is big on meditation, taking time for self-reflection, and cultivating positive emotions, things like love, gratitude, forgiveness.
So working on my inner world, facing the tough stuff. But isn't that kind of selfish? Like, shouldn't I be out there, doing good deeds?
Not necessarily, because the law of one says that when we do that inner work, it actually allows us to help others more effectively. We become more in tune with their needs.
So by healing myself, I can actually help heal the world.
It's all connected, yeah. That's what both Campbell and the law of one are saying. We have this power to change ourselves, and in doing so, we change reality.
Okay, all right. That's pretty mind-blowing. But what about that Orion group we talked about? If we're all supposed to be working towards this positive evolution, what about those guys? They seem to be playing a whole different game.
Right. It's a good question. But remember, the law of one says they're not evil. Not exactly. They're just experiencing a different side of things, a different polarity.
So they're not like the villains in a movie trying to destroy everything.
Not really. More like they're playing a different role in this grand cosmic drama.
Okay, but if they're all about power and control, doesn't that clash with, everyone else trying to be all lovey-dovey and evolve?
It definitely can create conflict, yeah. And the Law of One doesn't shy away from that. It acknowledges that there are real challenges out there.
This is where that whole discernment thing comes in, right? The belief trap that
Well,
Campbell talks about.
Exactly. We can't just blindly accept everything we hear, even from sources we like. We got to use our intuition, our own judgment to figure out what's true.
So it's not about following anyone blindly. It's about finding my own path.
That's it. And that's what the Law of One says too. We have free will. We choose what we believe, how we act, and those choices, they shape who we become.
Man, this is a lot to take in. It's like empowering and overwhelming all at the same time.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's like we're peeling back the layers of reality and seeing how much more there is than we ever realized.
So much more. And I feel like we're just getting started. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here. Virtual reality, consciousness, chakras, the Orion group, so much. But there's one thing I keep coming back to.
What's that?
If we really are living in this like simulated reality that Campbell talks about, and all our choices have these big consequences, then what about free will? Do we actually have any?
Ah, the big question. And both Campbell and the Law of One have some really interesting things to say about it. Campbell, with his science background, he says that even if this is a simulation, there are still rules. Like the system has to operate within certain parameters.
So it's like a video game. We can't just do anything we want. There are boundaries.
Right. But within those boundaries, Campbell says there's actually a lot of freedom. Like we get to choose how we play the game.
Okay, that makes sense. But what about the Law of One? What does it say about free will in, maybe a simulated world?
Well, the Law of One takes it a step further. It says that the whole point of this game, this reality, is for us to exercise our free will.
So we're here to make choices. But why?
Because every choice we make, it shapes us. It helps us figure out who we really are, what we stand for. The Law of One says it's about choosing between service to others or service to self.
It's about figuring out like what side we're on.
Exactly. And it's not about being good or bad. It's about becoming more aware of our choices and their consequences. And this is where love comes in.
Love. Okay, now we're getting really deep.
Right. But both Campbell and the Law of One, they both say that love is essential.
But what kind of love are we talking about here? Like romantic love or,
Yeah.
Love for my family?
It's bigger than that. It's more like unconditional love.
Yeah.
That love that embraces everything and everyone. Campbell actually says it's the most powerful force in the universe.
Wow. Okay, so how do we tap into that kind of love? It seems pretty hard, especially with everything going on in the world right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. But Campbell and the Law of One both give us some tools. They say things like meditation, self-reflection, focusing on gratitude. These can help us connect to that deeper love.
So it starts with me,
Yeah.
with my own inner work.
Exactly. And as we do that work, as we cultivate that love within ourselves, we can then share it with others. And that's where things start to really change.
Okay, I'm starting to see the bigger picture here. But I can't help but think about all those people who are suffering.
Yeah.
Are they choosing that?
That's a really tough question. And both Campbell and the Law of One acknowledge that there's a lot we don't understand. Campbell talks about how our past experiences, our beliefs, even the collective consciousness of humanity, all of this can influence us.
So it's not as simple as saying, you create your own reality, so if you're unhappy, it's your fault.
Right. And the Law of One reminds us that everyone is on their own journey. We're all learning and growing at our own pace.
Even the people who, maybe seem like they're making bad choices.
Even them. The Law of One says that everyone has a role to play in this grand cosmic drama. And even those who seem lost can help others learn and grow through compassion and understanding.
It's like we're all in this together.
Exactly. And that brings us back to those wanderers we were talking about, those souls from higher densities who choose to come here to Earth to help us evolve.
It's like they're lending a hand, helping us remember who we really are.
And they're reminding us of the power of love, that it's not just some fluffy idea, it's a real force that can change everything.
This has been an amazing journey. I feel like I've learned so much, but there's still so much to explore.
Absolutely. We've just scratched the surface. But hopefully this has given you some new perspectives to think about, some new tools to use on your own journey.
And that's what this is all about, right? Exploring, questioning, and ultimately remembering who we truly are. So keep diving deep, keep asking questions, and keep the conversation going. We'll see you next time on The Deep Dive. All right, so are you ready to explore some seriously mind-bending ideas? You've asked us to dive into Thomas Campbell's ideas about consciousness and reality, especially from that Joe Rogan interview, and compare them to the Law of One. Buckle up. We're about to get deep.
You know, it is fascinating how Campbell and the Law of One, despite coming from such different sources, arrive at surprisingly similar conclusions. They both suggest that reality might be more like a simulation, that we're all part of a larger consciousness, and that the purpose of life is to evolve spiritually.
Yeah, okay, so for those who haven't encountered Thomas Campbell before, can you give us a little background? Who is this guy?
Well, Campbell is actually a physicist by training, but he spent decades researching consciousness and developed his own theory of everything, which he calls my big TOE. He blends science and spirituality in a really unique way, and that Joe Rogan interview definitely helped bring his ideas to a wider audience.
Yeah. I remember being struck by how he used physics to support his idea of reality as a simulation. It wasn't just some vague spiritual concept. He was talking about quantum mechanics and information theory.
Right.
For a lot of people, that's a pretty big leap. Can you break down his core idea in a way that's easier to grasp, for someone who's not a physicist?
Sure. Imagine reality as a massive, incredibly complex video game. We're not in base reality, as Campbell calls it, but rather in a virtual reality created by a larger consciousness. Everything we experience, our bodies, the physical world, even our thoughts and emotions, are all part of this intricate simulation.
So it's not just a random, pointless matrix situation. There's actually a purpose behind this game.
That's what Campbell proposes. He argues that the simulation was created for us to learn and evolve spiritually. Think of it like a cosmic training ground where we face challenges, make choices, and ultimately grow in consciousness.
That's wild. And here's where it gets really interesting, because the Law of One, which comes from this channeled entity called Ra, touches on a similar idea of a purposeful reality.
Right.
Can you give us a quick rundown on the Law of One and where it comes from?
Sure. The Law of One material was channeled back in the early 1980s, actually predating a lot of Campbell's work. A group of researchers used trance-channeling to communicate with an entity they called Ra, who claimed to be a collective consciousness from a higher density of existence.
I know channeling can be a bit controversial. How can we be sure any of this information is legitimate?
That's a question the Law of One itself encourages us to ask. It emphasizes the importance of discernment, using our own intuition and critical thinking to evaluate the information. However, putting that aside for now, the parallels between what Ross says and Campbell's ideas are hard to ignore.
Okay, so let's dive into some of those parallels. What are the biggest things they seem to agree on?
Well, one of the most fundamental points of agreement is the idea that consciousness is primary. Both Campbell and Ra suggest that consciousness is the building block of reality, not physical matter. In other words, instead of our brains creating consciousness, it's actually consciousness that's creating our brains and everything else we experience. It completely flips our usual worldview on its head.
That's a huge shift in perspective. It makes you wonder if everything we perceive as solid and real is actually just a projection of consciousness.
Right.
Does this tie into their shared view of the purpose of life being spiritual evolution?
Absolutely. Both Campbell and Ra see this simulation as a training ground for us to learn, grow, and expand our consciousness through the choices we make and the experiences we have. It's about evolving beyond our limited egocentric perspective and tapping into the larger interconnected consciousness that underlies all of reality.
I know Campbell talks a lot about love being crucial in this process. Is that a theme in the Law of One as well?
Absolutely. Both Campbell and Ra emphasize the importance of love, specifically unconditional love as the driving force of evolution. In the Law of One, this idea is connected to the very concept of the Law of One itself, the idea that we're all interconnected, all part of the same universal consciousness.
So becoming more loving isn't just some nice side effect. It's actually the core mechanism of how we evolve and navigate this simulated reality.
That's right. It's about recognizing the inherent unity of all things and expressing that understanding through love and compassion in our thoughts, words, and actions. It's like leveling up in the video game analogy, moving closer to the ultimate goal of realizing our interconnectedness.
They seem to be painting a very similar picture of reality as this grand stage for spiritual evolution.
Yeah,
But I'm sure they don't agree on everything, right? Where do some of their ideas start to diverge?
that's a great question. And it's where things get even more intriguing. One of the key differences is in their conceptions of the creator. Campbell seems to lean towards a more impersonal force driving creation, almost like an evolutionary process playing itself out. The law of one, on the other hand, presents a more personal creator, a conscious being, albeit one that's vastly beyond our comprehension.
So it's like Campbell is saying, it's the system man, while Ra is pointing to a grand architect behind it all.
That's a good way to put it. Though both acknowledge the limitations of human language in truly grasping these concepts, we're dealing with realms that are inherently beyond our normal ways of thinking.
Yeah, it makes you realize how much our language shapes our perception of reality. We're trying to describe the indescribable. Another big question that comes to mind is free will. If we're in a simulation, does that mean our choices are predetermined? What do they say about that?
This is where things get really complex. Campbell seems to believe our choices genuinely impact the simulation, shaping not only our individual journeys, but potentially influencing the system as a whole. The law of one, however, suggests a degree of predetermination. It talks about a kind of cosmic plan, a pre-woven tapestry, but emphasizes that free will still operates within that framework.
So it's not like every little detail is set in stone,
Yeah.
but there's a general direction we're supposed to be heading in. And we have the freedom to choose our path within that overall trajectory.
That's a good way to understand it. It's like having a destination in mind, but being able to choose the route you take to get there. This difference in their views on free will actually leads to another interesting point of divergence: the role of negative entities.
I'm curious about that. The law of one talks about beings that choose a path of service to self, those who actively work against the positive evolution of consciousness. I don't recall Campbell discussing this in that Rogan interview. Does that mean he doesn't believe in evil or malevolent forces?
It's not clear from that particular interview. It's possible he simply chose to focus on other aspects of his model. It's important to remember that we're looking at a snapshot of his ideas, not his entire body of work. However, it is an area where their emphasis seems to differ, at least on the surface.
Okay, so there's some interesting points of convergence and divergence. But the biggest question for me is, so what? How does any of this apply to us in our daily lives? Does it even matter if we're in a simulation if we can't tell the difference?
That's a crucial question. Both Campbell and Ra would argue that it absolutely does matter, even if we never fully grasped the mechanics of the simulation. The real value lies in the lessons, the growth, the evolution we experience here.
So the simulation is like the container, the setting, but the real game is happening within us in terms of our consciousness and our spiritual evolution.
Precisely. And if we take this idea seriously, if we approach life as an opportunity to evolve spiritually, it changes how we perceive everything. Our relationships, our challenges, even our perceived failures become opportunities for growth.
So instead of asking, why me? When things get tough, we should be asking, what am I meant to learn from this?
Exactly. It's about recognizing that even difficult experiences can serve a purpose in our evolution. This idea actually resonates with the law of one's concept of catalyst.
I've heard of that. Can you explain what catalyst means in this context?
Catalyst refers to any experience, any situation that presents us with an opportunity to make a choice, to learn a lesson. The law of one emphasizes that everything we encounter is a catalyst for our growth, pushing us to choose how we will respond, whether we will move towards service to others or service to self.
So even seemingly negative events have a role to play in our evolution.
That's right. And it's not about being perfect or never making mistakes. It's about using our free will to align with love with the law of one as often as we can.
I can see how this perspective could be helpful in dealing with challenging situations, but I have to ask, what about the suffering in the world? The injustices, the tragedies? If this is all a simulation designed for our benefit, why is there so much pain?
This is where the concepts of free will and simulation get really complicated. Both Campbell and Ross seem to suggest that this simulated reality is set up to maximize our learning potential. And unfortunately, that includes the potential for pain, suffering, and what we perceive as evil.
It sounds like they're saying that darkness is necessary for the light to shine brighter. Without contrast, we wouldn't be able to choose to truly exercise our free will.
That's a key idea in both models. It's not that the creator wants us to suffer, but that suffering is an inevitable byproduct of a system that allows for free will and the full spectrum of experience.
And free will is so crucial because it allows us to genuinely choose love, which is the ultimate aim of this whole cosmic game.
Exactly. Forced love isn't really love. It's only through freely choosing love, even in the face of darkness and suffering, that we truly evolve and fulfill the purpose of this simulation.
That makes a lot of sense. But let's be honest, unconditional love can feel like an impossible ideal in this world. How do we even begin to grasp that concept, let alone put it into practice?
It's definitely a lifelong practice, and both Campbell and Raw would say it begins with ourselves. They both emphasize the importance of self-love, of accepting ourselves with all our flaws and imperfections.
I've heard that before. It's like putting your own oxygen mask on first, before helping others.
That's a great analogy, and it's not selfish, it's essential. If we're constantly judging and criticizing ourselves, how can we possibly offer genuine love and acceptance to anyone else?
So self-love is the foundation.
Hmm.
But then how do we take that love out into the world and actually make it unconditional, especially when we encounter people who might be, well, unlovable?
That's the real challenge, isn't it? And neither Campbell nor Ra offer easy answers. They both suggest that it's about seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the divine spark within everyone, even those who might be acting in ways we perceive as negative.
It's about remembering that we're all in this game together, even the so-called bad guys, because they're ultimately playing a role in our evolution too.
That's a profound insight, and one that can be incredibly difficult to hold on to when faced with real-world suffering and injustice. But it's a core principle of both these models. They encourage us to see beyond the illusion of separation and recognize the interconnectedness of all beings.
I have to admit, my brain is starting to melt a little here. We've covered so much ground. Simulated reality, spiritual evolution, unconditional love. It's a lot to process.
And we're just scratching the surface. Remember, this is a deep dive. Campbell has his entire book, My Big Toey, and The Law of One is a massive collection of channeled material. There are layers upon layers to explore.
Which I guess is kind of the point, right? But before we completely lose ourselves in these infinite possibilities, I want to bring it back to our listener for a moment. What are some key takeaways they can walk away with from this conversation?
That's an excellent question. If these ideas have sparked something in you, if they resonate with your own experience, I encourage you to explore them further. Dive into Campbell's work, read The Law of One, see what feels true for you, because ultimately this is about your personal journey of discovery.
It's like we've provided the map, but you have to choose your own path and discover what these ideas mean to you.
Exactly. And as you continue your exploration, remember that the most important questions are often the ones without easy answers. Keep asking, keep seeking, keep challenging your assumptions about reality, consciousness, and the nature of your own being.
Because who knows, maybe the biggest aha moment comes when you realize you're the one creating the simulation all along.
That's a thought-provoking idea, isn't it? And one that both Campbell and Ra would likely encourage us to contemplate.
All right, listeners, we're going to leave you hanging there for now. But don't worry, we'll be back in the next part of this deep dive to explore even more mind-bending concepts from Thomas Campbell and the Law of One. Until then, happy simulating.
Welcome back to our deep dive into the fascinating ideas of Thomas Campbell and the Law of One.
You know, it's interesting. We've been talking about these big abstract concepts like simulated reality, consciousness, the nature of the creator. But I'm starting to see how they connect to like our everyday lives and relationships.
Yeah, that's a key point. These ideas aren't just intellectual exercises. They have practical implications for how we interact with the world and each other.
So let's talk about that. If we entertain this idea of reality as a simulation designed for spiritual growth, how does that change the way we approach our relationships?
Well, it encourages us to view everyone we encounter as fellow players in this grand game of evolution. Even those who challenge us or even hurt us are ultimately here to learn and grow just like we are.
Yeah, that's a big shift in perspective. Instead of getting caught up in like blame or judgment, we're trying to see the bigger picture, the evolutionary purpose behind like every interaction.
Precisely. It's like remembering that everyone is playing their role, even the so-called villains. Instead of taking things personally, we can ask ourselves, what can I learn from this interaction? How can I use this as an opportunity for growth?
It's almost like turning every relationship into a spiritual practice.
That's a great way to put it. When we approach relationships with this awareness, it changes the way we interact. We become more compassionate, more forgiving, more understanding.
But what about those relationships that are truly toxic? The ones that drain our energy and hold us back? Does this model mean we have to stay in those situations for the sake of spiritual growth?
Not at all. Both Campbell and Ra emphasize the importance of self-care and setting boundaries. It's essential to remove ourselves from situations that are harmful to our well-being.
So it's not about being a doormat or tolerating abuse in the name of evolution.
Absolutely not. Remember, we're here to learn and grow. Sometimes that means recognizing when a relationship has served its purpose and it's time to move on.
But how do we know when it's time to move on? That can be a tough decision, especially if we've invested a lot in the relationship.
It's definitely not always easy. Both Campbell and Ra would encourage us to listen to our intuition, to pay attention to how a relationship is affecting us. If it's consistently draining us, if it's preventing us from growing, it might be time to reevaluate.
And that reevaluation might mean having difficult conversations, setting boundaries, or even walking away entirely.
Yes, it could involve any of those things. It's important to remember that walking away doesn't mean we've failed. It simply means we've learned what we needed to learn, and it's time for the next chapter.
This whole idea of relationships as catalysts for growth is really shifting my perspective. It makes me think differently about communication conflict, even everyday interactions.
That's the power of these models. They offer us a new lens to view our experiences, a framework for understanding the deeper meaning behind everything that happens.
It's not about escaping reality or pretending challenges don't exist. It's about using those challenges as fuel for our evolution.
Exactly. It's about seeing the opportunity in every obstacle, the lesson in every setback.
And ultimately, it's about choosing love even when it's hard, even when it seems impossible.
That's the heart of it. The essence of what both Campbell and Ra are trying to convey, love, is the driving force of creation, the ultimate goal of our evolution.
We've covered so much in this deep dive, simulated reality, consciousness, love. It's been quite a journey.
And this is just the beginning. There's so much more to explore.
So for our listeners who are feeling inspired, where did they go from here? What are some steps they can take to continue this deep dive on their own?
Keep asking questions. Don't take anything we've said as gospel truth. Explore these ideas for yourself. Read Campbell's work. Dive into the law of winds. See what resonates with you.
And pay attention to your own experiences. See how these concepts play out in your life, in your relationships, in the choices you make.
Because the ultimate goal is not just to accumulate knowledge, but to embody these principles, to live them out in the world.
So it's not just about thinking differently, it's about being different.
That's the challenge and the invitation to become more loving, more compassionate, more aligned with the law of one.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. But the exploration doesn't end here. We encourage you to keep diving deeper into these ideas. Keep questioning, keep seeking, and most importantly, keep evolving.
And remember, as always, the journey is the destination. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into the fascinating worlds of Thomas Campbell and the law of one.
Hey there, ready for a deep dive? We're going deep into hypnosis today
Oh, yeah.
and how it connects to this thing called the law of one.
Sounds fascinating.
We got a whole bunch of sources here, training manuals,
Yeah.
legal documents, even some like mystical texts.
It is a very interesting intersection, for sure. We're going to be looking at the practical applications of hypnosis first,
Yeah.
like how it works, what are the legal limits, and then venturing into the more esoteric realm with the law of one and what it has to say about consciousness.
So someone listening might be like, okay, so what is hypnosis?
Right.
Is it mind control?
Right.
Am I going to fall asleep?
Yeah, it's not sleep and it's not mind control.
Okay.
The Encyclopedia Britannica and the Institute of Interpersonal Hypnotherapy, they describe hypnosis as an altered state of awareness where you're just more open to suggestion.
Okay, so you're not like completely out of it. You're just more
Yeah.
receptive.
Yeah.
Your subconscious is more accessible. And that's not just with like traditional hypnosis techniques, right?
The IAIH manual that we have, it talks about NLP too,
NLP.
neuro-linguistic programming.
Oh, yeah.
So it shows there are other ways to influence the subconscious.
So NLP is all about the power of language.
Yes,
and
exactly.
how it can influence us.
Right, and it shows that we can be influenced subconsciously in lots of different ways.
Yeah.
Whether it's through words or visual cues or even physical sensations.
Okay, this is where I start to get really interested.
Okay.
Because the training manuals, we have the IAIH and the International Medical and Dental Hypnotherapy Association. They actually outline very specific techniques for how to induce hypnosis.
Yeah, they go into all sorts of techniques like eye fixation,
Oh, wow.
progressive relaxation, and even how the hypnotist's tone of voice can guide someone into that receptive state.
That's so cool. And it's not just like how to get someone into a trance, right?
Right.
It's like they have protocols for using hypnosis for things like smoking cessation, weight loss, even spiritual exploration.
Absolutely. There's a whole range of applications,
Wow.
both for therapy and personal growth.
Okay.
Um,
That's awesome.
and there are some techniques that are really nuanced.
Okay.
There's this book, Hypnosis, A Comprehensive Guide, and it describes a technique called embedded commands,
Embedded commands.
where subtle suggestions are woven into language to bypass the conscious mind.
So like You can slip something in there
Right.
without the person knowing it.
Exactly.
That's a little creepy.
It is, but it shows you how powerful suggestion can be
Yeah.
and how important it is to work with someone ethical.
Speaking of ethics, I was kind of surprised to learn that there are legal guidelines around hypnosis.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like, can I just hypnotize my friends at a party?
Well, it depends on where you are.
Okay.
Like, Florida has specific laws about it.
Really?
Florida statute 485.004 says that only licensed practitioners can use hypnosis therapeutically.
Wow. So you can actually get in trouble if you're not careful.
You have to be responsible with this stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so we've been talking about like the practical side of hypnosis.
Right.
But what about some of those like common myths or misconceptions?
Oh, there are a lot of those.
Like what?
Like one big one is that only weak-minded people can be hypnotized.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
But actually this book, Practical Lessons in Hypnotism, says it's the opposite.
Really?
Highly intelligent people who have good concentration, they're actually easier to hypnotize.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I always thought it would be the other way around.
Nope.
What about those stage shows where people cluck like chickens?
Oh, yeah.
Is that real hypnosis?
It is real. It's a specific type of stage hypnosis that uses very deep trances.
Okay.
It's not the same as clinical hypnosis, where people are generally more aware.
Gotcha. So that makes sense.
This book, How to Hypnotize Anyone, explains all the different levels of trance and
Okay.
how they're used in different situations.
So we've covered the basics of hypnosis. But now let's get into this law of one connection.
Yeah, this is where things get a little more out there.
A little more esoteric.
Yeah, a law of one is all about channeled messages.
Okay, so not like a scientific study.
No, it's different.
Okay.
So someone is claiming to receive information from non-physical beings.
Okay, so like higher consciousness.
Right.
Gotcha.
And according to these messages compiled in the Law of One books,
Mm-hmm.
there's an infinite creator.
Okay.
And love is central to our evolution.
Okay. I'm intrigued. Tell me more about this law of one.
All right, well, one of the key ideas is this concept of densities.
Density.
Different levels of existence or consciousness.
Okay.
And the Law of One says that Earth is in third density right now.
So instead of thinking of reality as linear, it's more like layers.
Yeah, like layers of existence.
Okay.
Imagine different states of matter, like solid, liquid, gas.
Gotcha.
Each state has different properties.
Yeah.
The Law of One suggests that consciousness evolves through different densities as well.
Okay, so third density, but what does that even mean?
Yeah. So third density is where self-awareness blossoms.
Okay.
It's where humans grapple with good and evil, free will,
Yeah.
and our relationship to the creator.
So like where we are now.
Right.
That-
And it's where we make a crucial choice that determines our future evolution.
What kind of choice?
It's called the choice.
Okay.
And it's the choice between service to self or service to others.
Ooh, service to self versus service to others.
Yeah.
That is a big choice.
It is, and according to the Law of One, it has a huge impact on our spiritual journey.
Wow. So how does this all connect back to hypnosis?
Well, to understand that, we need to talk about another idea from the Law of
Yes,
One.
we do. Wanderers.
Wanderers, like people who travel the world.
Not quite.
Yeah.
Although the idea is kind of similar.
Okay.
The Law of One says that wanderers are beings who have evolved beyond third density, but they've chosen to come back to Earth to help us.
So they're like spiritual volunteers from a higher dimension.
Oh, that's a good way to put it.
That's wild. What are they here to do?
Their purpose is to help raise the consciousness on Earth.
Okay.
They act as guides
Wow.
to help us move towards love, compassion, and unity.
So are we like surrounded by these wanderers without even knowing it?
Maybe.
And if they're here to help, why is there still so much suffering?
That's a great question, and it comes down to free will.
Okay.
The Law of One says that free will is paramount.
Right?
Wanderers can't interfere with our choices.
Yeah.
They can only offer guidance and support.
So even with these cosmic helpers,
Yeah,
we're still ultimately responsible for our own choices.
exactly.
This is a lot to take in. I'm definitely ready to learn more about this Law of One.
Me too.
You, our listener, hang in there with us as we keep going deeper into this fascinating stuff.
It's going to be a wild ride.
It is.
Before we get lost in densities and wanderers, we should talk about ethics,
Oh, yeah. Good point.
especially with hypnosis. The Law of One talks about negative entities, and that adds another layer. It's kind of scary to think about.
Yeah.
If hypnosis can help people quit smoking or manage their weight, couldn't it also be used to manipulate or harm someone?
It's a good question, and ethical practitioners think about it all the time.
Yeah.
The Law of One suggests that negative entities,
Okay.
beings who have chosen service to self,
Right.
They might use techniques like hypnosis to influence people,
Oh, wow.
often through fear and manipulation.
So like those embedded commands we talked about earlier.
Exactly.
But with bad intentions.
Yeah, it can be a bit unsettling.
It is.
But the law of one says we always have free will. We
Yep.
can choose how we respond to any influence, good or bad.
So it's about being aware of our own thoughts and reactions.
Right. It's about developing discernment.
Okay.
So you don't have to be suspicious of everyone,
Right.
but you do need a strong sense of self
Yeah.
and be in tune with your inner guidance.
And that's where self-hypnosis can be helpful.
Exactly.
It's like building mental immunity.
Right. When you learn to guide your own subconscious,
Yeah.
you take back control.
You're less susceptible to outside influences.
Right. Whether it's from a hypnotist or a charismatic leader,
Mm-hmm.
or even all the advertising we're bombarded with.
I never thought about self-hypnosis as protection.
It's powerful.
But can hypnosis also be used for more than protection?
Of course.
Like, can it help us connect with those higher densities?
Absolutely. Hypnosis can be a pathway to exploring different levels of consciousness.
Wow.
You can even connect with your higher self
Okay.
or access spiritual guidance.
So it's not just about quitting smoking.
No.
It's about expanding our consciousness.
Yes. It's about evolving as a spiritual being.
That's amazing.
It is.
Mm.
But like any powerful tool, there are risks.
Right.
It depends how it's used. Think of a hammer.
Okay.
It can build a house or break a window.
Yeah.
It's the same with hypnosis.
That makes sense.
That's why ethical guidelines are so important.
It seems like the law of one would want us to use hypnosis ethically.
It does. The law of one emphasizes interconnectedness and service to others.
Right.
So any use of hypnosis that harms someone
Yeah.
would go against that.
Okay, so let's go back to densities for a second.
Sure.
You mentioned Earth is in third density, where we
Right.
develop self-awareness and grapple with choices.
Mm-hmm.
Can you paint a clearer picture of these different densities?
Well, think of it as a spectrum of consciousness.
Okay.
Each density is a different level of vibration.
Okay.
First density is the most basic level.
Oh.
That's where awareness is just starting.
So like rocks and minerals.
Yes,
Right.
like the elemental forces of nature.
So even rocks have consciousness.
In a very basic way, yes.
Hmm.
It's different from ours,
Yeah.
but it's still part of creation.
Okay.
And as consciousness evolves, it moves through the density.
So second density is plants and animals.
Exactly.
Okay.
Think of the instincts that guide living things.
Right.
It's a step up in complexity.
So each density builds on the one before it.
Right.
What makes third density unique then?
Third density is where self-awareness really develops.
Okay.
Humans grapple with good and evil free will,
Right.
our connection to a higher power.
Yeah.
It's where we develop abstract thought language, complex emotions.
So it gets messy.
It does.
And the law of one says we're moving to fourth density.
Yes.
What's that like?
Fourth density is a realm of love and understanding.
Okay.
Compassion and empathy are the norm.
Wow.
Conflicts are resolved peacefully,
That sounds amazing.
and we recognize our interconnectedness on a deeper level.
A planet of love.
It's something to strive for.
How do we get there?
It's not like flipping a switch.
Okay.
The law of one says we're in a time of transformation,
Okay.
both individually and collectively.
So it's a process.
It's like a cosmic sorting. We're
Interesting.
separating those who are ready for fourth density.
So it's not like we wake up one day and everything's different.
No, it's a gradual shift.
And this transition is happening within each of us
Exactly. As the Earth's vibration rises, it's like a wake-up call.
to our true nature
Yes. To choose love over fear.
and align with the law of one.
Exactly.
And we're back, still diving deep into this whole hypnosis and law of one thing.
Yes, still going.
Before the break, we were talking about harvest,
Mm.
like a cosmic evaluation.
Exactly. It's what the law of one suggests happens as Earth moves into fourth density.
Okay.
Those who've chosen service to others and have reached a certain spiritual maturity, they'll be able to make the shift.
So harvest, that's a pretty intense idea.
It is.
Is it like a one-time event or more of a gradual thing?
The law of one suggests it's gradual.
Okay.
And that it's already happening.
Really?
As the Earth's vibration increases, things might get more intense.
In what way?
Well, both positive and negative events. Like the contrast is heightened.
Oh, wow. So it's not like we'll just wake up one day and everything's different.
Right. It's more of a slow build-up to a tipping point.
Okay. So this transition is not just global, it's personal, too.
Yeah, exactly. It's happening within each of us.
As the Earth's vibration rises.
It's like a wake-up call to remember our true nature. To choose love over fear
Mhm.
and align with the law of one.
So where does hypnosis fit into all of this? Can it help with this transition?
Absolutely. Remember those hypnosis protocols we talked about?
Yeah, like for quitting smoking or managing weight.
Right. It's all about making choices that align with a healthier way of being.
So using hypnosis to clear out negative patterns and make room for the positive.
Exactly. And the law of one says that inner work is crucial for the harvest.
It's about aligning our thoughts, beliefs, and actions with that higher vibration.
Right.
So hypnosis is like a tool to accelerate our spiritual growth.
In a way, yes. It helps us become more ready for the harvest.
By working with our subconscious?
We can release limiting beliefs, overcome fears, cultivate compassion, forgiveness, understanding.
And those are the qualities that will resonate with fourth density.
Exactly.
It's not just about the techniques.
Yeah.
It's about embodying the principles of the law of one.
Love, service, unity.
And the law of one says we're all connected.
Yes. So as we work on ourselves, we also affect the planet's vibration.
So our choices and actions can influence the harvest for everyone.
It's like a ripple effect. Every act of kindness, every moment of forgiveness, every choice for love adds to the momentum.
That's a lot of responsibility.
It is. But what about those who aren't ready for the harvest?
Yeah, what happens to them?
The law of one says they continue their journey in third density,
Okay,
maybe on another planet like Earth.
so no one's left behind.
Right. It's about finding the right environment for each soul to grow.
It's like repeating a grade, but on a cosmic scale.
Exactly.
And there's no shame in that.
Everyone's on their own path.
Exactly. There's no right or wrong, just what's right for each individual soul.
This has been quite a journey.
It has.
We went from practical hypnosis to the cosmic implications of the law of one.
And back again.
It's amazing how it all connects.
It is. It shows we're all part of something much bigger.
A constantly evolving tapestry of consciousness.
That's beautiful. So as we wrap up, what's the key takeaway for our listener?
Maybe it's a call to explore the power of your own mind.
Through hypnosis.
Not just for personal growth, but for spiritual evolution, too.
It's a reminder that we have a choice in every moment.
To choose love or fear.
Service to self or service to others.
And those choices have consequences for us and for everyone else.
It's an invitation to consider that we're all part of this cosmic dance.
Moving towards a future of love, unity, and understanding.
A future we're creating together.
Through our thoughts, choices, and actions.
Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey.
It was a pleasure.
Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep choosing love. All right, let's dive deep today, exploring some fascinating connections between Ram Dass's teachings and the law of one.
Interesting stuff.
We've got excerpts from some of Ram Dass's most powerful works, like Miracle of Love, Still Here, even Addiction and Attachment.
Wow.
And we're going straight to the source with the law of one material itself.
Cool.
Buckle up. We're about to see how this Harvard professor turned spiritual seeker ended up aligning with a cosmic philosophy
Really?
channeled from a non-physical entity.
That's wild. It is fascinating how those two seemingly separate paths, like one deeply personal and the other expansive and cosmic, ultimately converge on core ideas about love, consciousness, and the journey we're all on.
Exactly. I mean, when we talk about a transformation, Ram Dass goes from studying psychology at Harvard to traveling to India and fully embracing Eastern spirituality.
Wow.
He even experimented with psychedelics, questioning the very nature of reality.
Right.
Before meeting his guru, Neem Karoli Baba, everyone called him Maharaji.
Oh.
And that's where things really shifted for him, you know. That meeting, it just exemplifies a central theme that runs through both Ram Dass's teachings and the law of one.
It really does.
This potential for radical personal transformation.
Yeah.
And this persistent urge to seek truth.
Yeah.
Beyond, like, conventional boundaries.
Beyond the conventional,
No, I know. The Maharaji stories in Miracle of Love.
Oh, yeah.
They're wild. This guy was materializing apples out of thin air.
Really?
Predicting people's futures and radiating this overwhelming love.
Oh, wow.
That just transformed everyone around him.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You know, and those anecdotes, they're not just entertaining stories. They actually highlight this core principle of the law of one, that love is the unifying force of the universe. A concept that echoes throughout Ram Dass's work as well.
It does. It really does.
Both emphasize that this love is not just this fleeting emotion, but this powerful energy that connects us all.
It's a powerful energy, yeah. It makes you wonder, does this universal love differ from the romantic love we usually talk about?
Mm.
Is it like a different kind of energy?
Yeah, like both Ram Dass and the Law of One,
Okay.
they distinguish between those types of love.
Okay.
They focus on a deeper,
Okay.
more universal love
Uh-huh.
that acts as a driving force
Mhm.
for spiritual evolution.
Yeah, and it makes you rethink how you view your relationships, right?
Yeah.
Your actions towards others.
Yeah.
But Ram Dass wasn't all about bliss and love.
No.
He faced some tough stuff, especially after a stroke later in life.
Mm.
His book, Still Here, it reframes aging,
Okay.
turning it into this conscious aging process,
Okay.
an opportunity for spiritual growth. This reframing is incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
When you layer in the law of one's concept
Right.
of reincarnation and cyclical experience,
Mhm.
it changes how you see challenges,
It does.
transitions, even death itself.
Yeah.
Suddenly, these events become
Yeah.
opportunities for greater awareness and acceptance.
Right.
Okay, but the law of one's framework,
Yeah.
it can be a lot to take in.
I know.
It talks about these 7 densities of existence
Right.
representing stages of spiritual evolution.
Right.
Free will is this core principle,
Mhm.
and the idea of harvest,
Right.
where souls move to higher densities
Right.
based on their progress.
Yeah.
There's even this choice
Yeah.
between service to self
Okay.
and service to others' paths.
Okay.
Where do we even begin with all that?
It's definitely complex.
Yeah.
Think of densities like levels in a video game.
Okay.
You progress through each level,
Okay.
facing new challenges,
Mm-hmm.
and gaining deeper understanding. Free will allows you to choose your path.
Okay.
And harvest is like leveling up.
That one.
Once you've learned what you need to from a particular density.
Okay.
But the choice between service to self
Right.
and service to others,
Yeah.
that's where things get interesting.
Yeah.
It points to the motivations behind your choices.
Okay.
Are you acting in your own self-interest
Uh-huh.
or striving to benefit others?
And that choice seems like
It is, yeah.
the crux of both
Awful.
and Ram Dass's teachings in addiction and attachment.
Yeah.
Ram Dass is brutally honest
Yeah.
about his own struggles with attachment,
Oh, wow.
even within a spiritual context.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
And what's fascinating,
Yeah.
those struggles, they actually support
Okay.
the law of one's perspective on overcoming challenges.
Okay.
Both suggest
Right.
that even negative experiences
Yeah.
can be catalysts for growth.
So it's not about avoiding the tough stuff.
Not at all.
Oh.
The law of one even introduces this idea
Yeah, it's
of
okay.
the veil of forgetting, basically.
Okay.
We experience a kind of amnesia
Okay.
upon entering this physical reality.
Oh, okay.
That explains why we often feel lost
Yeah.
and disconnected,
Yeah.
making those challenges even more difficult.
Right.
But ultimately, we can learn and evolve through even the toughest experiences.
And both philosophies
These do.
seem to emphasize self-awareness
Yeah.
and mindfulness
Mhm.
as key tools
Yes.
for that evolution.
Right.
Ram Dass even talks about the dangers of ego, even on the spiritual path.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They both challenge us to detach from the ego,
They do.
which, let's face it,
Yeah.
is no easy task.
It's not.
But they both highlight the importance of love and
Yeah.
compassion as guides on that journey. So
Yeah.
even though they come from different angles,
Mhm.
there's this definite convergence,
There is.
the personal journey of self-discovery
Yeah.
that Ram Dass embodies.
Yeah.
And this cosmic framework of the
Uh-huh.
law of one,
Yeah.
they both lead us to a similar place.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And that's what makes this exploration
Yeah.
so enriching.
Yeah.
By considering both.
Right.
We gain a more comprehensive and nuanced understanding of these complex topics.
Yeah.
It's about looking through multiple lenses
Okay.
to form a clearer,
Yeah.
multi-dimensional picture.
Right. A clearer picture.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that multi-dimensional picture, it encourages us
Yeah.
to think critically.
Right.
We shouldn't just accept these ideas at face value, but
Yeah.
we should grapple with them, see where they resonate with our own experience,
Yeah.
and questioning them when they don't.
It's like we're piecing together
It is.
this cosmic puzzle, right?
Yeah.
We have these fascinating insights from Ram Dass,
Right.
these intricate concepts from the law of one,
Yeah.
and then we see how they connect,
Right.
inform each other,
Yeah.
even where they might diverge.
Mm-hmm.
It's that exploration that sparks real understanding.
Right. And that reminds us,
Yeah.
there's no one right answer,
Right.
no single path to truth. Speaking of which,
Yeah.
the law of one
Yeah.
It brings up these higher density beings, entities who've evolved
Yeah.
beyond our current level of consciousness.
Right.
They're aware of us,
Hmm.
maybe even interacting with us
Oh,
in ways we don't perceive.
Oh, wow.
It's like something out of science fiction.
Yeah.
But the law of one suggests
Wow.
it's our reality.
Okay, but if these advanced beings exist,
Right.
why not just make themselves known?
Yeah.
Why not intervene
Yeah.
and solve all our problems?
Right.
It would make things so much easier.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And both Ram Dass and the Law of One suggest that's not how this works.
Okay.
We're here to learn and grow through our own choices and
Yeah.
experiences.
Right.
Free will is paramount,
Yeah.
even for higher density beings.
Okay.
They can offer guidance,
Right.
but they can't interfere
Yeah.
with our choices.
So they're like cosmic coaches.
Yeah.
You know, seeing the bigger picture,
Yeah.
knowing the plays,
Uh-huh.
but unable to step onto the field
Right.
and play the game for us.
Right.
We have to do the work ourselves.
And that work,
Yeah.
it's not about
Yeah.
achieving some external goal
Right.
or proving our worthiness.
Right.
It's about remembering
Oh,
who we truly are.
Ah, that's the key, right?
Yeah.
Ram Dass and the Law of One,
Yeah.
they both point back to this idea that we're
Yeah.
not separate from the universe,
Yeah.
from that ultimate source
Right.
of love and consciousness.
Right.
We are expressions
Yeah.
of that divine energy
Right.
we've just forgotten.
Exactly. The journey becomes one of remembering,
Uh-huh.
peeling back the layers of conditioning and recognizing our interconnectedness with everything. It's
Yeah.
about realizing our own potential
Mm.
for love and wisdom.
So how do we actually embark
Right.
on this journey of remembering?
Right.
Where do we even start?
Both Ram Dass and the Law of One,
Okay.
they emphasize practices
Right.
like meditation,
Okay.
self-reflection,
What?
and service to others.
Okay.
These tools cultivate awareness,
Right.
deepen our connection to the divine, and
Mhm.
ultimately
Yeah.
transform our experience of reality.
So it's about shifting our focus
Yeah,
from the external to the internal,
exactly.
from chasing fleeting external happiness
Yeah.
to cultivating
Yeah.
a deeper sense of peace
Hmm.
and fulfillment from within.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's like turning a spotlight inward,
Mm.
illuminating the hidden corners of our minds.
Okay.
And as we do this work,
Yeah.
deepening our understanding, cultivating compassion,
Uh-huh.
we naturally become more aligned with service to others.
And that's where things get really exciting.
Yeah.
Because when we live from that place
Yeah.
of interconnectedness, love, and compassion,
Right.
we start to see and
Yeah.
act differently.
We do.
We become agents of positive change,
Yeah.
not out of obligation,
Right.
but out of a genuine desire
Yeah.
to contribute to the well-being of all.
It brings new meaning
It does.
to the law of one's concept
Oh,
of
okay.
harvest.
Okay.
It's not just about
Mm.
individual souls graduating
Oh, yeah,
to
yeah.
higher densities,
Yeah.
but about the collective evolution of consciousness, the transformation of entire planetary systems.
So we're not just playing for ourselves.
Right.
We're part of a much bigger game,
Right.
a cosmic symphony, where each individual note
Yeah.
contributes to the overall harmony.
And that harmony,
Yeah.
it's built on the foundation of love, that unifying force connecting us all,
Right.
transcending the boundaries of self and other space and time.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's like a grand tapestry
Yeah.
woven with threads of love, consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
and the ever-unfolding mystery of creation.
And we are all part of that tapestry.
Right.
Every choice we make,
Right.
every action we take
Yeah.
contributes to the intricate patterns
Yeah.
and vibrant colors that make up the
Yes.
cosmic masterpiece.
But we also have to acknowledge
We do.
the darkness, right?
Yeah,
The Law of One talks about
it does.
negative entities,
Yeah.
beings who've chosen the path
Right.
of service to self,
Yeah.
seeking to control and manipulate, thriving on fear and separation.
Right.
It's hard to reconcile that
It is.
with this beautiful tapestry idea.
It's definitely a challenging concept,
It is.
especially when we consider
Yeah.
the suffering and
Right.
conflict in our world. But the Law of One suggests
Uh-huh.
that even these negative entities,
Right.
they have a role.
Okay.
In the grand scheme of things.
Right.
They offer a counterpoint to the positive, a catalyst for growth,
Okay.
a mirror reflecting back
Yeah.
our own shadows.
So we can't just ignore the darkness
We can't.
or pretend it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
We have to face it,
Yeah.
integrate it,
Yeah.
and ultimately transcend it.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's where discernment comes in.
Mm.
Both Ram Dass and the Law of One emphasize
Yeah.
developing a clear,
Yeah.
discerning mind,
Mm-hmm.
one that can distinguish truth from falsehood,
Okay.
love from fear,
Mm.
service to others from manipulation.
It's like we're training our spiritual muscles,
Yeah.
developing strength and resilience
Yeah.
to navigate the challenges of this world,
Right.
staying centered in the midst of chaos
Yeah.
and holding on to love and compassion, even when faced with darkness.
Which, let's be honest, is really hard.
It is.
Both Ram Dass and the Law of One acknowledge the
Yeah.
spiritual path
Mm.
is full of challenges.
Yeah.
It's not all sunshine and rainbows.
No, it's not.
No.
There are going to be times when we stumble, fall, and question everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's part of the process.
It is.
Both philosophies encourage us
Right.
to embrace the messiness of life, the ups, the downs,
Yeah.
the triumphs, and the failures,
Right, yeah.
all as opportunities
Yeah.
for learning and growth.
It's like a cosmic dance, right?
It is.
There's a rhythm and flow, a constant interplay
Yeah.
of light and shadow, expansion and contraction.
Right.
And we're learning to move with it,
Yeah.
finding our own unique expression
Yeah.
within the grand choreography of existence.
And that expression is always evolving, you
Right.
know, as we deepen our understanding,
Right.
as we make choices that
Yes.
align with our true nature. Our dance, it becomes more graceful,
Okay.
more harmonious,
Mhm.
more infused with love and wisdom.
But it's not about striving for
Right.
some perfect performance, right?
We're not at all.
Okay.
Both Ram Dass and the Law of One emphasize.
Yeah.
It's not about reaching some flawless state of being.
Right.
It's about embracing the journey,
Okay.
the imperfections,
Yes.
those moments when we stumble.
It's about showing up
Yeah.
with an open heart,
Right.
a curious mind,
Yeah.
and a willingness to learn and grow along the way.
And remembering that we're not alone
Right.
in this journey.
Yeah.
We have each other.
Yeah, we do.
We have the guidance of higher density beings,
Right.
if the Law of One is to be believed.
Go.
And we have the infinite love and support
Yeah.
of the universe itself.
It's amazing to consider that.
It is.
Even with all the challenges and complexities.
Yeah.
There's this underlying support system.
Right.
Makes me think about how Ram Dass always said, love everybody and tell the truth. Simple,
Yeah.
but so powerful.
Right. It's a reminder to
Yeah.
approach life with an open heart, to be honest with ourselves
Right.
and others,
Yeah.
and to actively spread love and kindness.
It's not just about understanding these ideas.
No,
It's
you're-
about embodying them,
Yeah.
letting them guide our choices
Right.
and actions,
Mm.
and ultimately
Yeah.
how we interact with the world.
It's walking the walk,
It is.
becoming living examples
Yeah.
of love,
Mhm.
compassion,
Yeah.
and wisdom.
Right.
That's where real transformation occurs,
It is.
both for ourselves
Yeah.
and for the world around us.
So as we wrap up
Yeah.
our deep dive
Yeah.
into Ram Dass and the Law of One,
Mm.
what stands out to you?
Take a moment to reflect on how these teachings might influence your own life,
Okay.
your relationships,
Mm.
your understanding of the universe. This exploration is just a starting point.
There's a whole universe
Yeah.
of wisdom and knowledge out
Yeah.
there
Right.
waiting to be explored.
So keep seeking,
Keep seeking
keep questioning,
and keep diving deep.
and until next time, keep shining your light.
All right, buckle up, everyone, because today we're going deep, like really deep. We're diving into karmic patterns, the lessons we carry from past lives, all seen through the lens of the Law of One.
This is gonna be good.
You ever get that feeling like you're stuck in a loop, making the same mistakes over and over, directing the same kinds of problems?
Like that coworker who constantly pushes your buttons.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the Law of One says those might not just be random coincidences.
Right. It suggests those repeating patterns that could be echoes of experiences from past lives, like offering a chance to break free. Finally.
Okay, hold on. You're saying that annoying coworker who drives me crazy,
Mm.
that could be a karmic connection from a past life. Whoa.
It's wild, right?
I've always felt drawn to the Law of One because it talks about this interconnectedness, but that's on another level.
Totally. But the Law of One doesn't see karma as some kind of, cosmic punishment.
Right, right.
It's more like a cause and effect system that stretches across lifetimes, like cosmic inertia set in motion by our actions.
So it's not about what goes around comes around.
Not exactly, no.
More about how our choices they make ripples.
Yeah.
And those ripples, they go way beyond this one life.
You got it. And here's the really interesting part. The Law of One says that understanding and forgiveness, those are the keys to balancing this karma. Like, by recognizing those patterns and, like, consciously making different choices, we can change things.
So it's not about, like, evening the score or paying off some cosmic debt. It's about evolving, learning.
Yeah.
And this all ties into reincarnation, right?
Absolutely.
The Law of One talks about our souls journeying through all these different lifetimes.
Mm-hmm.
And each one is like a chance to gain more wisdom.
Exactly. Each lifetime, it's like a chapter in the story of our soul.
Okay.
And what happens in those chapters, those experiences, they carry over. They, like, shape who we are now and how we navigate this life.
You know, that actually makes me think about, like, all the times I've felt drawn to certain places or certain periods in history, like, inexplicably. Maybe there's some karmic connection I'm not even aware of.
It's totally possible.
This is getting deep. But I like how the Law of One offers this framework to understand things that seem like totally random.
It's pretty mind-blowing. But it gets even more interesting. Have you ever heard of wanderers?
Wanderers?
Yeah. The Law of One talks about them. They're souls from higher densities that choose to come to Earth to help it evolve.
Okay, wanderers. It sounds like something out of Star Trek. So you mean like advanced souls come down here to help us out?
Basically, yeah. They come from places where service to others is the main thing. But even wanderers, they have free will.
Really? Even with all that advanced wisdom?
The Law of One is clear about that. They can choose how they interact with Earth's energy.
So they could, like, fully embrace their mission to help, or they could get caught up in all the challenges here?
Exactly. It shows how complex choice is. Even super evolved beings can be influenced by the energy here on Earth.
So they're not immune to the struggles of being human?
Not at all. It reminds us we're all in this together, learning and evolving, no matter where we come from.
Speaking of evolving, what about this concept of harvest in the Law of One?
Oh, yeah. The harvest.
I've heard of it, but I never really understood what it means. Is it like a cosmic graduation ceremony?
Uh-huh. You could say that. It's the culmination of cycles, right? Where souls are evaluated based on their vibration and whether they've aligned with service to others or to themselves.
So it's not just about doing good deeds. It's about your overall intention.
Exactly. The energy behind your choices.
Oh, okay. This whole harvest thing, it makes me think about my own challenges and those recurring patterns in my life.
Yeah.
Could they be connected to lessons from past lives?
Yeah.
What if my soul chose these specific challenges for a reason?
That's a powerful question. Understanding the harvest, it can shed light on your soul's journey. It helps you see the bigger picture of why you're experiencing what you're experiencing now.
I'm already feeling like a shift in perspective. Instead of getting frustrated by these challenges, I'm starting to see them as chances to grow.
That's the key, but we're not done yet. The Law of One also talks about these things called energy centers.
Energy centers.
Or chakras. They're these vital points in our energy system, and they can get blocked by unresolved stuff like experiences and emotions from this life or even past lives.
Wait, you mean those energy centers I try to, like, balance with yoga and meditation? You're saying past life stuff can be clogging them up, even now.
Exactly. The Law of One gives us this really detailed picture of how everything's connected. Our energy, our mind, our emotions, our spirit. When one part is out of balance, it affects everything. Like, let's say you struggle to stand up for yourself.
Well, yeah, definitely been there.
That could mean your solar plexus chakra is blocked, maybe from a past life where your power was always being taken away.
This is blowing my mind. I'm seeing those recurring patterns in a totally new way. It's not about blaming past lives for my problems.
Yeah.
It's about understanding how they might be influencing me now, energetically, and finding ways to heal.
You got it. And the good news is healing practices and conscious effort can unblock those centers.
So by becoming aware of the blockages, we can actively work on clearing them.
Yeah. It's not about just accepting things. It's about understanding what's going on deep down and taking charge of our own healing and evolution.
That's so encouraging. It feels empowering. That means we have agency.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Law of One says we co-create our reality. We're not just victims of fate or karma.
That's incredible. I'm ready to dive even deeper into these energy centers and how they connect to past lives. This is just the beginning.
Oh, there's so much more to explore.
Can't wait. Let's uncover what's lurking beneath the surface.
Let's do it.
So we've talked about how past life experiences, even if we don't remember them, can kind of linger in our energy system.
Yeah.
But how does that actually work? Does our soul, like, keep a detailed record of every single lifetime?
It's not exactly a journal, no.
And that record, it's energetically influencing us now.
It's more like certain experiences, especially those with, unresolved emotions or lessons, they leave a strong energetic imprint.
An imprint, yeah.
Like, imagine dropping a pebble in a pond.
Okay.
Makes ripples, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even after the pebble sinks, the ripples keep going. They still affect the water.
So those unresolved issues from past lives, they're like those ripples,
Exactly.
continuing to affect our energy and influence how we experience this life. It's like the past is still shaping the present, even if we don't realize it.
The law of one talks about a process, like after each life ends.
Okay.
The entity, your soul, it goes through a series of reflections.
So like a cosmic debriefing.
Haha, yeah, something like that. It's a chance to integrate the experiences and lessons from that lifetime, not about judgment or anything.
So our soul gets to review what worked, what didn't, what needs more work.
Yeah, exactly. And then with guidance from higher aspects of itself, the entity chooses the conditions for its next life.
Based on that self-assessment.
Right. It looks at the biases it picked up, the challenges it faced, the choices it made.
Wow.
Yeah.
It really makes you think about free will.
In what way?
Well, if our soul chooses the experiences for its next life, isn't that choosing our challenges? Like, why would we choose to struggle?
It's definitely a paradox. We have free will in each moment, but there's also this deeper intention guiding us towards experiences that help us grow.
So those tough experiences, they're actually opportunities for learning.
When you look at it from the perspective of soul evolution, yes.
That's actually like a really helpful way to reframe things. Instead of feeling like a victim, I can see those challenges as stepping stones.
Exactly. Each life is like a fresh start, but with this subtle guidance system leading us toward the experiences we need.
Okay, that makes sense. But if we don't consciously remember those past lives, how can we access those imprints? How do we untangle those threads that might be affecting us now?
The law of one says those experiences, they live in our deeper energy and subconscious. They influence us by creating these energetic imprints that affect our perceptions, our patterns, how we react to things.
So even if the memories are hidden, the energy of those experiences is still there.
It's still very much alive, yes.
That makes me think about those times I've felt this intense fear or attraction to something,
Out of nowhere.
almost like a memory, but not quite.
Those are great examples. The law of one says to pay attention to those intuitive feelings, those synchronicities, those echoes that hint at past life connections.
And those connections, they could even be with people in our lives now.
Totally. Like that coworker who always triggers you.
So that coworker might be reflecting something from a past life, giving me a chance to heal that pattern now.
It's definitely possible. It's like those relationships are mirrors, reflecting back the parts of ourselves that need healing.
This is all so fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
But if these patterns are so ingrained, can we actually break free from them? Can we rewrite those energetic scripts?
We're not meant to be trapped by karma. Remember, the law of one emphasizes understanding and forgiveness. Those are the keys to balancing things out.
So we need to recognize the patterns, take responsibility for our part in them, and then offer forgiveness to ourselves and others.
Yes.
But what about situations where someone's really hurt us? Does forgiving them mean we're saying it was okay?
Forgiveness isn't about condoning harmful actions.
Okay.
It's about releasing that heavy energy of resentment, choosing to move forward without being weighed down by anger or blame.
So it's more about freeing ourselves from that cycle.
Exactly. It's a
Yeah.
powerful way to heal ourselves. It can break those chains. Imagine you're holding a hot coal, wanting to throw it at someone. You're the one getting burned.
Ouch, yeah.
Forgiveness is like dropping the coal.
That's a great analogy. It really makes you realize that forgiveness is about taking care of yourself.
It is. It's about putting your well-being first. And remember, even if a direct apology or reconciliation isn't possible, you can still practice forgiveness in your heart.
That makes sense. You're basically cutting those energetic ties. Wow, this is giving me a whole new way to look at difficult relationships.
Yeah.
It's not about blaming anyone. It's about seeing those interactions as chances to heal and grow.
Exactly. And the law of ones, just some practical tools to help us with this, like meditation,
Right. We talked about that earlier.
energy healing.
But how can those help us with relationships specifically?
Well, meditation can help us develop self-awareness and, emotional regulation, so we can respond to those triggers with more compassion and clarity.
So instead of just reacting, we create space to observe and choose a better response.
Yeah. And energy healing, it can help clear out those energetic blocks and stagnant energy that might be feeding into those reactive patterns. It's like cleaning out your energy system.
Like hitting the reset button.
Haha, sort of. It allows for a more balanced flow.
So we're talking about understanding, forgiveness, meditation, and energy healing as ways to work with those karmic patterns that show up in our relationships.
Yeah.
It's a lot to think about, but it's good to know we have tools to help us.
Absolutely. And these same tools, they can be applied to other areas of life too, like choosing a career path that aligns with your soul's purpose.
Oh, career choices. I was just thinking about that. They can feel so connected to those karmic patterns, too. It's like we're drawn to certain fields based on past life experiences or skills.
The law of one suggests that our careers, our passions, our talents, they often reflect those deeper soul lessons we're here to learn.
So, like that passion I've always had for, say, art,
Yeah,
that could be connected to a past life where I was an artist.
it's possible. And those dreams you have about, I don't know, being a musician,
Right.
they might be hinting at a past life where you were expressing yourself in a similar way.
That's so cool. But what if I feel totally unfulfilled in my current job? Does that mean I'm not living my soul's purpose? Like I'm off track somehow?
It could be a sign that you're ready for a change, yeah. The law of one says to pay attention to those feelings of dissatisfaction. They might be telling you to explore new options, to get out of your comfort zone and go after what truly excites you.
But changing careers is scary. There's the money part, the fear of the unknown, and what other people will think. It feels easier to just stay put, even if I'm miserable.
It's understandable to feel that way. But the law of one reminds us that we have the strength to pursue what truly resonates with our soul. It's about trusting the process, taking those steps, and letting the universe handle the rest.
Like leap in the net will appear.
Exactly. Sometimes we just have to be brave and jump, trusting that we'll be supported.
Makes sense. But what does soul's purpose even mean? Does it have to be some big, impressive thing?
Not necessarily. Sometimes it's about bringing more love and kindness into the world, expressing your unique gifts in a way that brings you joy and meaning.
Wow, that's actually really beautiful.
Yeah.
This whole conversation has been so eye-opening. It's given me so much to think about.
And remember, this is just the beginning. There's so much more to explore in the law of one.
I'm definitely feeling inspired to dive deeper. But for now, thank you so much for sharing your insights. It's been amazing.
The pleasure was all mine. May exploring these concepts help you live more consciously and intentionally, more in tune with your true self.
That's a great thought. And to everyone listening, thanks for joining us on this journey.
Until next time,
Let's see what other amazing insights the Law of One has in store for us.
I can't wait.
All right, let's bring all this down to earth a bit. We've explored karma, past lives, and this whole mind-bending idea of time being like simultaneous.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But how does it all play out in our everyday lives, like in relationships?
Ooh.
I swear, sometimes it feels like all my karmic patterns are on full display when I'm interacting with people, especially in those like difficult relationships.
Yeah. You know, relationships can be these powerful catalysts for growth. They often reflect those deeper karmic patterns we've been talking about. The law of one even suggests that unresolved stuff from past lives can show up in our current relationships.
You mean like that thing where I always seem to attract partners who are emotionally unavailable?
Yeah, for example.
Could that be like a karmic echo from a past life where I experienced similar patterns?
It's possible. Think of it this way. Those past life experiences, especially the ones with, strong emotions attached, the ones where maybe we didn't learn the lesson the first time around,
Okay.
they create these energetic imprints that actually attract certain types of people and situations into our lives.
So it's like we're drawn to people who can help us work through those karmic knots, even if it feels like the opposite of helpful at the time.
It can definitely feel that way.
But if we know this is happening, how do we break free? It feels like we just keep replaying the same scenes with different people.
Well, the law of one really emphasizes understanding and forgiveness. It's about seeing those habitual reactions we have and choosing to respond differently.
But what about forgiveness, though?
Yeah.
Like understanding someone might be acting out a karmic pattern, that's one thing. But what if they've actually hurt us? Does forgiving them mean we're saying what they did was okay?
That's a really important question, and it's a common concern. Forgiveness doesn't mean condoning harmful actions or, pretending the pain isn't real. It's about letting go of that resentment we're holding on to.
So it's more about freeing ourselves from that karmic loop,
Exactly.
not about absolving the other person.
It's about shifting our own energy, changing our perspective, not waiting for them to apologize or change their behavior.
It's more about self-healing.
It's a powerful act of self-healing. It can actually help break those karmic chains. There's that saying, holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die.
I've heard that one.
Forgiveness is like choosing to put down the poison.
It's a powerful image. It makes me realize that forgiveness is really about taking care of myself.
It is. It's putting your well-being first. And remember, even if you can't get a direct apology or reconciliation, you can still practice forgiveness in your heart. You can choose to release those energetic ties to the past.
Wow. This is really shifting how I think about those challenging relationships. It's not about blame. It's about seeing those interactions as opportunities for healing and growth.
Exactly. And the Law of One offers some tools to help us with this process, like those we mentioned earlier, meditation and energy healing.
Right, right.
They can be so helpful for navigating relationships.
I can see how meditation would be useful. Relationships can really trigger those deep wounds, bringing those karmic patterns to the surface.
Oh, for sure. And meditation, it helps us develop that self-awareness and emotional regulation we need to handle those triggers with, like more skill and compassion. Instead of just reacting, we create that space to observe and choose a better response.
So it's about creating a pause between the trigger and the reaction.
Exactly. You get to choose how you want to respond. And energy healing, that can help clear out those energetic blocks that might be contributing to those reactive patterns.
It's like clearing out the energetic clutter.
Yeah, exactly. It creates more balance and harmony in our energy system.
Okay, so we've got understanding, forgiveness, meditation, and energy healing. All tools to help us work with those karmic patterns that show up in relationships.
Yeah.
It's a lot, but it's encouraging to know we have these tools available.
It is. And these same tools, they can be applied to other areas of life too, like finding a career path that truly aligns with our soul's purpose.
Oh, that's a perfect segue. Career choices. It's funny, it often feels like our careers are tied to those deeper karmic patterns too. Like we're drawn to certain fields based on past life skills or experiences.
The Law of One suggests that our passions, our talents, even the careers we're drawn to, they're often expressions of those deeper soul lessons we've chosen to learn.
So that, unexplainable passion I've always had for writing, could that be connected to a past life where I was, a scribe or a poet or something?
It's definitely possible. The Law of One encourages us to explore those feelings, those intuitive nudges, those synchronicities that feel like whispers from past lives. They might be guiding us toward the paths that resonate with our soul's purpose.
But what if I'm in a job that makes me feel totally unfulfilled? Does that mean I'm not living my purpose? Like I'm somehow off track?
It could be a sign that you're ready for something new, yeah.
The Law of One reminds us to pay attention to those feelings of dissatisfaction. They might be nudging us to explore different possibilities, to step outside our comfort zone and pursue those things that light us up.
But changing careers, it's scary. There's the money part, the fear of the unknown, and the pressure to conform to what society expects.
Yeah.
It feels easier to just stay stuck, even if it's slowly killing my soul. I get it. It's totally normal to feel that way. But remember, the Law of One says we have the strength within us to go after what truly resonates with our souls. It's about trust. Trusting the process, taking those aligned actions, and letting the universe handle the details.
It's like taking a leap of faith.
Exactly. Sometimes you just got to jump and trust that the net will appear.
Okay, that makes sense. But this whole soul's purpose thing, does it have to be some grand, impressive mission?
Not at all. Sometimes it's about the simple things, bringing more love and kindness into your daily life, expressing your unique talents in a way that brings you joy.
That's actually really comforting. This whole conversation has been so eye-opening. It's given me a lot to think about.
And remember, this is just the beginning of your exploration. The Law of One has so much more to offer. Keep diving deeper. Keep asking questions.
I definitely will. But for now, I just want to say thank you. This has been amazing.
My pleasure. I'm so glad we could explore these ideas together.
And to everyone listening, thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the Law of One. It's been a wild ride. Until next time, may your journey be filled with love, light, and the courage to follow your soul's purpose. All right, let's dive into something really fascinating today. Exploring two really interesting concepts, Neville Goddard and the Law of One.
Yeah, it's really intriguing how these two perspectives could potentially work together, I guess.
Right, at first glance, they seem pretty different.
Yeah. definitely.
But we're going to see if maybe we can find some connections, right?
Absolutely.
So Neville Goddard, just to give everyone a little background, was this 20th century mystic
Yeah.
who focused on the power of imagination
Hmm.
to shape reality, right?
Exactly. And you know what's so interesting about him? He really believed that our assumptions,
Oh, yeah.
especially the ones that are fueled by like a really deep desire, those actually become facts.
Okay, so it's not just like positive thinking or wishful thinking.
No, no.
It's like deeper than that.
It's a deep down belief.
Yeah, yeah.
And he even went so far as to reinterpret a lot of biblical stories
Wow.
as psychological metaphors.
Yeah.
Like, for example, he said that Isaac and Jacob actually represent different aspects of our own consciousness.
Ooh, that's fascinating. Okay, so he's taking these ancient stories and giving them this whole new psychological spin.
Right. And one of his most, I guess you could say, mind-bending ideas was this concept of the serial universe.
Okay, what is that?
Basically, he's saying that every time our consciousness shifts, we create a whole new reality.
Whoa, hold on. So does that mean like there's infinite versions of ourselves out there living out every choice we could made?
It's a really wild idea, right? And this is actually where the law of one comes in.
Okay.
Because the law of one, which is this channeled message from a being called Ra, talks about densities.
Okay.
And these are different levels of spiritual evolution. So could Goddard's serial universe actually be describing like a movement through these different densities?
Ooh, I'm already seeing some potential overlaps here.
Yeah.
And the law of one also really emphasizes the power of the mind, right?
okay.
With this core principle, all is one,
Yeah.
which suggests that everything is interconnected
Right.
and that our thoughts and beliefs actually contribute to the fabric of existence.
Exactly. So both Goddard and the law of one seem to be pointing towards this idea of a participatory universe.
Okay, so we're not just passive observers.
No, we're active creators.
We're shaping reality with every thought, with every belief.
Exact.
But then that brings up the question, how much control do we really have?
That's a good question.
Because, you know, Goddard really emphasized personal responsibility, like we're totally in charge of our lives.
Yeah.
But then you have the law of one that brings in these concepts of pre-incarnative choices and
Right.
and this idea of catalysts, which are like these challenges and experiences that shape our soul's evolution.
Right. It's like we're playing this game of life,
Yeah,
but we don't even remember setting the difficulty level.
exactly. So is it all us, or is there this like cosmic curriculum we signed up for before we even got here?
And then to add another layer to this, the law of one even describes these two main paths of spiritual evolution: service to self and service to others.
Oh, interesting.
It's like choosing a direction for your soul to grow in.
Okay.
And even though Goddard was very focused on this idea of personal transformation, could that actually be seen as a form of service to others?
Okay. How so?
Well, because when we radiate a higher vibration, a more loving self, that ultimately benefits everyone, right?
So you're saying by working on ourselves, we're actually contributing to the collective good?
Yeah, potentially.
Okay, that's a really cool way to think about it.
But there are some apparent, I guess you could say, conflicts between these two philosophies, too.
Oh, yeah?
Like, Goddard insisted that nothing can be lost in this, like,
Yeah.
cosmic creation game.
Okay.
But the law of one talks about entities experiencing setbacks in their spiritual evolution,
Oh, right.
even like regressing to lower densities.
So if nothing can be lost, how can we explain those setbacks?
It's like, it really challenges our understanding of what loss actually is, you know?
Yeah, it's like what we perceive as loss from our very limited perspective might be something totally different in this like grand cosmic scheme of things, right?
Exactly. Maybe those setbacks are actually just detours on a much, much larger journey.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we've got these setbacks, these detours, but both Neville Goddard and the Law of One, they both seem to agree that consciousness itself is divine.
Right. Absolutely. Like Goddard famously said, consciousness is God.
Right, right.
Suggesting that we're not actually separate from that source.
Mm-hmm.
And the law of one echoes that with this idea of all is one, you know,
Yeah.
further emphasizing that interconnectedness of everything.
Okay, so it's all pointing towards this unified consciousness, like this cosmic mind that we're all a part of.
Yeah, like fragments of this cosmic mind playing different roles in this, like grand play of existence.
It's a pretty wild thought, isn't it?
It is. It really is. And it leads to this fascinating concept of the higher self Right.
which the law of one uses to describe this sixth density aspect of ourselves that guides us, that supports us.
Hold on, a sixth density version of ourselves.
Yeah.
So you mean there's like a more evolved us out there watching over us?
It's definitely suggested in the law of one.
Wow.
And it also ties into their explanation of the veil of forgetting,
Oh, okay.
which is what creates the illusion of separation from the one.
Wait, so we choose to forget our true nature when we come into this physical reality. Why would we do that?
According to the law of one, it's essential for free will.
Mm,
Without it, the game of evolution wouldn't have the same, I guess,
right.
stakes.
Yeah.
Imagine playing a video game where you already knew all the cheat codes
Yeah.
and you knew the ending.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be as engaging, right?
Right. It'd be kind of boring.
Exactly.
So we willingly choose to forget who we really are to make this game more interesting, to learn, to grow.
Yeah.
Okay, so how does this all connect back to Goddard?
Well, think about it. Goddard was all about overcoming our limiting beliefs.
About realizing our true power as creators.
Yeah.
So could that process of self-transformation actually be a way of penetrating that veil?
Oh, interesting.
Like, as we shed those limitations,
Yeah.
we start to remember our true nature as extensions of the source.
So the journey of self-discovery is actually a journey of remembering who we truly are.
Exactly.
Like we're peeling back these layers of illusion to reveal our
Yeah.
divine essence.
Hmm.
But let's get practical here for a second. What can our listeners actually do with all this?
That's a great question.
Like, how can they apply these ideas to their lives?
Well, both Goddard and the Law of One really encourage us to take responsibility for our reality. Our thoughts, our beliefs, our assumptions, they literally shape our experience. They also both urge us to align with our highest selves,
Yeah.
to radiate love and compassion.
So it's not just about manifesting material desires. It's about aligning with our soul's purpose
Exactly.
and contributing to the collective good. So it's like, how do we actually do that?
Well, Goddard offers some really concrete techniques like living in the state of the wish fulfilled. It's all about feeling the reality of your desire as if it's already happened.
Okay, so instead of just wishing for that dream job,
Uh-huh.
you're saying we should feel the excitement of having it, the satisfaction of landing it,
Yeah.
actually experience those emotions as if it's already happened.
Exactly. And the Law of One would add that by doing that,
Mm-hmm.
you're actually aligning your consciousness with that reality in what they call time-space,
Okay.
which makes its manifestation in your current space-time reality much more likely.
So we're not bound by linear time as we perceive it.
Right.
You can tap into these other realities where our desires already exist
Yeah.
and bring them into our present experience.
It's a powerful concept.
Yeah, it is.
But it requires a real shift in perspective,
Hmm.
a willingness to embrace a more fluid view of reality.
Okay, so how do we do that?
And this is where the Law of One's concept of densities becomes really important.
Okay.
Because it provides a framework for understanding different levels of consciousness and
Right.
our soul's evolution through them.
So like Goddard's serial universe,
Yeah.
maybe each time we make a significant shift in consciousness,
Yeah.
we jump to a different version of reality, a different density with slightly different roles.
Exactly. It's like navigating a multi-dimensional game,
Yeah, like leveling up in a video game, but in real life.
Exactly.
Wow, that's a lot to take in.
But let's not get too lost in the metaphysics here.
Okay.
The core message of both philosophies is really that we are creators and that power comes with both challenges and opportunities.
Right, we can create amazing things, but also suffering and chaos.
Right, and that's why both philosophies emphasize aligning with our highest selves,
Yeah.
choosing service to others,
Right.
radiating love and compassion.
So it's not just about personal gain.
Yeah.
It's about contributing to the collective good. But sometimes, even with the best intentions, we face difficulties, right? Those setbacks that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
And that's where the Law of One's concept of catalyst comes in.
Right.
Those challenges are designed to help us evolve.
Yeah, they're like weights at the gym,
Right.
building our spiritual muscles.
Yeah. Yeah.
But sometimes those weights feel incredibly heavy, especially when we're dealing with loss or trauma.
Right.
And that's where that seeming conflict between Goddard's nothing can be lost and the Law of One's idea of setbacks
Mm-hmm.
becomes tricky.
Okay. So how do we reconcile those two ideas? If nothing can be lost, how do we explain suffering and those setbacks?
It requires us to, like, really shift our perspective, you know?
Yeah.
What appears as loss from our limited viewpoint might be a completely different experience in the grand scheme of things.
Okay.
Those setbacks might actually be temporary detours on a much, much larger journey.
It's like looking at the back of a tapestry, all those tangled threads. But from the front, there's a beautiful design that we can't quite see yet.
Exactly.
Mm.
A perfect analogy.
Yeah.
The law of one really emphasizes faith and trust. Even when we don't understand the reasons for our challenges, we can trust that they serve a higher purpose,
Okay.
ultimately leading us towards greater love and wisdom.
That's reassuring, especially when we're going through tough times, knowing that even in the darkest night, the sun will rise again.
It will.
And both Goddard and the Law of One point towards that sunrise, that awakening to our true nature as these divine beings who are interconnected with all that is.
It's about remembering who we are, shedding the limitations of our ego, and stepping into our full potential as creators.
This is also mind-expanding, but let's bring it back down to earth for a moment.
Sure.
What are some practical ways that our listeners can integrate these principles into their everyday lives?
Well, I think it starts with cultivating gratitude.
Yep.
When we appreciate the beauty of life, even amidst the challenges, we open ourselves to abundance and grace, you know?
So shifting our focus from what we lack to what we already have,
Yeah,
appreciating the gifts in each moment.
exactly. And that simple shift can have such a profound impact. It allows us to move through life with greater joy, peace, and ease.
Like tuning our inner radio to a higher frequency,
Yeah,
where the music is more harmonious.
exactly.
We like that.
And from that higher vibration, we become more magnetic to what we desire, more aligned with our purpose,
Yeah.
and more empowered to create the life we dream of.
So it's not just about changing our thoughts. It's about changing our energetic state
Right.
to align with the reality that we want to experience.
You got it. And that shift in consciousness unlocks limitless possibilities. It's like waking up from a dream and realizing we're not just characters in someone else's story,
Right.
but we're the authors of our own grand adventure.
And both Neville Goddard and the Law of One are inviting us to embrace that adventure, that journey of self-discovery and transformation,
AR.
ultimately leading us to realize our true nature as divine beings.
What an inspiring message.
It is.
But you know, before we wrap up part one of our deep dive,
Okay.
I want to leave our listeners with one final question to ponder.
Okay, hit us with it.
If we are all interconnected aspects of the one, as both philosophies suggest, how can we use this understanding to contribute to the greater good?
That's a powerful question to contemplate.
It is.
We are being called to step into our roles as conscious creators, not just for our own benefit, but for the upliftment of all. So take some time to reflect on this, and we'll be back to wrap things up in part two. Okay, welcome back to part two of our deep dive into Neville Goddard and the Law of One.
It's wild, right? How these two philosophies really push us to expand our understanding of reality.
Totally. And last time we were talking about this idea of nothing can be lost, which Goddard really emphasized. But then the Law of One talks about these setbacks, these detours on the spiritual path.
Right, right.
So how do we reconcile those seemingly opposing ideas?
Well, it requires a shift in perspective, because what appears as loss from our very limited human perspective might be something completely different in this grand cosmic scheme. You know, it's like those setbacks might just be temporary detours on a much larger journey.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like zooming out and seeing the bigger picture.
Exactly.
So we might not understand why certain things are happening in the moment,
Right.
but from a higher perspective, it all makes sense.
And speaking of higher perspectives, both Neville Goddard and the Law of One emphasize the importance of connecting with our higher selves.
Yeah.
For Goddard, it's about realizing our divine nature as creators. And for the Law of One, it's about accessing that sixth density aspect of ourselves that's always there to guide and support us.
Okay, so it's like we have this wise, evolved version of ourselves always there, but we've got to learn to tune in and listen to that inner voice.
Exactly, exactly. Practices like meditation or prayer or even just spending time in nature
Oh, yeah.
can help quiet the mental chatter and allow that inner wisdom to emerge.
It's about creating space for that still, small voice to speak, right?
Precisely.
So we've talked about these setbacks, these challenges that we face on our spiritual path.
Yeah.
And the law of one calls those catalysts. Right?
Okay. Yes, they're like opportunities for growth and learning.
Okay, so instead of viewing these challenges as punishments or failures,
Mm.
we can see them as like these cosmic workouts that are designed to help us evolve.
Yeah, exactly. Like building our spiritual muscles. But, it's not always easy to see it that way when we're in the middle of a difficult experience.
Right. It's like when you're in the middle of that intense workout, you're not always thinking, oh, this is so good for me.
Exactly.
You're just like, ugh, make it stop. But afterwards, you feel stronger. You feel more resilient.
Yeah, and that's what the law of one is saying about these catalysts.
Mm.
They may be tough in the moment, but they ultimately help us to grow and evolve.
Okay, so how do we actually apply these ideas to our lives?
Well, I think it starts with awareness,
Okay.
becoming more aware of our thoughts, our beliefs, our assumptions,
Mm-hmm.
and noticing how they shape our reality.
So like becoming the master of our minds instead of letting our minds run the show.
Exactly. And Goddard offers techniques like revision,
Right.
where you consciously rewrite past events to align with a better outcome.
So if you're constantly thinking, I'm never going to get that promotion,
Yeah.
you would rewrite that internal narrative to, I nailed that presentation, I'm confident, I'm capable, that promotion is mine.
Precisely. And the law of one would add that you're not just changing your thoughts.
Okay.
You're actually shifting your vibration, aligning with a different frequency of reality where that promotion already exists.
So it's not just about positive thinking. It's about changing our energetic state to align with the reality we want to experience.
Exactly. And you know what's really cool about that?
What?
That shift in consciousness unlocks limitless possibilities.
Mhm.
It's like waking up from a dream and realizing we're not just characters in someone else's story,
Right.
but that we're the authors of our own grand adventure.
Wow, that's powerful.
It is.
So both Neville Goddard and the Law of One are inviting us to embrace that adventure,
Yeah.
that journey of self-discovery and transformation,
To step into our power as creators.
to remember who we truly are as divine beings.
Exactly.
So as we wrap up part 2 of our deep dive, what final message would you leave our listeners with?
I would say remember your power. You are a creator, a magnificent being of light with the ability to shape your reality.
Okay.
Embrace the journey of self-discovery, cultivate a deep connection with your higher self,
Yeah,
and above all, act with love and compassion, not just toward yourself, but toward all beings.
beautifully said. All right, welcome back to the final part of our deep dive into Neville Goddard and the Law of One.
It's amazing how both of these philosophies really challenge our everyday understanding of reality.
It really is. It's like someone just told you the world is a giant hologram.
Yeah.
What do you even do with that information?
It definitely stretches the imagination.
Yeah.
Both Goddard and the Law of One suggest we have this incredible power to shape our experience, but we're kind of stumbling around in the dark, forgetting we have the flashlight,
Exactly. So how do we switch that flashlight on? Where do we even begin to grasp this idea that we're not just characters in a pre-written story,
Right.
but the authors of our own reality?
Well, Goddard gives us some pretty concrete tools, like living in the state of the wish fulfilled
Okay.
and revision, where you consciously rewrite past events
Mhm.
to align with a better outcome.
Okay.
It's about aligning your inner world with the reality you want to see.
So if you're constantly thinking, I'm never going to get that promotion,
Yeah.
you would rewrite that internal narrative to, I nailed that presentation, I'm confident and capable, that promotion is mine.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And the Law of One would add that you're not just changing your thoughts, you're actually shifting your vibration,
Okay.
aligning with a different frequency of reality where that promotion already exists. It's like tuning your radio to a different station. You have to be on the right frequency to pick up the signal.
Okay, so we're not just changing our thoughts, we're changing our energy,
Right.
our whole of being, to align with the reality we desire.
Exactly.
But where does free will fit into all this?
Hmm.
Because Goddard says we're the sole creators of our reality.
Yeah.
But the Law of One talks about these pre-incarnative choices and this catalyst that shapes our experiences.
Yeah.
How do we reconcile those seemingly opposite ideas?
It's a fascinating question, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think true mastery lies in recognizing that we're both the drivers and the passengers in this cosmic vehicle, We have the steering wheel, but we've also chosen a particular road trip with specific stops along the way.
Okay.
There's a balance between taking responsibility for our choices and surrendering to a larger plan.
So we're learning to navigate,
Right.
to make the best choices we can,
Yeah,
while trusting that even the detours are a part of the journey.
exactly. And the Law of One would say that this is where faith comes in.
Okay.
We may not always understand the reasons for our challenges, but we can trust that they're serving our highest good, ultimately leading us toward greater wisdom and understanding.
Okay, it's like trusting that the GPS knows where it's going,
Right.
even when the route looks confusing to us.
Exactly.
But how do we access that inner GPS,
Yeah.
that higher wisdom?
Well, both Goddard and the Law of One emphasize the importance of connecting with our higher selves. For Goddard, it's about realizing our divine nature.
Yep.
And for the Law of One, it's about accessing that sixth density aspect of ourselves that's always guiding us, supporting us.
So it's like we have this wise, evolved version of ourselves always there.
Yeah,
But we've got to tune in, listen to that inner voice.
precisely.
How do we do that?
Practices like meditation, prayer, or even simply spending time in nature
Yeah?
can help quiet the mental chatter and allow that inner wisdom to emerge.
It's about creating space for that still small voice to speak.
Exactly.
This has been an incredibly rich and thought-provoking conversation.
It has.
As we wrap up our deep dive, what final message would you leave our listeners with?
I would say, remember your power. You are a creator, a magnificent being of light with the ability to shape your reality. Embrace the journey of self-discovery, cultivate a deep connection with your higher self, and above all, act with love and compassion, not just toward yourself, but toward all beings.
Beautifully said.
Thank you.
We hope this deep dive has inspired you to explore the interconnectedness of all things,
Yeah.
to embrace your role as a conscious creator, and to live a life filled with purpose, meaning, and joy.
Absolutely.
Keep diving deep, and remember, you are not alone on this journey.
You're not.
And until next time, keep seeking, keep questioning, and keep exploring the mysteries of existence. Welcome back, everybody, for another deep dive. This time we're going to be looking at the world of Terence McKenna, and he's an ethnobotanist writer, you know, kind of a very much an explorer of consciousness.
Yeah, adventurous forays into consciousness, for sure.
Yes, exactly. So we're going to be looking at his book, True Hallucinations, and we'll also be referencing some academic analyses of his work, as well as some excerpts from the Law of One, which is this really fascinating channeled text that presents this very rich spiritual philosophy.
Yeah.
So I guess the big question we're going to be kind of grappling with today is, what happens when you bring McKenna's experiences together with the teachings of the Law of One? You know, do they complement each other? Do they contradict? Are there any points of, like, you know, real dissonance there, or is it kind of like, you know, two sides of the same coin in a way?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah. So True Hallucinations recounts McKenna's 1971 journey into the Amazon rainforest. Now, this wasn't just a sightseeing trip, right? He was on a mission.
Oh yeah, definitely. He and Dennis were specifically seeking out plants containing DMT and ayahuasca, which are substances that have been long connected with telepathy and paranormal phenomena. And McKenna was particularly interested in the historical accounts of Roger Casement, who was a British consul in the early 20th century who exposed atrocities occurring in the rubber industry in a region of the Amazon called Putumayo. And the same region had a long history of hallucinogenic plant use. So that also kind of, you know, piqued his interest.
Okay, so we've got these two brothers deep in the Amazon, surrounded by this, you know, incredible history.
Yeah.
And the potential of these powerful plants.
Yeah.
So what happens?
Well, they eventually discovered Stropharia cubensis mushrooms, growing in abundance. And what's really interesting is this particular species wasn't associated with any indigenous group. So McKenna viewed it as like a neutral teacher in the realm of tryptamines, almost like it was offering insights that weren't, you know, filtered through any specific cultural lens.
A neutral teacher in the tryptamine dimension?
Yeah.
That's how he describes it. And I think that's when you start to kind of get a sense of his very particular perspective on these experiences. But he doesn't sugarcoat it.
Right.
He describes the mushroom experience as extremely mercurial.
Yeah.
And difficult to catch at work. It's subtle yet intense.
Exactly. And there's another kind of intriguing detail here. Both brothers reported experiencing similar content in their visions. So whether that suggests telepathy or a shared perception of some kind of invisible landscape, or simply a shared predisposition, you know, it's another layer.
It makes you wonder what these substances are actually doing. Are they unlocking some hidden reality? Are they just producing really interesting hallucinations? Then it gets even more interesting when we look at Dennis's experiences, because he describes this vocal buzzing phenomenon that he experienced after taking psilocybin and cannabis.
Yeah, he describes it in his journal as this lifting, pulsing wave of vocal buzzing that seemed to increase in energy, and he was convinced that this sound could be accessed without drugs. and that it represented a learned activity. He even went so far as to say that he was certain that he would be able to do it without tryptamines in the future.
So hold on, he's saying that our voices can somehow tap into another dimension. That sounds like a pretty bold claim.
Well, Dennis was a botanist himself, and he developed some very unconventional, even radical theories about the potential of the human voice. He believed that the body is an instrument with all these untapped capabilities, accessible through sound, and that this buzzing was a signpost pointing to those capabilities.
So it's not just about the substances themselves, but about using them to discover something inherent within us. That's a fascinating idea.
And that's a theme that kind of runs through a lot of McKenna's work. He saw these experiences as a way to push the boundaries of human potential and explore the untapped possibilities of consciousness.
So then their journey kind of takes this whole other turn. They decide to combine ayahuasca with psilocybin in what Dennis called a hypercarbylation experiment.
Yeah.
What exactly were they trying to achieve with this?
Well, they were actually joined by two others for this, Dave and Vanessa, but they both backed out before this combination experiment. So on March 4th, 1971, the brothers meticulously prepared their ayahuasca brew using Banisteriopsis caapi vines. And they thought they might be using the wrong admixture plants, but they weren't totally sure. And Dennis, ever the scientist, was fascinated by a concept called electron spin resonance, or ESR.
Okay, I'm going to need a little help here.
Yeah.
What exactly is electron spin resonance, and how does it relate to psychedelics?
So imagine you have this tiny little compass needle and it's spinning. That spinning creates this faint little energy field. Now imagine that you could amplify that spinning and make the energy field stronger. That's kind of what ESR is about. It's a way of measuring the energy field created by spinning electrons.
Okay, so how does that relate to what the McKenna brothers were doing?
Well, Dennis believed that ayahuasca's harmine would amplify psilocybin's ESR tone, creating a superconducting configuration, basically a state where energy could flow with incredible efficiency. He imagined this would allow for a fourth-dimensional warp.
So in essence, they were trying to create a kind of energetic gateway to another dimension.
Precisely. Dennis envisioned that this combination could allow the body's compounds to bond with the mushroom's template, creating this powerful psychoactive antenna capable of receiving signals from beyond our normal perception.
Wow, that's some serious next-level thinking.
Yeah.
But it sounds like this experiment really pushed them to their limits. How did they handle the aftermath?
It was intense. Dennis struggled to kind of ground himself, while Terrence became fixated on the nature of time, experiencing what he called resonances and recurrences. He initially focused on 40-day cycles, then shifted to 64-day cycles, which eventually led him to delve into the I Ching. He began to see the experience as an opus, like this unfolding work of art that would reveal its meaning over time.
And even though Dennis struggled initially, he was able to replicate that undulating howl just 2 days later. Seems like this experience had a pretty profound and lasting impact on both of them, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. And I think it's here that we start to see some potential connections between McKenna's experiences and the Law of One, because they both emphasize seeking knowledge and wisdom beyond conventional means, exploring consciousness and the interconnectedness of all things.
So the Law of One, what exactly is it?
Well, the Law of One is a channeled text received in the early 1980s, and it presents this really complex cosmology and spiritual philosophy touching upon concepts of densities, evolution, and the choice between service to others or service to self. It's a text that really encourages exploration and critical thinking, and it invites readers to connect the dots between ancient wisdom and modern discoveries.
Okay, I'm starting to see how McKenna's psychedelic journeys and the Law of One might be speaking to similar ideas about consciousness and reality.
Exactly. And that's what we're going to be kind of exploring further. How do McKenna's explorations into the tryptamine dimension relate to the densities and evolutionary framework presented in the Law of One? Are there any points of convergence or divergence?
This is where it gets really interesting. I can't wait to delve deeper into these connections.
Me neither. There's a lot to unpack here, and I think our listeners will find it really fascinating to see how these seemingly disparate threads weave together into this larger tapestry of exploration and insight.
So we've got McKenna kind of exploring these altered states through psychedelics.
Yeah.
And we've got the Law of One presenting this complex cosmology and spiritual framework. How do we start to weave those threads together? What are some of the key points of overlap?
Well, I think one of the most striking connections is this emphasis on seeking knowledge and wisdom beyond conventional means. McKenna consistently championed this idea that psychedelics could offer a glimpse into realms of consciousness that are typically inaccessible to the everyday mind.
And the Law of One seems to echo that sentiment, right? Like suggesting that true understanding requires us to expand our awareness beyond the limitations of just, like, the material world.
Precisely. The Law of One describes this hierarchy of densities, each representing a different level of spiritual evolution and understanding. And these densities aren't physical places, but rather states of consciousness.
So could McKenna's tryptamine dimension be interpreted as one of these densities, like a level of consciousness accessed through the use of these specific psychedelic compounds?
Yeah, it's an interesting parallel. The Law of One suggests that accessing higher densities requires a shift in vibration, a movement towards a more refined and expansive state of being. So perhaps certain substances, like the ones McKenna experimented with, could act as catalysts for that kind of shift.
That's a fascinating thought. It makes you wonder if, like, these ancient traditions of using plant medicines were in a way tapping into these different densities of consciousness.
It's certainly a possibility worth considering, and it aligns with McKenna's idea that these substances can act as teachers, offering insights into the nature of reality and our place within it.
Another key theme that seems to run through both McKenna's work and the Law of One is this idea of interconnectedness.
Yes. McKenna frequently spoke about the transcendental object at the end of time, this unifying force that connects all things. And this concept really resonates with the Law of One's assertion that all beings are ultimately part of a single unified consciousness.
So both McKenna's experiences and the Law of One's teachings seem to point toward a reality where separation is an illusion and everything is ultimately connected.
Exactly. And this interconnectedness isn't just some abstract philosophical concept. It has really profound implications for how we understand ourselves and our relationship to the universe.
One of the most intriguing concepts from the Law of One is the idea of wanderers. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. The Law of One describes wanderers as beings who originate from higher densities, but choose to incarnate on Earth to assist with its spiritual evolution. And they often feel this deep sense of longing, a feeling of not quite belonging, as if they're here on a mission.
That's so interesting. It makes you wonder, could McKenna, with his unconventional ideas and his drive to push the boundaries of consciousness, be considered a wanderer?
It's a compelling question, and it speaks to, I think, a broader point that both McKenna and the Law of One emphasize, which is that we all have the potential to access higher levels of awareness and contribute to the evolution of consciousness, both individually and collectively.
So even if we don't literally come from another dimension, we can still strive to embody that wanderer spirit, that desire to learn, to grow, and to help others along the way.
Absolutely. And that brings us to another really important concept that emerges from both sources: free will.
Right. McKenna often spoke about the importance of personal responsibility and the power of choice. How does that align with the Law of One's perspective?
Well, the Law of One really emphasizes that free will is paramount. Each individual has the sovereign right to choose their path, whether it's service to others or service to self. There's no judgment-only consequence.
So in essence, we're all constantly creating our reality through our choices and actions. And this idea of choice kind of ties into another key theme, polarity.
Yes. The Law of One describes this fundamental polarity in the universe: service to others versus service to self. And it's not about good versus evil, but rather two different orientations towards existence.
And McKenna also seemed to grapple with this idea of polarity, particularly in his explorations of the shadow self and the darker aspects of human nature.
Right. He recognized that both light and shadow exist within us, and that integrating both is essential for wholeness. And this aligns with the Law of One's assertion that both polarities are necessary for the evolution of consciousness.
So it's not about denying or suppressing the negative aspects of ourselves, but about understanding and integrating them into a larger, more holistic understanding of who we are.
Exactly. And this process of integration is ultimately a journey of self-discovery and spiritual evolution.
It seems like both McKenna and the Law of One are encouraging us to embrace this journey, to dive deep into the mysteries of consciousness and explore the full spectrum of human experience. But McKenna's approach was often controversial, right? He faced a lot of criticism for his open advocacy of psychedelic use. How do we reconcile that with the Law of One's emphasis on respecting free will and avoiding infringement?
That's a great question. The Law of One explicitly cautions against influencing others' free will. However, it also acknowledges the importance of sharing information and allowing individuals to make their own choices. So McKenna, in his own way, was simply presenting information, sharing his experiences, and inviting others to engage with the ideas that resonated with them.
That's like he was saying, look, here's what I've discovered. Take it or leave it, but at least consider the possibilities.
Right. Exactly. And ultimately, each individual has to decide for themselves how they want to explore these realms of consciousness. Whether it's through meditation, contemplation, plant medicines, or other means, the journey is ultimately a personal one. But both McKenna and the Law of One suggest that it's a journey worth taking.
And this brings us back to Dennis's fascinating vocal buzzing experience. Remember how he believed that the voice could act as a kind of holographic library and color organ?
Yes, he saw the voice as this tool for accessing and manipulating the very fabric of reality.
And if we kind of connect this to the Law of One's description of the universe as being composed of vibrations and light, could sound be a key to navigating these different densities of consciousness?
It's an intriguing possibility. Ancient traditions around the world have long recognized the power of sound for healing transformation and spiritual exploration. So perhaps Dennis stumbled upon a technique for tapping into that power in a particularly potent way.
It makes you wonder what other possibilities might be unlocked if we were to fully explore the potential of sound and vibration.
Indeed. And this is where the Law of One's emphasis on seeking knowledge and pursuing understanding becomes particularly relevant. It encourages us to approach these mysteries with an open mind and a willingness to explore beyond the confines of conventional thought.
So in essence, both McKenna and the Law of One are inviting us to become explorers of consciousness, to venture beyond the familiar and embrace the unknown.
Exactly. And this exploration isn't just about intellectual curiosity or seeking out exotic experiences. It's about understanding who we are, where we come from, and what our potential is. It's about recognizing our interconnectedness and contributing to the evolution of consciousness in a positive and meaningful way.
I think that's a really powerful message to leave our listeners with.
I agree. And perhaps it's a message that resonates even more deeply in our current times as we navigate a world of increasing complexity and uncertainty.
Yeah, it's like we're being called to step into this, larger role, not just as observers of reality,
Yeah.
but as active participants.
Precisely. And that can feel really daunting sometimes. But both McKenna and the Law of One emphasize that we're not alone in this journey. There's this underlying current of love and guidance, kind of woven into the fabric of existence.
It's like that safety net you don't see, but you can always sense is there.
Yeah.
But it makes you wonder, though, if we're all connected, if we all have this potential for growth and evolution, why is there so much suffering in the world?
Well, the Law of One suggests that suffering arises from a lack of understanding of our true nature and our interconnectedness. And it's through experiencing the limitations and challenges of the physical world that we learn and grow.
So it's not that suffering is inherently good or necessary, but rather an opportunity for
Right.
growth and evolution.
We-
We learn through contrast, through experiencing that full spectrum of human emotions and experiences.
Exactly. And this is where the concept of free will becomes so important. Each individual has to choose their path. And sometimes that path leads through some really difficult terrain.
But even in the midst of those challenges, we can remember those core principles, that we're not alone, that we have the power to choose, and that love is that fundamental energy of the universe.
Absolutely. And that's a message that I think can offer a lot of comfort and inspiration, regardless of what challenges we might be facing in our own lives.
It's like that North Star guiding us home even when the seas are rough.
So if we were to kind of distill all of this down to a few key takeaways, what would you say are the most important things to remember?
Well, I think the most essential takeaway is the power of questioning. Both McKenna and the Law of One encourage us to question our assumptions, to explore beyond the confines of dogma and receive wisdom, and to seek our own understanding of truth.
Which is so important, especially in today's world, where we're constantly bombarded with information and, all these conflicting narratives.
Absolutely. And this questioning shouldn't be fueled by doubt or cynicism, but by genuine curiosity and a desire to learn and grow.
Yeah, that open-hearted curiosity, that willingness to embrace the unknown, that's what fuels the journey. Precisely. And along with questioning, I think it's crucial to remember the importance of personal responsibility. We have the power to choose our thoughts, our beliefs, and our actions.
Right. We're not just passive recipients of whatever life throws at us.
Yeah.
We have agency.
Exactly. And that agency comes with responsibility. The choices we make, both big and small, they ripple out and affect the world around us.
It's like we're each holding a brush, adding our own unique colors to this vast canvas of existence.
What a beautiful way to put it. And finally, I think it's essential to remember that love is the fundamental energy of the universe. It might not always be obvious, especially when we're facing challenges or surrounded by suffering, but it's always there beneath the surface.
Yeah. It's the ground of being, the source from which everything arises.
Exactly. And connecting with that love, cultivating it within ourselves and extending it outwards to others, that's ultimately what gives our lives meaning and purpose.
Well, this has been such a rich and thought-provoking exploration. Thank you for taking us on this deep dive with Terence McKenna and the Law of One.
It's been my pleasure. And remember, dear listener, the exploration doesn't end here. Keep asking questions, keep seeking answers, and keep your heart open to the infinite possibilities that exist within and all around you.
All right, so today we're diving deep into Soa Rigpa.
Mm.
You might know it as Tibetan medicine.
That's right.
It's a fascinating system, really. It's so much more than just like taking a pill when you don't feel well, you know?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's very holistic, you know.
Yeah, it's about weaving the physical, mental, and spiritual all together for, well, for complete well-being, really. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to kind of look at how all that connects with this really cool concept called the Law of One.
Okay.
Familiar with that one?
A little bit. It's like a principle of interconnectedness.
Yeah, exactly. Unity and all that. And don't worry, even if you haven't heard of Soa Rigpa or the Law of One, we'll break it all down, make it easy to understand. Promise.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Soa Rigpa. Kind of, they don't just treat the symptoms.
No.
You know what I mean? They look at the whole picture, the whole person.
Like a detective, almost.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Trying to find those clues,
Mm,
like what's really at the root of the illness.
I like that. The detective analogy, it works. So walk me through it. What kind of clues would a Soa Rigpa doctor be searching for? What would they be looking at?
Well, first, picture yourself walking into a Soa Rigpa clinic. What would you see?
Okay.
You'd see like separate rooms,
Okay.
and separate beds for men and women.
Makes sense.
And then they'd have dedicated areas for, well, messier procedures.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And even specific spots for this pretty intense detoxification therapy.
Oh, wow.
It's called Panchakarma, or Lasna in Tibetan.
Panchakarma. Okay, hold on. Back up for a sec. Detoxification, huh?
Mm.
What does that even, what does that involve?
Okay, so Panchakarma is all about purifying the body,
Okay.
getting rid of all those toxins. They use all sorts of things like massage and herbal remedies, and even sometimes like controlled vomiting.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Yeah, it's pretty intense, but it's a really important part of Soa Rigpa, a cornerstone, you could say.
I can imagine. Definitely not for the faint of heart. So, okay, back to the clinic. We've got separate rooms. We've got the detox areas. What else? What else would I notice? What kind of stands out?
Well, you definitely see all the tools of the trade. Things like medicine trolleys and needle cutters, oxygen cylinders even. It's a real blend of the ancient and the modern.
Interesting. So it's like this ancient system trying to figure out how it fits in a world that's so, dominated by modern medicine.
Exactly, trying to find its place.
It's like walking a tightrope between holding on to centuries of tradition and trying to keep up with the times, right?
Yeah, I mean, just think about it. You have these centuries-old practices
Hmm.
butting up against modern pharmaceuticals,
Yeah.
modern healthcare systems, and it creates a real challenge for Soa Rigpa practitioners. How do you navigate that?
It's a big question, especially nowadays when everyone wants a quick fix, pop a pill and you're good to go.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. There's a tension there, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And, it plays out even in how they actually make the medicines.
Really?
Yeah, some practitioners are all about, embracing those modern grinding machines.
Oh, okay.
And pill-making machines.
Yeah.
Trying to speed things up. But then you have others who are like, nope, got to stick with tradition.
Interesting. So is it just a being stuck in the past kind of thing?
Not really. It's deeper than that. You see, some practitioners believe that the practitioner's personal involvement, their energy, their intention,
Oh,
it actually affects how potent the medicine is.
wow.
It's fascinating. So
It's not just about the ingredients themselves. It's about the energy that goes into making them.
exactly.
Speaking of energy, there's this concept. I was reading about it and it kind of blew my mind. It's called Fabs June.
Oh, yeah.
It's this process where they consecrate the ingredients,
Mm-hmm.
but they do it over years,
Yeah.
literally years and years. And when they make a new batch of the medicine, they add a little bit from the previous batch.
Oh, interesting.
It's I don't know, like a sourdough starter or something.
Yeah. You keep a piece of the old to make the new.
Yeah, exactly. But here's not just about the flavor. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's about this unbroken chain of energy and knowledge that's been passed down through generations of practitioners.
That's right. It's all about lineage. It's central to Soa Rigpa, this idea of a direct connection
Wow.
to the source of the knowledge and make sure the essence of the medicine stays pure. stays intact.
So they really believe this actually gives the medicines like special properties.
Absolutely. And they even use this Fab's Curgene for some of their most like complex preparations. There's this one called Engulchu Rinchen Chutal. It's got gold in it
Wow.
and silver and precious gems, all very carefully consecrated over time.
Gold and gems. That's wild. It sounds like straight out of a fantasy novel.
Yeah.
So we've got this amazing system all about balance and energy, right?
Right.
His deep respect for tradition. But how does all that connect with the law of one?
That is where things get very, very interesting. So the law of one basically says that everything is connected.
Okay.
Like everything in the universe is part of this one giant web of energy.
I see, like kind of a cosmic tapestry, maybe?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. Every thread's like a part of creation, and we're all woven in together.
Woven in. That's a cool image. Okay, so I can see how that ties in with like Soa Rigpa's focus on balance and how the mind, the body, the spirit, they're all connected.
It's all one.
It's all one. But the law of one, it also talks about these like different densities of existence.
Right.
Free will.
Yeah.
Even choosing paths of like service to others or service to self. How does that stuff fit in with Tibetan medicine?
Well, you can think of densities as like different levels of consciousness almost, or awareness.
So like climbing a ladder, and each rung is a higher level of understanding.
Exactly. That's a great analogy. And the law of one says we're all on this ladder, moving up, evolving toward greater unity.
So are we saying that taking Tibetan medicine can like help you climb the ladder faster?
Not quite. It's not that simple.
Okay.
It's more about, well, both Soa Rigpa and the law of one really stress personal growth,
Right.
evolution, striving for harmony, balance within yourself and with everything around you.
So it's like, it's more about aligning yourself with these universal principles.
Yeah.
Whether you're like specifically taking herbs or not.
Exactly. And that's where the service piece comes in. The law of one says you have a choice to serve others or to serve yourself.
Okay.
And Soa Rigpa, with all its emphasis on healing, on compassion, it really seems to lean towards service to others, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But isn't self-care important too? Like, you can't help others if you're totally burnt out.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Self-care is crucial. It's not about, like, neglecting yourself. It's more about recognizing that true fulfillment. It comes from, like, connecting to something bigger, contributing to the well-being of others.
Like that saying, lose yourself in service to find yourself. Something like that.
Exactly. You got it.
Okay, I'm starting to see how these ideas actually go together. It's pretty cool.
It is.
But let's go back to Soa Rigpa for a minute. We were talking about how it's, trying to find its place in the modern world.
Yeah.
Is there a risk, do you think, that it could lose like its essence as it becomes more globalized, as more people start practicing it?
That's a valid concern. It's a real question. But remember, Soa Rigpa, it's always been adaptable.
Right.
It's been around for centuries because it's been able to like evolve, integrate new knowledge. The challenge now, it's about sharing this wisdom with the world while still keeping those core principles strong.
So it's not about like having Soa Rigpa clinics on every street corner.
No.
It's about finding ways to like blend its principles into the systems that are already out there.
That's it. Create a conversation. Build bridges between different approaches to healing. Like, for instance, there are Tibetan doctors in India, and they're adapting their traditional formulas so they work for their non-Tibetan patients. They're bridging that gap, honoring the ancient, but embracing the new, all at the same time.
It's like they're taking the best of both worlds, creating something even richer, more diverse. And this whole idea of bridging, of connecting, it fits with the law of one too, right?
Absolutely. Remember that tapestry image we talked about? Well, Soa Rigpa going global, it's like adding new threads to the tapestry. The pattern gets more intricate, and the connections between different cultures, different healing traditions, they get stronger.
Okay, now I'm really starting to see the bigger picture. This isn't just about treating illnesses, is it? It's about changing like how we understand health and well-being for individuals, for the whole world even.
That's exactly it. You got it.
But how does the law of one actually like fit into all this? Where does it come in?
Let's go back to that idea of service to others. But this time, think about it in the context of like global health. What if Soa Rigpa's expansion isn't just sharing knowledge? What if it's part of this bigger movement toward a more holistic way of doing healthcare? One that gets that we're all interdependent.
Whoa. That's a pretty powerful idea. Like, Soa Rigpa isn't just a healing system. It's a force for positive change, for more compassion, more connection. This is giving me chills.
And that's the amazing thing about exploring these ideas together.
Yeah.
They illuminate each other. They really do. New layers of meaning start to emerge. But I think we need to pause here for a second. Let these ideas sink in a bit.
Yeah, we've covered a lot, haven't we? We've gone from like ancient clinics to this cosmic tapestry, from gold-infused medicines to like the core of service and free will. It's a lot to process. But stick around, because in part 3, we're going to bring it all back home. We'll see how these concepts can actually be applied to your everyday life. All right, so we're back for the final part of our deep dive into Soa Rigpa and the Law of One. We've really gone on a journey.
We have.
From those ancient Tibetan practices to this like mind-blowing idea of a cosmic web connecting everything. But now, let's get practical.
Right. Let's bring it down to earth.
How can we actually use all this in our daily lives? What does it mean for us, like right here, right now?
Well, let's start by remembering those 3 humors we talked about in Soa Rigpa: wind, bile, and phlegm.
Oh, yeah?
They're not just like physical substances, you know?
Right.
They're also energies that are always moving within us.
Okay.
And when they're balanced, we feel good, we're in harmony.
Makes sense.
But when they're out of whack, well, that's when trouble starts.
It's like when your inbox is overflowing and you haven't slept in days, and you're living on coffee and leftover takeout. Definitely not balanced.
Exactly. And according to Soa Rigpa, that imbalance, it can show up in all sorts of ways: headaches, digestive issues, anxiety, even insomnia. You name it.
Wow. Okay, so how do we get those humors back in balance? Is it all about like diet and lifestyle changes?
Yeah.
Or is there more to it?
It's definitely a combo of things.
Oh.
Soa Rigpa practitioners, they might use herbal remedies, massage, dietary adjustments, even spiritual practices. It really depends. But here's where the Law of One fits in, I think.
How so?
Well, remember how we were talking about awareness? Making conscious choices?
Yeah, that whole free will thing.
Yep.
Taking responsibility for our actions.
Exactly. So when we feel out of balance, it's not enough to just like passively take a pill or follow some diet plan someone gave us. We got to look deeper at our choices, our habits, our whole way of life. Ask ourselves, are we adding to the imbalance? Do our actions match our desire for well-being? It's a deeper process.
Yeah, it's like you can't solve a problem using the same thinking that created it, right?
Right.
You have to be willing to change at a deeper level.
Right. And it is challenging, for sure, but it's also really empowering.
I can see that.
Because it means we have the power to shape our own lives, create a reality that's more balanced, more in line with who we really are, more fulfilling.
So it's not just about treating symptoms. It's about changing how we relate to ourselves, to everything around us.
Exactly. And that transformation, it can look so many different ways. Maybe it's bringing mindfulness practices into your day. Maybe it's learning to be more grateful. Maybe it's just slowing down, paying attention to the present moment. Whatever it is, it's about becoming more aware of your thoughts, your emotions, your actions, making choices that support your well-being on every level, you know?
It's a journey. And we don't have to do it alone, right?
Absolutely.
We can lean on each other, on our communities. We can draw on the wisdom of traditions like Soa Rigpa. They've been there before us.
Totally. Remember Fob Sturgeon?
Yeah, that unbroken chain of knowledge
Yeah.
passed down through generations.
Right. We can tap into that, not just through specific practices, but also by embracing those core principles of balance, interconnection, and compassion.
It's like we're all part of this giant experiment in like conscious evolution, always learning, adapting, trying to understand more, trying to become more unified. And maybe, just maybe, if we can bring these ancient principles into our modern lives, we can help to heal not just ourselves, but the whole world.
It's a beautiful vision. It really is. And it brings us right back to the Law of One, to that idea of service to others. And it's not just about, these grand, heroic gestures. It's about the small things, the everyday choices, how we treat each other, how we take care of our bodies, our environment, how we contribute to our communities.
Yeah. It's about recognizing we're all in this together, that what we do has an impact, that even the tiniest act of kindness can ripple outward.
Absolutely. And maybe by living these principles, by really embracing them, we can create a world that's a little more harmonious, a little more compassionate, a little more in tune with that ancient wisdom, with the understanding that we're all connected.
That's a powerful thought to end on. And with that, I think we'll wrap up our deep dive into Soa Rigpa and the Law of One. We hope this has sparked your curiosity, expanded your horizons a bit, maybe even inspired you to start your own journey, your own exploration.
Thanks for joining us. Until next time, keep diving deep, keep exploring those connections, because it's all connected.
All right, let's dive in. Today we're going to be exploring A really unique pairing of thought, the world of Alan Watts and the cosmic wisdom of the Law of One.
Wow, that's quite a blend.
It is. Watts, that really captivating voice of Eastern philosophy, meets the mind-bending metaphysics of the Law of One.
Talk about a potent philosophical cocktail.
Definitely. Our listeners sent in some really intriguing excerpts for us to explore. We have passages from some of Watts' most well-known books, like On the Taboo Against Knowing Who You Are, The Way of Zen, and The Wisdom of Insecurity.
And alongside those, we have selections from the Law of One.
It really is a philosophical feast, but where do we even begin?
Well, what's really captivating is the potential for both convergence and divergence between these two schools of thought. Where do Watts' insights into, Zen Buddhism and Taoism resonate with the more, I guess you could say, esoteric and metaphysical concepts of the Law of One?
Right.
And then where do those paths maybe veer off in different directions? That's the mystery we're going to be unraveling today.
Okay, I'm hooked. Let's tackle a big one right off the bat. The nature of self. Watts really hammered home this idea that our sense of a separate self is an illusion.
Absolutely. He did not shy away from that concept. And On the Taboo Against Knowing Who You Are, he uses this incredibly powerful image of falling off the edge of the Grand Canyon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he suggests that essentially we were kicked off that precipice the moment we were born, and everything that we identify as this I is, well, it's destined to vanish eventually.
He didn't pull any punches, that's for sure. I love how he also uses this analogy of Phil Jumble, Phil Rumble to describe, how we try to grab and hold on to experiences and then we mistake that fleeting collection as our true selves.
Exactly. It's as if we're trying to, rob the bank of life, constantly seeking something outside ourselves to complete us, when, Watts would argue that the true you is something far more expansive, something that comes and goes eternally, manifesting in every conscious being.
Okay, so Watts is telling us to let go of this illusion of a separate self, a fixed self. Now, how does the Law of One approach this whole idea of self? They don't exactly use the term self, do they?
No, they don't. They talk about what they call the mind-body-spirit conflict.
A mind-body-spirit conflict.
Okay. So imagine it this way. You are a sub-logos, a tiny, unique piece of the one infinite creator,
Okay.
like a fractal. You reflect the wholeness of creation within your individual being.
Wait, a fractal? That's a pretty cool way to visualize it.
Yeah.
So essentially, the Law of One is suggesting we're all interconnected expressions of this ultimate source.
Exactly. And even though they're coming at it from different angles, both Watts and the Law of One are pointing towards this profound interconnectedness, this underlying unity beneath the surface of things. And it really makes you think, how does this idea that you're a piece of this vast cosmic puzzle shift your perspective on who you are and how you relate to the world around you?
That's a lot to chew on. And really makes you reconsider how we even define ourselves.
Yeah. It really does. Now, I think it's time to move on to another area where Watts and the Law of One kind of intersect, and that is the paradox of control.
Oh, yeah. Watts had a way of tackling these deep concepts with such wisdom and humor.
He did.
I remember this analogy he used in This Is It, the one about the finger pointing at its own tip. What was he getting at with that one?
He was highlighting the absurdity of trying to control yourself with yourself. It's like trying to grab your right hand with your right hand.
Right.
A futile exercise. It perfectly captures that feeling of, I'm not going to think about elephants. And then, bam, all you can think about are elephants.
It's so true. The harder we try to force control, the more we seem to lose it. Like a constant uphill battle.
And the Law of One offers a really fascinating perspective on this. They introduce this concept called the veiling process.
Veiling process.
Which suggests that our conscious awareness is intentionally limited to create the conditions for free will.
Wait, so our limited awareness is actually what allows for free will. I'm not sure I follow.
Think of it this way. If we were fully aware of all the cosmic forces at play, our choices wouldn't really be choices, We'd be like puppets on strings, essentially.
Right.
The veiling process, by limiting our awareness, allows us to genuinely choose our path, to stumble, to learn, and to grow through experience.
Okay, now that's a mind bender.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the less we grasp for control, the more free we actually become.
Precisely. It is a bit of a paradox, isn't it?
It is.
But it's in that surrendering to the flow, accepting the limitations of our conscious awareness, that we might discover a deeper level of agency. Does this resonate with you at all? Have you ever felt like you were swimming upstream, fighting against the current, only to realize that letting go and going with the flow brought a sense of liberation?
It definitely did. It's almost like by trying so hard to control our lives, we end up boxing ourselves in.
Yeah.
So speaking of paths, let's shift gears a bit and explore how Watt's take on Zen aligns with the spiritual journey described in the Law of One.
Sounds good to me. So Watts often describes Zen as a path of direct experience, a path that rejects striving for some specific goal or state of enlightenment. It's about being fully present, immersed in the suchness of reality, without all the mental baggage.
He really emphasized letting go of that chase
Mhm.
for some future ideal, right?
Mhm.
In the way of Zen, he uses this really vivid image of a hand trying to grasp itself to illustrate how futile that pursuit of enlightenment can be.
Exactly. He believed that grasping for enlightenment was like trying to add something to what is already complete.
Yeah.
It's that paradox of control again. The harder you try to force it, the more elusive it becomes.
So with Zen, it's about simply embracing the present moment as it is. But the Law of One presents this idea of spiritual evolution, this journey through different levels of consciousness, what they call densities. Isn't that a bit contradictory to the Zen idea of just being...
That's a great question. I mean, on the surface, they might seem to clash. Zen says, stop striving, just be, while the Law of One outlines this structured progression through stages of spiritual growth. But what if we look at them as complementary rather than contradictory?
I like where you're going with this. How so?
Well, think of it this way. Zen provides the how. It's the practice of presence, of cultivating a mind that is not constantly grasping or resisting. And the Law of One, it offers the what? The framework of spiritual evolution, the map of the territory we're navigating.
So Zen gives us the tools to navigate those densities of consciousness that the Law of One describes.
Exactly. Zen helps us cultivate the awareness and the stillness that's needed to move through those densities, to evolve without getting caught in the traps of ego and desire.
Okay, I'm starting to see how they fit together. Now, another theme that runs through both Watt's work and the Law of One is this idea of duality in Maya and the play of opposites.
Yes. Watts dives deep into this in The Way of Zen, where he explains the concept of Maya, or illusion. He argues that our perception of a world made up of separate, solid things is a kind of mental fabrication.
And he uses that striking image from the Heart Sutra, form is emptiness, emptiness is form, to illustrate how we tend to cling to that illusion of solidity.
Right. It's not that the world of form disappears, but we begin to see through its apparent solidity,
Right.
recognizing the interconnectedness of everything. And Watts also talks about the interdependence of opposites, how good and bad, self and other, can't exist without each other.
Right, they define each other.
Yeah, they define each other, they create this dynamic interplay that fuels the whole cosmic dance. And actually, Watts even suggests that good has a slight edge over bad. Why do you think he said that?
I don't know. What do you think?
I think he was pointing to the inherent creative impulse of the universe. If bad had the upper hand, if entropy reigns supreme, everything would eventually just dissolve into chaos.
Right.
But the fact that there's life, that there's evolution, there's growth, it suggests that there's this inherent drive towards greater complexity, greater harmony.
That's a beautiful way to put it. So how does the Law of One tie into this whole idea of duality and the interplay of opposites?
Well, the Law of One talks about polarity as an essential element of spiritual evolution.
Okay.
They suggest that we learn and grow through the interplay of opposites, through the challenges, the catalysts that life throws our way.
So both Watts and the Law of One are saying that duality is not something to be avoided or transcended, but rather an integral part of the game.
Exactly. It's through this dance of opposites, through the friction, the tension, that we gain wisdom, that we evolve and refine our understanding of ourselves in the universe. Does this shift your perspective at all on the challenges that you face in your own life? Do you see them as obstacles to overcome or as opportunities for growth and transformation?
That's a powerful question. It makes you realize that maybe the struggles aren't there to hold us back, but rather to push us forward.
That's a great way to look at it. And this leads us to our final point of convergence between Watts and the Law of One, the power of the present moment and the illusion of time.
Ah, yes. Watts was a huge proponent of embracing the now.
He was.
He argued that the past and the future are just mental constructs, and it's in the present moment that life truly unfolds.
He often described our preoccupation with the past and the future as a form of psychological time travel.
I like that.
This tendency to get swept away by regrets and anxieties, completely missing the richness of what's happening right here, right now.
Yeah, he has this great line in The Wisdom of Insecurity where he says, this is it. This is really all there is, but nobody wants to believe it.
Right.
It's like we're constantly searching for something outside of this present moment, something more, something better.
It's as if we're living in a time warp, constantly chasing after what ifs and should have beens, instead of fully inhabiting the only moment we truly have.
Right, right.
And the Law of One actually adds another layer to this whole conversation about time.
Okay.
They introduce these really mind-bending concepts of space-time and time-space.
Space-time and time-space.
Yeah, suggesting a much more fluid and interconnected understanding of time itself.
So, are you saying that if we could truly grasp the power of the now, we might even tap into this more fluid experience of time, this time-space reality that the Law of One describes?
It's certainly a possibility. Think about it. When we're fully present, when our minds are quiet and we're not caught up in this torrent of thoughts about the past and future, we often experience a sense of timelessness.
Right.
Those moments of flow, those moments of deep connection seem to exist outside of the linear progression of clock time.
That's so true. Those moments feel expansive, almost eternal. And now for our final provocative thought for our listeners.
What if, by embracing that loving cynicism that Watts often spoke of, we could unlock a deeper understanding of the Law of One's emphasis on unconditional love?
Wow, that's an interesting connection. I'm not sure I see it yet. Can you unpack that a bit more?
Sure. Watts' loving cynicism wasn't about being jaded or negative. It was about acknowledging the inherent absurdity of the human condition, the Phil rumble of it all, while simultaneously embracing the beauty and wonder of existence.
So it's like seeing the comedy and the tragedy of life with open eyes without getting swept away by either extreme.
Exactly. It's about holding both the light and the shadow, the joy and the sorrow, in a state of compassionate awareness. And perhaps that's the key to understanding how to love unconditionally, even those who seem to be on the path of service to self.
That's a profound thought. It's like by accepting the totality of existence, the good and the bad, we open ourselves to a love that transcends judgment and embraces all that is.
Precisely. It challenges us to see the divine spark in everything, even in those aspects of reality that we might find distasteful or confusing. It's an invitation to expand our capacity for compassion and understanding, to move beyond the duality of us and them.
That's a beautiful way to frame it. It makes you realize that love, true love, can encompass even those parts of reality that we might struggle to accept.
Indeed. And perhaps, just perhaps, a deeper understanding of the archetypes, as discussed in the Law of One, could enrich our appreciation for the creative arts that Watts celebrated so passionately.
Oh, I like that. Watts saw art as a powerful expression of the human spirit, a way of tapping into the creative energy of the universe.
Right. And the archetypes, these fundamental patterns of consciousness, could offer a new lens through which to view and understand the creative process.
So are you suggesting that the archetypes might be like the source code of creativity, the underlying blueprints that shape our artistic expressions?
It's a fascinating possibility. Imagine the archetypes as these universal energies, these recurring patterns of thought and behavior that find expression through art, music, literature, all forms of human creativity.
That's a really cool way to think about it. It's like those archetypal energies are always flowing through us, and the artist is the one who can channel them into tangible forms.
Exactly. And perhaps by understanding the archetypes, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the creative impulses that drive us all, whether we consider ourselves artists or not.
This has been such a mind-expanding deep dive. We've explored the illusory nature of the self, the paradox of control, the interplay of duality, the power of the present moment, and even glimpsed a potential bridge between Watts' loving cynicism and the Law of One's concept of unconditional love.
And we've only just scratched the surface. This deep dive was just the beginning.
It was.
We encourage you to continue exploring the works of both Alan Watts and the Law of One. There are treasures of wisdom waiting to be discovered, insights that could transform your understanding of yourself, the world, and your place in the cosmic dance.
That's right. Keep diving deep and embrace the mystery.
So Watts really emphasized letting go of that chase, for some future ideal, right? In the Way of Zen, he uses this really vivid image of a hand trying to grasp itself to illustrate how, futile that pursuit of enlightenment can be. He believed that grasping for enlightenment was like trying to add something to what was already complete,
Right.
That paradox of control, again, the harder you try to force it, the more elusive it becomes.
Yeah. So with Zen, it's about simply embracing the present moment as it is.
Yeah.
But the Law of One, it presents this idea of spiritual evolution, this journey through different levels of consciousness, what they call densities. Now, isn't that a bit contradictory to the Zen idea of just being?
Hmm. That's a great question. On the surface, they might seem to clash, right? Zen says, stop striving, just be, while the law of one outlines this, I guess you could say, structured progression through stages of spiritual growth.
Right.
But what if we look at them as complementary rather than contradictory?
Okay, I like where you're going with this. How so?
Well, think of it this way. Zen provides the how. It's the practice of presence, of cultivating a mind that's, not constantly grasping or resisting. And the law of one, it offers the what, that framework of spiritual evolution, the map of the territory we're navigating.
So Zen gives us the tools to navigate those densities of consciousness that the law of one describes.
Exactly. Zen helps us to cultivate the awareness and the stillness that's needed to move through those densities, to evolve without getting caught in the traps of ego and desire.
Okay. I'm starting to see how they fit together. Now, another theme that runs through both Watt's work and the law of one is this idea of duality, Maya, and the play of opposites.
Yes. Watts dives deep into this in The Way of Zen, where he explains the concept of Maya, or illusion,
Right.
and he argues that our perception of a world made up of, separate solid things is a kind of mental fabrication.
Right, and he uses that striking image from the Heart Sutra, form is emptiness, emptiness is form, to illustrate how we tend to cling to the illusion of solidity.
Right, right. It's not that the world of form disappears, but we begin to see through its apparent solidity, recognizing the interconnectedness of everything. And Watts also talks about the interdependence of opposites, how good and bad, self and other, they can't exist without each other.
Right, they define each other.
Yeah, they define each other. They create this dynamic interplay that fuels the whole cosmic dance. And actually, Watts even suggests that good has a slight edge over bad. Why do you think he said that?
I don't know, what do you think?
I think he was pointing to the inherent creative impulse of the universe. If bad had the upper hand, if entropy reigned supreme, everything would eventually just dissolve into chaos.
Right.
But the fact that there's life, that there's evolution, growth, suggests that there's this inherent drive towards greater complexity, greater harmony.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
Yeah.
So how does the law of one tie into this whole idea of duality and the interplay of opposites?
Well, the law of one talks about polarity as an essential element of spiritual evolution.
Right.
They suggest that we learn and grow through the interplay of opposites, through the challenges, the catalysts that life throws our way.
So both Watts and the law of one are saying that duality is not something to be avoided or transcended, but rather an integral part of the game.
Exactly. It's through this dance of opposites, through the friction, the tension, that we gain wisdom, that we evolve and refine our understanding of ourselves in the universe. Does this shift your perspective at all on the challenges that you face in your own life? Do you see them as obstacles to overcome or as opportunities for growth and transformation?
That's a powerful question.
Yeah.
It really makes you realize that maybe the struggles aren't there to hold us back, but rather to push us forward.
That's a great way to look at it. And this leads us to our final point of convergence between Watts and the law of one: the power of the present moment and the illusion of time.
Yes. Watts was a huge proponent of embracing the now.
He was.
He argued that the past and the future are just mental constructs, and it's in the present moment that life truly unfolds.
He often described our preoccupation with the past and the future as a form of psychological time travel.
I like that.
This tendency to get swept away by regrets and anxieties, completely missing the richness of what's happening right here, right now.
Yeah, he has this great line in The Wisdom of Insecurity where he says, this is it. This is really all there is, but nobody wants to believe it.
Right.
It's like we're constantly searching for something outside of this present moment, something more, something better.
It's as if we're living in a time warp, constantly chasing after what-ifs and should-have-beens, instead of fully inhabiting the only moment we truly have.
Right, right.
And the law of one actually adds another layer to this whole conversation about time.
Right.
They introduce these really mind-bending concepts of space-time and time-space.
Space-time and time-space.
Yeah, suggesting a much more fluid and interconnected understanding of time itself.
So are you saying that if we could truly grasp the power of now we might even tap into this more fluid experience of time, this time-space reality that the law of one describes?
It's certainly a possibility. Think about it. When we're fully present, when our minds are quiet, and we're not caught up in this torrent of thoughts about the past and the future, We often experience a sense of timelessness. You know, those moments of flow, those moments of deep connection seem to exist outside of the linear progression of clock time.
That's so true. Those moments feel expansive, almost eternal.
It's really amazing how these seemingly disparate threads, Watt's playful yet profound insights and the cosmic scope of the Law of One, weave together such a rich tapestry of ideas.
Isn't it fascinating? And, as we've journeyed through these concepts, one thing that keeps bubbling up for me is this sense of invitation, this call to step outside our usual ways of seeing things and embrace a more expansive perspective.
I feel that too. It's like both Watts and the Law of One are beckoning us to question our assumptions, to, let go of rigid beliefs and open ourselves up to a wider, more fluid reality.
Exactly, whether it's Watts encouraging us to shed the illusion of the separate self or the Law of One presenting this grand cosmic vision of unity and evolution. There's this underlying message of possibility,
Right.
this invitation to participate in the unfolding mystery of existence.
And it's not about passively observing either, right? It's about actively engaging with life, embracing the challenges and the joys with an open heart and a curious mind.
You got it. It's about recognizing that we're not just spectators in this cosmic drama, but active participants, co-creators of our own reality, and contributors to the larger unfolding story.
Well said.
So, where do we go from here? What can our listeners take away from this deep dive into the world of Alan Watts and the Law of One?
Well, I think the key takeaway is that this is really just the beginning of a much larger exploration. We've planted some seeds, we've sparked some curiosity, and hopefully we've opened some new doorways of perception.
It's like we've given our listeners a taste of a delicious, multi-layered cake, but it's up to them to savor each bite, to digest these ideas and see how they resonate in their own lives.
And there's no right or wrong way to do that. Some might feel drawn to dive deeper into Watt's work, exploring his unique blend of Eastern philosophy and Western humor. Others might be captivated by the cosmic scope of the Law of One, delving into its intricate cosmology and spiritual teachings.
And maybe, just maybe, this deep dive will inspire our listeners to create their own unique synthesis, weaving together the threads of Watts, the Law of One, and their own personal experiences into a tapestry of meaning that's uniquely their own.
That would be wonderful. After all, that's the beauty of exploration. It's a deeply personal journey.
Right.
And, just like those ancient explorers who set sail for uncharted territories, we encourage our listener to embrace the unknown, to keep asking questions, and to trust the unfolding path.
And who knows what treasures they might discover along the way. So until next time, keep diving deep, embrace the mystery, and remember, this is just the beginning. Hey everyone, welcome back for another deep dive. Today we're going to be looking at something super interesting, the connection between animal consciousness and the Law of One.
Yeah, it should be a fascinating discussion. We've got such an eclectic mix of sources too. Academic papers, scientific reports, philosophical excerpts, and of course selections from the Law of One itself.
It's to be wild.
It really is. I think what's so interesting about this topic is that it makes us think about one of the biggest mysteries out there.
Like what?
Well, what is consciousness?
Right.
And if we can find it in animals, what does that mean for how we see them?
Exactly. And one of the papers we're looking at today goes right to the heart of that. Science Asks Conscience, animal-anglais.coc.pdf. It points out just how subjective the experience of consciousness is, especially for us humans. It makes studying it in animals a huge challenge.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how full-text T01.pdf defines consciousness, though. It focuses on how it's experiential and sensory, and they break it down into these key features: qualitative richness, situatedness, intentionality, integration, dynamics, and stability.
Okay, so qualitative richness. That's like how vivid our senses are.
Yeah.
Right? And situatedness means we experience things in a specific context, time, and place.
Yeah, exactly.
Then there's intentionality, which suggests our thoughts are going towards something.
That's a great way to put it. And we can't forget about integration, where we perceive things as a whole, not just little bits of information. Then you've got the interplay of dynamics and stability.
Okay.
The way our experiences are always shifting, but there's this continuous thread of awareness going through it all.
It's kind of like a river, always flowing, but always there.
Yeah, great analogy.
So thinking about all of this, what parts of consciousness do you find most interesting? And how do you think they might show up in the animal world?
That's a great question and something to think about as we go forward. Now, when we look at Science Asks Conscience, animal-anglais.doc.pdf, We see this comprehensive review of studies that suggest different types of consciousness are present in vertebrates.
Okay.
And get this includes livestock and fish.
Hold on, fish. Really? I was just kind of picturing them swimming around,
Yeah.
on autopilot, just reacting to stuff.
It might seem that way, but, we got to be careful about jumping to conclusions. The research is really complex.
Mm-hmm.
But there is some interesting evidence coming out. For example, ABC 2019 Vol64 Comstock.pdf shows studies that point to metacognition in rats.
We have metacognition in rats.
Yeah.
So they're not just responding to things, they're thinking about their thinking.
It seems that way.
That's crazy. Are there other examples like that?
There are. That same source, ABC 2019 Vol64 Comstock.pdf, also mentions studies on self-awareness in primates. We've all seen those videos of chimpanzees recognizing themselves in mirror.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And then if we go back to Science Asks Conscience, animal.doc.pdf, there are discussions of social awareness in herbivores.
Like what?
Like how they seem to understand and respond to each other's emotions in their group?
So we're seeing all these potential signs of consciousness in so many different animals. It makes you wonder how much we're missing, and it brings up some ethical questions about how we treat them.
Absolutely. Science Asks Conscience, animal-anglais.doc.pdf really dives into those ethical implications.
Yeah.
If animals do have these varying levels of consciousness, it really challenges how we think about their ability to suffer and experience the world.
Definitely. Now, to add another layer to all of this, let's look at things from an evolutionary standpoint. Animal Consciousness Creer0.pdf and VATE 2023 Preview A Philosophy for Science of Animal Consciousness.pdf both look at consciousness from that lens of natural selection.
It's really interesting how those sources look at the how and why of consciousness developing over time. They even talk about this idea of pathological complexity.
Pathological complexity.
Yeah.
Okay, what's that?
It's this idea that certain lifestyles might have actually pushed the evolution of conscious awareness.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Can you explain that a little more?
Okay, so imagine an animal that lives in a really complex and ever-changing environment. They always have to solve new problems and adapt to unexpected situations,
Right.
make flexible decisions. That kind of pressure could favor the development of a more complex brain.
So it's not just about survival.
Yeah.
It's about thriving in tough spots that could have pushed consciousness to emerge.
Exactly. And when we look at the big picture, it really shows how diverse intelligence is in nature.
Yeah.
Consciousness probably took many forms shaped by each species' own evolutionary journey.
All right, my mind is already blown. Now, how does the law of one fit into all of this? I'm really excited to talk about that.
Me too. It's definitely a unique way to look at things. If you look at the law of one material, specifically books 1 through 4, it describes consciousness as this fundamental part of the universe coming from this one infinite creator.
And then there's the whole system of densities, right?
Yes.
Describing how consciousness evolves through those different levels of awareness and understanding.
Exactly. The law of one really emphasizes free will and how important our choices are.
Like how we choose to polarize.
Yeah, whether we're moving towards service to others or service to self as we move through these densities. And in the Lawphone book, iTheraMaterialB.pdf, they even talk about how challenges and experiences can speed up our spiritual evolution.
So we're talking about this cosmic system where consciousness is always evolving.
Yes.
And our choices are super important. But how do we tie this back to animal consciousness?
Well, that's where things get really interesting. The Law of One has some intriguing ideas that could connect these worlds of science and metaphysics. Have you ever heard of the concept of harvest in the Law of One?
I have, but remind me.
Sure. It's this idea that beings can graduate to higher densities based on their spiritual progress.
Okay, I'm with you. So how might that idea of harvest relate to how animals evolve consciousness through the densities?
That's something to think about, isn't it? And to make things even more interesting, the Lawphone book, iTheraMaterialBy.pdf, talks about entities being transferred to Earth from Mars.
Whoa, entities from Mars. Okay, now we're getting into some crazy stuff.
I know, right? And it brings up questions about how consciousness might evolve across planets. Maybe Earth's history is more complicated than we think, with other beings and their journeys through consciousness.
So we're talking about this potentially massive and connected web of consciousness,
Yeah.
spanning species, planets, and densities. This is blowing my mind. But let's bring it back down to Earth for a second.
Okay.
What does all of this really mean for us? How does knowing about animal consciousness and the law of one change our perspective on our place in the universe? How do we even begin to integrate these ideas into our lives?
Those are great questions, and that's exactly what we'll be looking at as we continue our deep dive.
Awesome, I can't wait.
Welcome back. We left off talking about that wild concept from the law phone book Ithera by.pdf. You know, the idea that entities were transferred to Earth from Mars.
Right. I'm still thinking about that one. It really makes you think, doesn't it?
It does. It makes us consider if there could be other conscious beings right here with us, maybe even influencing our evolution.
Before the break, you mentioned this idea connects to the law of one's concept of harvest. Can you tell me more about that?
Of course. In the law of one, harvest basically means beings graduating to higher densities based on how they've grown spiritually. So think about those Martian entities for a second. What if coming to Earth was part of their own harvest process? Like, what if Earth helped them keep growing spiritually?
So you're saying Earth could be like a training ground for consciousness
Yeah.
where beings from other planets come to evolve.
It's a really interesting idea, and it brings up more questions like, what density were those Martian beings at? Were they second density beings about to become third density, or were they already third density, maybe even more advanced than early humans?
You know, I never thought about it that way. If they were already third density, it suggests a whole other level of consciousness was here on this planet with us.
Exactly. And if they were second density moving towards third, it adds another layer to this harvest thing. Maybe the challenges and opportunities on Earth were there to help them evolve spiritually.
Okay, my mind is officially blown. It's like we're putting together a huge cosmic puzzle, but with some crazy pieces.
Yeah.
You mentioned before that the law of one talks about densities as stages of spiritual evolution. Can you explain that a little more for our listeners?
Sure. Think of densities as levels of awareness and understanding. First density is basic awareness, like plants and minerals. Second density is about growth and instincts. That's where animals fit in. Third density is the one we're in as humans, and it's all about self-awareness and free will.
So third density is where we make those big choices about how we want to interact with the world.
Yes.
Service to self or service to others, right?
Exactly. And as we make those choices, we move towards either fourth density, which is all about love and understanding, or a path that's more self-focused.
Okay, that makes sense. But what about animals? Where do they fit into this whole density thing? Do they evolve through them too?
That's a great question. The law of one doesn't really go into detail about how animals evolve through densities, but there are some hints. Remember harvest. Could it be that animals, as they go through second density, also experience a kind of harvest?
So you're saying animals could potentially graduate to fourth density too. What would that even look like?
It's a really interesting possibility to think about. Imagine a world where animals, having developed consciousness and compassion, move to a higher level of existence. Do they transition as individual souls, or is there maybe a group soul for a whole species? These are questions that go beyond what we currently understand.
This is wild. It really challenges how we usually think about animals and makes you wonder about the true scope of consciousness on Earth.
And remember, we're just scratching the surface here. What's so cool about exploring these concepts is that it opens up more questions than answers. It makes us think about the mysteries of existence and see beyond our limited human perspective.
Okay, I'm definitely feeling that expansion. But I got to be honest, I'm also a little overwhelmed. It's a lot to process, and it's tough to know how to even start incorporating these ideas into our lives. What advice would you give to someone who's just starting to look into these things?
That's a great point. It's important to approach these concepts with an open mind and be willing to question what we think we know. Remember, the law of one encourages us to find our own truth, not to just blindly believe one perspective.
So it's not about finding all the answers.
Yeah.
It's more about going on a journey of exploration and discovery.
Exactly. And living the law within the choice.pdf actually gives some really practical guidance for this journey. It emphasizes making choices that are aligned with love and understanding. And that includes how we treat animals, too.
Right. If we really see their consciousness, our responsibility to them becomes so much bigger than just food and shelter.
Yes.
It's about respecting their sentience, their ability to feel, and their own paths of evolution.
Absolutely. It also makes us look at our own beliefs and how we act. Are we really living in line with the law of one? Do our actions show love and compassion for everyone, including animals?
You know, it's easy to get caught up in our human world and forget about how connected everything is.
It really is.
The law of one really pushes us to see beyond ourselves and recognize that spark of consciousness in every living thing. But how do we actually develop that kind of awareness in our everyday lives?
Well, living the law from the choice.pdf suggests some practical ways to do that. It talks about incorporating things like meditation and mindfulness.
Okay.
These practices can help us step outside of our limited views and connect with a deeper sense of unity.
So it's not just about understanding these concepts in our heads.
No.
It's about living them through our choices and actions.
Yes.
It's about remembering we're all part of this big cosmic dance evolving together.
Beautifully said. It's about realizing our actions ripple out and affect the whole web of consciousness. And that can be really powerful.
I love that. But I'm still wrestling with one piece of this puzzle. The idea of densities and harvest. It's kind of abstract. Can you make it a little more concrete, maybe relate it back to animal consciousness?
Sure. Let's think about harvest in the context of animal consciousness. The Law of Own book Ithera material B.PDF mentions that in third density, beings are harvested individually based on their spiritual progress.
Okay, so if we apply that to animals, are you saying there's a chance they could be harvested into fourth density too based on how they've progressed?
Now, that's a thought-provoking question, isn't it? And if so, what does that transition look like for them? Do they keep their individual consciousness, or do they maybe merge into a collective consciousness for their species?
Wow, these are some seriously fascinating questions. It makes you wonder about the true nature of consciousness and how it could exist in ways we can't even imagine.
And that's where things start to get really exciting. It makes us rethink what we believe about consciousness and consider the possibility that it exists in ways we haven't even thought of.
All right, my mind is doing flips. We've gone from exploring animal consciousness to talking about interplanetary travel, and now we're diving into densities and harvest.
Yeah.
But there's one concept we haven't really talked about yet, negative polarization. It's something that a lot of people misunderstand, don't you think?
You're right. It's easy to just think of negative as bad or evil. But the Law of One looks at it differently.
Right. It's not about good versus evil. It's about choosing to serve yourself instead of others. But how does that apply to animals? Can we even say that some animals are negatively polarized?
That's where things get tricky, and we need to be careful. We're getting into territory where we might be guessing more than we know for sure. But it's an interesting question to think about. If consciousness is everywhere, does the idea of polarity apply to all forms of life? Are there animals who, in their own way, are choosing that path of serving themselves?
That's a really tough idea to wrap your head around. It makes us rethink what we might see as negative behaviors in animals. Could things we see as aggressive or predatory be part of a different evolutionary path, a path of service to self?
It's definitely a perspective that needs a lot of nuance and thought. We need to avoid projecting our human values onto animals. But it reminds us that consciousness is vast and complex, full of intricate relationships and different evolutionary journeys.
I totally agree. This whole discussion has been such a journey. We've explored animal consciousness, learned about the law of one, and talked about polarity and evolution. But like always, it feels like we've only just scratched the surface. There's so much more to uncover.
That's what makes it so amazing, right? The exploration never really ends. There's always more to discover, more to learn, and more to understand about ourselves and the universe.
You're so right. This deep dive has definitely given me a lot to think about. What are your final thoughts as we wrap up this part of our exploration?
Wow, it really has been quite a journey, hasn't it? We've covered so much ground, from the scientific evidence for animal consciousness to the mind-bending concepts from the Law of One.
It really has. I feel like we've opened up a whole new universe of possibilities. It challenges how we usually think about animals and our place in the big scheme of things.
Absolutely. And as we wrap up this deep dive, I think it's really important to remember that this is just the beginning of exploring all of this. What we've done here is plant some seeds of curiosity so you can keep thinking about these ideas and finding your own understanding.
I love that. And it's all about inspiring that sense of wonder in our listeners,
Yeah.
inviting them to join us on this journey of discovery.
Yeah.
But before we go, is there anything from our conversation that you'd like to emphasize? What's the one thing you hope our listeners take away from all of this?
That's a great question. If I had to pick one key takeaway from this deep dive, it would be the idea of interconnectedness. We've seen hints of it throughout our discussion, from scientific evidence showing shared abilities across different species to the law of one's vision of a universe connected by consciousness.
Yeah, that idea of interconnectedness really struck me too. And it's beautifully expressed in Living the Law Often on the Choice.pdf. We're all one, though seemingly separate. It's such a simple statement, but it's so profound. If we can really embrace that understanding, it changes everything.
It really does. It changes how we interact with animals, how we relate to each other, and how we see ourselves in the universe. It reminds us that we're not isolated individuals, but threads in this huge tapestry of existence.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But how do we put that understanding into action? It's easy to get caught up in everyday life and forget about these big interconnected concepts.
That's such a crucial point. It's not enough to just understand these ideas in our heads. We need to live them in our daily lives. Living the Law Waffle in the Choice.pdf emphasizes the importance of making choices that align with love and understanding.
So it's about making those conscious choices right.
Yes.
Those small acts of kindness and compassion that show we understand interconnectedness.
Exactly. And as we become more aware, we start to see all the subtle ways we're connected. It helps create a more harmonious and compassionate world for everyone.
And that brings us back to those practical tools we talked about before, like meditation and mindfulness. They can help us develop that heart-centered awareness, that deep connection to everything around us.
Exactly. They help us step outside of our limited egos and tap into a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the universe. We can experience that interconnectedness instead of just thinking about it.
This has been an incredible journey of discovery, but as always, it feels like we've just scratched the surface. There's so much more to explore and think about and to bring into our lives.
That's the beauty of it all, right? This journey of exploring consciousness, whether in ourselves, in animals, or through the Law of One, never really ends. It's a path of always learning and discovering something new.
I love that. So to our listeners, we leave you with this final thought. If consciousness is truly a universal principle, like the Law of One says, what does that mean for how we understand ourselves, our relationships with other beings, and even the nature of reality itself? Keep thinking about those questions as you continue your own explorations.
And as you go through the ups and downs of life, remember that everything is connected and let love be your guide. Until next time, may you find peace and harmony.
All right, get ready for a deep dive today. We're going to the crossroads of ancient healing wisdom and cosmic consciousness.
Sounds fascinating.
We're talking Ayurvedic energy healing and the Law of One.
Oh.
Our sources today are really interesting, a mix of traditional Ayurvedic texts, some research papers on alternative medicine, and, believe it or not, excerpts from the Law of One channeling.
Okay, things are about to get a little metaphysical.
That's right. We're going to try to answer this question today. Can ancient Ayurvedic wisdom be seen through the lens of a universal spiritual principle like the Law of One?
That is a very compelling question, especially when you consider how both Ayurveda and the Law of One emphasize interconnectedness.
Absolutely. Okay, so before we go full cosmic, maybe we should ground ourselves a little bit in the basics of Ayurveda.
Sure.
It's more than just turmeric lattes and yoga, right?
Oh, definitely more. So much.
Much more. Ayurveda, it actually means the science of life, and it's one of the oldest medical systems in the world. It originated in India thousands of years ago. Thousands of years. That's incredible. What's the basic premise?
Well, Ayurveda views each human being as this microcosm of the universe.
Okay.
Reflecting the same energies and elements that exist on a larger scale, it's really all about achieving balance, not just physically, but mentally and spiritually as well.
It's a holistic system then, taking into account the whole person,
Yes.
which makes sense considering, like you said, how interconnected everything seems to be.
Yeah.
Now, I've heard of these things called doshas in Ayurveda. What are those?
Yes, the doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. These are kind of a core concept in Ayurveda. You can think of them as like unique blends of 5 basic elements:
Okay.
ether, air, fire, water, and earth.
So everyone has their own like specific combination of these doshas.
That's right. That's your unique doshic constitution or your Ayurvedic blueprint. Understanding it can give you so much insight into yourself. It influences everything from your physical characteristics and your personality tendencies to even what foods and activities keep you in balance.
Wow, so if I knew my dosha, I could use that to make choices that would really support my well-being.
Exactly.
That's really cool, actually.
Mm.
What are some ways that Ayurvedic practitioners figure out someone's dosha?
Well, they have some truly fascinating diagnostic techniques.
Okay.
Pulse diagnosis.
Oh, yeah.
It goes way beyond just checking your heart rate.
Okay.
They're feeling for these subtle energies that are flowing through your body
Wow.
to assess your doshic balance.
That's incredible. It sounds like a superpower almost.
Yeah. And there's more. There's also ton diagnosis
Oh, wow.
and eye diagnosis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they can reveal imbalances. Ayurveda really emphasizes these subtle energies, which leads us right into our next topic, the Law of One.
Okay, let's venture into this cosmic realm a little bit. What is this Law of One, and where does it come from?
The Law of One, as described in the material that we have, is a channeled message from a being called Ra. And Ra is a social memory complex, which is a really fancy way of saying a collective consciousness.
A collective consciousness.
Okay.
My mind is already blown. So what does Ra have to say? What's the Law of One all about?
The central principle of the Law of One is really simple, but profound. All is one. Ra describes a hierarchical structure of the universe with densities of consciousness.
Okay.
And these represent different levels of spiritual evolution.
Densities of consciousness. So
Yeah.
we're all on this ladder and we're climbing towards greater awareness and understanding.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. And this journey, it isn't just for individuals. Entire planets evolve through these densities.
Oh, wow.
And Earth, according to Ra, is currently in a transition. It's moving towards a higher density.
Interesting. So if the law of one says all is one, and Ayurveda sees each of us as these microcosms reflecting the macrocosm, are we starting to see some connections here?
Oh, absolutely. Both systems, they emphasize this interconnectedness. It's like they're speaking different languages, but they're pointing at the same truth.
All right, I'm hooked. So how does all of this cosmic interconnectedness tie into the practical aspects of Ayurvedic healing?
That's a great question.
Our sources, they mention some really specific remedies, right?
Yes.
Like, what are we talking about here?
Some of them are quite intriguing. For example, Cissus quadrangularis, it's a plant with almost cactus-like qualities.
Okay.
Has traditionally been used to help heal bone fractures.
Wait, a cactus-like vine mending broken bones?
That's right.
That's amazing. What else?
There's also this unexpected use of papaya seeds. Turns out they can act as an antibacterial agent for dysentery.
Papaya seeds. I had no idea.
Yep.
I'm starting to see how food plays a really important role in Ayurvedic healing.
It absolutely does.
Fascinating.
There's even mention of coconut flower paste being used for kidney stones.
Coconut flower paste.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. So are we looking at food as medicine here?
Precisely.
Uh-huh.
And if we analyze these remedies through the lens of the law of one, things get even more interesting. Rod describes the universe as being composed of energy and vibration. So could it be that these plants, with their unique properties, are actually resonating with specific energy centers in the body to promote healing?
Okay, now we're talking.
Yeah.
Energy centers, vibrations. This is where it gets really interesting. But before we dive into that, maybe we should talk about another key concept in Ayurveda.
Sure.
Marma points.
Marma points, yes. These are vital energy points in the body, often compared to acupuncture points in traditional Chinese medicine.
Okay.
They're believed to be gateways to our subtle energy system.
So are we talking about accessing and influencing the flow of prana, that vital life force in Ayurveda?
Exactly. And this is where the connection to the law of one becomes even more intriguing. If we consider prana as a manifestation of that universal intelligent energy that Ra speaks of,
Right.
could prana be seen as a manifestation of this energy within us?
Wow, that's a powerful thought. So by working with marma points and prana, could we be tapping into this universal energy field described by the law of one?
It's a fascinating possibility, and it's one that we will explore further. But first, let's talk about the energy centers themselves, those swirling vortices of energy known as chakras.
Yeah, chakras, I've heard of them, but I'm not sure I fully understand them.
Yeah.
What are they exactly?
Yeah.
And how do they relate to marma points and this whole concept of intelligent energy?
Well, you can think of chakras as spinning wheels of energy located along the spine, each one associated with specific aspects of our being: physical, emotional, and spiritual.
So it's like we have this whole energy system within us, and each chakra plays a specific role.
That's a great way to visualize it. And what's really intriguing is that the law of one also describes these energy centers and connects them to different densities of consciousness.
Okay.
It suggests that as we evolve spiritually, we activate and develop these chakras, and we gain access to greater wisdom, compassion, and understanding.
Wait a minute. So marma therapy, which works with prana and these energy points, could potentially influence not only our physical well-being, but also our spiritual evolution.
That's right.
That's mind-blowing.
It's a profound concept, isn't it? And it speaks to the incredible potential of Ayurveda as a system for not only healing, but also for awakening to our true nature.
All right, so we've got this incredible convergence happening. Ayurveda, with its ancient wisdom about balancing energies and promoting well-being, and the law of one, with its cosmic perspective on consciousness, spiritual evolution, and the interconnectedness of all things. It's like they're pieces of the same puzzle.
Exactly.
And as we delve deeper into this puzzle, I'm sure we're going to uncover even more fascinating connections. But for now, let's take a moment to absorb what we've learned so far and see where it leads us.
Sounds good.
This is already so much to process. I can't wait to hear what else we uncover.
Me too. Picking up where we left off, It's remarkable how both Ayurveda and the Law of One acknowledge this subtle energy body that exists beyond our physical form.
Right. It's like they're both pointing to this deeper dimension, this energetic blueprint that influences our well-being in ways we don't always understand.
And this energy body in Ayurveda is said to be composed of prana, the vital life force that flows through all of us. Remember how we were talking about marma therapy and its connection to prana?
Yeah, manipulating prana at these specific marma points to promote healing and balance.
Well, if we consider prana as a manifestation of that universal intelligent energy that Ross speaks of, suddenly marma therapy takes on a whole new dimension.
It's like we're not just working with the physical body, but with this interconnected energy field that extends beyond us.
Precisely. And this brings us back to those fascinating energy centers we mentioned, the chakras.
Yeah, the chakras, I'm still trying to get my head around them. They're not like physical organs, are they?
Not in the traditional sense. Think of them as these swirling vortices of energy,
Okay.
each vibrating at a specific frequency and influencing different aspects of our being.
So there's a chakra for our emotions, one for our creativity, one for grounding.
Exactly. And according to the Law of One, these chakras are directly connected to the densities of consciousness. As we progress through these densities, evolving spiritually, we activate and develop these chakras.
Okay.
And we unlock greater potential within ourselves.
Hold on. So are you saying that working with these marma points in prana
Yeah.
could actually help us move through these densities, like accelerate our spiritual evolution?
It's certainly a possibility worth considering. The source material hints at this connection. It suggests that certain marma points can act as gateways to these chakras,
Wow.
and they influence their energy flow.
That's pretty mind-blowing. It's like Ayurveda is offering us a practical roadmap for spiritual growth, like a set of techniques to harmonize with these universal energies.
And remember, both systems emphasize intention.
Okay.
In Ayurveda, it's about bringing awareness to our actions, our diet, our lifestyle. In the Law of One, it's about aligning our thoughts and emotions and actions with the principle of service to others.
Service to others. That's a key idea in the Law of One, right? This concept of choosing our polarity, whether we're oriented toward serving ourselves or serving others.
Exactly, and it ties in beautifully into Ayurveda's concept of dharma, our purpose in life. Could it be that fulfilling our dharma is inherently an act of service, whether it's directed towards ourselves or towards the greater good?
That makes a lot of sense.
Uh.
So as we learn about our doshas, as we explore marma therapy and work with our chakras, are we essentially refining our understanding of our dharma and our polarity?
It's certainly a possibility, and it leads us to another fascinating concept from the Law of One, wanderers.
Wanderers. Okay, this is where we go full sci-fi, right?
Well, not exactly.
Okay.
According to Ra, wanderers are beings from higher densities of consciousness who have chosen to incarnate on Earth to help with its spiritual evolution.
So there might be people listening to this right now who are actually wanderers.
It's certainly possible. And Ra suggests that wanderers often feel a sense of not belonging, a deep longing for something more.
That resonates with me, actually. Not that I think I'm from another planet or anything,
Right.
but I've always felt this pull towards something bigger than myself.
That feeling could be a clue, a signpost pointing you towards your true purpose. And if you're drawn to Ayurveda, if this conversation is sparking something within you, it could be a sign that you're meant to use this ancient wisdom to heal, to awaken, and to serve others.
That's a powerful thought. And it raises an interesting question. If all is one, as the Law of One suggests, are we all, in some sense, wanderers? Are we all on this journey back to our true home, back to that unified consciousness?
That's a beautiful question, and one that each listener can contemplate for themselves. What matters is that we continue exploring, seeking, and opening our hearts to the wisdom that exists both within us and around us.
Okay, before we get too lost in the cosmos, let's bring it back to something tangible, something mentioned in the Ayurvedic text.
Sure.
There's this concept of Agni, right?
Ah, Agni. Often described as our digestive fire, the metabolic force that's responsible for transforming food into energy.
So it's not just about literal digestion, but also about how we process experiences, emotions, even thoughts.
Precisely. A weak Agni can lead to stagnation, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally as well. A strong Agni, on the other hand, allows us to fully absorb and integrate experiences, leading to greater well-being.
Okay, so how does Agni connect to the Law of One? Where does this universal intelligent energy come into play?
Well, If we think about Agni as the force that allows us to harmonize with these universal energies, it starts to make sense. A strong Agni could enhance our ability to absorb and integrate this intelligent energy,
Okay.
fueling our spiritual growth.
So it's not just about what we eat, but also about how we eat, right? Our
Yeah.
intention, our mindset.
Absolutely. Ayurveda emphasizes mindful eating, bringing awareness and gratitude to the process.
Right.
And the Law of One speaks about the power of intention in shaping our reality. Perhaps a mindful, grateful approach to eating actually enhances the power of Agni, allowing us to more fully benefit from the intelligent energy present in food.
That's fascinating. It's like we're active participants in the digestive process, not just passive recipients.
Exactly. And this ties into that theme of empowerment that we keep encountering.
Right.
We're not just victims of circumstance. We have the power to shape our reality through our choices, our intentions, and our actions.
All right, so we've got this incredible synergy happening between Ayurveda and the Law of One. They're offering us practical tools for healing, for evolving, for awakening to our true nature. But it's all pretty abstract, right? What does it actually look like to bring this wisdom into our daily lives?
That's the million-dollar question, and it's one we'll explore further as we wrap up this deep dive. But for now, let's sit with these ideas, let them percolate, and see what insights emerge.
This is already so much to take in. I'm eager to hear your thoughts on how we can actually apply all of this.
Me too.
Okay, so we've explored the ancient wisdom of Ayurveda. We've gone through the cosmic mysteries of the Law of One, and I think we found some really fascinating connections between these two systems.
Exactly.
But how do we actually take all this information and make it practical in our lives?
That's the real question, right? That's where it all comes together. Remember we were talking about the chakras
Yeah.
and how they connect to the densities of consciousness.
Yeah, as we grow spiritually, we kind of activate and develop those chakras, right?
That's right. And that allows us to access higher levels of awareness. What if we could consciously work with these energy centers using Ayurveda to accelerate our spiritual growth?
Okay, so you're saying that marma therapy could be a tool not just for physical healing, but for spiritual evolution as well.
It really could. And that speaks to the potential of Ayurveda and the Law of One together. Imagine using marma therapy to clear blockages in your chakras and allowing prana to flow more freely. Imagine using the Law of One's emphasis on service to others and aligning your intentions that way, using that energy to fuel your spiritual growth.
It's like we're being handed this toolbox filled with ancient wisdom and cosmic insight,
Exactly.
all designed to help us awaken to our true nature.
Yes, and the best part is, you don't have to be an expert in Ayurveda or the Law of One to benefit. Just start by being more aware. Pay attention to your body, your energy levels, your thoughts, your emotions. Notice how different foods and activities and environments make you feel.
It's that Ayurvedic principle of observing ourselves, right?
Yes.
Understanding our unique constitution.
Exactly.
What brings us into balance? But what do we do with that information? How do we actually put that into action?
Well, once you start paying attention, you can make choices that support your well-being. Choose foods that nourish you. Do things that bring you joy. Surround yourself with things that promote peace and harmony. Explore things like yoga and meditation, breath work. These are all rooted in Ayurvedic principles.
So it's about weaving those ancient practices into our modern lives.
That's right. Find a way to integrate this wisdom in a way that feels authentic for you. And remember, it's not about being perfect. It's about those little consistent changes, the ones that are aligned with your values and support your growth. It's about enjoying the journey.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
It's easy to get overwhelmed, thinking we have to do everything perfectly.
Yeah,
Maybe it's more about taking small steps, experimenting, figuring out what works for us.
absolutely. And if you feel called to explore Ayurveda a little deeper, there are a lot of resources out there. Books, websites, workshops, even Ayurvedic practitioners who can help you.
And I think community is important too, connecting with other people who are interested in these things,
For sure.
sharing experiences and supporting each other.
Absolutely.
Well, this deep dive has been, I'll be honest, pretty profound.
It has.
We've covered ancient healing systems,
Mm.
cosmic consciousness,
Hmm.
and I think what we've really uncovered is the incredible potential that we all have inside.
We do. It's been a privilege to explore all these concepts with you. And as we wrap up, I just want to leave you with this. The answers you're looking for are already within you. Trust your intuition, listen to your heart, and embrace the wisdom that you find along the way.
That's beautifully said. And remember, listener, you're not alone on this journey. We're all interconnected, part of this amazing tapestry of consciousness. As you keep exploring, may you find the guidance, the inspiration, and the healing that you seek. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. Until next time, may your journey be filled with love, light, and the wisdom of the ancients.
All right, so get ready, because today we are taking a deep dive into pranic healing.
Oh.
And we're going to be looking at it through a really fascinating lens.
Oh, yeah.
The lens of the law of one.
Very cool.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really interesting deep dive, I think, because we're going to be covering a lot of ground.
Yeah, we are.
So pranic healing, I mean, where do we even begin with that?
Well, I think it's really interesting because you've got a very practical healing system, and then you have this more kind of cosmic perspective from the law of one. So it's like looking at energy healing through both a microscope and a telescope at the same time.
I love that. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
So pranic healing, I mean, just from the sources that you sent, it seems like there are a lot of different definitions, but what is it really?
Well, I think in essence, you could say that it's an ancient science and art that utilizes this thing called prana, this vital life force energy, to promote healing.
Okay, so prana, I mean, sometimes you see it called chi or ki or
Yeah.
vital life force energy, but
It's all the same thing.
it's all the same.
Yeah, and it's important to note that pranic healing, it's not meant to replace conventional medicine.
Right.
It's really meant to be complementary,
Got
to work alongside
All right.
traditional healthcare.
One of the things that I thought was really interesting was that the prana can be drawn from different sources.
Yeah.
So it's not just, this energy within our bodies, but it can come from the sun or the air or even trees.
Yeah, absolutely.
And one of the sources even mentioned, like drawing ground prana up through the soles of your feet.
Oh, yeah, the soul chakra.
Which I thought was crazy.
It's a very specific technique.
Yeah.
You visualize it, and it's very powerful.
That's wild.
It is.
So that's where it starts to get really interesting, I think, with the connection to the law of one.
Absolutely.
Because the law of one talks about light, right?
Oh, it does.
As this fundamental building block of everything.
Everything.
And this light can condense into matter, and it's influenced by vibration and love.
Yes.
So if we think of prana as like a manifestation of this universal light
Yeah.
at a physical level,
That's right.
suddenly pranic healing
Yeah.
starts to seem a lot more powerful, or at least a lot more, I don't know, maybe mystical is the wrong word.
Well, it takes on a whole new dimension, right?
Yeah.
When you think about that connection.
It's like we're tapping into the fabric of creation.
You are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like amazing.
So we've got this universal energy, this light condensing into prana,
Right.
which is this life force energy that pranic healing is working with. But how does that actually flow through the body?
That's where the chakra system comes in.
Okay.
Now, you might have heard of chakras before.
Sure.
But essentially, they're these spinning energy centers
Okay.
located along the spine. And each chakra is associated with different functions and different aspects of our being.
Right.
And what's fascinating is that pranic healing and the law of one both describe these energy centers in detail.
Okay.
And there's some really remarkable alignment.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so break it down for me. What's the connection between the chakras and pranic healing?
So pranic healing focuses on cleansing and energizing the chakras.
Okay.
And that's because they believe that any blockages or imbalances in the chakras can lead to all sorts of problems.
Yes, biggie.
Physical problems, emotional problems, even mental disharmony.
Wow.
So by working with prana, practitioners can clear those blockages and restore the natural flow of energy.
So it's not just these esoteric energy centers.
Right.
They're actually vital components of our health and well-being.
Exactly. That's right.
Okay.
It's not just about, spiritual development. It has very practical applications.
Okay. And how does the law of one view the chakras?
The law of one says that the chakras are actually pathways
Pathways
for the flow of universal energy,
Oh.
connecting us to these higher realms of consciousness.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and it suggests that by developing and balancing our chakras, we can actually accelerate our spiritual evolution.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Okay.
It's pretty far out there.
So let's get into some specifics here.
Okay.
So the pranic healing material that you provided, it mentions that they treat all sorts of ailments, everything from stomach aches and headaches to more serious things like eye problems and even cancer.
That's right.
So how would the law of one view pranic healing in relation to those conditions?
Well, the law of one is really big on this idea that all illness is a distortion of energy.
Okay.
So When our energy flow is blocked or imbalanced, it can manifest as disease.
Okay.
So pranic healing can address those energetic imbalances and create an environment where the body can actually heal itself.
So it's not that it's like curing the diseases directly. It's more like it's removing the energetic obstacles that are preventing the body from healing.
That's a great way to put it.
Okay.
It's like clearing the weeds from a garden so that the plants can thrive.
I like that analogy a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's a good one.
so we're seeing that there's this real connection between pranic healing and the law of one.
Definitely.
And it seems like this prana, this energy, is really fundamental to our well-being.
Absolutely.
And pranic healing is giving us a way to work with that energy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think that's a great place to pause for now.
Okay.
We will be back next time for part 2 of this deep dive into pranic healing and the law of one.
Looking forward to it.
See you then.
See you then. So the law of one doesn't just talk about these blockages. It also emphasizes the role of will in healing.
Will, okay.
Yeah, so it suggests that both the healer's intention and the patient's desire to heal can really affect the outcome.
Yeah, that makes sense. I
Yeah.
mean, we all know the power of the placebo effect,
Yes,
right?
yes, that.
Like if you believe something's going to help you, it often does.
Right, but this goes even deeper than that.
Okay.
It's not just belief, it's the actual energy of will that can influence healing.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And this brings up some interesting ethical considerations, especially when we start talking about these more advanced pranic healing techniques.
Okay.
One of the sources mentioned this master healing technique.
Yeah, I saw that.
Involves activating and energizing certain chakras for really rapid healing.
Uh-huh.
But it also mentions that there are some potential dangers if it's not used correctly.
Yeah, it did say that.
So I'm curious, what are your thoughts on that from a law of one perspective?
Well, it sounds incredibly powerful,
Oh, it is.
but also a little bit risky.
Yeah, and the law of one talks a lot about service to others versus service to self. These two polarities that can motivate our actions.
Okay.
So when you have a healing technique that's this potent, it really raises the question, could it be used for either polarity?
Well, that's a good question. I never thought about it like that.
Yeah, could someone with bad intentions use this to harm others?
I mean, you know, everything we've been reading has presented pranic healing as very focused on healing and well-being.
Sure, but any powerful tool can be misused, right?
I guess so.
And that's a key point in the law of one. Free will is paramount.
Okay.
We all have the choice to use our abilities for good or bad.
So it comes down to personal responsibility.
It does, and this applies to everyone, not just healers.
Okay.
We're all constantly influencing the energy field with our thoughts, emotions, and actions.
Wow.
This is pretty powerful stuff.
So it seems like being mindful of our energy and how we're using it becomes even more crucial as we delve into these more advanced techniques.
Absolutely.
There was also that mention of distant healing,
Oh, yeah.
where you're sending prana to someone who's miles away.
Right.
And then there's color pranic healing using different colored pranas.
Oh, yeah, for
Yeah.
specific effects.
Yeah, for different effects.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
And this really highlights what the law of one says about interconnectedness, right?
It does.
If we're all part of this web of energy, then it doesn't seem so far-fetched that we could influence someone from a distance.
Not at all.
And then the different colors of prana aligning with different vibrations of light, that also just makes sense in the context of the law of one.
Absolutely. Remember, the law of one says that light is the foundation of reality,
Right.
and different vibrations create different experiences.
Okay, so it's like pranic healing is giving us tools to work with these vibrations, to manipulate the light that makes up our reality, and the law of one is providing the context.
Exactly. It's a beautiful synergy.
Wow.
Yeah. And one of the most fascinating connections I see is between the law of one's concept of densities of consciousness and these advanced pranic healing techniques.
Okay, how so?
Well, the law of one says that as we evolve spiritually, we move through these different densities of consciousness.
Okay.
And each density has its own unique characteristics and abilities.
So you're thinking that maybe some of these advanced pranic healing techniques are only accessible to people at a certain level of consciousness.
Yeah, that's a really interesting thought.
Like, you need to clear certain blockages in your own energy field before you can safely work with these more potent forms of prana.
That's a real possibility.
Okay. I mean, the law of one doesn't say that directly, but
No.
it does talk about how spiritual evolution is a gradual process
Mm-hmm.
and abilities unfold as we progress.
That's right.
You know, all this is super fascinating.
It is.
But I do want to make sure we're being clear with our listeners.
Of course.
We're not saying that pranic healing is like this magical cure-all.
No, not at all.
The sources we've been looking at emphasize that it should be used responsibly and ethically,
Absolutely.
and always in conjunction with traditional medical treatment.
Right, always.
Okay, good.
It's important to be discerning and to work with qualified practitioners.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because pranic healing is a powerful system.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about the energetic side of things and how it connects with the law of one,
We have.
but I'm curious about the more practical application.
Yeah.
So besides treating specific ailments, how can someone use pranic healing in their daily life?
Well, one of the things I really like about it is that it's not just about fixing what's broken.
Okay.
It's also about preventative care
Okay.
and cultivating a state of well-being.
So it's like a proactive approach to health.
Exactly. It's like energetic hygiene.
Interesting.
Yeah. The sources talk about techniques for cleansing and energizing your aura
Okay.
and for shielding yourself from negative energies.
So basically, it's like taking a spiritual shower to clear away any energetic gunk.
I love that. That's a perfect analogy.
You know, thinking about all of this, the connections between pranic healing and the law of one, it makes me realize just how mysterious energy really is.
Yeah,
We can't see it or touch it directly, but it's so fundamental to who we are.
it is. It really is.
And it seems like pranic healing is giving us this framework for understanding and working with that energy.
Yeah, it's like we're getting this glimpse behind the curtain of the material world into the realm of pure energy and consciousness.
It really is.
And the law of one is like this map, this guidebook.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground in this deep dive.
We have.
I mean, we explored the basics of pranic healing, looked at how it aligns with the law of one, and even got into some of the more advanced techniques and the ethical considerations.
It's been quite a journey.
It really has.
Yeah.
But before we wrap up, what are some key takeaways you want our listeners to walk away with?
Well, I think the most important thing is that we are all energetic beings.
Okay.
We're more than just our physical bodies.
Right.
We have an energy field, an aura that interacts with everything around us.
Uh-huh.
And that energy field can be influenced, cleansed, energized, and healed.
And pranic healing gives us a system for doing all of that.
Yes, it gives us practical techniques for working with prana, clearing those blockages, and restoring balance.
And the law of one gives us this broader perspective.
Right. It reminds us that we are all interconnected,
Hmm.
that our thoughts and intentions have power, and that we're all on this journey of evolution towards greater love and light.
Wow, it's not just about healing our bodies, but also expanding our consciousness
Exactly.
and using our energy to create a more harmonious world.
Yes, exactly.
So it all begins with taking responsibility for our own energy,
That's right.
being mindful of our thoughts and our emotions and our actions.
And finding practices that nurture and strengthen our energy field.
And if you're interested in pranic healing, find qualified practitioners who can guide you.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
I love that.
And maybe this deep dive has been that first step.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on this incredible exploration.
It's been my pleasure.
We hope it sparked your curiosity and inspired you to keep learning and growing.
May your journey be filled with light, love, and boundless possibilities. It's like taking a spiritual shower.
I like that.
Yeah, just washing away all that energetic gunk.
All that negative energy that we pick up just going through our days.
Absolutely, and the law of one would agree with that. They talk about how we're constantly interacting with the energy around us,
Mm-hmm.
and that it's so important to be mindful of what we're absorbing and what we're putting out there.
It really makes you think about energy in a different way.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Because we can't see it.
Right.
We can't touch it.
right.
But it's so fundamental to our existence.
To our health and our well-being,
Absolutely.
and maybe even our consciousness.
It very well could be, yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
It is.
And it seems like pranic healing is giving us a way to work with that energy.
It is, yeah.
It's like we're getting this glimpse behind the curtain of the material world.
You are. That's a great way to put it.
And we're seeing this whole other realm of pure energy and consciousness.
That's right.
And the law of one is like our guide.
It's like the map, yeah.
Yeah, it's helping us navigate this uncharted territory.
Exactly. It's a beautiful synergy between the two.
So it's like pranic healing is the toolkit,
Mm-hmm.
and the law of one is the instruction manual.
I like that.
And the more we explore this,
Yeah.
the more we learn about energy,
Right.
the more empowered we become
Absolutely.
to actually take control of our own energy
Mm-hmm.
and influence the world around us in a positive way.
And that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah.
It's about using these tools for good.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground in this deep dive.
We have.
We explored the basics of pranic healing. We looked at how it connects to the law of one. We talked about some pretty advanced techniques
Mhm.
and some of the ethical considerations.
It's been quite the journey.
It really has. But before we wrap up, what are some key takeaways that you want our listeners to walk away with?
Well, I think the most important thing to remember is that we are all energetic beings.
Okay.
We are more than just our physical bodies. We have this energy field, this aura that interacts with everything around us.
Right.
And this energy field can be influenced, it can be cleansed, it can be energized, and it can even be healed.
And it sounds like pranic healing is offering us a system to do that. It gives us those techniques, those practical tools to work with prana, to clear blockages,
Yeah.
and to bring our energy system back into balance.
And the Law of One provides the context,
Yeah.
this beautiful cosmic perspective.
It reminds us that we're all interconnected, that our thoughts and our intentions have power,
Yeah.
and that we're all on this journey of evolution towards greater love and light.
It's a beautiful journey, and it's one that we're all on together.
So it's not just about healing our physical bodies.
No.
It's about expanding our awareness, evolving our consciousness,
Absolutely.
and really using our energy to create a more harmonious world.
That's what it's all about.
I love that.
Yeah.
So where do we go from here?
Well, I think it all starts with taking responsibility for our own energy,
Okay.
being mindful of our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions.
And finding practices that nurture and strengthen our energy field.
Absolutely. And if you're drawn to pranic healing, seek out those qualified practitioners who can guide you on this path.
Yeah, because it can be a powerful path.
It can be, but remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
That's so true.
And maybe this deep dive has been that first step for some of our listeners.
Well, we certainly hope so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on this incredible exploration of pranic healing and the Law of One.
It's been a real pleasure.
We hope it sparked your curiosity and inspired you to keep learning and keep growing.
Absolutely. Keep exploring, keep asking questions, and keep expanding your awareness.
And on that note, we'll say goodbye for now.
Until next time.
But the journey continues.
It always does.
All right, let's plunge into some seriously fascinating stuff today.
Yeah, sounds good.
We're talking about Gnosticism and the Law of One.
Okay.
You know those ancient mysteries, that cosmic wisdom?
Right.
And, you reached out specifically wanting to explore how these two philosophies, well, intertwine, I guess.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm right there with you.
Oh.
I'm really curious to see where this deep dive takes us.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because
Yeah.
what I find so captivating about this is that Gnosticism and the Law of One, while they may seem worlds apart,
Yeah.
they actually share some really striking similarities.
Yeah.
They both really emphasize the importance of divine knowledge as a path to liberation, but they go about it in fascinatingly different ways.
Okay, so to start unpacking this,
Yeah.
maybe we can start with just defining our terms.
Right.
So Gnosticism,
Yeah.
it's all about gnosis,
Mm-hmm.
which just translates to knowledge.
Yes.
But we're not talking about, textbook facts here, are we?
No, not at all.
Right.
It's a much deeper, more intuitive knowing.
Huh.
It's a direct experience of the divine
Right.
that the Gnostics believe leads to spiritual liberation.
Okay.
Think of it as almost like a flash of insight
Right.
that kind of shatters illusions and reveals the true nature of reality.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so how does the Law of One fit into all of this?
Right. So the Law of One
It's channeled wisdom from a being named Ra.
exactly emphasizes this principle of all is one.
Okay.
This idea that everything in the universe is interconnected.
Right.
It's all woven together
Mm-hmm.
in this cosmic tapestry, so to speak.
I see.
And by understanding this unity, we can evolve spiritually
Okay,
and move closer to the Creator.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
So now I think it's interesting
Yeah.
because the serpent in the Garden of Eden,
Right.
often seen as a symbol of temptation,
Yeah.
takes on a whole new meaning in Gnosticism,
It really does.
doesn't it?
Absolutely. In the Gnostic interpretations, the serpent actually represents gnosis itself,
Whoa.
encouraging humanity to question blind obedience.
Really?
Yeah. And seek knowledge, even if it challenges accepted norms.
So it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Not necessarily, no.
Good.
It depends on how you look at it.
Okay, so both Gnosticism and the Law of One,
Yeah.
they're encouraging us to kind of go beyond the surface,
Mm-hmm.
to seek knowledge beyond just the material realm.
Right.
It's like they're both saying, hey, there's a deeper truth out there.
Exactly.
And it's up to you to find it.
Yeah, and this search for knowledge,
Yeah.
it isn't about just accumulating information.
Right.
It's about cultivating an inner knowing,
Okay.
an intuitive understanding of our place in the universe.
Okay, I see. So we got this emphasis on like divine knowledge as a path to liberation.
Mm-hmm.
But both philosophies,
Yeah.
they also seem to be like really big on this concept of unity.
Yeah, they both really the illusion of separateness.
Okay.
So the Gnostics, they believe in this realm of pure spiritual light
Okay.
called the pleroma.
Pleroma.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is, the ultimate source of unity.
Right.
While the law of one,
Right.
with its core principle of all is one,
Yeah.
echoes this idea of interconnectedness.
So it's like we're not just these isolated individuals,
Exactly.
but rather like threads in this grand cosmic tapestry.
Yeah.
And we're interconnected with every other being.
Hmm.
And by understanding this interconnectedness, maybe that can lead to greater compassion and understanding in how we interact with others.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
Yeah.
And this brings us to another shared theme,
Yeah.
which is spiritual evolution.
Okay.
Both Gnosticism and the law of one
Mm-hmm.
view life as this journey of growth,
Right.
a quest to refine our understanding of ourselves and the cosmos.
So the Gnostics,
Yeah.
they believed in a divine spark within each individual.
Yeah.
This fragment of the divine that's like seeking liberation from the material world.
Exactly.
And then the law of one, it talks about reincarnation, this cycle of death and rebirth
Yes.
as a way of kind of refining our consciousness
All right.
and evolving toward higher densities of being.
It's fascinating how these concepts,
Yeah.
although they're expressed differently,
Mm-hmm.
they really point towards the same idea that we're not these static beings,
Right.
but we're these dynamic expressions of consciousness
Right.
that are constantly unfolding and evolving.
All right. So we've touched on some shared themes.
Yeah.
But I'm also curious
Yeah.
about the historical context of these philosophies. Like,
Right.
where did Gnosticism come from?
Well, Gnosticism emerged in the first few centuries, AD,
Okay.
around the same time as early Christianity.
So pretty far back.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Okay.
But unlike,
Alright.
the more structured doctrines of early Christianity,
Okay.
Gnosticism was actually this kind of diverse collection of schools and teachers,
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
each offering their own unique perspectives on spiritual liberation.
So it wasn't like a monolithic religion
No.
with
Oh.
like a strict set of rules.
Think of it more like,
Okay.
a vibrant tapestry of ideas
Yeah.
with figures like Valentinus
Okay.
weaving in these complex cosmologies
Right.
and really nuanced interpretations of spiritual evolution.
Very diverse.
Very diverse.
Okay.
Unfortunately, though, Gnosticism did face suppression.
Really?
Yeah, by those who sought to establish a more orthodox interpretation of Christian doctrine.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
But thankfully,
Hmm.
we had the discovery of the Nag Hammadi Library in 1945,
Yeah.
which offered this treasure trove of Gnostic texts.
Exactly.
Right, providing us with like valuable insights into this often misunderstood spiritual tradition.
Yes. It's amazing
Yeah.
how these ancient texts continue to shed light on Gnostic beliefs and practices.
Right.
And then fast forward to the 1980s,
Right.
we have the channeling of the Law of One,
Mm,
which connects these ancient wisdom traditions
right.
to a modern audience that's seeking alternative spiritual paths.
It's really interesting
It is.
because we have Gnosticism emerging alongside early Christianity
Mm-hmm.
and then eventually being suppressed.
Yeah.
And then the Law of One emerges much later,
Right.
tapping into this kind of resurgence
Yeah.
of interest in esoteric wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
And they both kind of converge
Yeah.
on such profound ideas.
It really is fascinating.
Yeah, it truly is.
And it kind of raises a compelling question for us, I think.
What's that?
How can these ancient teachings inform our understanding of the world? And how can they guide our personal choices today?
Now that's where it gets really interesting.
It does.
Let's explore that further, shall we?
Absolutely. When we really dig into these philosophies, we find that they challenge our traditional views
Okay.
on good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
The Gnostics, for example,
Yeah.
they saw the material world as flawed,
Okay.
ruled by a lesser deity
All right.
known as the demiurge.
The demiurge. So
Yeah.
not exactly the all-powerful, all-knowing God
No.
that we often hear
All
about.
right. The Gnostics,
Huh.
They didn't see the demiurge as inherently evil,
Okay.
but rather as a being that was limited in
Well,
its understanding,
Okay.
responsible for the imperfections and the suffering
Right.
we experience in the material realm.
So it's like the
Yeah.
demiurge is kind of working with this limited set of tools
Exactly.
and creating a world that's, well, a bit rough around the edges.
Yeah, you could say that.
So does this mean that the Gnostics believe we're kind of trapped
No,
in
no,
this hopeless situation?
not at all.
Okay.
They believed that through gnosis,
Right.
through direct experience of divine knowledge, we could transcend these limitations of the material world
Mm-hmm.
and reunite with the true source of all being.
So it's about awakening to our true nature.
Exactly.
On kind of breaking free from these constraints of this flawed creation.
Precisely. And,
Yeah.
this idea of a flawed creation
Right.
ruled by a lesser deity,
Mm-hmm.
that's a theme we see echoed in other ancient wisdom traditions as well.
Really?
Yeah, it prompts us to think about the different levels of
Okay.
spiritual awareness
Yeah.
and, the complexities of existence.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've talked about a lot of the similarities,
Yeah,
but are there any key differences
sure.
between Gnosticism and the law of one
Why?
that we should consider?
But while both philosophies share these core principles,
Mm,
the law of one
yeah.
really emphasizes this concept of polarity,
Okay.
the choice between service to others
Yeah.
and service to self.
Okay, so it's not about labeling one as good and the other as bad,
Right.
but rather understanding this interplay between these two forces.
It suggests that both polarities are necessary
Okay,
for the evolution of consciousness.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
So the law of one suggests it's all about finding balance,
Yeah.
recognizing that we have free will
Yeah.
to choose our path,
Absolutely.
and each choice
Right.
kind of influences our spiritual journey.
That makes me think of,
Yeah.
the yin and yang in Eastern philosophy.
Right.
The idea that seemingly opposing forces
Yeah.
are actually complementary
Right.
and essential for wholeness.
Yeah, that's a great connection.
Yeah.
So it's not about kind of striving for
Right.
some impossible perfection,
Yeah.
but rather like integrating all these aspects of ourselves
Yeah.
into a more kind of holistic understanding.
It's that process of integration
Yeah.
that really fuels our spiritual growth and evolution.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground conceptually.
Yeah.
But I'm also curious about the practical applications
Okay.
of these philosophies. Like,
Right.
how can we actually apply these teachings
Right.
to our everyday lives?
Well, one key takeaway
Yeah.
from both Gnosticism and the Law of One
Okay.
is the importance of cultivating awareness.
Okay.
The Gnostics, they talked about
Mhm.
awakening from the sleep of ignorance,
Okay.
seeing the world with fresh eyes,
Okay.
and recognizing the illusions that kind of bind us to suffering.
So it's about paying attention, being
Yeah.
present,
Yes.
and kind of questioning
yeah,
the assumptions that we make about reality
absolutely.
without even realizing it.
This cultivation of awareness,
Yeah.
can extend to every aspect of our lives, our
Mhm.
thoughts, our emotions, our actions.
It's about making conscious choices instead of just
Yes.
reacting out of habit or conditioning.
Exactly.
I think for me, one
Yeah.
of the biggest challenges is remembering
Yeah,
to actually be present.
right.
Life moves so fast. It's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of it all.
I hear you.
Yeah.
It's a continual practice.
Right.
A gentle reminder to ourselves to pause,
Yeah.
breathe,
Mm-hmm.
observe.
And as we develop this awareness,
Yeah.
we start to see the interconnectedness
Yeah.
of everything.
Yeah.
How our choices have this like ripple effect
Exactly.
on the world around us.
That makes me think of another concept that
Yeah.
we've talked about, which is compassion.
Right.
Both Gnosticism and the Law of One.
Yeah.
They emphasize the interconnectedness of all beings
Right.
and encourage us to treat each other with kindness,
Mm-hmm.
understanding, and forgiveness.
It's such a powerful force.
It is.
Compassion.
It allows us to move beyond
Yeah.
judgment and separation
Right.
and to connect with the shared humanity that binds us all.
It's easy to forget
Yeah.
that we're all on our own kind of unique journeys,
Mm-hmm.
facing our own challenges.
It is.
And compassion really helps us to see beyond the surface and recognize the struggles
Right.
that other people might be going through.
And that compassion extends to ourselves as well.
Right. Right.
Recognizing that we're all imperfect beings.
Yeah.
We're learning, we're growing.
Mm-hmm.
That helps us to cultivate a more gentle
Yeah.
and understanding inner dialogue.
That self-compassion can be so challenging, can't it? Like, we often hold ourselves
Yeah.
to such high
What
standards.
do you do?
But when we can learn to be more forgiving of ourselves,
Yeah.
then it becomes easier
Yeah.
to extend that same forgiveness to others.
It's like we're each holding a light.
Mm-hmm.
And when we shine that light inward,
Yeah,
it naturally radiates outward,
I love that.
illuminating the world around us.
That's a beautiful image.
Yeah.
It reminds me of kind of the interconnectedness we were talking about earlier,
Yeah.
how our inner world
Right.
affects the outer world and vice versa.
Exactly.
You know, one thing that really strikes me is that both Gnosticism and the Law of One
Yeah.
emphasize personal experience.
They do.
It's not about
Right.
blindly accepting dogma
Right.
or someone else's interpretation of truth.
It's about encouraging us to become active seekers, to explore, to question,
Yeah.
and to trust our inner guidance.
It's like we're each given a map,
Yeah.
but ultimately we have to chart our own course,
Yes.
trusting our intuition,
Mm.
making choices that feel right for us.
And that journey of self-discovery, it's
Yeah.
ongoing. There's
Yeah.
always more to learn,
Yeah.
explore, experience.
That's what keeps life interesting and meaningful,
It is.
wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
Speaking of the journey,
Yeah.
both Gnosticism and the Law of One
Mm-hmm.
suggest that we're undergoing this process of spiritual evolution,
Right.
both individually and collectively.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what does that evolution actually look like
Well,
in practice?
one sign of spiritual evolution is an increasing sense of interconnectedness.
Oh, yeah?
As we awaken to our true nature,
Yeah.
we begin to see the world differently.
Oh.
We recognize the interconnectedness of all things
Hmm.
and feel a deeper sense of compassion and empathy
Right.
for all beings.
So it's like moving beyond
Yes.
that feeling of separateness
Yes.
and recognizing that we're all part of this like vast web of life.
Exactly. And with this awareness
Mm-hmm.
comes a heightened sense of responsibility for
Mm.
our thoughts, words, and actions.
It's like our actions become more intentional,
Yeah.
more aligned with this understanding
No.
that we're all connected.
Precisely and often.
Yeah.
As we evolve, our values shift as well.
Oh, okay.
We may find ourselves
Yeah.
less attached to material possessions,
Right.
status, or power,
Right.
and more drawn to experiences that nourish our soul
Right.
and contribute to the well-being of others.
So our definition of success
Yes.
starts to change.
It does. It does.
It's not just about these
Right.
external achievements,
Yeah.
but about inner growth
Mm-hmm.
and making a positive difference.
We start to redefine what truly matters.
Right.
Moving towards a more holistic and
Yeah.
soul-centered approach to life.
And I imagine this shift in values often leads to a greater sense of purpose and meaning.
Absolutely. We may feel
Yeah.
more connected to our passions,
Right.
more aligned with our life's work,
Mm-hmm.
and more driven to make a positive contribution to the world.
So it's like
Yeah.
we're discovering our unique gifts and talents
Yeah,
and using them
exactly.
to serve a purpose larger than ourselves.
Yes, and
Yeah.
that sense of purpose can be incredibly empowering.
Right.
It gives us a reason to get out of bed in the morning,
Yeah.
face challenges with resilience,
Mm-hmm.
and live with greater intention.
I love that.
Yeah.
So it's not about achieving some like grand state of perfection,
No.
but rather about continually aligning our lives
Yes.
with what feels truly meaningful and purposeful.
And as we continue to evolve,
Yeah.
that sense of purpose becomes more refined,
Okay.
more aligned with our soul's mission,
Mm.
and more impactful in the world.
You know, I think a lot of people
Yeah.
struggle with the idea of suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why is there so much pain in the world?
That's a question that has resonated throughout human history.
Right.
And
Yeah.
while there are no easy answers,
Right.
both Gnosticism and the Law of One
Yeah.
offer some perspectives.
Okay.
The Gnostics, they saw suffering as a consequence
Okay.
of our separation from the divine source.
So it's not that
Yeah.
suffering is good
No.
or necessary,
No.
but rather it's a result of
It's a result of
forgetting our true nature.
forgetting who we truly are.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like we've wandered away from home.
Right.
And now we feel lost, alone, and vulnerable.
Right.
And the Gnostics believed that through gnosis,
Hmm.
that direct experience of divine knowledge, we could remember who we truly are
Okay.
and transcend the suffering of the material world.
Okay. So the Law of One, on the other hand,
Yeah,
it seems to suggest that suffering is a catalyst for growth.
that's right.
Okay.
The law of one
Yeah.
doesn't see the creator as inflicting suffering,
Okay.
but rather suggests that we choose to incarnate
Right.
into a world where suffering is possible
Okay.
because it offers opportunities for learning and growth.
So it's like we're signing up for this challenging course
Yeah.
in spiritual development,
Yeah, exactly.
knowing that there will be tests along the way.
And the law of one says
Okay.
how we respond to those tests is
Yeah.
crucial. If we resist suffering,
Mm-hmm.
cling to anger or resentment,
Yeah.
we create more suffering for ourselves and others.
Right.
But if we can approach it with compassion
Okay.
and a willingness to learn,
Yeah.
it can become a transformative experience.
So it's about using those
Yeah.
difficult experiences as fuel for growth.
Yes.
Kind of turning lead into gold, so to speak.
It's about approaching suffering
Yeah.
with an open heart and a willingness to learn from it.
You know, one thing I find so inspiring
Yeah.
about both Gnosticism and the Law of One is that they offer such a hopeful
I do.
and empowering perspective,
Mm-hmm.
especially during challenging times.
It's true. They remind us
Yeah.
that we're not powerless victims,
Right.
but rather conscious co-creators of our reality, our thoughts, words, and actions.
Yeah.
They have a ripple effect,
Right.
and we have the power to choose a more positive path.
It's like each of us
Yeah.
holds a piece of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
And when we come together with a shared purpose,
Yeah.
we can create a more beautiful and harmonious picture.
That's a wonderful way to put it.
Yeah.
Both Gnosticism and the Law of One point toward a world where love,
Right.
compassion, and understanding prevail.
Such a beautiful vision,
It is.
and one that we can all contribute to. By making conscious choices in our daily lives,
Absolutely.
as we continue to explore these philosophies,
Yeah.
I think we'll discover countless insights and practices
Yeah.
that can lead us toward a more meaningful and fulfilling life.
Absolutely.
Now, I know we've talked a lot about kind of abstract concepts and
Right.
profound ideas,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm wondering about something
Yeah.
a bit more practical.
Okay.
In our busy modern lives,
Yeah.
how can we actually apply these teachings
Right.
to our everyday experiences?
Mhm.
Because it can feel a bit daunting
It can
to bridge that gap between these
right.
lofty concepts
Yeah.
and the reality of
Mhm.
our daily routines.
That's a great point. It's about finding ways to kind of integrate these insights into the fabric of our lives.
Yeah.
So one practical application that resonates with both philosophies
Okay.
is the importance of cultivating awareness. The Gnostics talked about awakening from the sleep of ignorance,
Okay.
seeing the world with fresh eyes,
Right.
and recognizing the illusions that bind us to suffering.
So it's about paying attention, being present,
Yes.
and kind of questioning the assumptions we make about reality without even realizing it.
Absolutely. This cultivation of awareness
Yeah.
can extend to every aspect of our lives. Our
Right.
thoughts, emotions, actions.
Yeah, it's about making conscious choices
Yeah.
instead of just reacting out of habit or conditioning.
Exactly. And I
Yeah.
think for me, one of the biggest challenges is remembering
Right.
to actually be present.
Yeah, because life moves so fast.
It does.
It's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of it all.
I hear you. It's a continual practice.
Man.
It's this gentle reminder to ourselves
Yeah.
to pause, breathe, and observe.
Mm-hmm.
And as we develop this awareness,
Yeah.
we start to see the interconnectedness of everything.
Right.
How our choices have this ripple effect
Hmm.
on the world around us.
That makes me think about another concept we've talked about,
Yeah.
which is compassion.
Yes.
Both Gnosticism and the Law of One,
Right.
they emphasize the interconnectedness of all beings,
They do.
encouraging us to treat each other with kindness,
Mm.
understanding, forgiveness.
Compassion is such a powerful force.
It really is.
It allows us to move beyond judgment
Mm-hmm.
and separation
Yeah.
and connect with that shared humanity that binds us all.
It's easy to forget
It is.
that we're all on our own unique journeys,
Mm-hmm.
facing our own challenges.
Yeah.
And compassion helps us to see beyond the surface
Yes.
and recognize the struggles
Right.
that others might be going through.
And that compassion, it extends to ourselves as well,
Right.
recognizing that we're all imperfect beings.
Yeah,
We're learning.
Yeah.
We're growing.
we are.
And that helps us to cultivate a more gentle and understanding inner dialogue.
That self-compassion.
Yeah.
It can be so challenging
It can.
because we often hold ourselves to such high standards.
Yeah, we do.
But when we can learn to be more forgiving of ourselves,
Mm-hmm.
it becomes easier
It does.
to extend that same forgiveness to others.
It's like we're each holding a light.
Yeah.
And when we shine that light inward,
Mm-hmm.
it naturally radiates outward.
I love that.
Yeah.
Illuminating the world around us.
It's a beautiful image.
It is.
Yeah.
You know, it reminds me of
Yeah.
the interconnectedness.
Mhm.
We were talking about
Right.
how our inner world affects the outer world and vice versa.
Exactly. And as we delve deeper
Yeah.
into these philosophies,
Hmm.
we discover even more insights and practices
Right.
that can help us create a more meaningful and fulfilling life
Yeah.
for ourselves and for those around us.
Absolutely. You know, one thing that really strikes me
Yeah.
is that both Gnosticism and the Law of One,
Mm-hmm.
they emphasize personal experience.
They do.
It's not about blindly accepting dogma or someone else's interpretation of truth.
It's about encouraging us
Yeah.
to become active seekers,
Right.
to explore, question, and trust our inner guidance.
It's like we're each given a map,
Yeah. Yeah.
but ultimately, we have to chart our own course,
yes.
trusting our intuition
Mm-hmm.
and making choices that feel right for us.
And that journey of self-discovery,
Right.
it's ongoing.
He is.
There's always more to learn,
Yeah.
explore, experience.
Thanks,
That's
Mel.
what keeps life interesting and meaningful.
It really is.
Wouldn't you say?
I think so. Speaking of the journey,
Yeah.
both Gnosticism and the Law of One suggest
Mm-hmm.
that we're undergoing this process
Right.
of spiritual evolution,
Yeah.
both individually and collectively.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, what does that evolution actually look like
Oh.
in practice?
One sign of spiritual evolution
Yeah.
is this increasing sense of interconnectedness.
Okay.
As we awaken to our true nature, we begin to see the world differently. We recognize the interconnectedness of all things, and
Yeah.
we feel this deeper sense of compassion and empathy for all beings.
So it's like moving beyond that feeling of separateness,
Exactly.
recognizing that we're all part of this vast web of life.
And with this awareness
Yeah.
comes a heightened sense of responsibility
Right.
for our thoughts, words, and actions.
Okay.
We realize that they impact not only ourselves, but the
Mhm.
world around us.
So it's like our actions become more intentional,
Yeah,
more aligned with this understanding that we're all connected.
precisely and often.
Yeah.
As we evolve,
Right.
our values shift as well.
Okay.
We may find ourselves less attached
Mm-hmm.
to material possessions,
Yeah.
status, power,
Right.
and more drawn to experiences that nourish our soul
Right.
and contribute to the well-being of others.
So our definition of success kind of starts to change.
It does.
Yeah, it's not just about
Yeah.
external achievements,
Right.
but about inner growth
Mhm.
and making a positive difference.
Right. Right. We start to redefine what truly matters,
Right.
moving towards a more holistic and soul-centered approach to life.
And I imagine this shift in values
Yeah,
often leads to a greater sense of purpose and meaning.
absolutely. We may feel more connected to our passions,
Right.
more aligned with our life's work,
Mm-hmm.
more driven to make a positive contribution to the world.
So it's like we're discovering
Yeah,
our own unique gifts and talents
Mm.
and using them
exactly.
to serve a purpose larger than ourselves.
Yes, and that sense of purpose can be incredibly empowering.
I bet.
Yeah.
It gives us a reason to get out of bed in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
face challenges with resilience,
Yeah.
and live with greater intention.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's not about achieving some grand state of perfection,
No.
but rather continually aligning our lives
Yes.
with what feels truly meaningful and purposeful.
Exactly. And as we continue to evolve,
Yeah.
that sense of purpose
Mm-hmm.
becomes more refined, more aligned with our soul's mission,
Right.
and more impactful in the world.
I think another aspect of spiritual evolution
Yeah.
is this increasing capacity for love.
Okay.
As we awaken to our true nature,
Mm-hmm.
it seems like we start to experience love
Right.
in this more expansive, unconditional way.
Okay.
It's not just limited to romantic love
Yeah.
or love for family and friends.
Right. It extends to all beings.
Right.
There's this recognition of
Yeah.
the inherent worth and dignity
Mm-hmm.
of every living creature.
It's like our hearts are expanding.
Yeah.
And we can hold more love, more
Mhm.
compassion,
Yeah.
more understanding.
And with this expanded capacity for love
Yeah.
comes a greater ability to forgive,
Right.
accept, and be tolerant of others' differences.
And it's not about
Yeah.
condoning harmful behavior, but rather acknowledging
Yeah.
that we're all on our own journeys
Mm-hmm.
and offering compassion instead of judgment.
This practice of love and forgiveness, is vital for our own healing and transformation as well.
Right.
As we release resentment, anger, and judgment,
Yeah.
we create space for more love, joy, and peace.
Right. It's like
Yeah.
we're clearing out the emotional clutter
Exactly.
and making room for more positive experiences.
And as we continue to evolve,
yeah.
this love becomes more and more unconditional,
Okay.
embracing all beings,
Right.
regardless of their actions or beliefs.
It's a beautiful vision,
It is.
one that,
Yeah.
we can all strive for,
Mhm.
even if we haven't fully realized it yet.
It's important to remember
Yeah.
that spiritual evolution is
Yeah.
this continuous process.
Right.
There's no finish line.
Right.
It's about continual growth,
Yeah. Yeah.
learning transformation.
Right. And what's encouraging is that
Yeah,
we're all in this together,
we are.
supporting each other along the way and contributing to this
Absolutely.
collective evolution of consciousness.
Speaking of collective evolution.
Yes. One of the most fascinating aspects
Yeah.
of both Gnosticism and the Law of One
Okay.
is how they challenge traditional notions of time and space.
Okay. How so?
Well, the Gnostics, for example,
Yeah.
believed in this realm beyond the material world,
Okay.
a realm of pure spirit and light.
Right.
They called it the pleroma.
Right. The pleroma.
And the Law of One speaks of different densities of existence,
Okay.
suggesting that our current reality
Yeah.
is just one of many possible dimensions.
It's like realizing that there's more to reality
Exactly.
than what we can see and touch.
These concepts of higher realms
Right.
and different densities,
Yeah.
they invite us to expand our understanding
Right.
of what's possible.
Yeah.
Our current perception of time and space
Right.
may be far more limited
Yeah.
than we realize.
It's like we're living in this multi-dimensional universe,
Yeah.
but we're only tuned into a small fraction of it.
Both Gnosticism and the Law of One suggest that as we evolve spiritually,
Our awareness expands.
Okay.
And we become more attuned to these higher realms and dimensions.
so it's not about escaping this reality,
No.
but rather realizing that there's this much greater reality
Exactly.
that we can tap into.
That's right.
And that realization can be incredibly liberating,
It can.
especially in times of difficulty,
Mm-hmm.
because it reminds us that there's a bigger picture.
Yes.
Our current challenges are temporary,
Mm-hmm.
and that there's this realm of peace, love, and light
Yeah.
that we can access through spiritual practice and inner exploration.
Yes. And these teachings can help us to understand the nature of death and the afterlife.
Okay.
The Gnostics believed that upon death,
Yeah.
our souls return to the pleroma.
Okay.
And the Law of One suggests
Yeah.
that when we transition from this physical reality,
Mm-hmm.
we move into a different density of existence.
Right. So it's not an end,
Exactly.
but a transition.
Yes.
A continuation of our journey
Yeah.
in a different realm or dimension.
I find that incredibly comforting,
Me too. Me too.
especially given how much fear
Yeah.
surrounds death in our culture.
Right.
You know, it's reassuring to think of it as this
Yeah.
shift
Yeah.
into a different state of being,
Right.
a continuation of our growth and evolution.
And it challenges us to consider
Yeah.
if death is not the end,
Right.
how might that understanding
Yeah.
influence how we live our lives
Mm-hmm.
in the present moment?
That's a powerful question to ponder.
It is.
Yeah, it really shifts our perspective.
As we wrap up our deep dive
Yeah.
into Gnosticism and the Law of One,
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about,
Yeah.
the sheer volume of information out there
Right.
in the world.
It's a lot.
It's so easy to get caught up
It is.
in spiritual trends or
Yeah.
esoteric ideas
Yeah.
that might not actually be beneficial.
You've hit upon a crucial point.
Yeah.
Both Gnosticism and the Law of One.
Yeah.
They stress the importance of discernment, carefully evaluating information in spiritual teachings.
Right.
They encourage us to trust our inner guidance
Okay.
above all else.
So it's like we need to become spiritual detectives,
Yeah.
sifting through the evidence,
Mm-hmm.
questioning assumptions,
Yeah.
and relying on our intuition to guide us toward the truth.
Precisely in today's world,
Yeah.
with information constantly bombarding us.
Right.
Cultivating discernment is more crucial than ever.
Right.
We need to hone our critical thinking skills
Mm-hmm.
and learn to trust that inner compass.
Both Gnosticism and the Law of One caution against
Yeah.
blindly following dogma
Right.
or accepting someone else's interpretation of truth.
They urge us to seek our own understanding,
Right.
cultivate our own gnosis,
Mm-hmm.
and find what resonates with us on a deep personal level.
In this process of discernment,
Yeah.
it's not about becoming cynical
No.
or closed-minded.
It's about approaching spiritual teachings
Right.
with a healthy dose of skepticism, questioning assumptions,
Mhm.
testing ideas against our own experiences and intuition.
It's about becoming an active participant in our spiritual growth,
Exactly.
not just passively absorbing information.
That active engagement is key
Yeah.
to authentic spiritual development.
Right.
You know, we truly learn and grow
Yeah.
through questioning, exploring, experiencing.
Now, I know that for a lot of people,
Yeah.
the process of discernment
Mm-hmm.
can feel challenging,
It can.
even overwhelming.
It can.
Do Gnosticism and the Law of One offer any guidance
They do.
on how to navigate this process?
The Law of One, for instance,
Yeah.
places a strong emphasis
Oh.
on listening to our intuition.
Right.
That still small voice within that guides us toward truth.
So tuning into our inner compass,
Yes.
paying attention to those subtle nudges,
Mm-hmm.
those whispers of guidance
Right.
that we often ignore.
Exactly. And the Gnostics
Yeah.
emphasized aligning our actions with our highest values.
Okay.
They believed that when we live in accordance with truth and love,
Right.
our path naturally becomes clearer.
So it's not just about intellectual analysis.
Mm.
It's also about embodying our values,
Yes.
trusting that the universe will support us on our journey.
As we cultivate discernment,
Yeah.
we might find that certain spiritual teachings or practices
Yeah.
no longer resonate with us,
Okay.
while others become more profound and impactful.
So it's like we're refining our spiritual palate,
Exactly.
developing a taste for what truly nourishes our soul
Mm.
and supports our growth.
Yeah,
And this process of discernment, it's ongoing, isn't it?
absolutely. It's a continuous journey.
As we evolve and grow,
Mm-hmm.
our understanding of truth may shift,
Right.
and what resonated with us before might hold a different meaning.
Right. So it's not about
Yeah.
finding the one right answer
Right.
or adhering to this rigid set of rules.
Right. It's about staying open,
Yes.
trusting our intuition,
Mm.
allowing ourselves to be guided by the wisdom that unfolds along the way.
As we embrace this approach,
Yeah.
we become more empowered in our spiritual journeys,
Okay.
making choices that align with our highest purpose
Right.
and contributing to the collective awakening of consciousness.
It's been such a fascinating exploration.
It has.
It feels like we've only scratched the surface
Yeah.
of these like complex and multifaceted philosophies.
Right. Yeah.
But I think we've touched on some key insights,
Mm-hmm.
exploring those shared themes of divine knowledge,
Right.
unity,
Yeah.
and spiritual evolution,
Mm-hmm.
and how these ancient teachings
Yeah.
can still resonate with us today.
It's truly remarkable. You know how these seemingly disparate philosophies,
Yeah.
separated by centuries,
Right.
converge on such profound and timeless ideas.
Right.
You know, it speaks to the existence
Yeah.
of universal truths
Yeah.
that transcend cultural boundaries
Mhm.
and historical periods.
It's as if we're tapping into
Yeah.
a collective wellspring of wisdom, drawing inspiration from those who came before us,
Yes.
and recognizing that we're all part of this
Absolutely.
ongoing conversation
Yeah.
about the nature of reality,
Yeah.
the meaning of life,
Mhm.
our place in the cosmos.
And by engaging in this conversation
Right.
with open minds,
Yeah.
curious hearts,
Mm-hmm.
we deepen our understanding.
Yeah.
We expand our awareness
Right.
and contribute to that collective awakening of consciousness.
For those listening,
Yeah.
I encourage you to dive deeper
Yeah.
into these fascinating topics.
Absolutely right.
Explore those Gnostic texts.
Yeah.
Read the Law of One material and see what sparks your curiosity,
Yeah.
what resonates with your own inner knowing.
Remember, this deep dive
Yeah,
is just the beginning.
it is.
The real journey of discovery
Mm-hmm.
lies within you.
It does.
Embrace that curiosity.
Yeah.
Trust your intuition and keep seeking knowledge and understanding
Right.
wherever it may lead.
It's been an absolute pleasure
Likewise.
sharing this exploration with you.
Mm-hmm.
Until next time,
Yeah.
keep seeking,
Yeah.
keep questioning, and
Mhm.
keep diving deep
Absolutely.
into the mysteries of the universe.
Yeah.
And never forget,
Yeah.
the answers you seek are already within you,
Yeah.
waiting to be discovered.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we're going to be exploring a really fascinating connection between two works that on the surface seem completely unrelated. We're going to be looking at Benjamin Hoff's The Day of Piglet and The Law of One.
Oh, that's an interesting pairing. Very intriguing. On the surface, we have a beloved children's book character, and then we have, well, a collection of messages from an extraterrestrial entity.
Exactly. It seems almost impossible to find any kind of common ground between them. The Day of Piglet, as you know, uses those wonderful characters from Winnie the Pooh to illustrate principles of Taoism.
Right.
And Taoism, of course, is this ancient Chinese philosophy about living in harmony with the universe.
Right. And the Law of One, on the other hand, delves into, spirituality and cosmology,
Yeah.
the evolution of consciousness, and it does this from the perspective of this entity named Ra.
Right. And Ra claims to be a sixth-density social memory complex.
Yes.
I think that's a concept that immediately sparks curiosity for just about anyone.
Absolutely.
But before we try to untangle what a sixth-density social memory complex even is, maybe we can start with something a little bit more familiar to most people.
Sure.
So Piglet and Taoism.
Yeah, that's a perfect place to begin. Hoff's book really focuses on the concept of te. That's often translated as virtue or inner power in Taoism. And what's remarkable is how he uses Piglet, this character that seems very timid and anxious, to embody te.
I have to admit, when I think of Piglet, I think of him more as a scaredy cat,
Right.
not a powerhouse of virtue.
Yeah,
Can you help unpack that a little bit for me?
absolutely. Hoff, he argues that Piglet's perceived weaknesses, those are actually his strengths. So he doesn't rely on brute force or overthinking. Instead, he kind of moves through the world with this quiet, unassuming strength.
Can you give me an example of that?
Sure. Take the Heffalump trap episode. So Pooh and Piglet, they fall into their own trap, and it's Piglet's small size that allows him to squeeze out and get help. And so Pooh, with all his, size and bluster, he's stuck. Oh, wow. Okay, so it's not about being the biggest or the loudest, but more about utilizing your unique attributes,
Right.
even the things that seem like limitations.
Exactly. That ties directly into this Taoist principle of wu wei, or effortless action.
Yeah.
Piglet, despite all of his anxieties, he often finds himself in the right place at the right time. He achieves things that Pooh might struggle with. He doesn't force things. He just kind of allows events to unfold naturally.
That's a really interesting idea. It almost suggests that there's power in yielding and in not always trying to control or dominate a situation.
Precisely. The Day of Piglet suggests that by embracing our authentic selves, even those perceived flaws, we can tap into this source of unexpected strength and effectiveness.
So it's about finding that sweet spot between action and non-action,
Right.
about working with the natural flow of things rather than against it.
You've hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
Now, with that understanding of Piglet's Te and Wu Wei, maybe we can turn our attention to the Law of One. And, this perplexing sixth-density social memory complex. Okay, I'm ready to dive into the deep end here.
Okay.
What exactly did Ra mean by that term? And how does this entity's perspective on the universe and, our place in it, how does that connect to these ideas that we've been discussing?
Well, to understand how Ra describes itself, it might be helpful to think about the concept of densities as it's described in the Law of One. You can think about densities kind of as like stages of spiritual evolution or levels of awareness. Ra claims to exist in the sixth density, which is a level that is, far beyond our current human experience.
So it's like different levels of consciousness, different ways of perceiving and interacting with reality.
Exactly. The Law of One suggests that we, humans, that we're currently in third density, and that's characterized by self-awareness and developing individual identity. But we're on the verge of transitioning to fourth density.
What would that transition look like? What changes come with entering fourth density?
Yeah. According to Ra, fourth density is marked by a greater awareness of interconnectedness and a deeper understanding of love and compassion. So imagine a world where the focus shifts from me to we, and where individual desires are balanced with this profound sense of unity.
That sounds almost utopian.
It does.
But how does that relate to, Piglet and these principles of Taoism? It still feels like we're dealing with two completely different worlds.
Well, that's where things get really fascinating. Remember how Wu Wei is about going with the flow, about aligning with the natural order of things? Well, the Law of One suggests that there is a natural flow to the evolution of consciousness, and that by choosing love and compassion and service to others, we can align ourselves with that flow. And that actually facilitates our transition to fourth density.
So Piglet's quiet strength and his ability to navigate challenges by yielding rather than forcing, that could be seen as a model for how we might approach this transition to a higher level of consciousness.
Precisely. And that's just one of the many surprising parallels we can draw between these seemingly disparate sources.
Okay, so I'm starting to see how the Day of Piglet and the Law of One might offer like complementary perspectives on a similar journey, journey toward greater awareness and connection and a deeper understanding of our place in the universe.
And what's even more intriguing is how both sources utilize symbolism to convey these complex ideas. Piglet, as we've discussed, embodies certain Taoist principles, while the Law of One is filled with archetypes and metaphors that point toward deeper truths.
I'm really curious to explore those archetypes and symbols further.
Yeah,
What can they tell us about ourselves and, our challenges and our potential for growth?
that's a great question, and one we can delve into in our next segment.
I'm already hooked. But for now, let's just take a moment to digest the connections that we've uncovered so far. Who would have thought that a beloved children's character and a channeled message from an extraterrestrial entity could offer such a thought-provoking perspective on the nature of reality and the path to a more fulfilling life?
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. We're continuing our exploration of the Day of Piglet and the Law of One. It's really remarkable to uncover these unexpected parallels between Taoist philosophy and this, extraterrestrial wisdom.
When we first started, I really couldn't imagine how we were going to find any meaningful connections between a book about Winnie the Pooh and a series of channeled messages from an entity calling itself Ra. But I'm starting to see how both sources, in their own way, are kind of pointing toward a similar understanding of reality and the path of personal growth.
Yes, and I think that one of the keys to unlocking that understanding is through the symbolism that's woven into both texts. So, in the Day of Piglet, Hoff uses Piglet as an embodiment of Te, or inner power, and Wu Wei, effortless action.
Right, and we talked about how his small size and apparent timidity actually become assets in navigating certain challenges, like escaping the heffalump trap.
Exactly. But there are other more subtle ways in which Piglet exemplifies these Taoist principles. Consider his role in the flood episode, for example. So when the 100-acre wood is inundated with water, Piglet finds himself swept away in a honeypot.
Oh, yeah, I remember that scene
Yeah,
very vividly. It was quite dramatic, with Piglet, being tossed about by the currents.
precisely. Now, most of us would panic in that kind of situation, right? We'd fight against the current. We'd be trying desperately to control where we end up. But Piglet, true to his nature, he doesn't resist. He just yields to the flow of the water. He trusts that it will carry him where he needs to go.
And ultimately it does.
It does.
He not only survives, but he ends up rescuing Pooh, who's clinging to a branch for dear life.
Precisely. Piglet's actions, or rather his non-actions in this episode, beautifully illustrate that Taoist principle of yielding. So by surrendering to the forces at play rather than resisting them, he finds not only safety, but also the strength to help others.
It's a really powerful metaphor for how we might navigate life's challenges, isn't it? Instead of always trying to force things or control outcomes, perhaps we can find a more effortless path, by trusting the natural flow of events.
Exactly. And this concept of yielding, of aligning oneself with the natural order, that resonates very deeply with the teachings of the Law of One. Ra emphasizes aligning our will with the will of the Creator, surrendering to the flow of universal energy.
So even though Ra is speaking from this vastly different perspective, this cosmic perspective that encompasses the evolution of consciousness across multiple densities, there's this shared understanding of the power of surrender, of letting go of the ego's need to control.
Absolutely. And this is just one example of how these seemingly disparate sources can offer these complementary perspectives on the same fundamental principles. Another point of convergence is the emphasis on self-awareness.
Right. We talked about how the Law of One suggests that we're currently in third density, a stage of development that's focused on cultivating self-awareness and making choices. How does this relate to Piglet's journey?
Well, think about Piglet at the beginning of the Day of Piglet. He's consumed by fear. He's constantly worrying about heffalumps and woozles. But throughout the story, he faces those fears. He acts instinctively. And ultimately, he discovers this hidden wellspring of courage and strength within himself.
So could we say that Piglet is kind of moving from a state of unconscious fear to a state of greater self-awareness? And that allows him to kind of access his talent.
Precisely. And this process of becoming aware of our fears and limitations, but also our hidden potential, that's crucial for spiritual evolution, according to the Law of One. Ra suggests that through conscious choice and self-knowledge, we can move beyond those limitations of third density and transition to fourth density, which is a realm characterized by love and compassion and a deeper understanding of our interconnectedness.
It's a powerful idea.
Yeah.
It suggests that the path to higher consciousness isn't about, transcending our humanity or escaping our fears, but rather about facing them, understanding them, and then integrating them into a more holistic sense of self.
Yes. And this journey of self-discovery is often depicted symbolically in both sources. We've discussed how Piglet embodies certain Taoist principles, but the Law of One takes a different approach, utilizing the language of archetypes and energy centers.
You're talking about the chakras, right?
Right.
Can you explain those a bit further? I have to admit that the concept of chakras is still a little bit fuzzy for me.
Of course. So the term chakra, it comes from Sanskrit and means wheel or disc. The Law of One describes 7 primary chakras in the human body, each associated with different aspects of our physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual being.
So they're like energy centers that influence our overall well-being.
Exactly. And just like Piglet faces challenges and discovers these hidden strengths within himself, the Law of One suggests that by working with our chakras, we can unblock stagnant energy, and we can heal emotional wounds, and ultimately raise our vibrational frequency to align with higher levels of consciousness.
So there's a parallel between Piglet's journey of self-discovery and the process of chakra activation that's described in the Law of One. Both involve confronting challenges and uncovering hidden potential and moving toward a state of greater wholeness.
Yes. And what's fascinating is that while the Day of Piglet uses this familiar and comforting world of Winnie the Pooh to illustrate these ideas, the Law of One presents them from this cosmic perspective, weaving together concepts from various spiritual traditions and even modern physics.
It's like they're offering different lenses through which to view the same fundamental truths about the nature of reality and the path to personal growth.
Precisely. And I think that's what makes this exploration so compelling. By considering these seemingly unrelated sources side by side, we can gain a richer, more nuanced understanding of these universal principles.
I couldn't agree more. But before we get too lost in the cosmos, there's one more connection I'd like to explore: the concept of service to others. The Law of One places a lot of emphasis on this idea, suggesting that it's a key factor in spiritual evolution. But how does that relate to Piglet and the teachings of Taoism?
That's a great question, and one that reveals yet another surprising parallel between these two sources. So, in the Day of Piglet, we see numerous examples of Piglet acting selflessly, often putting the needs of others before his own.
Can you give me a specific example?
Certainly. Remember the episode where Eeyore loses his tail? Piglet is the one who finds it and returns it to him, even though Eeyore is often, grumpy and pessimistic. So this simple act of kindness demonstrates Piglet's inherent compassion and willingness to help others, even when it requires effort or self-sacrifice.
And this aligns with the Law of One's emphasis on service to others.
Absolutely. Ra suggests that by choosing actions that benefit others, we raise our vibrational frequency, we align ourselves with the Creator's will, and we accelerate our spiritual evolution.
So Piglet, in his own unassuming way, is modeling a path to higher consciousness through acts of kindness and compassion.
Precisely. And this connection between service to others and spiritual growth isn't limited to the Law of One. It's a theme that runs through many spiritual traditions, including Taoism.
So even though Piglet might not be consciously aware of the cosmic implications of his actions, he's nonetheless embodying a universal principle that transcends specific philosophies or religions.
Exactly. And that's what makes this exploration so rewarding. By delving into these seemingly disparate sources, we uncover a deeper understanding of ourselves, our interconnectedness, and our place in the grand scheme of things.
This has been an incredibly insightful conversation so far. But there's one element of a Law of One that we haven't touched on yet. This idea of a cosmic drama playing out between forces of service to self and service to others. This concept, while intriguing, also feels a bit daunting. Can we delve into that a bit further?
Absolutely. That's a topic that deserves its own segment, and one that will undoubtedly lead to even more intriguing connections between the Day of Piglet and the Law of One.
I can't wait to see where this conversation takes us next. But for now, let's leave our listeners with this thought. What other hidden gems of wisdom might we find by exploring seemingly unlikely pairings of texts? What unexpected connections are waiting to be discovered? Welcome back to The Deep Dive. We've been exploring some really fascinating connections between the Day of Piglet and the Law of One, finding these really surprising parallels between Taoist philosophy and the teachings of this sixth-density social memory complex named Ra.
Yeah, it has been quite a journey. From the 100-acre wood to the vast expanse of the cosmos, we've uncovered some profound insights into the nature of reality and the path to personal growth, and of course the interconnectedness of all things.
And yet there's one more layer that I'd like to explore before we wrap up our deep dive here. We've touched upon the concept of service to others as this key element in spiritual evolution. But the law of one also presents a more complex picture, suggesting this cosmic drama playing out between forces of service to self and service to others. This raises some intriguing questions, wouldn't you say?
It does, absolutely. The idea of this cosmic drama, that might sound a bit like science fiction to some people, but I think it's a really powerful metaphor for the choices that we face in our own lives. The internal battles between, ego and compassion, self-interest, and the well-being of others.
So it's not necessarily about literal battles between spaceships and laser beams, but more about the choices that we make every day, the motivations behind our actions, and the impact that those actions have on ourselves and the world around us.
Precisely. The law of one suggests that each soul has the free will to choose its path, to align with service to self or service to others. And these choices, according to Ra, have consequences that ripple through the fabric of reality, shaping not only our own individual destinies, but also the collective evolution of consciousness.
That's a pretty weighty concept.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if we're all interconnected, as both the law of one and Taoism suggest. Doesn't that mean that we're all complicit in this cosmic drama?
That is a really profound question, and one that I think both sources encourage us to really contemplate. If our actions do have these ripple effects that extend beyond our immediate sphere of experience, then it stands to reason that we all play some role in this unfolding of this cosmic drama. But it's really important to remember that the law of one doesn't present this as this battle between good and evil.
So it's not about taking sides.
No.
We're judging those who choose a path of service to self.
Exactly. Ray emphasizes that both polarities, service to self and service to others, are ultimately part of the same unity. They're different expressions of the Creator exploring the infinite possibilities of existence.
That's a perspective that really challenges our usual way of thinking about duality.
It does.
It's not about one side being right and the other wrong, but rather about recognizing the interplay of these forces as essential to the evolution of consciousness.
Precisely. And I think this brings us back to those core principles of Taoism, which emphasizes the interconnectedness of seemingly opposite forces, the yin and yang, the light and shadow.
So even though the Day of Piglet doesn't explicitly address this cosmic drama, the Taoist philosophy that it embodies provides a framework for understanding the interplay of these forces, for finding balance within ourselves and the world around us.
Exactly. And perhaps by observing Piglet's journey, his moments of fear and courage, his acts of kindness and selflessness, maybe we can glean some insights into how to navigate our own internal battles, how to choose actions that align with a path of greater love and compassion.
That's a beautiful thought, and it brings to mind something we discussed earlier, this idea of finding wisdom in unexpected places. Who would have thought that this humble little piglet could offer such profound lessons about navigating the complexities of the human experience, and perhaps even the cosmic drama playing out around us?
And who would have thought that a series of channeled messages from an extraterrestrial entity could resonate so deeply with this ancient wisdom of Taoism? It's a testament to the interconnectedness of all things, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. And I think it speaks to the power of symbolism, of stories, and of archetypes to tap into these universal truths that transcend time and culture, and even, the boundaries of our earthly realm.
It's been a truly incredible journey exploring these connections, and I hope our listeners have found it as thought-provoking as we have.
I'm sure they have. And as we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave our listeners with a final thought. We've uncovered some surprising parallels between the Day of Piglet and the Law of One, finding wisdom in both the familiar and the seemingly far-fetched. Perhaps this inspires us to stay open to unexpected sources of knowledge, to seek connections between seemingly disparate ideas, and to trust that the journey of discovery is often full of surprising twists and turns.
Beautifully said. May we all continue to explore with curiosity and compassion and a willingness to embrace the mystery of existence.
Thank you for joining us on the Deep Dive. We'll be back soon with another exploration of fascinating ideas and unexpected connections. All right, listener, ready for another deep dive?
Always ready.
Today, we're going to two pretty different places. Well, at least on the surface. The Taker's Piglet.
Ah, yes.
Which, full disclosure, I absolutely loved as a kid.
I'm a classic.
And the Law of One material.
Interesting pairing. I like it.
So we've got Taoism through Winnie the Pooh characters.
Right.
And then this whole other thing with, communications from a higher density being.
That's right.
I don't know. It's a lot. But that's what we do here.
Absolutely. Dive right in.
Okay, so
It'll be fun.
the Tay of Piglet. I mean, I never really thought of those stories as like, philosophically profound or anything.
Well, I think that's part of the beauty of Hoff's work, really.
Okay. Yeah.
He takes these characters that we all know and love, and I think he kind of reveals this unexpected depth.
Like with Piglet.
Yeah, for example, Piglet's encounter with the heffalump, right?
Yeah, I remember that. That was scary.
So Hoff uses that to talk about wu-wei,
Wu Wei.
the Taoist concept of effortless action.
Hold on. Piglet. Effortless action. I mean, he's Piglet.
Right, exactly.
Always scared of something.
Think about that scene where Piglet imagines he's going to confront the heffalump. He plans out the whole conversation, like
Yeah.
meticulously.
He does.
He even hums a little tune to himself, like to stay calm.
Huh. Okay. Yeah.
And Hoff's argument is that that whole mental rehearsal, that's Piglet's wu-wei.
Really.
He's not fighting the fear, he's
Right.
understanding it, preparing.
So it's not like being fearless.
Right.
But more like facing whatever you're scared of with a calm mind.
Yeah, and with a prepared mind.
Okay. I think you kind of get it.
And that connects to this bigger point that Hoff is making about Taoism in general. He's not a fan of these really academic interpretations. He thinks true understanding, well, it comes through simplicity, a childlike awareness.
Yeah. Okay. That actually, I can see that.
Yeah.
Like how kids understand things through stories.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, now that you mention it, makes me think about the law of one. They have this idea of the veil, this barrier
Right.
between our minds and like deeper truths.
Right.
So maybe, I'm spitballing here, but maybe the simplicity of stories like the Winnie the Pooh stories helps us see past it.
That's a really interesting thought. I mean, the law of one says we're all connected to this universal consciousness, this source of love and light. And maybe the innocence, the wonder that we feel when we hear these stories, maybe it helps us tap into that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I like that. So the law of one, it's a lot. It can get pretty complex.
Oh, it can definitely be dense.
Full of new words I don't even know.
Unfamiliar territory for a lot of people.
Yeah. But the main message, it seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think at its core it is. It's all is one.
All is one.
Ra, the channeling this information.
Ra.
Ra really emphasizes that there's no separation, no duality. Like, we're all part of this same unified consciousness, expressions of the same, love and light.
It's a big idea.
It is. Challenges a lot of what we're told to believe.
But there's something about it, like this unity thing that, I don't know, it's kind of nice.
I get that. I think it comes from this yearning, right? To connect to something bigger, to belong.
Yeah, I think so.
To transcend, like, the limits of our own ego.
Okay, so how does this all is one idea fit with their whole, like, cosmology?
Right.
They talk about densities, right?
Yeah, densities.
What are those exactly?
Think of them as levels of consciousness.
Okay.
Beings evolve spiritually, and they move through these levels.
Like a ladder. Kind
Yeah.
of. Each rung is a different level of, like, understanding.
Okay, so where are we? Like, humans on Earth. Where are we on the ladder?
According to Ra, we're in third density.
Third. Out of how many?
Well, it's not really about how many. It's more about the focus of that density.
Okay.
So third density. It's about developing self-awareness, making choices, free will.
Right. And the next level, how do we get there?
It's not really about, like, graduating or anything.
It's about aligning our vibrations with this. Love and light of the Creator.
So the more we, like, choose compassion, understanding, the more we vibrate higher.
Basically, yeah. And then we move towards these higher densities.
Okay. So no final exam or anything, just choices
It's an ongoing process.
of evolving.
And you know what? I'm just now realizing this. That actually sounds a lot like what we were talking about with the Tea of Piglet.
Oh, how so?
Well, it's all about aligning, right?
No,
With the Tao, with the Creator's love and light.
it is. Interesting connection.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like they're both pointing us in the same direction.
Like towards a path of, I don't know, maybe humility,
Yeah.
compassion, letting go of the ego's need to control.
This is a lot. Piglet and aliens, and it's all connected.
It really is. And I think it just goes to show that wisdom can come from anywhere.
I'm ready to see where this goes.
Me too.
We're just getting started, but I think there's a lot more to uncover here.
Absolutely.
All right, listeners, stick with us.
We'll be right back after the break. All right, so we're talking about aligning with, like, bigger forces.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the Tao, the Creator's love and light.
It's a powerful concept.
How do we actually, like, do that, in our everyday lives?
I know. It's the big question, right? And
Yeah.
I think both of these sources, the Tef of Piglet and the Law of One, I think they both give us some clues.
Okay.
So Hoff, he really focuses on this idea of simplicity, childlike awareness, he says. You know, if we quiet our minds and we observe the world with this, I don't know, sense of wonder, we can start to see the Tao in action.
So like having a beginner's mind.
Right.
It's like that openness we have as kids.
And that we tend to lose as we get older.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
With all our ideas about things.
Exactly. It's about letting go of that need to control, analyze.
Just being present.
Yeah.
Being in the moment.
And the law of one. They talk about that too, right?
Absolutely. Meditation, contemplation as ways to connect with the creator. Okay, that makes sense.
I mean.
Meditation's all about quieting the mind.
Right.
Creating space for deeper insights.
Exactly.
Which actually, now that we're talking about it, makes me think about those. Wanderers.
The Wanger.
In the Law of One, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Can you remind me what those are again?
Sure. So wanderers, according to Ra, their souls from higher densities.
Okay.
And they choose to come here to Earth to help the planet evolve.
So they're like from a more advanced place.
Yeah, in a way.
And they're here to help us.
Yeah, they're here to help us. And they often feel out of place.
Like they don't belong.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're, I don't know, looking for something more.
It makes me wonder, could reading the Tea of Piglet, could that be like a way to awaken those memories?
Wanderer memories.
Yeah, even if I don't know, if we are wanderers.
It's an interesting idea. Maybe the simplicity, the innocence of Piglet's story, maybe it resonates with that part of us.
Yeah, that wants that connection, that simplicity.
Yeah, that yearning for a simpler way of being.
Okay, and speaking of like energies and stuff,
yeah,
the Law of One also talks about crystals, right?
Yes, crystals.
I've always been kind of fascinated by them.
A lot of people are.
But I don't really understand how they work.
Yeah, they can be a bit mysterious.
So what does Ra say about crystals?
Ra describes crystals as tools for focusing energy, amplifying it.
Okay.
They act like conduits, right, for this universal energy that flows through everything.
So they can help us like align our energy.
Yeah, exactly. And Ra says they can be especially helpful for wanderers.
Who are already sensitive to energy.
Exactly. Because they're coming from a different density, right? They carry a different frequency.
Okay, that makes sense. But people also use crystals for healing. Is there anything to that?
Ra says yes.
Really?
They say that crystals can help to balance our energy centers, and that can promote healing on different levels.
Like physically, emotionally?
Yeah, even spiritually.
Wow. But it's not just like, wearing a crystal and poof, you're healed, right?
Right. It's not magic.
So it's about intention.
Yeah, Ray emphasizes intention and aligning with the creator's will.
So it's about like consciously working with the crystal.
Yeah.
For the greater good.
Yeah, exactly.
And, that brings us back to that whole idea of aligning, right?
Yeah.
Which is at the heart of both the Law of One and the Tea of Piglet.
Just this common thread.
And they both seem to say a lot about how to deal with challenges.
Right. Like how to approach the difficult stuff.
Yeah. In the Law of One, it's all about challenging experiences being opportunities for growth.
Yeah. Catalysts for us to, evolve.
Move towards those higher densities.
That's right.
And in the Tea Piglet, it's that whole facing our fears with a calm mind.
The Wu Wei principle.
Right, like Piglet and the Heffalump.
It's about, I don't know, maybe embracing those challenges.
Instead of
running away from them.
Yeah, seeing them as part of the journey. Yeah, but how do we actually do that?
That's the question.
I mean, it's easy to say, but when you're in it, when you're facing something hard.
It's different, right? It's different.
Yeah. Like, how do we actually we embrace the tough stuff?
Yeah,
it's like
my brain gets it.
Right. Life happens.
Life happens.
And so
it's hard.
It is hard. And I think both Detour Piglet and the Law of One, they acknowledge that. They're not, offering us easy answers or like quick fixes or anything like that.
But what are they saying then? Like, how do we get from understanding these ideas to actually living them?
Well, I think maybe it starts with awareness.
Okay.
Hoff talks about this idea of inner strength.
Inner strength.
Which he connects to this Taoist concept. And it's about recognizing that real strength.
Yeah.
It doesn't come from force or dominance. It comes from aligning with the flow.
The flow of the universe.
Yeah. Like finding that sweet spot where our actions are in harmony with the Tao.
Not forcing things.
Right.
But moving with ease.
Right.
Like almost like Piglet.
Yeah.
Getting ready for the Heffalump.
Exactly. And the Law of One they talk about it in a similar way, aligning our will with the Creator's will.
Right.
And when we do that, we tap into this infinite source of power.
So it's not about giving up control.
No, is it?
It's about surrendering to something bigger.
Yeah, to a higher purpose.
Yeah.
But it sounds, I don't know, kind of hard.
Yeah, how do we know what the Creator's will is, especially when, like, life is so messy?
That's where I think discernment comes in, where it talks about
Listening to our intuition.
intuition.
That inner voice that guides us towards what's best for us. They also talk about meditation, contemplation.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Right, as ways to clarify our intentions and to connect with that guidance.
So it's about quieting the noise, the outside noise.
Right.
And trusting that we're being guided.
Even when we don't have all the answers.
Which is, most of the time,
Probably. And it's it's a lifelong journey.
Right.
It's not like we arrive at some point and, like,
That's it. Okay.
there will be times when we feel aligned in flow
Yeah.
and other times when we feel lost.
Lost and confused.
Exactly. The key is to keep practicing, keep seeking that connection, and just trust that. Even the journey itself, that's part of the evolution.
So we don't have to have it all figured out.
No, not at all.
Okay, that's good to know.
It's okay to stumble,
To make mistakes.
to make mistakes, yeah.
As long as we keep trying, keep striving for that alignment.
That's it.
And both the Tia Piglet
Right.
and the Law of One,
Mm-hmm.
they remind us that.
Mm.
We're not alone in this.
Absolutely not. There's something bigger.
Whether it's the Tao, the
The
Creator,
connectedness of everything.
there's something there
Yeah.
supporting us.
Always.
And that ties back to that unity idea, right?
Yes, it does. Even when we feel isolated, we're
Okay.
still part of something much bigger.
And knowing that, I know it brings a sense of peace.
It does.
And that's a good thing.
A very good thing.
Well, listener, that's it for our deep dive today
It's been a journey.
into the Tia Piglet.
And the Law of One.
I don't know about you, but I feel like I've learned a lot.
Me too. It's amazing how these seemingly different sources can come together.
And offer these profound insights.
It's true.
So we encourage you to explore these for yourself.
See what resonates.
Yeah. Keep seeking, keep discovering, and until next time, may your journey be filled with peace, joy,
And a deepening connection to the wisdom that's around
all around us
and within us.
and within us. Welcome to our deep dive today. We've got kind of like a fascinating blend of Eastern and Western philosophy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. With the Tao of Pu and the Law of One.
Interesting.
It might seem like a kind of odd pairing at first glance.
Okay.
Like, a children's book and then this complex spiritual text. But
Yeah.
I have a feeling some really intriguing connections might pop up.
Okay.
What do you think happens when we bring, like, the simple wisdom of Winnie the Pooh into conversation with, like, the complex metaphysics of the Law of One?
It is a unique blend for sure,
Yeah.
but sometimes the most unexpected combinations yield the most insightful results. I think exploring these two works together
Okay.
might help us appreciate how profound simplicity can be and how spiritual understanding can be found in the most unassuming places.
Okay, let's jump right in.
Okay.
The Tao of Pu really centers on this idea of the uncarved block, this state of pure potential and effortless action. Doesn't Pu perfectly embody this concept? He's not overthinking things.
Right.
He's just being...
Exactly. Remember that chapter where Pooh and Piglet go hunting for weasels?
Yeah.
And end up walking in circles? That's a classic example of Pooh's uncarved block nature.
Yeah.
He's not trying to force things, he's simply going with the flow. And in his own way, finding success.
And how does that connect with the Law of One?
Well, the Law of One describes the unmanifested creator as the source of all creation, this state of pure potentiality. It strikes me that Pooh's simplicity mirrors this concept.
Okay.
He's not weighed down by complex thoughts or desires.
Right.
He's open and receptive to whatever comes his way.
Yeah.
Much like the unmanifested creator before the universe unfolded.
That's a really interesting parallel. So Pooh's simplicity isn't just charming. It's almost a reflection of a profound cosmic principle. But the Law of One's also pretty complex.
Yeah.
It talks about these 7 densities of consciousness, which can be a lot to wrap your head around.
It is complex,
Yeah.
but think of the densities as stages of spiritual evolution. We humans are currently in 3rd density, which the Law of One describes as a realm where we're learning about love and duality. It's where we grapple with concepts of self and other good and bad.
So like how Pooh and his friends are always having these little adventures and learning lessons along the way.
Precisely. Their experiences in the 100-Acre Wood, even the silly ones, could be seen as a metaphor for the challenges and opportunities we face in third density. We're all trying to navigate this realm, make sense of our experiences, and hopefully learn to radiate love and compassion.
And that brings us to another key concept from the Tao of Pooh, Joe, which is all about caring and compassion.
Right.
Pooh is always showing kindness to his friends, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
Remember how patient he is with Eeyore, who's always so gloomy?
Right.
Or how he helps Piglet overcome his fears?
Yeah.
Pooh's actions demonstrate a deep understanding of two.
And that connects to the law of one's emphasis on love as the fundamental principle of existence, right?
Absolutely. The law of one suggests that love is the key to unlocking higher densities of consciousness. It's about recognizing the interconnectedness of all beings and extending compassion to ourselves and others.
Yeah.
And Pooh, in his own humble way, seems to embody this principle.
It's like he's intuitively tapping into this cosmic truth without even realizing it. But if love is so central, why is there so much conflict and suffering in our world?
That's where the concept of the veil of forgetting comes in. In third density, the law of one suggests we're veiled from the full awareness of our true nature. We forget our connection to the Creator and each other, which leads to a sense of separation and fear. This veil is what makes third density so challenging, but it also presents us with a unique opportunity.
What do you mean?
Think of it like this.
Yeah.
The veil creates the conditions for us to learn and grow through contrast. We experience the full spectrum of emotions, from joy to sorrow, love to fear, and through these experiences we learn to choose love.
So it's like those moments in the Tao of Pooh when things go wrong.
Yeah.
Like when Pooh gets stuck in Rabbit's doorway.
Right.
These challenges ultimately lead to growth and understanding.
Exactly. It's about recognizing the inherent value in every experience, even the difficult ones. And that's something Pooh seems to understand intuitively.
Right.
He doesn't let setbacks get him down for too long.
Yeah.
He always bounces back with his characteristic optimism.
This is reminding me of the idea of catalyst from the law of one, how our experiences, both good and bad, are opportunities for growth.
Precisely. And it seems that Pooh, without any grand pronouncements, is a master at navigating these catalysts.
Yeah.
He doesn't overanalyze or get bogged down in negativity. He just keeps moving forward, always open to the next adventure.
That's a pretty powerful way to look at it. It makes me wonder if we could all benefit from channeling a bit of Pooh's uncarved nature, especially when faced with challenges. What do you think?
I think we could all learn a thing or two from Pooh's approach to life, you know?
Yeah.
He's a natural at embracing simplicity and finding joy in the present moment.
Right.
Two qualities that are highly valued in both Taoism and the law of one.
It's almost like he's mastered those disciplines of the personality that the law of one talks about, those practices that help refine our energy centers.
That's an interesting observation.
Yeah.
Pooh doesn't seem to be consciously working on his chakras or anything,
Right.
but his actions do align with the principles of energy balance.
Yeah.
Remember how the law of one describes the green ray energy center or the heart chakra as the bridge between the lower and higher chakras?
Right. And that it's associated with love and compassion and connection.
Exactly. And the law of one suggests that energy transfer between individuals is most efficient at the green ray level. When two beings connect through genuine love and compassion, there's a powerful exchange of energy that can accelerate spiritual growth.
So Pooh's acts of kindness, like helping Piglet overcome his fear of heffalumps or comforting Eeyore when he's feeling down,
Right.
aren't just nice gestures. They're
Yeah.
actually facilitating this energy transfer.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
He's radiating green ray energy, which not only benefits those around him, but also contributes to his own spiritual growth.
It makes you wonder if our relationships, all our interactions with others are actually opportunities for this kind of energy exchange, whether we realize it or not.
I think so. The law of one encourages us to view every interaction as a chance to learn to grow and to share love and compassion.
Right.
And if Pooh Bear can do it, so can we.
It brings a whole new dimension to the idea of playing nice, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
But of course, there's always the challenge of balancing our own needs with the needs of others.
Right.
Especially in third density, where that veil of forgetting can make it hard to see beyond our own perspective.
Right. The law of one talks about the paths of service to self and service to others.
Okay.
How do you think those concepts play out in the Tao of Pooh?
Well, Pooh certainly embodies service to others with his constant willingness to help his friends. But he also knows how to care for himself.
Yeah.
He values his honey, his naps, and his time spent wandering through the woods. He doesn't sacrifice his own well-being for the sake of others.
Yeah.
He finds a natural balance.
That's a good point. It's not about neglecting our own needs or becoming a martyr,
Right.
but rather finding a way to integrate both service to self and service to others in a harmonious way.
Exactly. And remember, the law of one suggests that both paths ultimately converge in higher densities. As we evolve spiritually, we come to realize that serving ourselves and serving others are two sides of the same coin.
It reminds me of how Pooh, despite his simple nature, possesses a deep understanding of interconnectedness. He values his individuality, but he also recognizes the importance of community and supporting those around him.
That's a beautiful observation. It seems that Pooh, in his own unassuming way, is teaching us valuable lessons about navigating the complexities of third density.
Yeah.
He's demonstrating how to live in the present moment, how to cultivate compassion, and how to find that delicate balance between self-care and service to others.
It's amazing how these seemingly simple stories can hold such profound wisdom when we look at them through the lens of both Taoism and the Law of One. What do you think is the biggest takeaway for you from exploring these two works together?
For me, it's the reminder that, like, spiritual growth doesn't have to be this complicated, esoteric pursuit.
Right.
It can be found in, like, the simplest things, like a children's book about a bear who loves honey.
Yeah.
And that resonates so beautifully with how the Law of One emphasizes, like, seeking knowledge and understanding, but not clinging to, like, rigid beliefs.
That's a key point. The Law of One encourages us to be open to new information,
Yeah.
to constantly question our assumptions and expand our understanding. It's about seeing the interconnectedness of all things, but also recognizing that our perception of reality is limited.
It's like Pooh's childlike curiosity. He's always asking questions, exploring his world with a sense of wonder. He doesn't pretend to have all the answers.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why he's so open to new experiences.
And in that openness, he stumbles upon profound truths.
Remember how he describes the North Pole?
Yeah.
It's not like a geographical location, but rather a state of being, a place of pure imagination and possibility that resonates with the Law of One's concept of intelligent infinity, the boundless source of all creation that exists beyond our comprehension.
It's like Pooh's giving us a glimpse of this cosmic truth through the eyes of a child.
Right.
He's showing us that wisdom can be found in the most unexpected places if we're willing to look.
Exactly. And that's the beauty of blending the Tao of Pooh with the Law of One.
Yeah.
It reminds us that spiritual understanding isn't confined to ancient texts or complex philosophies. It's woven into the fabric of everyday life, waiting to be discovered in the simplest things if we approach the world with an open heart and a curious mind.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, I think the biggest lesson we can take away is to embrace a bit of Pooh's uncarved nature. Be present, be curious, and don't be afraid to ask questions. And maybe we'll stumble upon our own North Poles along the way.
I think Pooh would approve of that. He'd probably say something like, it's best to know what you're looking for before you start looking for it.
Right.
But even if we don't know exactly what we're seeking, the journey itself can be filled with joy and wonder. Just like a walk through the 100-acre wood.
Well said. So until next time, may your journey be filled with honey laughter and the wisdom of a silly old bear who reminds us that sometimes the simplest things are the most profound. Welcome to a deep dive. One that might just rewire your view of reality. Like literally.
Yeah, we're going deep
We are.
into the intersection of two really fascinating philosophies, the Law of One and the Hermetic principles.
Okay.
And you can almost imagine like a cosmic Venn diagram where these two things overlap, and that's where we're headed today, that sweet spot in the middle.
I love that.
Yeah.
And it's so cool because we're not just like talking about abstract ideas.
Yeah.
We have sources. We have like the Kabbalion. We've got all these books on the Law of One. And then we even have a practical guide to using Hermetic principles.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not just airy-fairy, like this is real.
No, it's very applicable.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
So we're talking ancient wisdom-channeled messages, modern application, all in one.
All rolled into one big journey.
Yeah, buckle
Through
in.
mind-bending concepts.
Okay, give me a little taste.
Like the universe as a mental creation.
Okay, I've been thinking about that one.
Yeah, and the power to actually like transmute your reality.
Whoa, okay. I'm already there, already feeling it.
It really challenges us to rethink our role in the universe.
Coolly.
Not as passive bystanders, but as active creators.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm feeling a bit mind blown already.
Yeah.
So where do we even begin?
Let's start with the bedrock of Hermeticism.
Okay.
The Kybalion states very boldly that the ale is my enkatholical. The universe is mental.
Okay. I like bold statements.
It's bold.
Lay it on me.
It lays the foundation for everything else we're going to explore.
It sounds radical.
Mm-hmm.
What does it even mean, though?
Yeah.
Like, is it saying that the physical world is all in our heads?
Not exactly. It's
Yeah.
suggesting that the ultimate reality is not material. It's mental.
Oh, okay.
Think of it like this. The universe is a thought
Okay.
in the mind of an infinite intelligence, the source of all creation.
So instead of a universe made of stuff,
Right.
we're talking about a universe made of consciousness.
Precisely.
Right.
And the law of one echoes this idea. It speaks of an infinite creator whose thoughts and will bring forth all that exists.
Okay, so like the universe is a grand manifestation of consciousness.
Exactly like a manifestation.
This makes me think about how our own thoughts and beliefs shape our individual realities.
Yes.
Is that a connection we can make here?
Absolutely. And that's where the Hermetic principle of correspondence comes in.
Ooh, correspondence.
As above, so below.
Okay, I've heard that one.
It means the same principles that operate on the grand cosmic scale
Okay.
also operate within each of us.
So if the universe is a mental creation,
Yeah.
does that mean our personal realities are also products of our minds?
In essence, yes. But there's a mirroring effect, a hierarchy of existence.
Okay.
Just like in the Hermetic concept of planes,
Right.
the law of one talks about densities of consciousness,
Oh, density.
different levels of reality that influence each other.
Okay, wait. Densities of consciousness.
Yeah, it sounds complex.
It sounds a little bit complex.
Think of it like layers of reality,
Okay.
each vibrating at a different frequency. The higher densities, which are more subtle, more refined, they influence the lower denser ones, including our physical world.
So the law of one is saying there's more to reality
Right.
than what we can see and touch.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, this connects back to the historical roots of these philosophies.
Okay, yeah, take us there.
Hermeticism draws wisdom from ancient Egypt and Greece,
Right.
while the law of one claims to channel information from an extraterrestrial being, Ra,
Right, okay.
who interacted with Egyptian priests millennia ago.
Wow, okay.
They both point toward a hidden reality beyond our everyday perception.
Okay, so we've got mentalism, this underlying principle that the universe is essentially mind stuff.
Yes,
And we've got correspondence, the idea that the same patterns repeat on different levels.
like a blueprint.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
where do we go from here?
Well, the Kybalion outlines 7 Hermetic principles
Ooh, 7.
that act as a roadmap for understanding this hidden reality.
Okay.
And what's fascinating is how these principles resonate with the law of one's concepts.
7 principles, 7 densities in the law of one.
There you go.
That number 7 popping up again.
Maybe there's a deeper meaning there.
I think so.
But for our deep dive today, let's focus on how these principles and densities intertwine.
Okay, I'm with you.
Let's start with mentalism, which we've already touched upon.
Okay. Mentalism. So it's not just that the universe is a mental creation,
Right.
but that our own thoughts have power.
Yes.
Is that what we're getting at here?
Exactly. Mentalism emphasizes that our thoughts, beliefs, and mental states directly influence our reality.
Okay.
We're not just passive receivers.
Okay.
We're active creators.
That makes me think of that saying, what you focus on expands.
Yeah.
So if I'm constantly dwelling on negativity,
Yes.
is that actually shaping my reality in a negative way?
That's exactly what mentalism suggests, and the law of one backs this up, emphasizing how our thoughts and intentions create our experiences.
Wow. Okay. So mindfulness isn't just about feeling zen.
No.
It's about shaping our reality.
It is about shaping your reality.
Yeah. Powerful stuff. What about the second principle correspondence we talked about, as above, so below?
Right. Correspondence suggests that the same fundamental laws operate on all levels of existence.
Okay.
It's like a universal blueprint,
Okay.
repeated across different dimensions, from the macrocosm to the microcosm.
So understanding these principles on a personal level
Yes.
can give us insights into the workings of the universe.
Precisely. And this mirroring is reflected in the law of one's concept of densities. Each density embodies the same fundamental principles, just expressed in different ways, with increasing complexity as you go higher.
This is starting to feel like a unified theory of reality.
It is pretty remarkable.
It's incredible how these two philosophies
I know, right?
from completely different times and sources seem to be saying the same thing.
They really do converge on some key points.
Okay, so we've got mentalism, we've got correspondence. What's next?
Next up is vibration. The Kybalion tells us that Nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates.
Okay, so it's more than just saying everything's in motion.
It is.
What's the deeper meaning here?
The principle suggests that everything in the universe, from physical objects to thoughts and emotions, is in a constant state of motion, vibrating at a unique frequency. It's like the universe is a symphony of vibrations.
Oh, I love that. A symphony of vibrations.
Yeah.
So we're not just physical beings. We're beings of energy,
Yes,
vibrating at different speeds.
exactly.
Does that mean we can actually change our vibration?
That's exactly what the law of one suggests. It describes different densities of consciousness as having different vibrational levels. And we can raise our vibration through practices like meditation, acts of love service to others.
So good vibes aren't just a feeling.
No.
They're a state of being that we can cultivate.
Exactly. A state of being.
Okay, I like that a lot.
Mm.
And that brings us to the fourth principle.
Polarity.
Yes,
Mhm.
polarity. The Kabbalion states that everything is dual, everything has poles, everything has its pair of opposites.
So it's acknowledging the duality of existence.
Yes.
Light and dark, good and bad.
Mm-hmm.
Does this suggest that one side is better than the other? That's a great question. And the law of one explores this through the concept of service to self versus service to others.
Okay.
These are presented as two primary paths of spiritual evolution, but neither is inherently good or bad.
So it's not about judging one path as superior,
Right.
but understanding how these polarities operate within us
Exactly.
and in the universe.
Precisely. The law of one suggests that both polarities serve a purpose, and the choice between them is a key aspect of our spiritual journey.
Wow, this is heavy stuff.
It is.
We've covered 4 principles now: mentalism, correspondence, vibration, and polarity. And it feels like we've just scratched the surface.
We have.
What else is in store for us as we continue this deep dive?
Well, we still have 3 more Hermetic principles to unpack.
Well, 3 more.
Rhythm, cause, and effect, and gender. And each one offers profound insights into the nature of reality and the human experience.
I am ready for more. But I think our listeners might need a moment to process all of this mind-blowing information.
Yeah, it is a lot to digest.
We'll be back soon to delve deeper into the remaining principles and explore how these philosophies can be applied in practical ways.
Can't wait.
Me neither.
It's going to get even more interesting.
I believe it. Buckle up, everybody.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon.
See you soon. You know, as we journey deeper into the law of one and these Hermetic principles, you'll find that they're not just like lofty theories.
Right.
They're profound tools for understanding what it means to be human.
That's what I'm curious about. Like we've been exploring some pretty mind-blowing cosmic concepts.
Yeah.
But how does it all connect back to our everyday lives, our experiences, our challenges?
Well, both the law of one and Hermeticism offer incredible insights into the human experience.
Okay.
They remind us that we are not just physical beings.
Right. We're more than just flesh and bones.
We're complex beings with a mind, body, and spirit all intricately interconnected.
So how do these different aspects of ourselves work together?
Okay, think of it like this. Your physical body is the vehicle you use to navigate the material world. Your mind is the tool you use to process information, make decisions, and interact with reality.
Okay.
And your spirit, your soul, is the very essence of who you are, the spark of the creator within you.
So we're like a multi-layered cake.
Yes,
Each layer distinct but essential to the whole.
exactly. And these layers are constantly interacting, influencing each other.
Okay.
This brings us to a key insight from the law of one. We're not just living life. We're on a journey of spiritual evolution.
Okay.
Each experience, each challenge, each joy is an opportunity for growth.
So even the tough times have a purpose.
Exactly. The law of one teaches that the challenges we face are catalysts for our spiritual development, pushing us to learn, evolve, and expand our consciousness.
It's still hard to face those tough emotions sometimes.
Of course.
Do these philosophies offer any guidance for navigating those rough patches?
Absolutely. Remember the Hermetic principle of mental transmutation?
Mental transmutation.
Oh.
Right, it's like alchemy for our inner world.
Exactly. Both the law of one and Hermeticism highlight that we have the power to consciously transform our thoughts and emotions.
So instead of getting swept away by those negative emotions,
Yes.
we can use our minds to shift our perspective and choose a more empowering response.
Exactly. And this ability to choose according to the law of one is at the core of our spiritual evolution.
This is making me think of mindfulness practices.
Yes.
The idea of observing our thoughts and emotions without judgment.
Exactly.
Is that a helpful way to apply these principles?
Absolutely. Mindfulness helps create that space between stimulus and reaction, giving you the freedom to choose a more conscious and deliberate response. It empowers you to become the alchemist of your own inner landscape.
It's empowering to realize we're not just passengers on this journey, but active participants with the ability to shape our experience.
They have agency.
Good agency. Okay? If we're all on this journey of spiritual evolution, where are we headed?
That's where the concept of densities in the Law of One becomes really fascinating.
Densities.
It suggests that humanity is currently transitioning from third density to fourth density consciousness.
Hold on. Remind me what those are all about again.
Okay, think of them as stages of spiritual evolution, each with its own unique characteristics and challenges.
Okay.
Third density is the density of choice.
Choice. Okay.
It's where we learn to discern between service to self and service to others.
So like we're in this cosmic school learning the fundamental lessons of choice and consequence.
Exactly. And fourth density is the density of love and understanding.
Love and understanding.
It's where we start to experience a deeper sense of unity, compassion, and connection.
So it's like graduating to a higher level of consciousness where love and compassion become our guiding principles.
Precisely. And the Law of One suggests this transition is happening right now, not just for individuals, but for the entire planet.
So we're not just evolving personally, but collectively as well.
We are.
That's a pretty mind-blowing concept.
It is. And this collective shift is bringing about all sorts of changes and challenges. But it also presents incredible opportunities for growth.
So we're in this transition period, moving from a density of choice to a density of love.
We are.
What does that actually mean for us as individuals? What are we supposed to be doing?
The Law of One emphasizes that the most important step is becoming aware of the choice before us.
Okay.
The choice between service to self and service to others. It's not a one-time decision, but an ongoing process of aligning your thoughts, actions, and intentions with the path that resonates with your soul.
So every choice we make, every action we take is like vote for one path or the other.
Yes. And these choices accumulate over time, shaping our spiritual evolution and our experience of reality.
This feels like a lot of pressure to make the right choices.
I understand that feeling, but the Law of One is very clear on this. Free will is paramount. There's no judgment attached to either path.
Oh.
It's about choosing the path that aligns with your deepest truth, your most authentic self.
So it's not about being perfect, but about being true to ourselves, about following our heart.
Exactly. And as we become more aware of our choices, we can start making them more consciously, more intentionally.
That's reassuring. But there are still so many layers to this whole process, so many things to consider.
Yes, it is a multi-layered process.
Is there anything in these philosophies that can help us navigate this complex terrain?
Absolutely. Both the Law of One and Hermeticism offer specific tools and practices to guide us on this journey of self-discovery and spiritual evolution.
Like what?
Well, one powerful tool we can explore is the concept of energy centers, often referred to as chakras.
Chakras, I've heard of them, but I'm not exactly sure what they are.
Imagine them as spinning wheels of energy located within your body, each associated with specific aspects of your physical, emotional, and spiritual being.
So they're like energy hubs powering different parts of our system.
Exactly. And both the Law of One and Hermetic teachings emphasize the importance of keeping these energy centers balanced and flowing freely.
What happens if they get out of whack?
When your chakras are blocked or imbalanced, it can manifest as physical, emotional, or spiritual disharmony.
Okay, give me an example.
For example, if your throat chakra is blocked, you might have difficulty communicating. Or if your heart chakra is closed off, you might struggle to experience love and compassion.
Okay, so keeping our chakras balanced is important for our overall well-being.
It's foundational.
How do we do that?
There are many practices that can help, like meditation, yoga, energy healing, and even simply being mindful of your thoughts and emotions.
So it's about becoming more aware of our energy and taking steps to nurture and balance it.
Exactly. And as you cultivate this awareness, you become more sensitive to your own energy and the energy of others. It opens up a whole new dimension of perception.
This is really fascinating. It's like there's this hidden world of energy operating beneath the surface of our everyday reality.
It's there.
And we have the power to tap into it and work with it.
We do. And understanding this energetic dimension can be incredibly empowering. It allows you to take a more active role in your own healing and transformation.
This is a lot to take in, but it's incredibly exciting.
I know, right?
It feels like we're uncovering a whole new way of understanding ourselves and the world around us. And I'm really curious to explore some of these practical applications in more detail.
Let's do it. There's so much to discover as we continue this deep dive into the intersection of the Law of One and the Hermetic principles.
Speaking of discovery, I've always been fascinated by pyramids.
Pyramids.
Yeah. Is there a connection between pyramids and these philosophies?
Absolutely. Pyramids have captivated humanity for millennia, and both the Law of One and Hermetic teachings offer fascinating insights into their purpose.
Tell me more. What's the cosmic connection between pyramids and these teachings?
The Law of One suggests that pyramids were built as energy amplifiers designed to focus and direct cosmic energy for various purposes, including healing and spiritual initiation.
Wait, so they're like giant batteries channeling energy from the cosmos?
In a way, yes. They act as conduits, focusing and amplifying subtle energies.
And how does this healing work? Do you have to like lie down inside a pyramid to experience it?
The Law of One suggests that being within a pyramid can enhance meditation, accelerate healing, and facilitate spiritual experiences.
So the pyramid acts like an energetic catalyst, amplifying our own inner processes.
Exactly. And this aligns with Hermetic principles, especially the principle of correspondence, as above, so below.
Right.
The pyramid, with its precise geometric proportions, can be seen as a microcosm of the universe, a physical representation of universal principles.
So by being in a pyramid, we're aligning ourselves with the energy of the universe.
You got it. And this alignment can facilitate a shift in consciousness, a deeper understanding of ourselves and our connection to the cosmos.
This is seriously blowing my mind. It's like there's a hidden language of energy and geometry encoded in these ancient structures.
And decoding that language can unlock some incredible possibilities for healing and transformation.
Okay.
Speaking of hidden realms, we should also touch upon psychic greeting and protection.
Psychic greeting.
Another important aspect of both the Law of One and Hermetic teachings.
What exactly is that?
As described in the Law of One, psychic greeting refers to encounters with beings from other densities,
Okay.
other realms of consciousness.
So like alien encounters.
Not necessarily in the way we typically think of aliens, but beings that exist on different vibratory levels, some benevolent, some less so.
That's where the protection comes in, right?
Exactly. Both the Law of One and Hermetic teachings emphasize the importance of discerning between positive and negative energies and protecting yourself from those that might be harmful.
So how do we do that? Do we need to build psychic shields or wear special amulets?
The most powerful protection, according to the Law of One, is the energy of love and light.
Seriously, love is our weapon.
Yes. Cultivating a strong sense of love, compassion, and spiritual awareness creates a high vibrational field that naturally repels negative energies. It's like surrounding yourself with an invisible shield of positivity.
So it's not about being afraid of the unknown,
Yeah.
but about strengthening our own inner light, our connection to the source.
Precisely. And as you do that, you become more discerning, more able to distinguish between those who come in love and those who might have less benevolent intentions.
This is all starting to feel like a spiritual superhero training manual.
In a way, it is. We're learning how to harness the power of our minds and spirits to navigate this multidimensional reality. But always remember, the greatest power lies in love and compassion.
This has been an incredible journey so far. We've explored the interconnectedness of the Law of One and Hermetic principles, delved into the human experience as a process of spiritual evolution, and even touched upon pyramids and psychic reading.
And we've only just scratched the surface. There's so much more to uncover as we continue this deep dive.
I can't wait to see where this journey takes us. But for now, I think it's time for our listeners to integrate everything we've discussed, reflect on what resonates, and maybe even experiment with some of these ideas in their own lives. We'll be back soon to wrap up our exploration of the Law of One and the Hermetic principles. Okay, so we're back and ready to really tie this all together.
Yeah, it's time to zoom out and see the bigger picture, you know?
Right. We've been exploring the Law of One, these Hermetic principles, all these mind-blowing concepts. But how do we actually integrate all of this into our lives?
Well, I think a good starting point is remembering that central idea, the universe, as a mental creation.
Right. So consciousness is the primary force.
Exactly. It's like the universe is a thought in the mind of the Aal.
Okay, that's still kind of hard to wrap my head around.
I know, it's a big one. It challenges that materialist worldview that so many of us have been taught.
Right, we're conditioned to believe that the physical world is all there is.
Exactly. But both the Law of One and Hermeticism point to something deeper.
And even modern science is starting to catch up with these ancient ideas.
Yeah, there are some fascinating connections with quantum physics.
It's like science is validating what mystics have been saying for centuries.
Exactly. And when we start to grasp this idea that consciousness shapes reality, It changes everything.
Right, because then we realize we're not just victims of circumstance.
Exactly. We have the power to influence our reality through our thoughts, beliefs, and intentions.
Which is why practices like meditation and mindfulness become so important.
Absolutely, because they help us become more aware of our thoughts and the energy we're putting out into the world.
It's like we're learning to be more conscious creators.
Precisely. And that awareness is the key to unlocking the true potential of these philosophies.
It's like upgrading our operating system
I like that analogy.
so we can become more skillful users of our own minds and spirits.
And as we upgrade, we start to see those connections between everything. The unity beneath the surface, diversity.
Right. It's like realizing we're all part of this grand cosmic tapestry.
Each thread interconnected, each one essential to the whole.
And when we see that interconnectedness, it naturally leads to more compassion and empathy.
It does. Because we realize we're not separate. We're all part of this one big cosmic family.
And that brings us to another key takeaway: service.
Service is huge in both the Law of One and Hermetic teachings.
Right. We talked about service to self versus service to others.
And while both paths have their place, the Law of One suggests that focusing on service to others leads to greater fulfillment.
It's like saying that the more we give, the more we receive.
Exactly. It's not about self-sacrifice. It's about realizing that our true joy comes from connection, from contributing to something larger than ourselves.
It's a pretty radical shift in perspective from what's in it for me to how can I be of service.
But it's a shift that can change everything. It opens us up to a whole new level of abundance.
Abundance of love, abundance of joy, abundance of purpose.
Exactly. It's like tapping into an infinite source of energy and creativity.
Wow. This has been an incredible journey of exploration and discovery.
It really has. We've uncovered some profound insights.
Insights that can guide us towards a more meaningful and fulfilling life.
And this is really just the beginning.
Right, the journey doesn't end here. It's about taking these ideas and weaving them into the fabric of our lives.
Experimenting with them, seeing how they work for you.
As we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave you with this question. How can you apply these teachings, these principles, to create a more loving, harmonious, and fulfilling reality for yourself and for everyone around you?
It's a question worth pondering.
It is. And remember, the path unfolds one step at a time. So be patient with yourself. Be curious. Be open to new possibilities. And most importantly, trust the journey.
Beautifully said.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into the Law of One and the Hermetic principles. Until next time, keep seeking, keep exploring, and keep shining your light. All right, let's dive in. We're taking a look at the Law of One today.
Okay.
And you want to know how it compares to the Tao Te Ching.
Right.
That's exactly what we're going to be doing with this deep dive, comparing and contrasting.
Sounds good.
I know the Law of One can be a bit out there
Yeah.
with all the talk about densities and, extraterrestrial beings and all that. But don't worry, we'll break it down.
Okay.
Make it a little easier to digest.
Yeah.
So before we get too far into the, the cosmic weeds,
Okay.
let's start with how both of these systems see the big picture.
Okay.
Like the ultimate source of everything.
Got it.
The Law of One talks about the one infinite creator.
And the Tao Te Ching talks about the Tao.
Okay, interesting.
And it's so fascinating that both of them
Yeah.
emphasize that this source, this creative force, is beyond our ability to really comprehend.
Right.
The Law of One, for example, describes the creator as wanting to know itself
Okay.
and creating this vast universe as a way to do that.
So we're all just part of this grand experiment in self-discovery.
That's one way to put it.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
And the Tao Te Ching doesn't use quite the same language.
Right.
But it seems to agree.
Yes.
It talks about the Tao as the unnameable.
The origin of everything.
Yeah.
But it's not something that you can just easily define or wrap your mind around.
So this seems pretty accurate to you.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
And that actually brings us to a point where they both connect.
Okay.
The nature of reality itself.
Okay, yeah.
The Law of One talks about this illusion of separation.
Okay.
We see ourselves as individuals,
Right.
but ultimately we're all a part of this one creator. We're all interconnected.
That makes me think about what the Tao Te Ching says. About the constant interplay of yin and yang.
Yeah.
Everything's in flux, transforming, connected.
Right.
Does that connection, the yin and yang, help to make the idea of oneness a little easier to grasp?
That's a great question.
Or is it still kind of out there?
I think the Tao Te Ching gives us a framework for understanding oneness
Okay.
through nature.
Okay.
Look at a tree.
Uh-huh.
It's got roots in the earth,
Yeah.
branches reaching for the sky,
Right.
leaves dancing in the wind.
Okay.
It's a perfect image of yin and yang
Right.
interconnectedness.
Okay, so it's like grounding this big, huge concept of oneness in something that we can actually see and touch.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I like that.
Makes it a little more real.
Now, the law of one adds another layer to this
Okay.
with its idea of densities.
Right.
These are basically different levels of spiritual evolution, right?
That's right.
Okay.
The Tao Te Ching doesn't use that exact word,
Okay.
but if we think of reaching harmony with the Tao
Uh-huh.
as a process of spiritual growth,
Right.
there's some pretty interesting parallels.
So both systems are saying there's a journey of growth,
Yes,
a movement towards greater understanding and unity.
precisely.
And this journey hinges on,
This is a big one.
okay, free will. Free will.
Yes.
Okay, the law of one's pretty clear about this.
Definitely.
It's not just some kind of cosmic bonus.
No.
It's like woven into the fabric of creation.
Yeah. In the law of one, free
Uh-huh.
will is the way we experience polarity.
Okay.
The choice between service to self
Right.
and service to others.
How does that fit in with what the Tao Te Ching says about aligning with the Tao, acting without force?
Interesting.
It sounds almost like surrendering your will
Yeah.
instead of using it.
Maybe the Tao Te Ching is suggesting that true freedom
Okay.
comes from aligning our will with the natural flow of the universe.
So not trying to force our own agenda,
Right.
but acting in a way that's in harmony with the bigger picture.
Exactly.
Okay.
And maybe that's the most evolved way to express free will,
Okay.
at least according to the Tao Te Ching.
It's a fascinating idea.
It is.
So I've got these two systems.
Yeah.
They both acknowledge a source, a path of spiritual evolution, the importance of free will, but they seem to have different perspectives on how we should use that free will.
Yes. That's a key point.
Okay.
We'll definitely want to unpack that more
Right.
as we dig deeper into the teachings.
Absolutely, of each system.
Speaking of diving deeper,
Okay.
let's explore another concept that comes up in both systems.
All right.
The power of thought.
Okay.
The law of one has some wild things to say about this.
It really does.
Yeah.
The law of one claims that our thoughts
Okay.
are really powerful,
Uh-huh.
capable of influencing reality itself.
Wait, really?
They even talk about thought forms.
Okay, what are those?
These energy structures that we create with our mind.
So we're not just thinking thoughts, we're creating something real with them.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay, so that sounds like it could be kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
Or unpredictable, at least.
Certainly suggests we have a responsibility.
Right. Yeah.
The law of one talks about aligning our thoughts with what we want to happen
Okay.
and being mindful of the energy we're putting out there. So it's like a cosmic law of attraction.
There are definitely some parallels,
Okay.
but where the law of one emphasizes conscious intention,
Right.
the Tao Te Ching,
Uh-huh.
in its classic way,
Yeah.
offers a more subtle perspective.
So it's not saying our thoughts aren't powerful.
Not at all.
Okay.
But instead of actively directing our thoughts at specific outcomes,
Okay.
the Tao Te Ching emphasizes cultivating a clear
Uh-huh.
and still mind.
So less about forcing our will
Yes,
and more about going with the flow, even in our thinking.
that's the idea.
Okay.
It's about trusting the wisdom of the universe,
Uh-huh.
recognizing that trying to control everything
Right.
can actually hold us back.
Okay, so two very different approaches to the power of thought,
Right,
but both saying it's important.
exactly.
Okay.
And that shared recognition actually points to another important connection.
What's that?
Service.
Service. Okay.
The law of one is super clear about this.
Yeah.
Service to others is a big part of spiritual evolution.
Yeah, it's seen as essential for growth,
Absolutely.
like a way to get closer to the creator
Yes.
by understanding that we're all connected.
Exactly.
And the Tao Te, even though it doesn't use that exact language,
right.
does talk a lot about compassion.
Humility.
Right.
Living in harmony with others.
And the natural world.
Precisely.
So maybe in both systems, service isn't just about doing good deeds.
Uh-huh.
It's about a way of being
Right.
that recognizes that we're all connected.
You got it.
Okay, wow.
It's pretty amazing how these two systems
Right.
with such different origins
Yeah.
point to a similar understanding of our place in the universe.
It really is incredible how these two systems, one channeled from an alleged extraterrestrial source and the other a cornerstone of Eastern philosophy, come together on some pretty profound ideas.
All right.
It's like they're weaving a tapestry of wisdom
Yeah.
with each thread complementing the other.
Beautiful image. And this tapestry just gets richer when you look
Uh-huh.
at this concept of polarity. The law of one talks about this duality as
Yeah.
service to self versus service to others.
Yeah, it's interesting how the law of one doesn't say one's good
Right.
and the other one's bad.
Yeah.
It's just two different paths.
Two different ways to go.
But how do you even wrap your head around service to self?
Right.
It just sounds kind of selfish.
I think it's more about recognizing the self as part of the whole.
Okay.
Imagine a drop of water in the ocean.
Okay.
It's distinct,
Right.
but it's also inseparable from the ocean.
Okay, I can see that.
Service to self could be seen as that drop,
Uh-huh.
striving to be the best, purest, most vibrant version of itself.
Okay.
And ultimately, that makes the whole ocean better.
So it's not about egotism
Right.
or isolation.
No.
It's about maximizing your potential.
Yes.
And that benefits everyone.
Exactly.
And that connects really well
It does.
to the Tao Te Ching's idea of yin and yang.
Absolutely.
So how do yin and yang fit into service to self and service to others?
Think of service to self as aligning with yang energy,
Okay.
action, assertion, expansion.
Uh-huh.
That outward focus
Okay.
and then service to others
Yeah.
resonates with yin energy.
Okay.
Receptivity, nurturing, connection.
It's like two sides of the same coin.
Exactly.
You need both to have balance.
You got it.
The law of one might emphasize picking one path,
Right.
but the Tao Te Ching seems to suggest
Yeah.
a more cyclical approach.
More of a dance
Right. Embracing both yin and yang.
as they constantly change into each other.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, speaking of things that can make your head spin,
Okay.
let's talk about illusion.
All right.
The law of one is pretty straight up
Uh-huh.
about reality being an illusion.
It's a pretty wild concept.
Yeah, it is.
The law of one is suggesting that what we think of as solid and separate
Right.
is actually just energy.
Right.
A projection of the one creator's mind.
So we're all characters in the creator's dream.
You could say that.
Okay, but if it's all an illusion, why bother with all this spiritual growth stuff?
That's where free will comes back.
Okay.
The law of one says that this illusion is necessary
Right.
for us to experience choice,
Uh-huh.
to learn and evolve.
So the illusion is like the playing field,
Yeah.
and our choices are how we play the game.
Great analogy.
Okay.
The Tao Te Ching
Yeah.
doesn't come right out and call it an illusion,
Okay.
but it does hint at how our perception is limited.
Okay.
It says the Tao is ultimately undefinable, beyond our comprehension.
So it's like the Tao Te Ching is saying,
Yeah,
don't get too hung up on what you think you know.
right.
Because the ultimate reality is way bigger
And way more mysterious.
than you can imagine.
Exactly.
Okay, so we're all part of this interconnected web.
Yes.
Reality is kind of an illusion.
Uh-huh.
We have free will to figure it out.
It's a lot to take in.
Yeah, it is. How do we make sense of it all?
Mm.
How do we not get lost in this cosmic maze?
Both the Law of One and the Tao Te Ching talk about the importance of humility.
Humility.
Not in a self-deprecating way,
Okay.
but in recognizing that we're part of something much bigger.
So letting go of the egos need to have all the answers.
Exactly. Approaching life with curiosity,
Uh-huh.
openness,
Right.
knowing there's always more to learn.
Okay, that makes me think about how both systems emphasize
Yeah,
the cyclical nature of things.
they do.
The law of one talks about moving through densities,
Yeah.
experiencing these cycles of learning and growth.
And the Tao Te Ching,
Right.
with its focus on yin and yang,
Right.
also highlights this constant change,
Yeah.
transformation,
Everything is in this dance of creation and destruction.
expansion and contraction.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
It is.
It's not just about these big cosmic cycles, though.
Right.
It's also about the cycles in our own lives.
The patterns.
Right, the lessons we keep running into
Until we learn them.
until we finally get it.
You got it.
Both systems are telling us to embrace the ups and downs.
Ebb and flow.
Right, to see change as a constant.
And find the wisdom in each part of the cycle.
Speaking of big changes, what happens after this life?
Good question.
Death is something everyone experiences,
True.
but each system has its own view on it.
It seems like it.
The law of one says death is a transition to another density, right?
Yeah.
The physical body is gone,
Right.
but the soul, or the mind-body-spirit complex,
As they call it.
continues its journey somewhere else.
In another realm.
So it's less of an ending and more of a
Yeah.
level up.
Exactly. It's
Right.
continuing the journey we're already on.
The Tao Te Ching
Yeah.
doesn't really focus on the specifics of what happens after death,
True to form.
but it says we should accept death as a natural part of life, right?
Absolutely.
It's just part of the cycle.
No more or less important than birth.
or growth.
Exactly.
It's like the Tao Te Ching is saying,
Yeah.
don't get too hung up on the destination. Focus on living this life fully.
In harmony with the Tao.
That's a beautiful way to sum it up.
It is.
Both systems, in their own way,
Yes.
are guiding us to a deeper understanding of ourselves and the universe.
And the law of one dives into
Yeah.
this multi-layered nature of the self.
Yeah, there's the personality self
Uh-huh.
we experience right now,
Right.
and then there's the higher self,
That wiser, more evolved aspect of ourselves.
living in a higher density.
Exactly.
The higher self is like a guide,
Yeah.
a source of wisdom,
Always connected to our present moment.
like having a built-in spiritual GPS.
I like that.
And the Tao Te Ching,
Yeah.
even though it doesn't specifically talk about a higher self,
Right.
describe the Tao as our true nature.
That pure, unconditioned essence within us.
Okay.
Always connected to the source.
So in both systems, the goal is to align with that true self,
Let go of the limitations of the ego.
right, and merge with something much bigger.
And both emphasize that this isn't a passive thing.
Okay.
It takes work.
Right, it's not like you just read a book or listen to a podcast
No.
and suddenly you're there.
It takes effort.
You got to do the work.
Yeah, it's about becoming more self-aware.
Right.
Thinking about our choices.
Okay.
Consciously choosing thoughts and actions that align with our highest good.
And the Tao Te Ching,
Yes.
with its emphasis on self-cultivation and looking inward,
Right.
supports that idea too.
It does. It's about quieting the mind,
Uh-huh.
noticing our patterns,
Right.
and gently guiding ourselves back to the Tao.
And both point to meditation as a way to do this inner work.
Absolutely.
The Law of One describes meditation as a way to connect with the higher self.
And the Tao Te Ching emphasizes finding stillness,
Yeah.
accessing the wisdom that comes from a quiet mind.
So whether you're connecting with your higher self or the wisdom of the Tao,
Right.
meditation seems to be a key practice.
It bridges the two systems,
Okay.
offering a way to connect with that deeper wisdom.
Okay, so we've got inner work,
Uh-huh.
meditation, the cyclical nature of things.
Right.
It's like we're building a toolkit for this spiritual journey.
I like that.
But what about karma?
Karma,
It's often misunderstood.
yeah, people think it's some cosmic punishment system.
Right.
But both the Law of One and the Tao Te Ching see it differently.
Okay.
The Law of One says karma is a way to learn and grow.
Okay.
It's about experiencing the consequences of our choices,
Huh.
both the good and the bad,
Right.
so we can evolve and become more aligned with the Law of One.
So it's not about punishment. It's about feedback.
Exactly.
Like the universe is giving us information
Yes,
about our choices and their impact.
you got it.
It's like that saying, what goes around comes around.
Right.
But it's not about revenge.
No.
It's about realizing our actions have ripple effects.
Uh-huh.
We're all connected.
Exactly.
Both systems are telling us to take responsibility for our choices
Yes.
and see them as chances to learn and grow.
And that connects back to compassion. If we understand that our actions affect others,
Right.
we're more likely to be kind and understanding.
The Law of One says compassion is key to our spiritual evolution.
It's about seeing the divinity in everyone,
Right.
treating everyone with respect,
No matter what.
no matter their choices or actions.
And the Tao Te Ching,
Yeah,
with its focus on living in harmony,
with all things.
right, also points to compassion.
It does. It encourages us to live with
Yeah.
gentleness, kindness, humility, non-resistance.
In how we interact with ourselves and others.
Exactly.
So compassion isn't about feeling sorry for someone.
Right.
It's about recognizing we're all connected.
Our shared humanity.
Right. Treating everyone with kindness and understanding,
Owning ourselves.
including ourselves. That's a great point.
It is.
That brings us to another concept that both systems address,
Okay.
enlightenment.
Spiritual liberation.
This can sound really lofty
Yeah.
and impossible,
Out of reach.
but the Law of One offers a more grounded perspective.
Oh.
It's not like you suddenly become an angel.
No.
The Law of One says it's a process.
Moving through densities of consciousness.
Right. Each density is a higher level of understanding.
The vibrational
So
frequency.
it's a journey, not a destination.
Exactly.
And the Tao Te Ching, even though it doesn't say enlightenment,
Right.
describes a similar process,
Aligning with the Tao.
merging with the source.
Yes.
So whether you're aiming for higher densities or merging with the Tao,
Right.
it's about getting past the limitations of the ego.
And realizing we're all connected.
And that's not a one-time thing.
No.
It's an ongoing process.
Of understanding and embodying that connection.
Okay, so no magic switch,
No.
just continuous growth.
And evolution.
How do we do that?
How do we foster this growth?
Yeah.
The Law of One talks about balancing our energies.
Okay.
It focuses on the 7 chakras.
The energy centers along the spine.
Right.
It says they need to be balanced and open.
For optimal health and well-being.
And even though the Tao Te Ching doesn't talk about chakras,
Right.
it emphasizes balancing yin and yang,
Within ourselves and in our lives.
finding that balance between masculine and feminine,
Active and passive.
light and shadow,
It's all about inner harmony.
like building a strong foundation
Yeah.
so we can handle the challenges of life.
And keep growing.
It's easy to get caught up in the seriousness of spiritual stuff,
It is.
but both systems say joy and humor are important too. The
Absolutely.
Law of One actually says we should lighten up.
Not take ourselves too seriously.
I think we all need to hear that.
It's good advice.
It says humor and joy can help us detach from the ego
Yeah.
and connect with love and light.
The heart of creation.
And the Tao Te Ching,
Right.
with its emphasis on going with the flow and acceptance,
Uh-huh.
seems to agree.
It does. It's about finding the lightness,
Right.
the flow.
The joy in the journey.
Exactly.
It's like both systems are saying
Yeah.
life is meant to be enjoyed.
Not just endured.
So find the humor in things.
Don't sweat the small stuff.
Keep your heart open to joy.
That's good advice for anyone.
On any path.
It really is.
As we're exploring these concepts,
Yes.
it's important to remember the big question.
Okay.
What's our purpose here?
The purpose of life?
The Law of One says we're here to learn,
To grow.
using our free will to
To
evolve.
And get closer to the creator.
And the Tao Te Ching,
Right.
with its focus on aligning with the Tao,
Yeah.
suggests our purpose is to embody the qualities of the Tao
To live in harmony.
with the natural order.
So whether you're serving others
Aligning with the Tao,
or just trying to be your best self.
it seems like the goal is to contribute to the harmony of the universe.
Beautifully said.
It is a beautiful idea.
As you learn more about the Law of One and the Tao Te Ching,
Yeah.
remember to keep an open mind
A curious heart.
and a sense of playfulness.
It's a journey of self-discovery.
There's no one right way to do it.
That's the beauty of it. It's like we've got two different maps
Yeah.
to the same place,
To the same destination.
but they show different landmarks.
Different perspectives along the way.
And the journey itself is just as important as where you end up, right?
So good.
It's about what we learn along the way,
The experiences we have.
the connections we make.
All of it.
Speaking of connections, I'm curious about how the Law of One looks at technology.
Okay.
I mean, it was channeled in the 80s.
Right. A very different time.
A totally different tech landscape back then
Yeah.
than what we have now.
No smartphones back then.
So what does it say about technology?
The Law of One's perspective on technology is pretty relevant, actually.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't say technology is bad,
Okay.
but it does say we shouldn't rely on it too much.
So it's not saying we should ditch our phones and live off the grid.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It says that technology is a tool.
Right.
And like any tool,
Yeah.
it can be used for good or bad.
It's all about how you use it.
It's the intention that matters.
That makes sense.
It's easy to get sucked in
Oh, yeah.
to all the convenience and entertainment that technology offers.
Right, but we don't want to forget
Yeah.
about our own inner resources
Our ability to connect with each other
and the world around us.
in a real way.
It's about finding that balance,
Right.
using technology to make our lives better,
But not letting it become a crutch.
or a barrier to connection.
Right.
And that brings us back to something that both the Law of One and the Tao Te Ching emphasize,
What's that?
our interconnectedness.
Our interconnectedness, yes.
If everything is one,
As both systems suggest,
then everything we do has ripple effects.
even our thoughts.
That's a pretty powerful idea.
It is.
It makes you realize
Yeah.
we have a responsibility that goes beyond just ourselves.
Beyond our immediate circle.
It's not just about being nice to our family and friends.
Right.
It's about understanding that every choice we make
Every thought we have.
affects the energy of the whole universe.
We're all contributing to the collective.
That brings us to a final question,
Okay.
inspired by both the Law of One and the Tao Te Ching.
I'm listening.
If everything is one and our thoughts have power, what responsibility do we have for the world we're creating?
Wow.
With each thought, each action, each choice,
That's a deep one.
it's like we're being asked to step up
Uh-huh.
as conscious co-creators of reality.
And both systems offer some guidance for this co-creation.
Okay.
The Law of One says,
Yeah.
align your thoughts and actions with service to others.
Right.
And the Tao Te Ching says,
Wow.
embody the qualities of the Tao.
Compassion, humility, harmony.
Yes.
So whether you're all about service or embodying the Tao,
The message is clear.
we have a responsibility to use our thoughts and actions wisely.
With awareness of how we're all connected
and with a commitment to the highest good of all.
It's empowering, isn't it? It says we're not just watching this cosmic dance.
Yeah.
We're part of it.
We can shape reality.
Through our choices.
It's a little daunting.
It is.
But also exciting.
Definitely.
So, as you go about your day, dear listener, remember, everything's connected. Your thoughts have power, and you have the potential to create a world that reflects the love, wisdom, and harmony at the heart of creation.
Keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep diving deep.
All right, let's kick off this deep dive. And today, we're really getting into some interesting stuff, I think.
Oh, yeah.
We're going into the Book of Thoth and the Law of One.
Looking forward to.
Two systems that really, I think, kind of approach the universe in a similar way, but from very different perspectives.
Absolutely.
So, I guess, like, just to set the stage, we're talking about Aleister Crowley's Book of Thoth, which is a tarot deck.
Right.
And a system of divination that he created. And
a very influential one.
Very, very influential, and he was a very interesting character.
Yes, he was.
A very interesting character. Very much an occultist, and kind of approached magic and spirituality in his own unique way.
Definitely a unique personality in the history of esotericism.
Yeah. And so, and then the Law of One, which is a channel text.
Yes, a channeled text that purports to be communication from an extraterrestrial entity named Ray.
Right. Yeah. So we're really dealing with some interesting concepts here. And to want to preface this by saying that, we're not advocating for any particular belief system.
Of course not.
Just, really looking at the ideas themselves and
exploring them.
Exploring them and seeing, what we can find there.
Absolutely.
So, I guess starting with the Book of Thoth, Crowley's deck is known for its striking imagery and symbolism.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think one of the most fascinating things is how he really kind of departs from the traditional interpretations of the cards.
Yes, and I think what's really intriguing is that Crowley didn't see the tarot as simply a reflection of the universe or a fortune-telling tool.
Right.
He believed it was a way to convey specific doctrines and modes of working.
So it's more than just divination for him.
Yes, very much so.
It's almost like, I don't know, like magical propaganda almost.
That's a very good way to put it, I think. He was very much using symbolism to shape consciousness and influence reality.
Interesting.
In very specific ways.
So that brings us to, I guess, like his unique interpretations of the cards.
Right.
And, for instance, like he replaces the star card, which is traditionally associated with hope and inspiration, with the Emperor card.
Yes, he ties it to the sign of Aries and the concept of the Great Mother.
Right, so that's a pretty big shift.
Yeah.
What do you make of that change?
Well, I think it's a very bold move, and it really speaks to how Crowley saw the Emperor as a representation of active directed willpower. Linking it to the concept of the primal will that initiates creation.
Right.
So rather than the passive receptivity of the traditional star,
right,
it suggests a more proactive approach to spiritual growth.
So instead of waiting for inspiration, you're actively shaping your reality.
Yes, exactly.
Aligning yourself with this primal will.
Precisely. And this ties back to his definition of magic as the science and art of causing change in conformity with will.
Okay, wait, hold on. I got to stop you there for a second because
Yeah.
I think this whole will concept needs a little bit of unpacking here. Like, what do we mean? What does Crowley mean by will in this context?
That's a great question, and it really gets to the heart of Crowley's system.
Okay.
By will, he's not simply referring to everyday desires or whims.
Right.
This is about aligning oneself with one's true will, a deeper spiritual purpose that drives our evolution.
Okay.
And directs our actions towards a higher goal.
So it's less about imposing your will on the world and more about discovering like your true purpose and acting in accordance with that.
Precisely.
Okay.
And Crowley believed that the tarot, specifically his Book of Thoth, could act as a guide in that process.
Right. And it's not just the Emperor card.
No, not at all.
He reinterprets a lot of the cards in very thought-provoking ways.
Absolutely. Take the Emperor card itself, for instance.
Like,
he connects it to the Hebrew letter Tzadi and explores its association with words like Tsar, Kaiser, and Caesar.
oh, wow. So emphasizing that theme of authority and power.
Exactly. But within the context of this true will...
Right. Okay. So for someone approaching the Book of Thoth for the first time, what would you say is kind of the most important thing to keep in mind?
I think it's crucial to understand that you can't approach it as a straightforward symbolic system. You really need to consider Crowley's unique perspective, his intentions, and his definition of magic.
It's almost like reading a text with a secret code embedded within it.
Exactly. And Deciphering that code requires a willingness to engage with Crowley's system as a whole,
Right.
including his often controversial views and practices.
Yeah, and for our listener out there, as you kind of delve into the Book of Thoth, what stands out to you about Crowley's approach to the tarot?
Right.
And how does it resonate with any prior knowledge or experience you might have?
Yeah, we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, it really is like entering into a whole different way of thinking about things when you look at Crowley's system.
Hmm.
And,
Yeah.
speaking of different ways of thinking about things, let's shift gears a little bit and talk about the Law of One.
Okay, yeah, from Crowley's very intensely personal system of magic to a cosmology that claims to encompass the entire universe.
Yeah, and this cosmology comes to us through a channeled text,
Yes.
right? So we're talking about, communication from an extraterrestrial entity named Ra.
Precisely. And I think what's really striking about the Law of One is that for all its complex descriptions of, densities, dimensions, and cosmic beings, it all boils down to a single profound principle.
Okay.
All is one.
So even with extraterrestrial beings and multiple dimensions, the core message is about unity.
It is, isn't it? And this concept of oneness really permeates the entire Law of One cosmology.
Yeah.
Everything from the smallest subatomic particle to the vast expanse of the cosmos is ultimately an expression of the one infinite creator.
Okay, so let's unpack some of the specifics here.
Sure.
The Law of One talks about these different densities or dimensions of reality, with Earth currently transitioning from third to fourth density.
Yeah.
Now, I know this can get a little bit complex, so for those who might not be familiar with these concepts, could you break it down a bit?
Certainly imagine reality as a spectrum of consciousness with each density representing a different level of awareness and spiritual evolution.
Okay.
Third density, where we currently reside, is characterized by self-awareness and the development of individual identity.
Right.
Fourth density, which we're moving towards, is said to be a realm of greater compassion, understanding, and a deeper connection to the unity of all things.
So it's not like physical dimensions in space, but more like stages of spiritual evolution.
Exactly. It's about the evolution of consciousness itself.
Okay.
And this transition from third to fourth density is a key theme in the Law of One. It's described as a process of awakening a shift in our collective consciousness towards love, unity, and service to others.
And this is where the concept of wanderers comes in.
Yes.
Right? These souls from higher densities who incarnate on Earth to kind of help with this transition.
To aid in the process, exactly.
Yeah. What I find fascinating about that is this idea that we're not just, isolated individuals, but part of a larger cosmic drama.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the aspects that draws many people to the Law of One, this sense of interconnectedness, this idea that we're all playing a role in this grand cosmic evolution.
Yeah.
And the concept of wanderers, these souls choosing to incarnate into a denser reality to aid in that evolution, really speaks to, I think, a deep longing for purpose and connection that resonates with many.
It resonates with me for sure.
Yeah.
But with all this talk of cosmic unity and spiritual evolution, where does free will fit into this?
Right. Where does free will fit into the Law of One's picture?
Yeah.
Well, free will is absolutely central to the Law of One. It's seen as the driving force behind our choices and our evolution.
Right.
It suggests that we have the power to choose our path, to align ourselves with either service to others or service to self.
So it's not about being good or bad in a moralistic sense,
No.
but about the direction we choose for our energy, our intention.
Precisely. And this ties into the concept of polarity, the positive and negative paths of spiritual development. And it's not about judging one path as inherently superior to the other,
Okay.
but about understanding the consequences of each choice and how they ultimately lead us closer to or further from the realization of unity.
It seems like the Law of One is painting this picture of a universe where we're constantly presented with choices.
Yes.
And those choices have real consequences, not just for ourselves, but for the collective evolution of consciousness.
That's a very insightful way to put it, and it brings us to another intriguing aspect of the Law of One, its perspective on UFOs and extraterrestrial contact.
Oh, yes, of course, we can't talk about extraterrestrial beings without mentioning those mysterious flying objects.
Right, what does the Law of One have to say about UFOs?
Exactly.
It describes the Confederation of Planets as a group of positively oriented extraterrestrial civilizations
Okay.
that seek to assist humanity's spiritual development. These beings are said to operate in accordance with the Law of One, respecting our free will and offering guidance only when requested.
So not all UFO sightings are about
Yeah.
nefarious alien invasions.
Not according to the Law of One, no.
Okay.
It also describes the Orion Group, a negatively oriented group that attempts to manipulate and control others for their own gain.
So we have these two different groups,
Do you?
kind of representing these different polarities.
Exactly. They represent the opposite polarity to the Confederation,
Right.
seeking to dominate rather than to serve.
It's fascinating to consider the possibility of these different extraterrestrial groups operating within our universe, each representing different aspects of this cosmic play of polarity.
It is, and it highlights the importance of discernment,
Yeah.
of carefully considering the information we receive both from within and from external sources.
Especially when we're dealing with topics as mind-bending as extraterrestrial contact and channeled messages.
Absolutely. But even with the potential for misinformation and varying interpretations, the Law of One consistently emphasizes the power of love and service to others as a means of accelerating spiritual growth.
Okay.
It suggests that aligning ourselves with these principles allows us to contribute to both our own evolution and the evolution of the planet as a whole.
It's a powerful message of hope and responsibility.
It is.
And it makes me wonder, how do these concepts of service, evolution, and free will connect back to Crowley's system of magic and the Book of Thoth?
Right. Are there any points of convergence between these seemingly disparate systems?
That's a really good question, and it's something that I've been kind of thinking about this whole time. Like, on the surface, we have Crowley with his focus on, personal will and the manipulation of reality through magic. And then we have the Law of One with its emphasis on cosmic unity, service to others, the evolution of consciousness. They seem to be coming from totally different places.
They do seem very different, don't they? And yet when we look a bit closer, there are some surprising points of convergence, I think.
Okay, so what are we seeing here? Like, what kind of connections?
Yeah. Well, I think for starters, both systems are ultimately concerned with the nature of consciousness and its evolution.
Okay.
Crowley's system is rooted in the Kabbalistic tree of life and maps out different realms of existence, the progression of the soul through these realms.
And the Law of One talks about these densities, these stages of spiritual evolution. So both systems acknowledge that consciousness isn't static. There's a journey involved.
Precisely. And while Crowley might frame it in terms of individual will and magical attainment, and the Law of One speaks of aligning with the Creator's will through service to others, they both emphasize the importance of personal agency in this evolutionary process.
So whether you're talking about magic or service to others, it's about making choices that propel you forward on your spiritual journey.
Exactly. It's about taking an active role in shaping your reality rather than just being a passive recipient of fate.
Okay.
And this idea of polarity, this idea of positive and negative forces is present in both systems as well.
Yeah, Crowley talks about the duality of the divine, the male and female principles,
Yeah.
and the interplay of those forces. And we see a similar concept in the Law of One, with the choice between service to others and service to self.
That's right. And both systems recognize that these seemingly opposing forces are ultimately part of a greater whole. It's not about eradicating one or the other, but understanding their interplay and how they contribute to the evolution of consciousness.
So even though they use different language and symbols, they're both kind of pointing to this idea of a dynamic universe where we're constantly presented with choices that shape our reality and our spiritual growth.
Exactly. And that brings us to another intriguing connection. The Law of One mentions pyramids as powerful energy devices for healing and spiritual development.
Oh, and this is interesting because, some interpretations of Crowley's work suggest that pyramids might hold symbolic significance within the tarot as well.
Yes, particularly in relation to the concept of initiation and the transformation of consciousness.
Right.
That's a bit speculative, I'll grant you that.
Yeah.
But it does raise the question of whether there might be a deeper resonance between these systems than we might initially assume. Perhaps they're both tapping into some fundamental truths about the nature of reality and the workings of consciousness, even if they express those truths in very different ways.
Almost like they're two different languages trying to describe the same profound experience.
That's a wonderful analogy, and it highlights the inherent challenge of drawing direct correlations between the Book of Thoth and the Law of One.
Right.
They come from vastly different origins, historical contexts, and philosophical frameworks.
Of course.
But I think that's part of what makes this exploration so enriching.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's about expanding our perspective, considering different lenses through which we can view reality, and ultimately it's about asking ourselves what resonates with me, what sparks my own understanding, and inspires my own journey of growth.
Beautifully said. And on that note, I'd like to leave our listeners with a final thought to ponder. Given the Law of One's suggestion that Earth is transitioning to a higher density, a realm of greater compassion, understanding, how might the teachings within the Book of Thoth be reinterpreted or applied within this context of an evolving consciousness?
That is a really profound question. It really challenges us to think about how these systems might interact and inform each other as we kind of move into this new era.
Hmm.
It's definitely something to contemplate as we continue our individual and collective journeys. Well, folks, we've reached the end of our deep dive for today. I hope you enjoyed exploring the Book of Thoth and the Law of One with us.
It's been a pleasure.
And until next time, may your journeys be filled with wonder and discovery.
And may your will be aligned with the highest and best for yourself and all beings.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive, and we'll see you on the next one. Welcome, everyone. We're diving into something really fascinating today. We're going to be looking at Freemasonry and the Law of One
Oh, yeah.
and seeing if we can find some surprising connections between them.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Like on the one hand, you have this tradition and ritual, and then on the other, you have like this channeled wisdom.
Yeah.
But they both talk about things like symbolism and transformation, and the pursuit of truth.
Exactly. And we've got some great source material to help us unpack all this. We've got a Masonic Monitor right here, the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry,
Right.
and of course the Law of One books.
Mm-hmm.
So should we jump right in?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So right off the bat, the Masonic Monitor kind of sets the stage with this emphasis on morality and virtue. It's like almost like a prerequisite to even enter the conversation.
Yeah, I'd
It
say.
lays out these laws for the government of the lodge, things like courteous behavior, mutual instruction and respect. It even like dictates how they address each other,
Mm-hmm.
brother or fellow. It's like creating a space for harmonious learning and growth.
What's fascinating to me is how this focus on ethics kind of mirrors the Law of One's idea of service to others. It's not just about being a good person, but about actively choosing actions that benefit others and contribute to a more harmonious existence.
Yeah, that's a great point. And to even become a candidate for Freemasonry, the monitor says you need due inquiry relative to his character and qualifications.
Yeah.
That's some serious vetting.
Mhm.
Is there anything like that in the Law of One? Like, not everyone's ready for these higher spiritual truths, are they?
Well, the Law of One talks about this thing called a harvest,
Okay.
where individuals are assessed for their spiritual readiness to progress.
Hmm.
It's based on their alignment with either service to others or service to self-orientations.
I see.
So while everyone has the potential to evolve, their progress depends on the choices they make and the path they choose.
So it's like a cosmic sorting, like identifying those who are ready to move forward on their spiritual journey.
It's an interesting analogy for sure. Both systems seem to acknowledge that while anyone can seek truth, certain qualities like a commitment to morality and self-improvement
Yeah.
can help you move faster.
I like that. So we're seeing some parallels
Yeah.
in terms of foundations and entry points. But let's get to the fun stuff, symbols. The acacia.
Oh, yeah.
This plant pops up everywhere in Freemasonry. I'm kind of obsessed with it.
It's a powerful symbol, right?
It is. And it's connected to immortality, which is really interesting. The Encyclopedia of Freemasonry says it's a big part of Masonic funeral rites, symbolizing the soul's enduring life.
Mm-hmm. And even ancient Hebrews planted acacia sprigs on graves.
Yeah.
They saw it as a connection between the earthly and the afterlife.
Wow, that's amazing. And here's where it gets really interesting. The Law of One talks about Isis searching for Osiris's body and finding an erica plant nearby, which was later symbolically replaced by, wait for it, the acacia.
Oh, wow.
It's like there's this shared lineage of symbolism
Yeah.
connecting these systems across time and cultures. Totally. Could it be that they're both using the acacia to point towards this higher reality,
Mm-hmm.
one that transcends death and connects us to something bigger?
It's definitely possible. What I find really interesting is that the Law of One specifically mentions the erica being replaced by the acacia.
Yeah.
Like maybe the acacia took on a deeper or more nuanced meaning over time. Makes you wonder how symbols evolve within different traditions, doesn't it?
That's a great question. And it leads us to another core concept in both systems: personal growth and service. The Masonic Monitor calls it the three great duties.
I heard of those.
Every Mason has a duty to God, neighbor, and self.
And they're actually quite specific about these duties, too.
Right. Approaching God with reverence, acting upon the square with your neighbor. Well, I love that phrase, by the way.
Me too.
And avoiding excesses that could harm your ability to do those things. It's like a blueprint for a balanced life.
Yeah, it is. And, it connects with what the Law of One says about service to others being important for spiritual growth. Both systems are saying that true spiritual advancement isn't just about what you know, it's about how you live.
That's a great point. The monitor even talks about propagating the knowledge of the art,
Mhm.
referring to Freemasonry.
Right.
But maybe we can think of that more broadly.
Yeah.
Like it's a call to share any knowledge that helps others, any wisdom that contributes to our collective evolution.
I like that a lot. It fits perfectly with the law of one's concept of service as a driving force for spiritual evolution. The more we help others, the more we grow ourselves, and the more we help raise the consciousness of humanity.
It's like a beautiful cycle of giving and receiving, learning and teaching all intertwined.
Exactly.
And this brings us to another really interesting concept, the architect of the universe.
Oh, yes.
The Masonic monitor uses this term to symbolize the creator,
Mm-hmm.
the force behind the order and design of the cosmos. It even describes the architect creating the universe with symmetry and order, like a master builder.
And that connects to the law of one's idea of the Logos, the creator,
Wow.
as the source of all creation. Both systems emphasize the order and interconnectedness of everything.
So they're both pointing to this unifying principle behind the universe's complexity.
Yeah, like there's this intelligence and intentionality behind it all.
It's almost like we're all part of this huge cosmic design, each playing our own role in the unfolding of creation.
It's a beautiful thought, isn't it?
It is. But before we get too carried away, let's take a break and come back to explore how both Freemasonry and the Law of One can help us on our own paths to truth and understanding.
Welcome back. We're picking up our exploration of Freemasonry and the Law of One, and I'm really interested in this whole architect of the universe thing.
Yeah, me too. Such a cool image, And it ties into that Masonic value of seeking truth.
Right.
The Masonic Monitor talks about how Masons should converse with well-informed brethren to learn more about the craft. It's like they're saying, don't just take our word for it. Go out and find out for yourself.
That's so important, isn't it?
It is.
And the Law of One has that same emphasis on seeking truth.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's like a system of knowledge that encourages you to question, to explore, and to come to your own understanding.
So it's not about blind faith.
No, not at all.
It's about using your mind and your heart to find deeper meaning.
Exactly. It's like both systems want you to be an active participant in your own spiritual evolution.
I like that. And the monitor even suggests that this pursuit of truth should be balanced with action.
Oh, how so?
Well, remember the three great duties.
Oh, yeah. Duty to God, neighbor, and self.
Right. Those duties provide a framework for a virtuous life.
Yeah.
But they also imply that knowledge without action is kind of meaningless.
Like, okay, you've learned about the architect of the universe. Now go out and be a builder yourself.
Exactly.
I love that.
And it connects to what the Law of One says about embodying spiritual principles in everyday life.
It does.
The monitor talks about acting upon the square, avoiding excesses.
Right.
It's like it's giving us tools to live a better life
Yeah.
and to make the world a better place.
Absolutely. And it's a reminder that real spiritual growth isn't just about knowledge or mystical experiences. It's about integrating those insights into your life.
Transforming yourself from the inside out.
Yeah, exactly.
It's walking the walk, not just talking the talk.
Right.
But let's be real, that's not always easy, is it?
No, it's not. There are so many challenges and distractions in the world.
For sure.
That's where those Masonic rituals and allegories come in.
Oh, yeah. How so?
They're meant to test initiates, to present them with symbolic challenges that reflect the real-world struggles they'll face.
Like a spiritual boot camp.
Exactly. It's preparation for the obstacles on the path to self-mastery.
That makes me think of the Law of One's concept of catalyst.
Oh, yeah. Those experiences that trigger growth.
Yeah, both the good and the bad.
Right. It's not about avoiding challenges, but about learning from them.
Becoming stronger and wiser because of them.
Exactly. And the Masonic Monitor really emphasizes facing those challenges with courage and integrity. Remember, it talks about approaching God with reverence, acting upon the square, and staying true to your moral compass.
Those are powerful principles.
They are.
It's like they give us a way to navigate those tough situations.
Absolutely. They help us align with our values and create a more harmonious existence.
It's about building a strong foundation so we can weather any storm and keep making the world a better place.
I like that. But something that's always intrigued me is how both systems address that duality we see everywhere.
The good and bad, the light and dark.
Exactly. How do we reconcile those things with the pursuit of truth and light?
That's a great question. And it's a question we're going to explore in our next segment. Because understanding how they approach duality is key to understanding how they can guide us in this often imperfect world. Okay, so we're back and ready to tackle this whole duality thing.
Yeah, it's a big one, right? How do we deal with the good and the bad?
Exactly. And the Masonic Monitor kind of lays down the law.
Oh.
It says that Masons should discountenance imposters and all dissenters from the original plan of Masonry.
That's pretty strong.
It is. It's like there's a clear line between those who follow the principles and those who don't.
But how does that fit with the law of one's message of unconditional love? Is there room for judgment in a path of service to others?
That's a great question. It seems like there might be some conflict there.
Well, the law of one talks about positive and negative polarities, what it calls service to others and service to self paths.
Right.
It's not about saying people are good or bad, but recognizing that there are different ways of experiencing the Creator and different paths to spiritual growth.
So we're all on our own journeys, and those journeys might look different.
Exactly. And remember, even though the Masonic Monitor is strong on its principles, it also encourages respect for those outside the fraternity.
Yeah, it talks about being true to your government and just to your country.
Right.
It's like they're saying, be a good citizen, be respectful of the social order.
And that's where the law of one's idea of harvest is interesting.
How so?
It suggests that we're all responsible for our own choices, and those choices determine our spiritual path. So even though Masons might discountenance some people,
Yeah.
they also recognize that everyone has free will to choose their own way.
So it's about respecting individual choice while still holding on to your own moral compass.
Exactly. And both systems emphasize seeking truth and developing discernment.
Being able to tell the difference between truth and falsehood, right?
Right. And making choices that align with your highest understanding.
And the law of one gives us a framework for that discernment, right?
Yeah.
Aligning with love and light.
It does. And while Freemasonry has its rituals and allegories,
Yeah.
both systems ultimately encourage us to become seekers of truth.
Using our intuition and wisdom to navigate the world.
Exactly. And they both acknowledge that we'll face challenges along the way.
The law of one calls them catalysts.
Right, those experiences that push us to grow.
And Freemasonry prepares initiates for those challenges through its rituals.
It's like they're saying, hey, the world is tough, but you got this.
So it's not about hiding from the darkness.
No.
It's about learning to walk through it.
And becoming stronger because of it.
And the Masonic Monitor gives us some principles to help us do that.
Like approaching God with reverence and acting upon the square.
Like a moral compass to guide us.
Exactly. It's about integrating those values into who you are so they guide your every action.
This has been an incredible deep dive.
It has.
We've covered so much symbols, personal growth, truth duality.
And it's amazing how both Freemasonry and the Law of One, even though they come from such different places, point towards a similar understanding of what it means to be human.
Yeah, they both encourage us to grow, to seek knowledge, to embody our principles, and to make the world a better place.
It's inspiring, isn't it?
It is. Any final thoughts for our listeners today?
Just this. Don't be afraid to explore, to question, to challenge what you think you know, and to find your own truth. There's a whole universe of wisdom out there. Keep an open mind, keep seeking, and keep building a brighter future.
Beautifully said. And to our listener, thank you for joining us on this deep dive. We hope you've enjoyed it and that it's inspired you to keep learning and growing. Until next time, keep seeking, keep questioning, and keep building. All right, so get ready, because today we are going on a deep dive into something really fascinating.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about astrology
Okay.
and the law of one.
Interesting combination.
So buckle up, because we're going to explore how planetary shifts, the ones that everyone's always buzzing about,
Yeah.
might actually be like powerful tools for personal growth and evolution.
That's a really cool concept.
Yeah.
It's an intriguing intersection, isn't it? You've got this ancient system of astrology
Right.
full of symbolism and meaning,
Yeah.
and then the Law of One, which, was channeled in the 1980s,
Uh-huh.
talking about a unified consciousness connected, everything in the universe.
I mean, we've got some really cool stuff to look at today, right?
Absolutely.
We've got these historical accounts of how people used astrology way back when. We've got excerpts from the Law of One material itself.
Yes.
And we even have some modern day guides,
Mhm.
like to help us connect the dots. I think what I'm really curious about is, can we actually UE these insights to make sense of our lives,
Yeah.
on a practical level?
For sure. For sure.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we're here to explore.
Okay.
We'll see if astrology and the Law of One can kind of work together to help us understand how those cosmic energies, especially those planetary alignments,
Right.
might be influencing our personal journeys.
Okay, so before we get too deep into the cosmos,
Yeah.
let's set the stage a bit.
Okay.
For those who might be new to this, the Law of One basically suggests that we're all part of this giant interconnected web of consciousness.
Yeah,
Like everything is linked, us, the planets, like the whole universe.
that's right.
Yeah.
And within that framework, I think astrology becomes less about, predicting specific events
Right.
and more about understanding the energetic influences that are at play.
Yeah.
It's like the planets are these massive tuning forks, right?
Interesting.
And their vibrations are affecting us. Uh-huh.
On a very subtle level.
So it's not like
Yeah.
Mercury's in retrograde,
Right.
so hide under the covers.
Exactly.
It's more about like being aware of the energy and working with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, to kind of kick things off with a little historical perspective,
Yeah.
did you know that way back in the 17th century, in New Spain, which is, what's now Mexico,
Uh-huh.
astrology was a huge GE deal.
Wait, really?
Oh, yeah,
Like mainstream popular?
absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, universities even had astrology departments.
Wow.
And people would consult astrologers for everything
Really?
from, predicting the weather to making political decisions.
I mean, that's so different from how it's often viewed today.
It is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
But even back then, there was a bit of pushback,
Oh, really?
particularly from the Catholic Church,
Interesting.
who saw astrology as challenging the idea of free will.
I mean, that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
If you believe that everything's fated.
Then what's the point of even, trying to change anything, right?
Precisely.
Yeah.
And this tension between, free will and predestination,
Mhm.
this is a concept that comes up in the Law of One as well.
But how can we have free will
Yeah.
if we're all connected in this, web of consciousness?
Right.
Like the Law of One suggests.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that imply that there's at least some level of influence
Yeah.
from those planetary energies?
That's the paradox, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Law of One emphasizes our interconnectedness,
Mhm.
but it also stresses the importance of individual choice.
Okay.
It's like we're all actors in this grand cosmic play, right?
Uh-huh.
But we get to choose how we deliver our lines.
Okay, I'm starting to see how these pieces kind of fit together.
Good.
So if we take the Law of One's perspective that everything is connected,
Right.
even, seemingly inanimate objects
Mm-hmm.
could be influenced by this web of consciousness.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. And this leads us to a passage in the Law of One material.
That I find particularly intriguing.
Okay.
It talks about how the pyramids were built using the forces of one,
Mm-hmm.
and that the stones themselves are alive.
Wait, hold up. Alive?
Yeah.
Like the pyramids are conscious beings.
It's a very interesting concept.
It's blowing my mind a little bit.
It is. It's definitely a concept that challenges our conventional understanding of reality.
Sure.
But the Law of One suggests that the pyramids were created as a kind of technology
Uh-huh.
for harnessing cosmic energy,
Wow.
potentially influenced by planetary alignments.
Okay.
And so it begs the question, if these massive structures
Yeah.
can be imbued with this kind of life force,
Yeah.
could our personal energy also be affected
Right.
by those same alignments?
That's a really interesting question.
It is.
Okay, I need a minute to process all this.
Take your time. It's a lot to absorb.
Mhm.
And while you're pondering that, consider this.
The Law of One also describes something called the energy body.
Okay.
It's like our physical body, but it's made of this subtle energy
Mhm.
with centers called chakras.
Right. I've heard about chakras.
Yes.
They're like energy vortexes
Yeah.
that correspond to different aspects of our being, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
And here's where things get really fascinating.
All right.
These chakras, they can be influenced by various factors,
Mhm.
including the movements of planets.
Okay, so
Yeah.
when Mars is doing its thing in the sky,
Mm-hmm.
it might be affecting my root chakra, which is all about feeling grounded and secure.
You got it.
Okay.
Different planets are associated with different chakras and different energies.
Okay.
For example, Mars, the planet of action and drive,
Okay.
is often linked to the root chakra,
Okay.
while Venus, the planet of love and beauty, is connected to the heart chakra.
Okay, this is starting to click for me.
Good.
So if I'm feeling a bit scattered or ungrounded,
Yeah.
maybe it's a good time to check what Mars is up to in my birth chart
Yeah.
and see if there's, anything I can do to work with that energy.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's a great way to apply this knowledge.
Yeah.
It's not about letting the planets dictate your life,
Right.
but about using this awareness
Mhm.
to make conscious choices
Yeah.
that align with your highest good.
This is all so fascinating.
It is.
But I have to ask.
Yeah.
if these planetary alignments
Yeah.
can have such a positive impact, can they also bring challenges?
That's a great question. And that's actually something we're going to delve into more deeply
Okay.
as we continue our exploration.
Okay.
But I can tell you this.
All right.
The law of one suggests that challenges are opportunities for growth and learning.
I'm ready to learn more.
Great.
What other fascinating insights can we uncover
Well, let's see.
by connecting astrology and the law of one?
Yeah. It's interesting, we were just talking about challenges and opportunities for growth.
Yeah.
The law of one source material actually mentions some pretty intense challenges that the channelers themselves faced.
Wow.
Partly due to what they described as like a negative influence
Okay.
from a fifth dimensional entity.
Whoa, a fifth dimensional entity.
Yeah.
Okay. That definitely adds a layer of complexity to things.
It does.
But I guess it also kind of makes sense considering,
Yeah.
the law of one talks about this vast web of consciousness with all sorts of beings and energies interacting.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It really highlights that duality we were talking about earlier, that interplay of positive and negative, light and shadow.
Yeah.
That seems to be kind of woven into the fabric of our reality.
So it's not all rainbows and unicorns in this cosmic dance, huh?
Not always, no.
But how do we navigate that duality?
Yeah.
How can we tell if a particular planetary alignment is bringing
Right.
positive or challenging energy?
That's where discernment comes in. The law of one really encourages us to cultivate awareness and to really listen to our intuition.
Yeah.
It's about tuning into the subtle vibrations of these energies and noticing how they resonate with our own being.
Okay, but how do we actually do that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like we can just call up the planets and ask them what's up, right?
Well, not exactly.
Okay.
But we can use tools like astrology to gain insights into those planetary energies.
Okay.
Remember how we were talking about how different planets are associated with the different chakras,
Yeah,
like Mars in the root chakra, Venus in the heart chakra.
Right.
Well, each planet also has its own unique set of characteristics and archetypal energies.
Yeah.
For example, Mars is associated with action, drive, assertion, even aggression.
Yeah.
Venus, on the other hand, is all about love, harmony, beauty, connection.
So if Mars is prominent in the sky,
Yeah.
it might be a good time to tackle those projects that require a lot of energy and focus, but maybe not the best time to have a sensitive conversation
Exactly.
with a loved one.
You got it.
Okay.
It's about understanding the nuances of these energies and using that knowledge to make conscious choices.
Okay.
And here's another layer to consider.
Right.
The concept of astrological aspects.
Aspects.
Yes.
Okay, this is where I start to feel like I need an astrology dictionary.
Don't worry, it's not as complicated as it sounds.
Okay.
Basically, aspects are the angular relationships
Okay.
between planets in your birth chart
Mm-hmm.
or in the current sky.
Okay.
And these angles, they create different energetic dynamics.
Okay.
Some are harmonious, supporting smooth flow and ease,
Right.
while others are more challenging,
Yeah.
creating friction or tension.
So it's like the planets are having a conversation with each other.
That's a great analogy.
And the angles of that conversation determine
The tone of the interaction.
exactly.
Mhm.
And by understanding those aspects, we can get a deeper sense of how the planetary energies are interacting
Right.
and how they might be impacting our lives.
Okay, this is all starting to make sense.
Good.
But it can feel a bit overwhelming, like
Right.
trying to track all these planetary movements and aspects.
Yeah.
Whereas a good place to start
Yeah.
for someone who's just beginning to explore this.
One of the most valuable tools you have is your own birth chart.
Okay.
It's like a cosmic blueprint
Right.
that shows the positions of the planets at the exact moment you were born.
Right, like my cosmic fingerprint.
Exactly.
I've actually had my birth chart done before,
Okay.
but it was a bit much to take in all at once.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah.
A good place to start is by focusing on the planets
Okay.
that are most prominent in your chart,
Mm-hmm.
especially those that aspect key points,
Okay.
like your sun, moon, or ascendant. Okay, back up a sec.
Yeah.
What's an ascendant?
Ah, good question.
Yeah.
It's the sign that was rising
Okay.
on the eastern horizon at the time of your birth.
Yeah.
And it represents your outward personality, how you present yourself to the world.
Ah, got it.
Yeah.
So if I have a strong Mars in my chart.
Uh-huh.
Maybe that explains why I'm like always so driven and ambitious.
It's possible.
Oi?
Mars is the planet of action and drive, so it makes sense that it would kind of manifest
Right.
in your personality.
Okay, so I can like look at my birth chart
Yes.
to get a sense of my own personal planetary energies,
Uh-huh.
but how do I connect that with what's happening in the sky? Like, right, NW.
That's where things get even more dynamic. As the
Okay.
planets move through the zodiac, they form different aspects to the planets in your birth chart,
Right,
creating what we call transit.
transits.
Yes.
Like when Saturn's like giving me the side eye
Right.
because it's like squaring my sun. You got it.
Oh.
And these transits, they can bring about significant periods of growth, change,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes, well, challenges.
Right.
But remember, the law of one reminds us
Yeah.
that those challenges are opportunities to learn and evolve.
So it's like the planets are like nudging us to pay attention to certain areas of our lives, maybe pushing us out of our comfort zones a bit.
Exactly.
Okay.
And by understanding those transits, we can work with those energies consciously
Right.
rather than feeling like we're being kind of tossed around by fate.
This is all starting to feel really empowering.
Good, I'm glad.
Like we actually have some agency
Yes, you do.
in how we navigate these cosmic currents.
That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
It's not about surrendering to some, predetermined destiny.
Right.
But about using this knowledge
Mm-hmm.
to make conscious choices that align with our highest purpose.
I'm totally on board with this like cosmic empowerment thing.
But let's be real.
Okay.
Sometimes those planetary transits, they hit hard.
They do.
Got any like tips on how to handle those rough patches with grace
Yeah,
rather than ending up in a cosmic meltdown?
for sure.
Okay, so we're back and I am ready to like wrap up our cosmic journey
Yeah,
through this fascinating intersection of astrology and the law of one.
I know it's been quite the ride so far.
It really has. I mean, we've explored some pretty deep concepts from
Uh-huh.
like this interconnected web of consciousness
Yes,
to the subtle influences of planetary energies.
we did.
I mean, we even like ventured into the realm of fifth dimensional entities
Right.
and challenging astrological aspects.
Yeah, but remember, even in the face of those challenges,
right.
the law of one really emphasizes the power of choice.
Mm-hmm.
It suggests that we always have the ability to align with love and wisdom even when things get tough.
Okay, but sometimes those planetary transits just feel like they're throwing shade
Right.
directly at my soul.
I understand.
How can we like handle those cosmic curveballs in a way
Yeah.
that promotes growth
Right.
rather than, a complete meltdown?
One of the key teachings in the law of one is the discipline of personality.
Okay.
It's essentially about mastering our thoughts and emotions,
Yeah.
becoming more aware of our reactions,
Right.
and consciously choosing responses that align with our highest good.
So it's like instead of getting swept away by those intense emotions
Yeah.
that those, challenging transits can trigger,
Right.
we can kind of use those moments as opportunities to practice self-awareness
Exactly.
and make more conscious choices.
That's the idea.
Okay.
It's about developing a sense of inner peace and stability. That's not dependent on external circumstances.
But how do we actually like do that? I mean, it's easy to say stay calm and centered
Yeah.
when everything's like going smoothly.
Right.
But when those cosmic storms hit, it can feel like all bets are off.
That's where practices like, meditation,
Okay.
mindfulness, self-reflection come in.
Yeah.
These tools can really help us cultivate
Mm-hmm.
that inner space of stillness and clarity where
Right.
we can actually observe our thoughts and emotions
Right.
without getting swept away by them.
Okay, so it's about creating a kind of a buffer zone between those external triggers
Yeah.
and our internal reactions.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
The more we practice, the stronger that buffer zone becomes.
Oh, yeah.
It's like building a cosmic shield that
Mhm.
can like deflect those negative energies.
Yes.
I like the sound of that.
It's a good visualization.
A cosmic shield. But I'm also remembering something else we talked about earlier, that we're not meant to do this alone.
Right.
The law of one emphasizes the importance of of community and connection.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We are all in this together.
Right.
And sharing our experiences, supporting each other,
Right.
learning from each other's journeys. It can make a huge difference.
It's like having a cosmic support system, right?
Exactly.
Okay, speaking of support systems, um, I'm curious about something else mentioned in the Law of One.
Okay.
Service to others.
Yeah.
How does that fit into this whole picture
Right.
of astrology and personal evolution?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
The Law of One suggests that service to others is an essential part of our spiritual growth.
Okay.
It's about recognizing our interconnectedness
Right.
and using our unique gifts and talents to contribute to the well-being of all.
So it's not just about focusing on our own
Right.
like personal growth and evolution. We're meant to like expand outward to share our light with the world.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And the beautiful thing is that when we focus on serving others, our own personal evolution accelerates.
I mean, that's awesome.
It's a win-win situation.
I love that. It's like a cosmic feedback loop of positivity.
Yes.
The more we give, the more we grow, and the more we have to offer.
Right.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground in this deep dive.
We have.
Any final thoughts for our listeners before we send them back out into the cosmos?
Well, I think the most important takeaway from both astrology and the Law of One is this. You have more power than you realize.
Okay.
You have the power to choose your thoughts, your actions,
Right.
and your responses to the energies around you.
That's such an empowering message.
It is.
So it's not about letting the planets dictate our lives,
Right.
but about using this knowledge to become more conscious,
Right.
more aware, and more aligned with our highest purpose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And remember, the journey of self-discovery and spiritual evolution is ongoing.
Right.
There's always more to learn, more to explore, and more ways to grow.
Beautifully said.
Thank you.
And remember, fellow knowledge seekers, this isn't just about gathering information.
Right.
It's about putting it into practice, about making choices that align with love, wisdom, and service to others.
I agree.
Right.
As you continue your journey,
Yeah.
look up at the night sky with a sense of wonder and connection. You know, those twinkling stars are a reminder that we're all part of something.
Yeah.
Vast and magnificent.
Right.
And the possibilities for growth and evolution are truly limitless.
Until our next cosmic adventure,
Yes.
keep seeking, keep growing, and keep shining your light.
Absolutely.
All right, let's dive deep today. We're tackling third eye activation.
Ooh.
I got going
Yummy.
beyond like just the surface level.
Okay.
We're going to explore techniques that kind of bridge the spiritual concepts of the Law of One
Okay.
with scientific research on the pineal gland.
Sounds fascinating. I'm excited.
It's a big one.
Yeah, these two worlds, it's amazing to see them together.
Yeah,
You know, they're often considered very separate,
totally.
but they complement each other.
Yeah.
It's you've given us some amazing sources today.
Yeah.
We've got scientific papers analyzing meditation's effect on the pineal gland, spiritual texts, you know, discussing the Law of One,
Yeah.
and even excerpts highlighting various perspectives on third eye activation.
We're basically time traveling.
Yeah.
Through, like human understanding, right?
Yeah.
We're pulling from ancient traditions.
Right.
And the latest scientific discoveries. I
Right.
mean, it really makes you wonder, can we unlock a deeper understanding of ourselves and the universe
Right.
by integrating these, what seem to be different approaches?
It's such a fascinating question.
Yeah.
And a lot of the recent research seems to suggest that the answer might be yes.
Ooh.
Yay!
But
I like that answer.
before we get, you know, too far ahead of ourselves,
Yeah.
let's start with, I guess, the basics.
Yeah, let's ground ourselves.
You know, the pineal gland.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah.
Why has it been shrouded in so much mystery for so long?
It's like the celebrity of the endocrine system.
Yeah.
It's tiny,
Right.
but mighty.
Totally.
And it's always making headlines.
Always in the news.
We know it's this little pine cone-shaped gland.
Yeah.
Nestled deep within the brain.
Right.
And for centuries, it's been linked to spirituality
Yeah.
and the concept of the third eye.
Exactly. And what's really captivating is that science is, you know, finally catching up with these ancient ideas.
Yeah.
There's this
It's exciting.
Incredible study from 2024
Oh, yeah.
that found something
I think I know what you're talking about.
pretty remarkable, yeah,
Yeah.
about the pineal gland activity of meditators.
So you're talking about the study that found that
Yeah.
meditators had like a significantly stronger signal
Mm-hmm.
in their pineal glands
Yes.
compared to non-meditators.
Yes.
And not only that, but it
Yeah.
was linked to like a younger brain age.
That's the one.
That's so cool.
It's like meditation is a time machine for the brain,
Yeah.
but the study doesn't stop there.
Right.
It goes, even deeper
Mm.
and dives into how meditation might actually be influencing the pineal gland.
I mean, the researchers proposed
Yep.
several hypotheses,
They
right?
did.
It was everything from melatonin production and its effect on sleep
Mhm.
to stress reduction
Yeah.
and even the potential stimulation of calcite microcrystals
Yes.
within the pineal gland.
Right.
Calcite microcrystals sound like something straight out of a fantasy novel.
They do, don't they?
Yeah.
But they're real.
Yeah.
And their potential role in the pineal gland is just fascinating.
Yeah,
It's like
it's
this
very-
tiny gland just holds a universe of secrets waiting to be uncovered.
Yeah, absolutely.
And another point the study highlighted was the pineal gland's
Yeah.
sensitivity to light,
Right.
which plays a significant role
Hmm.
in regulating melatonin levels, especially in meditators.
Okay, so even something as simple as
Yeah.
like dimming the lights
Right.
before we meditate
Yeah,
could actually impact our pineal glands.
exactly. Yeah.
It makes you realize how interconnected everything is.
It really does. And this idea of interconnectedness
Yeah.
is at the very core
Yeah.
of the law of one.
Right.
So this concept
Ah.
was brought forth by an entity named Ra, through channeled communications.
Interest.
And it emphasizes the principle of all is one. Essentially, everything in the universe is interconnected and part of a single consciousness.
Okay, so we're starting to see how this bridge
Mhm.
between science and spirituality is like forming, right?
Right.
We have science exploring
Right.
the physical mechanisms of the pineal gland.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the other hand, we have the law of one
Yeah,
presenting this grand unifying vision of the universe.
exactly.
And then it gets even more interesting when we look at how the law of one views our existence.
Right.
It suggests that we are currently in third density,
Mm-hmm.
a stage focused on
Yeah.
learning the ways of love.
Yes.
Learning the ways of love.
Yeah.
That resonates.
It's beautiful.
But what does that have to do with the third eye?
Well, the law of one proposes
Okay.
that the third eye,
Yeah.
or what they refer to as the
Yeah.
indigo ray energy center,
Interesting.
plays a key role
Mm-hmm.
in our spiritual evolution. It's through this center that we can tap into our intuition,
Yeah.
connect with our higher selves, and ultimately,
Mm-hmm.
experience this profound sense of oneness
Okay.
with all creation.
So it sounds like activating our third eye isn't just about
Yeah.
like gaining, special abilities or anything.
right.
It's about like
yeah,
deepening our connection
it is.
to ourselves and the universe. It's
Exactly.
about embracing
Yeah,
love and unity.
that's beautiful.
I like that.
As we delve deeper into the specific techniques for activating the third eye,
Yeah.
we'll see how all these concepts come to life.
This is already blowing my mind.
Right.
We've got like a younger brain,
Yeah.
ancient wisdom,
right.
and a universal love connection.
Totally.
All thanks to this tiny
It's crazy.
pine cone shaped gland.
Yeah.
What's not to love?
It is pretty remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we're just getting started.
Okay, before we get too carried away,
Yep.
let's bring it back down to like the practical side of things.
Yeah, let's get practical.
What specific techniques
Mhm.
are mentioned in the source material for actually activating the third eye?
Well, meditation
Okay.
emerges as a central practice.
Yeah.
Not just for enhancing,
Yeah.
pineal gland activity,
Right.
but also for balancing energy centers
Okay.
within the body, as emphasized in the law of one.
So it's like a 2-for-1 deal.
It is, yeah.
It benefits our physical brain
Yeah,
and then also aligns our energy centers
exactly.
for spiritual growth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Okay, what's that?
Inner work is key.
Inner work is key. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And that inner work also includes, cultivating self-love and acceptance.
self-love.
The law of one suggests that this helps to remove blockages
Okay.
in our lower energy centers,
Okay.
allowing energy to flow freely
Yeah.
to the third eye.
So it's like clearing a path
It is, yeah.
for the energy to reach its full potential.
Exactly.
But then there's another technique mentioned
Okay.
that I'm a little
Yeah.
curious about.
What's that?
Working with Kundalini energy.
Oh, yes.
It always sounds a bit mysterious.
It does have a certain mystique to it.
Yeah.
Kundalini energy is often described as
Yeah.
a dormant force
Okay.
at the base of the spine.
Okay.
A meeting point of like spiraling energies
Okay.
within the body.
No.
As we engage in, specific practices,
Yeah.
this energy can awaken
Okay.
and rise upward,
Interesting.
activating each energy center along the way,
Oh, wow.
including the third eye.
So it's not just about focusing on like the
Yeah.
third eye itself, right?
Right.
It's also about awakening
It is.
and harnessing this powerful energy within us.
Yeah. And according to the law of one,
Yeah.
this Kundalini energy
Hmm.
is a key part
Of-
for spiritual evolution.
So it's about aligning like
It is, yeah.
our physical,
Yeah.
mental, and spiritual selves,
Mhm.
allowing this energy to flow freely
Right.
and unlock our full potential.
We got the potential, yeah.
I'm starting to see how all these pieces fit together.
Me too.
I've got the science,
Yes.
the spiritual framework,
Mm.
and the practical techniques.
Right.
But I'm curious, like,
Yeah.
what about the end result?
Okay.
What does like a more active
Yeah.
third eye
Yeah.
actually look like in our lives?
That's where things get really exciting.
Okay, good.
So an activated third eye can bring about
Yeah.
a whole host of benefits,
Okay.
from enhanced intuition and insight
Mhm.
to a deeper connection to the spiritual realm
Yeah.
and a greater sense of unity with all things,
Whoa.
perfectly aligning with the principles of the law of one.
Yeah. Okay, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Okay.
Tell me more.
All right.
What kind of real-world impact can we expect to see
Yeah.
if we start incorporating these techniques?
Imagine walking through life with this heightened sense of awareness,
Okay.
a deeper connection to your intuition, and a greater understanding of, the interconnectedness of all things.
Mm.
You're more attuned to
Okay.
the subtle energies around you,
Okay.
both the positive and the negative.
Right.
And you navigate your choices
Yeah.
with more clarity and purpose.
I'm already feeling more centered just imagining that.
Right.
It's like we're operating from like a higher level of consciousness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Making decisions that aren't just based on
Right.
logic or ego,
Yeah.
but on a deeper, like,
Exactly.
inner wisdom.
And this wisdom can manifest
Yeah.
in countless ways.
Okay.
You might find yourself drawn to new opportunities,
Right.
meeting, the right people at the right time,
Right.
or simply experiencing
Yeah.
a greater sense of peace and fulfillment
Okay.
in your everyday life.
So it's not just about having like mystical experiences or anything like that.
No, not at all.
It's about navigating our everyday lives
It is.
with more clarity, purpose,
Yeah.
and intuition.
It's about feeling more aligned
Yeah.
with our true selves and our path in life.
I like that a lot.
And this heightened awareness can
Yeah.
also extend to our relationships
Yeah.
with others.
Yeah.
We might become more compassionate, more understanding, and more able to see beyond,
Yeah.
surface appearances
Hmm.
to the essence of each individual.
It's like we're developing
Yeah.
like a more heart-centered way
We are, yeah.
of interacting with the world.
Yeah.
Recognizing the
Ah,
inherent interconnectedness
Right.
of all beings.
that's beautifully put.
I totally.
And the shift in perspective
Yeah.
can have,
Yeah.
a ripple effect,
Right.
influencing our relationships, our
Mhm.
communities,
Yeah.
and even the world at large.
So activating our third eye isn't just like a personal journey, right?
Exactly.
There's like a contribution to a
That is.
collective shift
Yeah.
towards more love,
Or love, yes.
compassion, and
Mhm.
understanding.
It's about recognizing
Yeah.
that our individual awakening
Yeah.
is intertwined with
Mhm.
the awakening of humanity as a whole.
It's a beautiful way to put it.
That's the heart of it.
Yeah.
And it's a journey
Yeah.
that's both exciting and challenging,
Yeah.
filled with,
Mhm.
twists and turns, unexpected breakthroughs.
Total.
But even amidst the challenges, there's a
Yeah.
sense of
Mm.
wonder and possibility
Absolutely.
that keeps us moving forward.
I'm definitely feeling that sense of wonder. This deep dive has opened up a whole new perspective
Yeah.
on what's possible,
Right.
both within ourselves and in the world around us.
That's what we hoped for.
Yeah.
And remember, you're not alone on this path.
Right.
There are countless resources available to support you.
Yeah.
Books, websites,
Mhm.
communities, teachers,
Mhm.
Trust your intuition,
Yeah.
follow your heart, and enjoy the ride.
What a beautiful reminder.
Yeah.
This journey of third eye activation
Yeah,
is about embracing the unknown,
it is.
trusting the process,
Yes.
and allowing ourselves to be guided
Yeah.
by
Yeah.
something greater than ourselves.
Exactly.
It's about opening ourselves up
Mhm.
to the infinite possibilities that await us
They're out there.
when we tap into the power
Of the third eye.
of the third eye. Yes.
Speaking of possibilities,
Yeah.
we've explored a lot of different techniques
We have.
for activating the third eye.
Yeah.
But before we wrap up,
Okay.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on some of the most practical
Yeah.
and accessible ways to get started.
That's a great question.
Yeah. I think the key is to start with what resonates with you
Okay.
and build from there.
Right.
Meditation, as we've discussed, is a foundational practice that offers, a multitude of benefits, including enhanced intuition and pineal gland activation. Even just, a few minutes each day
Yeah.
can make a difference.
Right. Consistency is key.
It is, yeah.
It's about creating
Yeah.
a sustainable practice that fits into our lives
Right.
rather than trying to force ourselves into
Yeah.
like some rigid routine.
Exactly.
Okay.
And alongside meditation,
Yeah.
exploring
Yeah.
creative outlets like journaling, painting, or dancing can also be
Right.
incredibly powerful for activating the third eye.
Okay.
These activities help us tap into our intuition,
Right.
express our emotions, and connect with our inner world.
It's like we're giving our intuition a voice.
We are, yeah.
Yeah.
Allowing it to express itself
Yeah.
through these, creative channels.
Absolutely.
And another simple yet potent practice
Okay.
is spending time in nature.
Oh, I love that.
As we've discussed,
Yeah.
being in nature helps us ground ourselves, clear our minds, and connect to our innate wisdom.
I love that. It's like
Yeah.
nature is this
Yeah.
giant reset button for our nervous system.
Yeah,
It allows us to come back
Yeah.
to a place of balance and clarity.
it is.
Right.
And when we're in that state
Yeah.
of balance and receptivity, our intuition can flow more freely.
Absolutely.
Soaking up the sun,
Yes.
feeling the breeze on our skin,
Yeah.
listening to the birds singing.
Right.
These simple acts
Yeah.
can have a profound impact
Totally.
on our third eye activation.
I'm feeling so inspired to incorporate these practices
Yeah.
into my daily life.
Do it. Yeah.
It's amazing how something as simple as like taking a walk in the park
Yeah.
can actually help us activate our third eye
It can.
and deepen our connection to
Yeah.
ourselves in the universe.
It really is remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the beauty of it is that
Yeah.
these practices are
Yeah.
accessible to everyone,
Right.
regardless of, their background or beliefs.
Absolutely.
This has been
Yeah.
such an enlightening conversation.
This has been great.
I feel like we've only just
Yeah.
scratched the surface
Yeah, totally.
of this fascinating topic.
Yeah.
But I'm walking away with a renewed sense of curiosity
Okay.
and a toolbox
Yeah.
full of practical techniques to explore.
It's a good toolbox.
It's a good toolbox, yeah.
It is.
It's been a joy
Yeah.
sharing this exploration with you
Likewise.
and with our listeners.
Yeah.
Remember, the journey of third eye activation
Yeah.
is an ongoing process of discovery.
Yeah.
And there's always more to learn,
Absolutely.
more to experience,
Yeah.
and more to uncover.
So true. Thank you for joining us
Thank you.
on this deep dive
Yeah.
into the world of third eye
It's
activation.
been a pleasure.
Until next time,
Yes.
keep seeking,
Yeah.
keep exploring,
hmm
and keep diving deep.
Dive deep. Welcome back to the deep dive.
It's great to be back.
It's fascinating
Yeah.
how we often associate the third eye
Right.
with these mystical or supernatural powers.
Right.
But at its core, isn't it really about
Yeah.
tapping into a
Yeah.
natural human capacity?
Totally. Our
I
intuition.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
It's not about
Yeah.
suddenly gaining the ability to
Yeah.
see auras or
Sure.
predict the future,
Yeah.
but it's about honing this innate sense of knowing. Exactly.
We all possess.
We all have it.
It's about learning to trust
Mm-hmm.
that inner voice.
Yes.
That gut feeling
Yeah.
that often guides us
Right.
in ways that we can't always explain logically.
Exactly. Intuition is that whisper of wisdom, that flash of insight
Yeah.
that seems to come from beyond our conscious mind.
Yeah.
And what's intriguing is that
Okay.
both the scientific research on the pineal gland
Yeah.
and the spiritual teachings of the Law of One
Mm.
point toward this gland as being
Yeah.
closely connected
Yeah.
to our intuitive abilities.
So how do we actually, like,
Yeah,
strengthen and develop our intuition?
that's the question.
Is it something we can, like,
Yeah.
train like a muscle?
Oh.
Because if so, I'm ready to hit the intuitive gym.
I love that analogy.
Okay, good.
And the answer is yes.
Okay.
We can absolutely cultivate our intuition
Okay.
through practice and attention.
So it's about becoming more aware of
Right.
like, those subtle nudges, those whispers of guidance
Yeah.
that we often ignore or dismiss.
Exactly.
So it's not just about like
Yeah.
passively waiting
Right,
for
yeah.
those like aha
Yeah.
moments.
Yeah.
It's about actively engaging with our intuition,
It is.
becoming more receptive to its messages.
Precisely.
Okay.
And one of the simplest,
Yeah.
yet most effective ways to do this
Okay.
is to start keeping a journal
Oh, yeah.
of your intuitive hits and misses.
Interesting.
Notice when those gut feelings lead you in the right direction,
Okay.
and also when you
Yeah.
ignore your intuition and end up regretting it.
That's a great idea.
It is.
It's like we're
Yeah.
gathering data
Right.
on our own intuitive process
We are.
and becoming more familiar with
Yeah,
its language and patterns.
exactly. And as you become more aware of your intuition,
Yeah.
you naturally start to trust it more. It's like building a relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With your inner guidance system,
Right.
learning to rely on its wisdom.
I love that.
Yeah.
Building a relationship
Right.
with our intuition.
Yeah.
And as with any relationship,
Yes.
trust and communication are key.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, speaking of practices
Yeah.
that can deepen our intuitive connection,
Mhm.
we can't forget about meditation.
Right.
We already touched upon
Yeah.
its benefits for the pineal gland,
Yeah.
but its ability to quiet the mind
Right.
and create space
Yeah.
for those inner whispers to emerge
Yeah.
is truly invaluable.
It's like meditation is this multifaceted gem,
Mm-hmm.
with each facet reflecting a different benefit.
Right.
We reduce stress,
Yeah.
we improve focus,
Right.
we increase self-awareness,
Mm-hmm.
and we enhance our intuition,
Yeah.
all through this
All in one.
practice.
It's quite remarkable, isn't it?
It is.
Meditation helps to clear away
Yeah.
the mental clutter.
You know, those racing thoughts,
Yeah.
anxieties
Yeah.
that often drown out
Right.
the subtle voice of intuition.
It's like creating like
Yeah.
a sanctuary within ourselves.
It is.
A quiet space where our intuition can finally be heard.
Beautifully said.
Thank you.
And as we create that inner sanctuary,
Yeah.
we might find ourselves
Right.
drawn to explore another fascinating realm,
Ooh, what's that?
the world of dreams.
Dreams.
They, too,
Okay.
can be a rich source of intuitive guidance
Oh.
if we learn to pay attention to them.
Dreams. I've always been intrigued by them.
Yeah.
But I often find myself like forgetting them as soon as
Yeah.
I wake up. It's like they slip away,
They do.
like sand through my fingers.
That's a common experience.
Yeah.
But the good news is
Okay, good.
that we can train ourselves
Okay.
to remember our dreams
Okay.
and unlock the wisdom that they hold.
Mm-hmm.
One simple practice is to keep a dream journal by your bedside
Yeah.
as soon as you wake up.
Yeah.
Jot down
Okay.
any dream fragments you can recall.
Okay.
Even if they seem like
Yeah.
random or nonsensical,
Right.
just get it down.
It's like capturing those like fleeting insights before they vanish
Before they're gone.
into the ether.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
as you start recording your dreams,
Yeah.
you might notice recurring themes,
Okay.
symbols,
Wow.
or even messages
Yeah.
that offer guidance or insights
It's
into
really-
your waking life.
It's fascinating to think that like
It is, yeah.
our subconscious mind
Right.
is communicating with us
Yeah,
through this symbolic language of dreams.
it is. And learning to decipher
Yeah.
that language can be
Yeah.
a powerful way
Okay.
to deepen our intuition.
Mhm.
It's like unlocking a secret code
Yeah.
that reveals hidden truths
Oh.
about ourselves
Yeah.
and the world around us.
Okay. I'm sold.
Get
Dream journal, here I come.
that dream journal?
Okay, so we've talked about,
Yeah,
paying attention to our intuition,
right.
meditation, and
Mhm.
working with dreams.
Right.
Are there any other practices that you would recommend?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
For developing our intuitive abilities.
Okay.
Well, we can't underestimate the power of nature.
Oh, nature.
Spending time outdoors,
Yeah.
surrounded by,
Yeah.
the beauty and tranquility of the natural world can be incredibly grounding.
Yeah, absolutely.
And help us connect to our innate wisdom.
Oh, I love that. There's something so calming and centering about being in nature.
There is.
It's like all the stress and noise of daily life just melts away,
It does.
leaving you feeling refreshed and revitalized.
It is. It's as if we're plugging into a source of pure energy and wisdom
I like that.
when we immerse ourselves in nature.
Right. And when we're in that like receptive state, our intuition can flow more freely,
It can.
unobstructed by mental chatter and distractions.
Exactly. So make time for, nature walks gardening.
Okay.
Or simply sitting under a tree
Right.
and soaking in the peace and beauty around you.
Yeah.
It's a simple yet powerful way
Yeah.
to nourish your intuition.
I'm feeling so inspired
Good.
to create more space for nature in my life.
Yes, do it.
Now, as we're exploring these practices, it's striking me that there's like a certain level of trust and surrender
Right?
involved in
Yeah.
developing our intuition.
Mm-hmm.
We have to trust those
We do.
gut feelings,
Yeah.
those whispers of guidance,
Right.
even when they don't make like logical sense.
That's a key insight. It's about taking a leap of faith
right.
and believing that our intuition is guiding us in the right direction, even when we can't see. Like the whole path ahead.
Right.
It's about surrendering to the wisdom of something greater than our limited ego minds.
It's like we're letting go of the reins, trusting that our intuition will lead us where we need to go, even if the journey takes us through like uncharted territory.
That's beautifully said.
I'll tell you.
And that trust and surrender can be incredibly liberating.
Right.
It's about releasing the need to control everything.
Right.
And allowing ourselves to be guided by something greater than ourselves.
It's like we're saying, okay, universe, I'm listening. Show me the way.
Exactly. And that's when the magic really starts to happen.
Ooh, the magic.
That's when synchronicities abound,
Okay.
opportunities align,
Right.
and we find ourselves flowing effortlessly with the current of life.
Okay, I'm ready to embrace the magic.
Embrace the magic.
All right, so as we're like wrapping up this deep dive into the world of third eye activation and intuition, I'm curious about like the ultimate purpose of all of this.
Right.
Why develop our intuition? Why activate our third eye? Like what's the bigger picture here?
That's a profound question, and I think the answer lies in the concept of all is one, which we discussed earlier.
Right.
The idea that everything in the universe is interconnected and part of a single consciousness.
So when we activate our third eye and develop our intuition, we're not just like enhancing our personal lives, but we're also contributing to a greater collective awakening.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
Thanks.
It's like we're raising the vibration of the entire planet, one intuitive insight at a time.
So it's not just about like personal growth, but about contributing to a collective evolution, a shift towards greater awareness, to passion and unity.
Exactly. And that's what makes this journey so incredibly meaningful.
Right.
It's about realizing that we're not just isolated individuals, but interconnected threads in the vast tapestry of life.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I'm feeling so grateful for this deep dive.
Good.
It's truly been like an eye-opening experience.
It's been a pleasure exploring this with you.
Likewise.
And remember, dear listener, the journey of third eye activation is an ongoing process of discovery.
Right.
And there's always more to learn, more to explore, and more to experience. So keep that sense of wonder alive.
Okay.
Trust your intuition. And embrace the transformative power of the third eye.
I love that. Now, before we wrap up this segment of our deep dive, I wanted to circle back to one of the sources that really sparks my curiosity.
Okay, what's that?
It's that scientific paper that mentioned
calcite
microcrystals in the pineal gland.
Yes. That particular study caught
Yeah.
my attention as well.
It's so
The
interesting.
researchers suggested that these crystals might play a role
Okay.
in the gland's sensitivity
Yeah.
to electromagnetic fields
You're-
and even in our ability
Okay.
to perceive subtle energies.
Okay, we're getting into some
We are
mind-blowing territory here.
a little bit.
So are you saying that these tiny crystals
Yeah.
in our pineal glands
Mm-hmm.
could be acting like like antennas,
Yeah.
allowing us to tap into
Yeah.
a whole other dimension of reality?
It's a fascinating hypothesis.
It is.
And it ties into this idea
Yeah.
that the pineal gland
Mm-hmm.
might be a bridge
Okay.
between our physical world
Right.
and the realm of consciousness,
Okay.
a receiver and transmitter
Right.
of information from the quantum field.
Whoa.
Right.
This is seriously making me rethink
Yeah.
everything I thought I knew about the brain.
It is pretty remarkable, isn't it?
It is.
But if we think about it, our
Yeah.
brains are already
Yeah.
incredibly sophisticated
Right.
receivers and transmitters of
Yeah.
information.
Mhm.
We're constantly processing
Yes.
sensory input, emotions, thoughts, and memories.
Yeah, there's a lot going on up there.
It is. So
Yeah.
who's to say
Right.
that the pineal gland, with its unique structure and composition,
Yeah.
isn't capable of interacting with these subtler forms of energy?
Exactly.
That's what makes this whole exploration so exciting.
Right.
We're just beginning to
Yeah.
understand
Yeah.
the true potential of this tiny gland
Yeah.
and its role in our consciousness.
I'm starting to see the pineal gland in a whole new light,
Yes.
or maybe I should say a whole new frequency.
I love that. And I
Yeah.
think that's the key to unlocking
Yeah.
the mysteries of the third eye.
Okay.
Approaching it with a sense of openness
Yeah.
and a willingness to expand our understanding of
Yeah.
what's possible.
Totally.
Okay, now as we delve deeper into this world of
Yeah.
the pineal gland,
Okay.
I'm curious about its connection to the
Yeah.
endocrine system.
Right.
We often talk about it in
Yeah.
this spiritual context, but it's also a vital part of our
Try.
physical well-being.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The pineal gland,
Yeah.
despite its mystical associations, is a key player
Okay.
in our hormonal regulation.
Right.
It produces melatonin,
Right.
a hormone that's crucial
Yeah.
for regulating our
Mm-hmm.
sleep-wake cycles.
Right. Melatonin is like
Yeah.
the Sandman's secret weapon,
I love that.
you know, sprinkling us with drowsiness each night
Yeah.
so we can drift off into dreamland.
I love that analogy. And melatonin does
Yeah.
so much more than just regulate our sleep. It
Yeah.
plays a role in
Yep.
boosting our immune system,
Okay.
influencing our mood,
Hmm.
and even protecting us from
Okay.
damage caused by free radicals.
Wow. The pineal gland is like a
It's-
real multitasker,
Yeah.
like the ultimate wellness guru,
Is
keeping our bodies and minds in harmony.
It truly is. And its health and function are
Yeah.
essential
Mhm.
to our overall well-being.
Right.
So
Wow.
it's in our best interest to support our pineal glands
Right.
and help them thrive.
Okay. So how do we do that?
Yeah, how do we
How do we give our pineal glands some TLC?
give them some love?
Yeah. Besides meditation, of course.
Yeah, beside a meditation,
Which we already know is a winner.
which we know is great.
Yeah.
Well, we can start by nourishing ourselves with foods and supplements
Yeah.
that support pineal gland function.
Okay. What kind of?
So look for things rich in
Yeah.
antioxidants,
Okay.
omega-3 fatty acids,
Mm-hmm.
and tryptophan,
Okay.
which is a precursor to melatonin.
Got it.
Yeah.
Antioxidants,
Yes.
omega-3s,
Mm.
tryptophan,
Yeah,
all going on the grocery list.
on the list.
What else can we do to show our pineal glands some love?
Minimizing exposure to toxins is crucial.
Okay.
Fluoride, for example, has
Yeah.
been shown to
Yeah.
accumulate in the pineal gland
Okay.
and potentially disrupt its function.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Yeah.
paying attention to
Yeah.
the ingredients in our water
Right.
and toothpaste
Okay.
is a good starting point.
That's a great reminder.
It is.
Out with the fluoride.
Yeah,
In with the
right.
pineal-friendly choices.
Exactly.
Okay.
And speaking of things to minimize,
Yeah.
we can't forget about artificial light,
Right.
especially at night.
Right, right.
You know, that
Yeah.
blue light
Yeah.
emitted from our electronic devices
Yeah.
can suppress
Yeah.
melatonin production
Right.
and disrupt
Yeah.
our natural sleep-wake cycles.
I've definitely noticed that
Yeah.
if I spend too much time like
Right.
scrolling through my phone before bed,
Yeah.
I have a harder time falling asleep.
It's a common experience.
Yeah.
So
But-
it's a good idea to limit screen time
Okay.
in the evening
Right.
and create like a relaxing bedtime routine
Yeah.
that supports
Okay.
melatonin production. You know,
So,
dim the lights, read a book,
okay.
take a warm bath,
Right.
anything that signals to your body
Right.
that it's time to
Yeah.
wind down
Yeah.
and prepare for rest.
Okay. I'm starting to envision
Okay.
like a whole new evening routine.
Right.
One
Yeah.
that's not only good for my sleep,
Right
and
on.
also
Yeah.
good for my pineal gland.
Exactly. It's a win-win.
It is.
And remember, dear listener,
Yeah.
taking care of your pineal gland
Mm-hmm.
is not just about,
Right.
physical health,
Yeah.
but also about supporting
Yeah.
your spiritual growth
Right.
and intuitive development.
It's like we're integrating the wisdom
We are.
of both science and spirituality.
Yes,
Creating like a
Yeah.
holistic approach
Yeah.
to well-being.
exactly.
Yeah.
That holistic approach is
Yeah.
key to unlocking our full potential.
I love that.
Yeah.
Now, as we're nearing the end of this deep dive, I wanted to
Okay.
touch on
Yeah.
one final aspect, right, of third eye activation.
Okay.
The concept of
Yeah.
spiritual
To
awakening.
spiritual awakening, yes.
We've danced around it a bit,
We have.
but I'd love to like
Oh, gosh.
explore it more directly.
That's a fitting topic to conclude with.
Okay.
After all, the third eye is often seen as a gateway to higher consciousness and spiritual enlightenment.
Okay.
But what does spiritual awakening really mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
Is it some sudden dramatic event
Right.
or a more gradual unfolding?
That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah.
Is it like a lightning bolt
Yeah.
striking?
Yeah.
Or is it more
Yeah.
like a seed slowly
Right.
sprouting and growing
Yeah.
into a beautiful flower?
Well, it can manifest
Okay.
in many different ways.
Right.
For some, it might be
Yeah.
like a profound mystical experience,
Okay.
a moment of like
Yeah.
sudden clarity and realization.
Mhm.
For others,
Yeah.
it might be a gradual process
How
of
about-
self-discovery and inner transformation.
Right.
There's no one-size-fits-all
Yeah.
approach to spiritual awakening.
So it's not about having like
Right.
a specific experience,
Yeah,
but about like
Yeah.
a shift in perspective,
it
a
is.
deepening of awareness
Exactly.
that can unfold in countless ways.
Countless ways.
Okay, so if there's no like
Right.
set formula or anything,
Yeah.
are there any like
Yeah.
common signs or characteristics?
Yeah, there are that might indicate that someone is undergoing
Right.
a spiritual awakening.
Okay.
Well, it often involves
Yeah.
a shift in perspective,
Okay.
a sense of interconnectedness,
Mm-hmm.
and a deep yearning for
Yeah.
meaning and purpose. It's
Right,
like
yeah.
we're waking up
Right?
to a greater reality
Yeah.
beyond our... Welcome back to the deep dive.
It's great to be.
We've covered so much ground today,
Yeah, we have.
from the science of the pineal gland
Right.
to the spiritual teachings of the law of one,
Yeah.
and even dream exploration
Mm.
and the mysteries of Kundalini energy.
It's a lot.
It is.
I feel like we've been on like a whirlwind adventure
Yeah.
through like the inner landscape of consciousness.
It has been quite a journey, hasn't it? And amidst all these
Yeah.
fascinating details and techniques, I
Mm.
keep coming back to this one question.
Okay.
What does it all mean for our everyday lives?
Right.
How does activating our third eye actually change how we live,
Yeah.
how we interact with the world, and how we experience ourselves?
Exactly. It's one thing to talk about
Right.
like the science and the spiritual concepts,
Yeah.
but it's another thing entirely
Yeah.
to actually integrate these ideas into our daily lives.
Absolutely.
So paint me a picture.
Okay.
What does like a more
Mhm.
activated third eye look like in action?
Yeah, good question.
How does it shape our experiences and interactions?
Well, imagine walking through life
Okay.
with this heightened sense of awareness,
Okay.
a deeper connection to your intuition,
Mm-hmm.
and a greater understanding of, the interconnectedness of all things.
Right.
You're more attuned to the subtle energies around you,
Good.
both the positive and the negative. And,
Yeah.
and you navigate your choices
Yeah.
with more clarity and purpose.
I'm already feeling more centered just imagining that. It's like
Right.
we're operating from a
Yeah.
higher level of consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
making decisions that aren't just based on logic
Right.
or ego,
Yeah.
but on a deeper, like,
Exactly.
inner wisdom.
And this wisdom can manifest
Yeah.
in countless ways.
Okay.
You might find yourself drawn to new opportunities,
Yeah.
meeting, the right people at the right time,
Great.
or simply experiencing
Yeah.
a greater sense of peace and fulfillment
Okay.
in your everyday life.
So it's not just about having
Right.
mystical experiences,
No, not at all.
but it's about navigating our everyday lives
Yeah.
with more clarity, purpose, and intuition.
It's about feeling more aligned
Yeah.
with our true selves
Mhm.
and our path in life.
I like that a lot.
And this heightened awareness can also extend to our relationships with others. We
Mhm.
might become more compassionate, more
Mhm.
understanding,
Yeah.
and more able to see beyond, surface appearances
Yeah.
to the essence of each individual.
It's like we're developing a more heart-centered way
Yeah,
of interacting with the world,
yeah.
recognizing the
Yeah.
inherent interconnectedness of all beings.
That's beautifully put. And
Yeah.
this shift in perspective can have,
Yeah.
a ripple effect,
Right?
influencing our relationships, our communities,
Yeah.
and even the world at large.
So activating our third eye isn't just like
Right.
a personal journey. It's like a contribution to a
Good.
collective shift towards more love,
More love, yes.
compassion,
Mm-hmm.
and understanding.
It's about recognizing that our individual awakening
Yeah.
is intertwined with the awakening of humanity as a whole.
Wow, that's beautiful.
That's the heart of it.
Yeah.
And it's a journey that's both
That's right.
exciting and challenging,
Yeah.
filled with,
Yeah.
twists and turns and
Right.
unexpected breakthroughs.
Oh,
But even amidst the challenges,
yeah.
there's this sense of
Yeah.
wonder and possibility
That's-
that keeps us moving forward.
I'm definitely feeling that sense of wonder.
Good.
This deep dive has opened up a whole new perspective
Yeah.
on what's possible,
Right.
both within ourselves
Mm-hmm.
and in the world around us.
That's what we hoped for.
Absolutely.
And remember, dear listener,
Yeah.
you're not alone on this path.
Okay.
There are countless resources available to support you,
That's good to hear.
including books, websites, right?
Communities and teachers.
Yeah,
Trust your intuition.
absolutely.
Follow your heart and
Mhm.
enjoy the ride.
What a beautiful reminder.
Yeah.
This journey of third eye activation
Yeah.
is about embracing the unknown,
It is.
trusting the process,
Yes.
and allowing ourselves to be guided by
Yeah.
something greater than ourselves.
Exactly.
It's about opening ourselves up to
Mhm.
the infinite possibilities that await us
They're out there.
when we tap into the power of the third eye.
Of the third eye, yes.
So true. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the world of third eye activation.
Thank you.
Until next time, keep seeking, keep exploring, and keep diving deep.
Dive deep. All right. Diving deep today into mystical realms, Kabbalah and the Law of One.
Two traditions that seem worlds apart, but
Yeah. But you've given us some fascinating material here, some classic Kabbalistic texts like the Sefer HaBahir
right, and
interpretations of Rai's teachings,
yeah,
even connections to Native American sweat lodge symbolism.
yeah. Amazing how these different paths can converge, isn't it? That's what we're going to unpack, right? How do these systems from different cultures, how do they kind of illuminate each other?
I think that's the exciting part for sure. I'm already feeling those aha moments bubbling up.
Right.
But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's start with Kabbalah. Many people hear Kabbalah and immediately think of the Zohar.
Right, the Zohar.
But I think there's a lot more to it than that, right?
Absolutely. The Zohar is just one piece. Kabbalah has a much richer history. Earlier texts like the Sefer Yetzirah and the Sefer HaBahir lay the foundation.
So it's not just some mystical fad.
Not at all. Not at all.
In fact, some scholars see Kabbalah as a response to the rise of medieval philosophy, a way to kind of reclaim the esoteric heart of Jewish thought.
So it's about understanding the deeper hidden dimensions of reality.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's a great way to put it.
I'm starting to see the depth here for sure.
Yeah.
And then there's the central concept of the 10 Sephirot,
yes.
often depicted as the tree of life, right?
Yeah, the tree of life, exactly.
Mhm.
These Sephirot, they're emanations of the divine.
Oh, wow.
They're dynamic forces. They shape reality itself.
Help me
Each one represents a different aspect of
Let me wrap my head around that. Are we talking about literal forces here or more like metaphorical energies?
Think of them as both.
Okay.
They're archetypal energies. They shape our consciousness and the world around us,
Oh.
but they also have a very real impact on our lives. I'm starting to see how this connects to the Law of One, which which brings in these densities of consciousness, which you mentioned aren't physical places.
Yes, right.
How do they fit in all of this?
Well, that's where things get really interesting. Ra describes these densities as evolving levels of awareness.
Okay.
And right now, right, we're here on Earth. We're in third density. It's a realm where we grapple with duality, free will, and the illusion of separation from the divine.
So third density is where we learn and grow through challenges.
Exactly.
Okay.
That makes sense.
That resonates for sure, yeah.
Yeah, all the ups and downs, right?
Yeah.
The experience. And a big question for those following the law of one is what it means to be, harvestable for fourth density.
Right.
The next level of awareness, what qualities help us move up that spiral of consciousness?
Now, here's where I'm really curious. Can we actually map those 10 Sephirah onto Ra's 7 densities? Is there a direct correlation?
It's not a perfect one-to-one match.
Okay.
But there are intriguing parallels. For example, Keter, the crown in Kabbalah, represents the unknowable source of all things.
Wow.
Right. It could correspond to the unity of seventh density or even the pre-creation state.
Oh, wow.
That describes.
That's mind-blowing. We're talking about the very essence of creation here.
Absolutely.
And what about Chokmah and Bina?
Yeah.
Their wisdom and understanding, right? Where do they fit in?
Yeah, high up on the tree of life as well. They resonate with the archetypal mind that Ra discusses.
Okay.
The blueprint for creation itself.
Okay.
Chokmah and Bina, they represent the primal forces of wisdom and understanding that give rise to all manifestation.
So those higher Sephirah seem to align with Ra's concept of higher densities.
Yeah.
Those realms of expanded consciousness.
Exactly.
Okay, you're catching on.
That makes sense.
And as we move down the tree of life, the lower Sephirah, like Yesod.
Foundation might correspond with our third density experiences.
Okay.
Think about it. Yesod relates to physicality and the illusion of separation, which are key themes in our current reality.
That's really interesting. It's as if the lower Sephirah reflect the denser, more fragmented reality we experience in third density,
Right.
while the higher Sephirah point us towards the unity and interconnectedness of higher densities.
Precisely. It's like we're looking at two different maps of
Yeah.
the same spiritual landscape,
Yeah.
each offering its own unique perspective on the journey of consciousness.
Okay. So we've found some potential connections between the Sephirah and Ra's densities.
Yes.
Especially at the higher levels.
Uh-huh.
But what other insights can we glean by comparing these two traditions?
Well, beyond this, chart analogy,
Yeah.
both Kabbalah and the Law of One emphasize several core ideas when it comes to spiritual growth. For instance, the importance of balance.
Balance. Can you expand on that a bit?
Yeah, in Kabbalah, it's about the harmonious interplay of the Sephirot, ensuring no one aspect dominates the others.
Okay.
Right. In Ra's teachings, it's about balancing our energy centers and integrating mind, body, and spirit.
So no matter which path you're on, finding that inner harmony seems to be a key ingredient for spiritual progress.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Another shared theme is the idea of free will as the engine of evolution. Both systems see our choices as central to our growth.
Interesting. So both Kabbalah and the Law of One empower us to take an active role in our own spiritual development.
Exactly.
Okay.
Kabbalah emphasizes ethical action, or
Yeah.
mitzvot, aligning our actions with divine will. Ra highlights the polarity of service to self versus service to others, suggesting that our choices ultimately determine our direction on the path.
This is already giving me so much to think about. It's amazing how these seemingly disparate traditions are starting to weave together into this tapestry of shared wisdom.
It really is. It really is. And let's not forget the power of language and symbols.
Right.
Kabbalah delves deep into the mystical significance of the Hebrew alphabet.
Okay.
Seeing it as a blueprint of creation itself. Similarly, Ra uses the tarot as a tool for understanding archetypes and the deeper patterns of reality.
I love how both traditions recognize that symbols are more than just images or words.
Right.
They hold profound meaning and can act as gateways to deeper levels of understanding.
Precisely.
This is also fascinating. But I'm curious.
Yeah.
How can we bridge these mystical teachings with the practicalities of modern life? What's the real world relevance for for our listeners, many of whom might be juggling busy schedules, demanding responsibilities.
Yeah.
How do we integrate this?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And it's where things get really exciting. Both Kabbalah and the Law of One offer profound insights into how we can navigate our daily lives with greater awareness, purpose, and meaning.
I'm eager to hear more.
Yeah.
But I think we'll have to save that for the next part of our deep dive. Stay tuned, listeners,
Yeah.
because we're just getting started.
It's really, one of the most exciting things about exploring Kabbalah and the Law of One side by side is that they provide multiple perspectives on fundamental truths.
It's like they're singing different melodies, but ultimately harmonizing in this same grand symphony.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hearing the same truth expressed in different ways through different cultural lenses, it can really unlock a deeper level of understanding.
Those aha moments, right? When a concept suddenly clicks.
Yeah.
Because you see it from a fresh angle.
Precisely. And as we explore the real world relevance of these teachings, I think it's crucial to remember that both Kabbalah and the Law of One, they ultimately empower us.
Empowerment. That's a powerful word. What does that mean in the context of these traditions?
Well, both systems emphasize that we're not merely passive recipients of fate or divine will. We have the power to choose our path, shape our reality, and co-create with the divine.
So it's not about blindly following rules or dogmas,
right?
But about actively participating in our own evolution.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's where the teachings on balance, free will, and ethical action become essential. They give us a framework for making choices aligned with our highest good and the good of the whole.
It's like they're giving us the tools to become conscious creators, right?
Yeah.
To shift from powerlessness to agency and responsibility. And that sense of empowerment can be incredibly liberating, especially when the world feels chaotic and overwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can definitely relate to that. So how do these teachings on empowerment translate into everyday life? What are some practical examples?
Let's take the Kabbalistic concept of tikkun olam, which means repairing the world. It's rooted in the idea that we each have a responsibility to heal the brokenness around us, to be agents of positive change.
It's like a call to action, reminding us that we're not just here for our individual journeys, but to contribute to the collective good.
Precisely, and this aligns beautifully with Ra's teachings on service to others. It's about recognizing our interconnectedness and using our unique gifts and talents to positively impact the world.
And it doesn't have to be about grand gestures. It can be as simple as a kind word, helping someone in need, or simply showing up with an open heart, for someone who's struggling.
Exactly. Even the smallest acts of kindness can have a ripple effect, creating a more harmonious and loving reality for all.
That reminds me, serving others doesn't mean neglecting our own needs.
That's right.
True service requires cultivating inner balance and well-being first.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's where self-care and energy management come in.
Yeah.
We must replenish our own energy reserves to give freely to others.
Like the saying, you can't pour from an empty cup. We must prioritize our physical, our mental, and our spiritual health to show up fully for ourselves and for the world.
And that brings us back to balance. So central to both Kabbalah and the Law of One.
Yeah.
It's about finding that harmonious integration of all aspects of ourselves: the light and shadow, the masculine and feminine, the spiritual and material.
So it's not about denying or suppressing any part of ourselves,
right?
But acknowledging and integrating all those different facets.
Precisely. As we cultivate, inner balance, we become grounded, resilient, and better able to navigate life's challenges with grace and wisdom.
That's a beautiful image. Finding inner equilibrium amidst life's constant flux and flow.
It's a lifelong journey.
Sure.
It demands ongoing self-reflection, honesty,
Right.
and a willingness to face our shadows.
I think that's one of the most valuable aspects of these teachings.
Yeah.
They encourage us to do the deep inner work to
Got it.
face our fears, our limitations,
Yes.
and ultimately transform ourselves from the inside out.
Absolutely. As we do this work, we not only evolve ourselves, but we contribute to the collective evolution of humanity and the cosmos.
Like the butterfly effect. Even small changes within ourselves can ripple outward and create positive change on a grand scale.
You got it.
Right.
That's why our spiritual journey isn't just a solo mission. We're all interconnected, and our choices and actions impact the whole.
It's a powerful reminder that we're not alone on this path. We're part of this vast web of consciousness, all striving towards greater understanding, love, and unity.
And that sense of unity is ultimately the goal, isn't it? To transcend the illusion of separation and realize our interconnectedness with all that is.
Absolutely. Both Kabbalah and the Law of One point towards that ultimate realization, merging the individual self with the divine, like a drop rejoining the ocean.
And that journey of unification, of returning to wholeness, it's mirrored in the Tree of Life's structure. As we ascend the Sephirot, we move from fragmentation to integration, from duality to unity.
Like a cosmic ladder.
Yeah.
Leading us step by step towards realizing our true nature.
Similarly, Ra's teachings describe a progression through densities of consciousness, culminating in the seventh density, where all is one.
So both systems offer a roadmap
Yeah.
for our spiritual journey, a way to understand the process of evolution and the goal of unification.
Exactly. And as we study these systems, we see that the journey isn't just about reaching a destination. It's about the transformation along the way.
It's about the lessons, the challenges we overcome,
Right.
and the love we cultivate in every moment.
That's what makes the journey so rich and meaningful. It's not just about what we achieve, but who we become
Yeah,
in the process.
that's such a powerful reminder. It's not about checking boxes or achieving external goals. It's about the inner alchemy, the transformation of consciousness
Yeah.
as we walk the path.
And that transformation ultimately ripples outward, creating positive change in the world.
So it's a cyclical process, right?
Yeah.
Inner transformation leading to outer change,
Yeah.
inspiring further inner growth.
Precisely. That's why both Kabbalah and the Law of One emphasize integrating spiritual practice with daily life.
It's not about escaping the world or retreating into a spiritual bubble.
Right.
It's about bringing those spiritual principles and insights
Yeah.
into every aspect of our lives.
Yeah.
Our relationships,
Yeah.
our work, our interactions with the world.
Precisely. As we do that, we see that spirituality isn't separate from life.
Yeah.
It's woven into the very fabric of our existence.
Like the saying, the sacred is in the ordinary. Every moment, every interaction has the potential to be a doorway to the divine.
And as we cultivate that awareness, we shift from a fragmented perception of reality to a more holistic and interconnected one.
Like those moments when you glimpse the interconnectedness of all things, a breathtaking sunset, a random act of kindness,
Right.
moment of deep connection with another being.
Exactly. Those are glimpses of unity where the ego dissolves and we experience the interconnectedness of all things.
Yeah.
As we cultivate those moments, they begin to influence our everyday lives.
So we start to see the divine spark in everyone,
Yeah.
even those who challenge us.
Right.
We recognize the interconnectedness of all life, from the smallest insect to the vastness of the cosmos.
Exactly, and that shift in perspective can profoundly impact how we live. Right, we become more compassionate, more forgiving, more understanding. We see that we're all in this together, and our actions ripple outward, affecting the whole.
Like the saying, "What you do to others, you do to yourself." We realize that harming another ultimately harms harms ourselves.
Yes.
And kindness and compassion create a more harmonious reality for everyone.
And that brings us to the importance of ethical action, so central to both Kabbalah and the Law of One.
Yeah.
It's about aligning our choices with the principle of unity, recognizing that our actions have consequences, not just for ourselves, but for the entire web of life.
So it's about moving beyond self-interest and considering the well-being of the whole and everything we do, acting from love, compassion, and understanding.
Yes.
Rather than fear, greed, or separation.
Precisely.
Right.
That's where the teachings on service to others become so vital. It's about using our unique gifts to make a positive difference, to contribute to the healing and evolution of all beings.
And it's not about striving for some future reward or recognition for our actions. It's about the inherent joy and fulfillment that comes from aligning ourselves with unity and acting in service to the greater good.
Exactly. True. Service arises from love, not obligation or expectation. It's a natural expression of our interconnectedness, recognizing we're part of something larger than ourselves.
That realization can be incredibly empowering, right?
Yeah.
Freeing us from the limitations of ego and opening us up to boundless possibilities.
Absolutely. It's like stepping out of a tiny room into a vast open sky. Embracing unity, we tap into a limitless source of creativity, compassion, and wisdom.
This deep dive has been incredibly insightful so far.
Yeah, it really has.
We've explored profound connections between Kabbalah and the Law of One, from aligning the Sephirot with Ra's densities to their shared emphasis on a balanced free will and the power of symbols. But most importantly, we've begun to bridge these mystical teachings with practical ways to navigate our modern lives.
Indeed, and as we continue, we'll delve even further into the practical applications of these teachings.
Okay.
Exploring how they can help us cultivate spiritual growth, navigate challenging situations, and ultimately lead more meaningful and fulfilling lives.
I'm already eager to dive deeper. Stay tuned, listeners, because there's much more to come. It's amazing how these ancient systems, Kabbalah and the Law of One, they offer such practical guidance for modern life, right?
Yeah.
We've talked about balance, free will, ethical action, and now this idea of unity. It seems to connect everything.
What's fascinating is that both traditions present unity not just as this abstract concept, but as something we can experience.
Now that's what I want to understand better. How do we actually experience unity, especially in a world that often feels so divided?
Well, Kabbalah speaks in the Shekinah, the feminine aspect of God as being present in all creation.
Okay.
It's a beautiful reminder that the divine spark resides within every being, every object, every aspect of reality.
So instead of seeking unity somewhere out there, it's about recognizing the interconnectedness that already exists right here, right now.
Precisely.
Okay.
And the Law of One emphasizes this too, right? We're all part of the same cosmic energy field, ultimately emanating from the one infinite creator.
Right.
We're all sparks of that same divine light.
It's like we're all instruments playing different parts in this grand orchestra of existence.
Yeah, I love that analogy. Each unique but contributing to the same symphony.
Yeah, and when we tune into that sense of interconnectedness, we start to see the world through a different lens.
Yeah.
We move from separation and judgment to compassion and understanding. That sounds beautiful in theory, but how do we cultivate that awareness of unity in our everyday lives, right? It can't be easy with all the distractions and demands.
It does take conscious effort, you're right.
Yeah.
But there are practices that can help us tap into that underlying field of unity. Meditation is a powerful tool.
Okay.
When we quiet the mind and connect with our inner stillness, we can experience that interconnectedness more directly.
So it's about going beyond the surface level of our thoughts and emotions to connect with something deeper, or something that unites us all.
Exactly. And another practice is simply paying attention to the present moment.
Yeah.
When we're fully present, not dwelling on the past or worrying about the future,
Mhm.
we can experience the interconnectedness of everything unfolding around us.
I can relate to that. It's like those moments when you're totally absorbed in something, maybe walking in nature, listening to music, having a deep conversation, and you lose track of time because you're so connected to the present moment.
Precisely. Those are glimpses of unity, moments where the ego dissolves and we experience the interconnectedness of all things.
Yeah.
And as we cultivate those moments, they begin to influence our everyday lives.
So we start seeing the divine spark in others,
Yeah.
even those who challenge us. We recognize the interconnectedness of all life,
Exactly.
from the tiniest insects to the vastness of the cosmos.
Exactly. And that shift in perspective changes everything.
Yeah.
We become more compassionate, more forgiving, more understanding.
Yeah.
We see that we're all in this together, and our actions ripple outward, affecting the whole.
Yeah, it brings to mind that saying, what you do to others, you do to yourself,
Yeah.
right? We begin to understand that harming another ultimately harms ourselves.
Yeah.
And kindness and compassion create a more harmonious reality for everyone.
And that leads us to the importance of ethical action, which is so central to both Kabbalah and the Law of One.
Right.
It's about aligning our choices with this principle of unity, recognizing that our actions have consequences not just for us, but for the entire web of life.
So it's about moving beyond self-interest and considering the well-being of the whole
Yes.
in our actions,
Yeah.
acting from a place of love, compassion, and understanding rather than, fear, greed, or separation.
Precisely.
Right.
And that's where the teachings on service to others become
Mm-hmm.
so crucial. It's about using our unique gifts and talents to make a positive difference in the world, to contribute to the healing and evolution of all beings.
And it's not about, chasing some future reward or seeking recognition for our actions.
Right.
It's about the joy and fulfillment that naturally arise when we align ourselves with this principle of unity and act in service to the greater good.
Exactly. True service comes from a place of love, not obligation or expectation.
Okay.
It's a natural expression of our interconnectedness.
It's like we're tapping into a deeper source of purpose.
Yeah.
Meaning when we understand this interconnectedness,
Mm-hmm.
it's not about achieving some grand outcome, but embodying that unity
Yes.
in our everyday life.
That's a beautiful way to put it, and that realization is incredibly empowering. It frees us from the limitations of ego and opens us up to a world of possibilities.
It's like stepping out of a tiny cramped room and into a vast open sky, right? When we embrace the principle of unity, we tap into an unlimited source of creativity, compassion, and wisdom.
You got it. These mystical teachings remind us that we are not just individuals struggling to survive, right? We're divine beings interconnected with all of creation, and we have the power to co-create a reality based on love, harmony, and unity.
That's a vision worth striving for.
It is. It is.
It inspires me to keep exploring these teachings and finding ways to weave them into my life.
Yeah, the beauty of this journey is that it's an ongoing exploration. There's always more to discover, more to integrate, more to share.
Well, deep divers, we've taken quite a journey into the heart of Kabbalah and the Law of One. We've uncovered profound connections, explored practical applications, and hopefully sparked some inspiration within you.
Remember, the path to unity is a journey, not a destination. Embrace the process, trust your inner guidance, and keep diving deeper into the mysteries of existence.
Until next time, may your hearts be open, your minds clear, and your spirits aligned with the boundless love and wisdom of the One. Welcome to our deep dive today. We're tackling something pretty interesting: channeling and the Law of One. And, you've given us a really fascinating mix of sources to work with. We have personal stories, like firsthand accounts. There's a handbook on channeling. Then you threw in some physics notes, which is a curveball. And of course, chapters from the Law of One itself. It feels like we're about to step into one of those, secret libraries you see in movies. full of different perspectives on the same mystery.
Yeah, it's not every day we get to bridge the gap like this between
No.
someone's personal experience and what science might have to say about it, especially with channeling.
Exactly. So,
Cool.
before we get lost in the stacks, maybe we should start with the basics. What exactly is channeling? I mean, kind of sounds like something out of Star Trek.
Okay, think of it this way. You're listening to a radio. The radio itself doesn't make the music, right? It just receives and transmits signals from a station. That's essentially what a channel does, at least according to this handbook you gave us. They become a conduit, receiving information or energy from a non-physical source. And then they transmit it into our world.
Well, okay, so the channel isn't making things up. They're more like tuning into a specific frequency.
Yeah.
But then, who or what is sending that signal? Who's on the other end of the line?
Now that's where it gets interesting. Some channels say they connect with spiritual guides, or even deceased loved ones. Some even talk about entities from other dimensions. And of course, we have the law of one material you sent, which is all about this entity called Ra, described as a highly evolved collective consciousness.
Ra. That sounds pretty intense. But before we dive into that, I'm curious about the how of channeling. What's actually happening in a person's brain or body when they channel? This is where those physics notes come in, right?
Yeah.
They actually try to explain channeling from a scientific perspective.
Yeah, and it gets pretty technical. It talks about things like ion steering, where ions are guided by atoms in a crystal lattice. It's like imagining a tiny pinball machine, but on a microscopic level, directing this flow of energy.
Hold on. Pinball machines inside us. My brain's already starting to hurt. So how does that connect to someone channeling a message, like from a spirit or something?
Well, the notes don't have all the answers, but they suggest there might be a physical component of how information is transmitted during channeling. Almost like these unseen forces, these pinball machines at the atomic level, could be influencing how a channel picks up signals from another realm. It's a pretty wild idea when you think about it.
Yeah, it definitely challenges the idea that channeling is all mystical or psychological. But even if there's a scientific side to it, don't you still need to take a leap of faith to believe someone is actually communicating with a non-physical being?
Oh, absolutely. And that's why these personal accounts you provided are so valuable. They give us a look into what it's like to actually channel. The challenges, the doubts, the moments of awe. One account even described early attempts at channeling as sounding like a raucous symphony, emphasizing how important training and discipline are.
So it's not as simple as flipping a switch and suddenly you're chatting with angels.
Apparently not. It's more like learning a language or playing an instrument. It takes practice.
That makes me think about the risks involved. I mean, if you're opening yourself up to these unseen energies, are there dangers? I remember one of the sources mentioned something about psychic attacks.
Right. The law of one material does touch on that, describing it as a potential challenge for those who channel. They stress how important it is to maintain a strong and balanced energy field through practices like meditation and what they call spiritual hygiene.
So it's not just about receiving information, it's also about protecting yourself energetically.
Exactly. And this brings us back to the idea that channeling is a blend of the physical, mental, and spiritual. It's more than tuning into a radio station. It's about cultivating a state of being. That allows for clear and responsible communication with other realms of consciousness.
Okay, so we've laid some groundwork on what channeling is, and maybe a little bit about how it might work. But what about the why? Why would someone choose to be a channel? And what kind of impact can it have on their life? Let's hear from those who have walked this path and see what they have to say.
These personal accounts, they really highlight how transformative channeling can be. One person described it as a journey of self-discovery, leading to profound personal growth and a deeper understanding of their place in the universe.
It's like channeling becomes a mirror, reflecting their own inner world back to them, helping them connect with their purpose.
That's a great way to put it. And it seems this sense of purpose often goes beyond just the individual. A lot of channels feel called to share the information they receive, to help others awaken to their own potential and contribute to the evolution of consciousness.
So it's not just about personal growth then. It's about serving others. That reminds me of the law of one and its focus on service to self versus service to others. Could you explain that a bit more?
So in the law of one, the entity Ra presents these as two fundamental paths of spiritual evolution. Service to self is driven by a desire for power and control, while service to others is motivated by love and compassion. It's not that one is good and the other is bad, but rather different expressions of the Creator's energy.
Okay, so it's like choosing which direction to travel on this cosmic road trip. But if they're both paths, what makes service to others more in line with the law of one?
Well, Ra suggests that service to others is a more efficient path towards spiritual growth and harmony. It's about recognizing that everything is interconnected and acting in ways that benefit everyone, not just yourself.
That makes me think about those ripple effects we see in nature. Like one act of kindness can create a chain reaction, spreading positivity outward.
Exactly. And this idea of interconnectedness is really central to the law of one. Ra describes the universe as this massive web of energy, where every thought, emotion, and action influences the whole.
Wow. It really makes you realize even our smallest choices can have a huge impact. But if we're all connected, how do we navigate this web of energy? Are there any guidelines or principles that can help us make choices that are in line with the law of one?
Ra offers several key principles, and one of the most important is the concept of free will. They emphasize that every being has the right to choose their own path, to learn and grow at their own pace. It's about respecting the autonomy of others, even when their choices are different from our own.
So it's not about forcing our beliefs on others or trying to make them follow a specific path. It's about giving everyone space to explore their own unique journey.
Exactly. And that ties into another important principle, the law of responsibility. Ra emphasizes that we're ultimately responsible for our own choices and their consequences. It's about taking ownership of our actions and understanding that every choice we make shapes our reality.
That's a lot of responsibility. It makes you realize we can't just blame our circumstances or other people for our situation. We have the power to choose how we respond and to create a reality that aligns with our values.
Exactly. And this brings us back to channeling as a tool for self-discovery and empowerment. By connecting with these higher realms of consciousness, we can access guidance and wisdom that can help us navigate these tough choices and create a more fulfilling life.
Okay, so we talked about the personal and ethical aspects of channeling, but what about the bigger picture? The law of one lays out this whole cosmology with different densities of consciousness
Yeah.
and a grand plan for the evolution of souls. It's a lot to process. Can you give us a simplified overview of this cosmic journey?
Imagine it like a spiral staircase, with each level representing a different density of consciousness. Right now, humans are in third density, characterized by self-awareness and developing individual identity. Ra explains that Earth is currently transitioning to fourth density, which is associated with love and understanding.
So we're on the verge of a major upgrade. Sounds exciting. But what does living in fourth density actually mean? Will we suddenly have superpowers?
Haha, not quite. Think of it more as a shift in consciousness, a move away from duality and separation, and towards unity and compassion. Ra suggests that in fourth density, empathy becomes the driving force, shaping our interactions and how society is structured. Imagine a world where decisions are made, not just from logic or self-interest, but from a deep understanding of our interconnectedness.
That sounds amazing. Like humanity is finally growing up and realizing we're all in this together. But what about those who aren't ready for that level of consciousness? What happens to them during this transition?
Ra describes a process called harvest, where souls are evaluated based on their level of spiritual evolution. Those who have reached a certain level of love and understanding are harvested into fourth density, while those who haven't continue their journey in third density, but on a different planet.
Okay, so it's like a cosmic sorting hat, placing souls in an environment that matches their growth. But this harvest thing raises some questions. Who's doing the evaluating? And what are the criteria? Sounds a little judgmental, which seems to contradict the idea of free will and unconditional love.
I see your point, but Ra emphasizes that this process isn't about judgment or punishment. It's about aligning souls with the vibrational frequency that best suits their level of development. They describe it more like a natural process, like water finding its level.
Okay, that makes me feel better. But I still wonder about the role of choice. Do we have any say in this process, or is it all predetermined?
Ra suggests our choices definitely matter. Every thought, word, and action influences our vibrational frequency and ultimately contributes to our readiness for harvest. They really emphasize the importance of aligning with love and light, not just in our beliefs, but in our actions as well.
So it's not enough to just talk the talk. We have to walk the walk. Actions speak louder than words when it comes to spiritual evolution.
You got it. And that brings us back to personal responsibility and the choices we make every moment. Ra reminds us that we're not just passive bystanders in this cosmic play. We're active participants who are co-creating our reality.
It's like we're all actors on a stage, but we also have the power to rewrite the script. That's both empowering and kind of scary.
It definitely is. And that leads us to another interesting concept from Ra, the nature of reality itself. They challenge our typical understanding of time and space. suggesting that our perception is limited by our current level of consciousness.
Okay, now we're getting into mind-bending territory.
Yeah.
Are you saying reality isn't what it seems? Is it all an illusion?
It's not quite that simple. It's more nuanced than just saying it's an illusion. Ross suggests our current reality, how we experience it right now, is limited by our third density consciousness. Imagine you're looking through a tiny window. You can only see a small part of the whole landscape outside.
So you're saying there's a bigger picture
Yeah.
that we're just not able to see yet, like hidden dimensions or something.
Exactly. Ra calls this realm beyond our perception time-space, a place where the limits of time and space, as we understand them, no longer apply.
Okay, my brain is officially fried. Time, space. So is time travel possible? Can we, like, bend reality with our minds?
Well, while those are fun ideas, what Ra is really talking about are the limitations of how we perceive things right now. As we grow and evolve through the densities, our awareness expands, and we start to experience reality in a totally different way. Think about those optical illusions, where you see one image, and then suddenly, a completely different image pops out.
I get it. It's like those aha moments when you suddenly understand something you've been struggling with. It's a shift in perspective that unlocks a whole new level of understanding.
That's a perfect analogy. And according to Ra, that's exactly what happens as we evolve spiritually. We shed those limiting beliefs and perceptions, and we open ourselves up to a much wider and more interconnected view of reality.
So it's not just about being a good person or doing good deeds. It's about expanding our consciousness and understanding what reality really is.
That's a key point in the Law of One. Ra says knowledge is power, not power over others, but the power to make conscious choices, choices aligned with love and light.
That makes me think about what we discussed earlier, about how important the channel's mindset and preparation are. It sounds like intention is super important, not just for channeling, but for everything in life.
Absolutely. All of these sources point to the power of intention. Ra even describes a process of manifestation, where our focused thoughts and desires can actually shape our reality.
Hold on. So we're not just along for the ride. We actively participate in creating our own reality.
Precisely. And that realization comes with a lot of responsibility. Our choices have consequences, not just for ourselves, but for the entire collective consciousness.
It's like we're all artists, each of us adding our own brushstrokes to the canvas of reality. And the colors we choose, the images we create, they all depend on our individual and collective choices.
That's beautifully put. And the more we choose love over fear, understanding over judgment, the more we contribute to a reality filled with harmony and beauty.
Wow, we've really gone deep in this deep dive. We talked about how channeling works, people's personal experiences, the ethical side of things, and the mind-blowing cosmology of the Law of One. So what's the big takeaway for our listeners?
I think the most important message is interconnectedness. Whether it's ion steering or cosmic harvests, the core idea seems to be that we are all part of something much bigger than ourselves. And our choices matter, not just for us, but for the evolution of consciousness itself.
It's like we're all threads in this huge tapestry, each thread playing a role in the overall design. And the more we choose love, compassion, and understanding, the more beautiful that tapestry becomes.
That's right. And if this deep dive has piqued your interest, I encourage you to dig deeper into the sources yourself. There's so much more to explore.
Definitely. And as always, we want you to think about what resonated with you. What choices can you make today to align yourself with love and light? How can you contribute to creating a reality that reflects your values?
Until next time, keep seeking, keep questioning, and keep diving deep. Welcome to another deep dive.
Yeah.
Today, we're looking at something pretty unique. Excerpts from the Ra material?
Oh, wow, yeah. Ever heard of it?
Absolutely, yeah. Familiar with that one.
So it's this collection of channeled communications recorded back in the 1980s, and it gets pretty mind-bending, let me tell you.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking about metaphysics,
Okay.
extraterrestrial contact,
That's right.
even the spiritual evolution of humankind.
I love it.
Buckle up.
Yeah, the material really doesn't shy away from the big questions.
No, it doesn't.
It goes right into the nature of reality,
Right?
reincarnation,
Yeah.
the purpose behind UFO encounters,
Uh-huh.
all revolving around this core concept called the Law of One,
Well, off one.
which Ra describes as the fundamental principle governing the entire universe.
Whoa. Okay, the Law of One.
Yeah.
That sounds a little intimidating. Where do we even begin to unpack something that big?
Well, think of it like this. Imagine a universal Wi-Fi network.
We're all connected to it.
Right.
And the quality of our connection, so to speak,
Okay.
depends on our individual frequencies.
Okay.
The law of one emphasizes this interconnectedness,
Right.
suggesting that we're all part of this
Okay.
grand unified web of existence.
I like that analogy. So it's not just about some abstract cosmic rule,
No.
but about how we connect with each other
Yeah.
and the universe around us.
Absolutely.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
Ra,
Mm.
the source of these communications,
Okay.
describes the law of one as being closely aligned with love and light.
Okay.
It suggests that understanding and living in harmony with this law
Right.
is key to our spiritual evolution.
Okay, hold on. We need to back up for a second.
Sure.
Who or what is Ra?
Right. Good point.
Yeah.
Ra identifies as a social memory complex,
Okay.
essentially a collective consciousness of extraterrestrial beings
Whoa.
from a higher density.
Okay.
Think of it like this.
Yeah.
If we're in the third grade of understanding the universe,
Okay.
they're in high school,
Right.
they've moved beyond the individual ego
Right.
and merged into a unified being of pure consciousness.
A collective consciousness of extraterrestrial beings.
Yeah.
That's a lot to process.
I know, right?
And they're communicating with us?
Right.
What do they want?
Well, Ra claims to be part of something called the
Uh-huh.
Confederation of Planets in the service of the infinite creator.
Wow.
It's a group of civilizations from across the cosmos
Okay.
dedicated to assisting the spiritual development of other planets,
Mm-hmm.
including ours.
So they're like a cosmic Peace Corps,
Mhm.
here to help us evolve.
You could say that.
Okay.
And according to Ra,
Yeah.
their involvement with Earth goes way back.
Okay.
They claim to have contacted ancient civilizations,
Oh, really?
like the Egyptians
Right.
and South American.
You know, now that you mention it,
Hmm.
I've always been fascinated by those ancient cultures,
Yeah.
especially the pyramids. Did Ra have anything to do with those?
Ra claims to have influenced the construction of pyramids,
Really?
not as tombs,
Right.
but as tools for healing and spiritual initiation.
Wow.
Imagine harnessing that kind of energy.
I know.
It definitely adds a whole new dimension to how we view those structures.
Yeah, it's blowing my mind.
Right.
Okay, so they've been nudging us along for centuries.
It seems so.
But are they just working from afar?
Mm.
Or are they more
Yeah.
hands-on?
Well, this is where things get really interesting.
Okay.
The raw material introduces this concept of wanderers.
Wanderers.
Yeah.
As in space nomads.
Not quite.
Okay.
They describe wanderers as beings from higher densities
Okay.
who choose to incarnate on Earth,
Mm.
essentially taking on human form to help us evolve.
So like undercover agents?
In a way, yeah.
Wow.
Imagine
Yeah.
you might be one of the 65 million wanderers yourself.
65 million.
Yeah.
Wow. But if they're from higher densities,
Right.
as you put it,
Yeah.
wouldn't they remember who they are?
Well, that's the catch.
Okay.
The material describes a forgetting process that
Oh.
occurs when they incarnate.
Right.
It's like a cosmic veil obscuring their memories and origins.
Mm-hmm.
It adds a level of challenge and complexity to their mission.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would be a bit like cheating, wouldn't it?
Right.
But is there any way for them to remember who they are?
Interestingly, the material mentions a case of hypnotic regression,
Oh, wow.
where someone recalled a life on another planet.
Really?
It's just one example,
Right.
but it raises fascinating questions about the nature of memory
Yeah.
and our hidden potential.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got this confederation guiding us.
Right.
Potentially millions of wanderers among us,
Uh-huh.
all working towards
Mm.
what exactly?
Yeah, what's the end game here?
What's the end game?
Well, Ray describes a concept of cyclical evolution.
Okay.
Imagine it like levels in a video game.
Yeah.
Each level presents new challenges,
Okay.
unlocks greater abilities.
Right.
We're currently in level 3,
Okay.
developing our self-awareness
Yeah, all right.
and making choices
Uh-huh.
that determine our next level.
Okay.
And guess what?
What?
We're approaching the end of this level.
Wait, so you're saying there's a time limit?
Yeah.
Like a cosmic deadline?
Well, Ron refers to it as a harvest.
A harvest?
Yeah.
Okay.
It happens at the end of a 75,000-year cycle.
Uh,
And we're nearing the end of that cycle right
a
now.
harvest. What exactly does that mean?
Mm.
Are we the crop?
In a way, yes.
Okay.
Based on our individual choices in spiritual development,
Right.
we'll graduate to the next density,
Okay.
which is like leveling up to a plane of greater understanding and connection.
This is getting pretty intense.
Yeah.
So we're not just talking about individual growth here,
Right.
but a collective shift in consciousness.
Exactly.
But are we all headed to this next level together?
Unfortunately, no. Rest suggests that not everyone will be ready to make that transition.
So what happens to those who aren't ready? Do they get left behind?
It's not about punishment or being left behind.
Okay.
Ross suggests they'll simply repeat the third density cycle on another planet.
Okay.
It's like repeating a grade in school.
Right.
Another chance to learn and grow.
That makes me feel a little better.
Yeah.
It's not about pass or fail, but about moving at our own pace.
Exactly.
But if we're all working towards this harvest, wouldn't it be easier if everyone was on the same page?
Yeah, I mean...
Surely there are some forces working against this collective evolution.
Right.
Yeah.
Rad does describe another group.
Okay.
The Orion group.
Orion group.
Which has a very different agenda.
Okay. I have a feeling these are the bad guys you alluded to earlier.
You could say that.
Right.
They're portrayed as a service to self-oriented group. Focused on control and manipulation.
Okay.
Imagine a cosmic tug of war, with the Confederation pulling us towards unity. And the Orion group trying to keep us separate and in fear.
Wow.
Ra even describes it as a thought war.
A thought war.
Yeah, with both sides vying for influence over humanity's evolution.
That sounds a little like science fiction.
It does, right?
But it does make you wonder about all the conflicting information and ideologies we're bombarded with every day.
Right.
Could that be part of this cosmic struggle?
It's certainly a possibility.
Yeah.
Ra suggests that both groups use telepathic contact and influence, subtly shaping our thoughts and beliefs.
Right.
And if we're not careful,
Yeah.
we can get caught in the crossfire.
Okay, so we've got these two cosmic forces pushing and pulling us in different directions.
Yeah, the cosmic dance.
But where do UFO sightings fit into all of this? Are they evidence of this extraterrestrial intervention?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And one that the material addresses directly.
Okay.
Ross suggests that some UFO encounters
Okay.
are indeed genuine interactions with extraterrestrials,
Okay.
both from the Confederation and the Orion group.
So some are real,
Yeah,
but not all of them.
right.
What about the others?
Yeah.
Are they just hoaxes or hallucinations?
Ross suggests that some encounters could be what they call thought form projections.
Thought form projections.
Think of it like a very vivid dream,
Okay.
but shared by multiple people.
So our own minds are playing a role in shaping these encounters.
It seems so.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
But what's the purpose? Why would either group choose to interact with us in this way?
Well, like everything else,
Yeah.
it depends on their motivations. The Confederation, as you might expect,
Yeah.
aims to inspire spiritual growth,
Okay.
to subtly nudge us towards the law of one. They're like the cosmic whisperers, planting seeds of awareness.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right.
It's in line with their overall mission.
Yeah.
But what about the Orion group? Why would they bother with UFO encounters?
Right.
It can't all be about scaring people, can it?
One person in the material described their hypnotic regression experience
Okay.
as being on an alien spacecraft
Right.
and undergoing an intense examination. They woke up terrified.
Oh, wow.
The raw material claims the Orion group projects these thought form experiences,
Right.
not to physically harm anyone,
Okay.
but to exploit and manipulate. They feed off our fear and doubt,
All right.
trying to keep us trapped in lower densities.
That's unsettling.
Yeah.
But it makes me think about how my own thoughts and fears
Right.
might be contributing to the negativity I see in the world.
Exactly.
If our minds are that powerful, we need to be careful about what we're focusing on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that brings us to a crucial piece of advice
Okay.
that Ra emphasizes throughout the material,
All right.
the importance of seeking the heart of self.
Seeking the heart of self. What does that even mean?
It's about a deep inner exploration, understanding your own thoughts, emotions, and motivations.
Okay.
It's about shedding the layers of conditioning and programming, the societal expectations and fears
Right.
that keep us from connecting with our true selves.
It sounds like a lifelong journey, not just a weekend retreat.
It is.
Yeah.
And it's a journey we're all on,
Right.
whether we realize it or not.
Yeah.
It's about recognizing that we're not just physical beings, but spiritual beings having a human experience.
This is all incredibly mind-blowing.
I know, it's a lot.
But with the Confederation guiding us,
Yeah.
potential wanderers among us,
Right.
and this Orion group trying to hold us back,
Yeah.
I can't help but wonder
What's that?
if the Confederation is all about service to others, Haven't they tried to intervene more directly in Earth's history?
That's a perceptive question.
Yeah.
And the answer is yes, they have.
Okay.
In fact, Rama mentions several historical interventions,
Oh, really?
attempts to help humanity evolve.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They claim to have contacted the Atlanteans,
Right.
Egyptians, and South American civilizations,
Okay.
offering knowledge and guidance.
So they've been actively involved in shaping our past.
It seems so.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Were those efforts successful?
Well, that's where things get complicated.
How so?
They talk about both successes and failures,
Okay.
highlighting how the information they provided
Yeah.
was often distorted or misused.
Can you give an example?
They specifically mention Atlantis,
Atlantis, okay.
where advanced technology intended for peaceful purposes
Right.
was ultimately used for conflict and destruction.
Wow.
It's a cautionary tale
Yeah.
about the dangers of knowledge without wisdom.
So even with the best intentions, things can go wrong.
They can.
That makes me wonder why intervene at all.
Right.
Why risk further complications?
It seems their commitment to helping us evolve runs deep.
Hmm.
And they believe we have the potential to overcome these challenges, to learn from our mistakes
Right.
and make wiser choices.
It sounds like they haven't given up on us,
No, they haven't.
despite our messy history.
It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah.
In fact, they seem to be more active than ever,
Oh, really?
especially with the rise of technology
Uh-huh.
and the approaching harvest.
Right.
They know this is a critical time for humanity,
Yeah.
and they're here to support us
Okay.
in making the leap to the next level of consciousness.
This is all so much to process.
It is a lot.
It's like we're characters in a cosmic drama,
Mhm.
caught between these forces of light and darkness,
Right.
with the fate of humanity hanging in the balance.
That's a powerful way to put it.
Yeah, and it underscores the importance of the choices we make, not just for ourselves, but for the collective.
Absolutely.
Wow, okay. So stay tuned for part 2 of this deep dive into the raw material,
Right.
where we'll explore more about spiritual evolution,
Okay.
the harvest, and what it all means for each of us.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
So picking up where we left off,
Okay.
let's explore this idea of cyclical evolution
All right.
and what it means for us.
Okay.
The raw material talks about these different densities,
Okay.
almost like levels in a video game,
Right.
each representing a higher level of spiritual awareness.
Densities.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a concept I'm still trying to wrap my head around.
Mm-hmm.
If these densities are like levels in a game,
Right.
where are we now?
Well, according to Ra,
Okay.
humanity is currently in third density,
Third density.
which is all about developing self-awareness
Okay.
and making choices that will determine our future.
So we're still in the tutorial level.
In a way, yes.
Okay.
And the harvest, that cosmic deadline we talked about,
Right.
marks the transition to fourth
There's
density,
your set to density.
which is a whole new level of understanding and connection.
What's fourth density like?
Mm.
Is it all about flying cars and telepathy?
Haha, no.
Okay.
It's not about technological advancements,
Oh.
though those might come later.
Right.
It's about a shift in consciousness,
Yeah.
a deeper understanding of the law of one,
Right.
and a stronger connection to the interconnectedness of all things.
Okay.
Ra describes it as a plane of love and understanding.
Okay, so it's not just about knowledge,
Oh.
but about how we apply that knowledge, how
Exactly.
we treat each other and ourselves.
Right.
It's about becoming more compassionate.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's about recognizing our shared humanity
Yeah.
and acting accordingly.
Mm,
It's about choosing love over fear,
right.
understanding over judgment.
I can see how that would be a challenge.
Yeah.
Especially with all the negativity and division in the world right now.
Right.
It's easy to get caught up in the fear and forget about the bigger picture.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why seeking the heart of self is so important.
Right.
It's about cultivating those qualities of love and understanding within ourselves first,
Okay.
so we can then radiate them outwards.
So we're not just waiting for the world to change.
We're actively participating in creating that change through our own individual growth.
Exactly.
But what about those who aren't ready for this shift?
Right.
What happens to them during the harvest?
Remember that analogy of repeating a grade in school?
Yeah.
It's similar to that.
Okay.
Rave suggests that those who aren't ready to transition to fourth density
Right.
will simply repeat the third density cycle on another planet,
Okay.
giving them more time to learn and evolve.
So it's not about being punished or left behind,
No.
but about moving at our own pace.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's reassuring to know there's no cosmic cutoff point.
Mm,
But I have to ask,
sure.
if we're all connected,
Right.
part of this universal web of existence,
Uh-huh.
doesn't that mean we're constantly influencing each other?
Hmm.
For better or for worse?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And one that the material addresses directly.
Okay.
Ren suggests that our thoughts and emotions
Right.
create an energy field.
That impacts those around us.
Hmm.
Like ripples spreading out from a stone thrown into a pond.
So we're all contributing to this collective energy field.
It seems so.
Whether we realize it or not,
Yeah.
that's a pretty powerful concept. It means that every act of kindness,
Right.
every moment of compassion,
Yeah.
can actually make a difference.
Precisely.
Wow.
And conversely,
Yeah.
every thought of anger, every act of cruelty
Right.
adds to the negativity in the world. It's a reminder of the responsibility we each have
Yeah.
to choose our thoughts and actions carefully.
This makes me think about the power of things like group meditation or prayer. If our individual thoughts have an impact,
Right.
imagine what a group of people focused on love and healing could achieve.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Rhea talks about the amplification effect of group consciousness.
Right.
When people come together with a shared intention,
Oh, yeah.
their energy multiplies, creating a more powerful force for change.
It's like we're all threads in a tapestry, each one contributing to the overall pattern. And the more threads that vibrate with love and light,
Right.
the more beautiful the tapestry becomes.
That's a beautiful analogy.
Yeah.
And it underscores the importance of not only our individual growth,
Right.
but our collective evolution as a species.
Yeah. This is a lot to take in.
I know, right?
We've covered so much ground from the Law of One and the Confederation to Wanderers and the Harvest. But I can't help but wonder
Feel that.
if this transition to fourth density is all about love and understanding.
Right.
What does that mean for our everyday lives?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And one that we'll explore further in the next part of our deep dive.
Okay.
But in the meantime, let me leave you with this thought.
Okay.
If we truly are all connected,
Right.
part of this universal web of existence,
Uh-huh.
then maybe the most important thing we can do
Yeah.
is to start treating each other like it.
That's a powerful reminder. And a great place to pause for now.
Yeah.
We'll be back with part 3 of this deep dive,
Right.
where we'll explore the practical implications of the raw material
All right.
and how we can apply these concepts to our own lives.
Looking forward to it.
We've been on quite a journey,
Yeah.
exploring the raw material,
Oh, yeah.
from extraterrestrial encounters and cosmic thought wars
Right.
to the very nature of reality itself.
That's a lot.
But I have to admit, it's all starting to feel a little overwhelming. If this harvest is really approaching,
Yeah.
what can we actually do to prepare? It feels like the world is already pretty chaotic.
It's understandable to feel that way.
Yeah.
Even Ra acknowledges this period of transition
Okay.
won't be a walk in the park.
Right.
They emphasize the importance of finding balance.
Okay, balance.
Yeah.
I hear that word a lot. But what does it actually look like in practice? Is this all about meditating for hours on end?
No.
Or renouncing all worldly possessions?
Not at all. It's about taking care of your physical,
Right.
mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Imagine a four-legged stool,
Okay.
each leg representing a crucial aspect of your being.
Right.
If one leg is wobbly,
Yeah.
the whole thing becomes unstable.
I like that analogy.
Yeah.
So it's about creating a holistic approach to life, making sure all aspects are working together harmoniously.
Exactly.
But with everything going on in the world,
Yeah.
it's hard enough to keep up with work, family,
Right.
and maybe squeezing in a workout.
I know.
How do we add another layer of spiritual maintenance on top of that?
It doesn't have to be complicated.
Okay.
Start small.
All right.
Pay attention to what your body needs.
That's right.
Nutritious food, movement, rest. It's like tuning a musical instrument.
Okay.
If the strings are too tight,
Yeah.
the music will be discordant.
So self-care is a form of spiritual practice.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's about honoring the vessel that carries your soul. And don't forget about your mental and emotional well-being.
Okay.
Notice your thoughts. Are they mostly positive or negative?
Right.
Are you holding on to grudges or resentment?
Yeah.
These things weigh us down energetically.
It's like carrying around invisible baggage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Learning to let go of that baggage
Yeah, okay.
through forgiveness and self-compassion
Right.
frees up so much energy. And of course, nurturing your spiritual side
Yeah.
through meditation, prayer, or spending time in nature.
Right.
These practices help you connect with that inner source of peace and strength.
It sounds like it's all about making conscious choices. not just reacting to whatever life throws at us.
That's the essence of it. Becoming more aware of your thoughts, feelings, and actions
Yeah.
allows you to make choices aligned with your highest good,
Right.
rather than being swept away by the currents of fear and negativity.
Speaking of negativity, we've talked about this Orion group and their agenda of control and manipulation. Yes.
If we're trying to raise our vibration, evolve towards love and light,
Yeah.
how do we deal with those forces that seem to be working against us? Do we fight back?
It's a natural question.
Yeah.
But remember, Ra emphasizes that fear.
Right?
Is the very energy the Orion group feeds on, engaging in a thought war, only gives them more power.
So what's the alternative? Do we just ignore them and hope they go away?
The most powerful weapon we have against negativity, according to Ra, is love.
Okay, love.
Not the sentimental kind of love,
Right.
but a powerful, unwavering love that recognizes the interconnectedness of all things.
Okay, love is a weapon. I'm not sure I understand.
Right.
How
How does
do
that
I-
work? It's about shifting your focus.
Okay.
Instead of getting caught up in battling darkness, concentrate on radiating light.
Oh?
Cultivate love and compassion within yourself
Right.
and let it overflow into your interactions with others.
Remember that analogy of the ripple effect?
Yeah.
Every act of kindness, every moment of understanding
Right.
contributes to the collective shift towards a higher vibration.
It's like we're each holding a candle in the darkness.
Yeah.
And the more candles that are lit, the brighter the world becomes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's about becoming beacons of love and light.
Right.
Not just for ourselves, but for those around us. And remember, the Orion group is not all powerful.
Okay.
They can only influence us if we allow them to.
So it's about choosing love over fear, even when it's difficult.
It can be.
But with all the challenges we're facing in the world right now,
Yeah.
climate change, social unrest, political division,
Right.
it's hard to stay positive sometimes.
I understand.
It feels like we're taking 2 steps back for every step forward.
It's true. The path of evolution isn't always smooth.
Right.
There will be setbacks and challenges.
Yeah.
But Ra reminds us that those challenges are opportunities for growth, for strengthening our resolve,
Okay.
and deepening our understanding.
Right.
It's like a muscle.
Yeah.
The more we exercise it, the stronger it becomes.
This whole conversation is making me rethink my role in all of this. It's not just about waiting for the harvest to happen,
Right.
but about actively participating in creating the world we want to see.
Exactly.
But if this shift in consciousness is really happening,
Yeah.
how will we know? What will it look like?
Ra suggests we may see a growing polarization in the world,
Okay.
a clearer distinction between those who are aligned with the law of one and those who are clinging to fear and separation.
So things might get a little more intense before they get better.
It's possible,
Okay.
but remember, even in the midst of chaos,
Yeah.
there's always hope.
Right.
And we have a choice in how we respond to that chaos, with fear or with love.
This deep dive into the raw material has been quite a ride.
It has.
It's challenged me to think differently about the universe, our place within it, and the power we each hold to create a brighter future.
I agree.
It's given me a lot to ponder, and I'm sure our listeners are feeling the same way.
Yeah, if these ideas have resonated with you, I encourage you to explore the raw material further.
Right.
It's a vast and complex body of work,
Yeah.
offering a unique perspective on the universe and our place within it.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
Of course.
And remember, the journey of self-discovery and spiritual evolution is ongoing. We're all in this together,
we are.
learning, growing, and striving to create a world that reflects the love and unity of the law of one.
A beautiful thought.
Until next time, keep seeking, keep questioning, and keep radiating the love that resides within you.
I love that. Welcome to another deep dive. Today, we're going to try to tackle a question: how to effectively share profound concepts,
Yeah,
like, the law of one,
right.
without turning people off.
Yeah. I mean, that is the challenge, isn't it? Like, we're all so excited about certain ideas and certain concepts that we've come across. And it's so natural to want to share that with other people. But the reality is, it can be really tricky to do that in a way that truly resonates.
Especially when you consider the law of one and its whole thing about free will,
Right.
and not infringing upon people's, right to their own path.
Exactly.
So how do you even begin to reconcile that? That's why I think we're really lucky to have this Reddit post from Green Ray Love who kind of stumbles into this exact same problem.
Yeah, and what's so fascinating is that Green Ray Love's personal dilemma, right? This desire to share the law of one with loved ones is actually a reflection of a core principle within the law of one itself. The importance of free will, right?
Yeah.
And respecting where others are on their own paths. And
Totally.
what's so interesting about this post is that they highlight this experience that I think we've all had. We find something amazing, we want to shout it from the rooftops, and then crickets. Like, what happened? And this isn't just anecdotal.
Yeah.
This is actually backed by research.
So you're telling me that there's some kind of scientific reason why my attempts to explain the law of one to my family at Thanksgiving dinner fell totally flat.
Well, it might not have been you. I mean, let's look at the research. This paper for Get Influential's Heard Like Copyingist.pdf, it suggests that people are actually far less likely to be persuaded by arguments.
Okay.
And far more likely to copy behaviors and ideas that they see in action.
Oh, that's interesting.
So it's less about being convinced of something and more about seeing something in action and thinking hey,
Yeah.
that works. I want that too.
Yeah. It's kind of like that old adage, show, don't tell.
Yeah.
But how do you even apply that to something as complex
Right.
as the law of one?
Right. How do you demonstrate that? So think of it this way. Green Ray Love points out that people who connect with the law of one usually are already on a path of seeking. They've been ripened, so to speak, by their life experiences.
Right.
So it's less about convincing them of its validity and more about recognizing that they'll find this information when they are ready.
That's so true.
Yeah.
And you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of what Rai says, don't advertise, have faith.
Right. Exactly.
But I'll be honest, it's hard.
Right.
It's hard to just sit back and have faith when you're I just stumbled across this treasure trove of wisdom.
Oh, absolutely. It's totally natural to want to share something that has deeply resonated with you, right? However, if we connect this back to the research, randomly advertising the law of one may not be the most effective way to introduce others to its principles.
So what do we do? Just wait for people to stumble upon it on their own?
Well, not necessarily. It's less about pushing the information on others and more about embodying the principles ourselves.
Right.
Remember, the research suggests that people are far more likely to copy behaviors that they see successfully modeled. And this is where this whole idea of being a living example comes in.
Right. Okay, so I think I see where you're going with this. Instead of me trying to convince people of the law of one by trying to give them all these arguments or explanations, I need to demonstrate its transformative power in my own life.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Think about it this way. Imagine you're trying to convince someone to try a new restaurant.
Wow.
You can talk about how amazing the food is all day long, but what's going to be more convincing?
See you enjoy it.
Actually seeing you enjoy the food, right?
That's a great analogy.
Yeah. So are you saying that simply living by the principles of the law of one is the most effective way to spread its message?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, right?
It's certainly a powerful starting point. And this is backed by research as well. Both Infectious Ideas modeling the diffusion.pdf and the spread of Femis Adiacini.pdf. They highlight that ideas spread more effectively when they're seen as enhancing the reputation or social standing of the person embodying them.
Well, yeah, I mean, people are drawn to what works.
Yeah.
What makes other people's lives better.
Right. So think about it this way. How does living by the principles of the law of one make your life demonstrably better? How does it make you someone people naturally want to emulate?
Yeah. It's not about preaching. It's about being.
Precisely. It's about embodying the principles so fully that they radiate outward and attract others through the sheer force of your lived experience.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Okay, so we've kind of laid the groundwork here. You know about the challenges of sharing profound concepts.
Yeah.
Like the law of one. And we've touched upon some research that kind of supports this idea of show, don't tell. Embodying the principles rather than trying to force them on other people.
Right.
But there's more to it than that, right? There's got to be more nuance to this. So let's unpack that a little bit further.
Right.
and see what other insights we can glean from this research and from Green Raylove's experience as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sounds great. And that brings us to another fascinating point that was raised in the Muslim feminist ideas research. Sometimes simply making information more available, particularly through digital channels, can dramatically increase its reach.
Oh, totally. Think about it. I mean, how many people, like myself included, first encounter the law of one online, right?
Right.
I mean, the internet can be such an incredible tool for spreading information and connecting with, like-minded seekers.
It's a key insight, and especially when we think about Ra's guidance to avoid advertising, it's not about forcing the information on anyone. It's about making it accessible to those who are actively looking for it. Think about it like planting seeds, You scatter them and you trust that those that are ready will find fertile ground.
Yeah. But scattering seeds isn't always enough, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you need to think about the environment, the soil, even the spacing of the plants. And it makes me think about another point that was raised in the infectious ideas modeling the diffusion.pdf research. The density of our social networks
Yes.
can impact how ideas spread and take root.
That's an excellent connection. And what's so interesting about that research is it suggests that densely connected networks, where everyone knows everyone,
Right.
aren't always the best for spreading new ideas.
Okay.
Sometimes a looser network with more diverse viewpoints allows an idea more space to breathe and take hold. It's like, a seedling needing room to grow before being transplanted into a crowded garden.
So are you saying that if I'm surrounded by people who are, I don't know, very set in their beliefs,
Yeah.
it might be more challenging to introduce them to the law of one?
It might. It's not about giving up, but it is about understanding the dynamics at play. So consider the networks that you're part of. Are they open to exploring new ideas? Or do they feel more like echo chambers,
Yeah.
where everyone is reinforcing the same beliefs?
It's a good question. For self-reflection, for sure. It makes me think about Green Raylove's approach in their post. They talk about only sharing the raw material when organic conversations created an opening, embracing those serendipitous moments. And it seems like they're really tuned in to those network dynamics.
And that aligns perfectly with the concept known as the garbage can model of decision-making, which is outlined in the Spread of Ideas Sina Network, the GAR.pdf research. And this model suggests that sometimes the most impactful shifts don't happen through these grand plans or strategies, but through these seemingly random encounters and chance conversations.
Yeah, it sounds a little chaotic, but there's a certain beauty to it too, right?
Right.
Like being open to the unexpected, trusting that the universe will present, opportunities for sharing when the timing is right.
Exactly. It's a reminder to be present, pay attention to the flow of conversations,
Yeah.
and to trust our intuition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the most profound connections happen when we least expect them.
It kind of takes the pressure off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not about forcing it.
Right.
It's about being open and receptive to those, moments of serendipitous alignment.
Precisely. And that brings us back to a central theme that both Green Raylove and Rowe emphasize, and that's patience. As tempting as it is to want to share this, wisdom with everyone immediately, remember, people will find the law of one or any truth when they're ready, just like you did.
That's true. It's easy to get caught up in our own enthusiasm, right?
Yeah.
And forget that everyone is on their own unique journey, unfolding at its own pace.
Absolutely. And pushing too hard, trying to force an idea before it's time can actually be counterproductive. Sometimes the most loving approach is simply to hold space for others, to be a beacon of light, and trust that the universe is orchestrating things perfectly.
Yeah, that's a beautiful way to look at it. I mean, it really takes the pressure off of us to
Right.
convert everyone, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And allows us to focus on our own growth and alignment with the law of one.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that raises a question for me, how do we actually embody those principles more fully?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean to truly live the law of one?
That's a wonderful question, and it's one that the Law of One all.wave source material offers some really incredible insights into.
Right.
It's filled with all this wisdom about densities, wanderers, energy centers, the role of love in creation.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot to unpack. But I think some of the most relevant pieces for our conversation today center around the concepts of choice, service to others, and the transformative power of love.
You know what I love about these deep dives is we take these really complex concepts and we find these practical nuggets of wisdom
Yeah.
that we can actually apply to our daily lives.
Yeah.
So walk me through it. What are some of the key takeaways from the Law of One material that
Oh.
can help us on this journey?
So one of the most powerful messages in the Law of One is this emphasis on choice. Ra constantly reminds us that we have free will,
Right.
and that every decision we make, no matter how seemingly small, contributes to our spiritual evolution.
Like, it's that reminder that we're not just like passive observers in this whole cosmic dance,
Right.
but we're active participants, co-creators of our reality.
Exactly. And this connects directly to the concept of service to others, which Ra describes as like a potent catalyst for spiritual growth.
Okay.
By focusing on helping others,
Mm-hmm.
on contributing to the well-being of the collective,
Uh-huh.
we actually accelerate our own evolution.
Yeah, it's like they say, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in service to others.
Yes.
But what does that even look like in a practical sense? I mean, does that mean I have to go volunteer at a soup kitchen or donate to charity?
I mean, those are certainly wonderful ways to serve, but service can take many forms. It can be as simple as, like, offering a kind word to a stranger,
Okay.
lending a listening ear to a friend in need, or simply choosing to act with compassion and understanding in our daily interactions.
Right. It's about shifting that focus, right?
Yeah.
From me to we, recognizing the interconnectedness of all beings.
Precisely. And this brings us to the heart of the Law of One, the transformative power of love. Rai identifies love as the second distortion of the Law of One,
Oh, wow.
the driving force behind creation itself.
Love as like a cosmic force. That's beautiful.
It's a beautiful concept, but how does it translate into our daily lives? How do we cultivate and express this kind of love?
Yeah, good question.
Well, Ra offers practical guidance on this as well. They suggest practices like cultivating gratitude, practicing forgiveness, and aligning our thoughts, emotions, and actions with our highest goals.
Right.
It's about being mindful of our choices,
Yeah.
our intentions, and how we interact with the world around us.
It sounds like a journey of inner transformation,
It is.
like a process of aligning ourselves with this,
Yeah.
like vibration of love.
Absolutely. But let's be real, life isn't always sunshine and roses, is it? We face challenges, setbacks,
Yeah.
and sometimes even negativity from others. So how do we navigate these kind of rough waters
Right.
while staying true to the principles of the Law of One,
Well, that's where the concept of the thought war comes in,
right?
which Ra mentions in the source material. You know, this idea that there are forces in the universe
Right.
that, kind of feed on negativity
Mm-hmm.
and fear and separation. And while it's important to be aware of these forces, Ra also cautions against like engaging in a direct battle
Yeah.
because that just gives them more power, right?
Right, exactly.
So if we're not supposed to fight negativity, what are we supposed to do? Just like passively accept it?
Not at all. Ra suggests that our most powerful weapon against negativity is love.
Okay.
Not the sentimental kind of love, but a powerful, unwavering love that recognizes the interconnectedness of all things.
Okay.
A love that sees the spark of the Creator in everyone, even those who seem lost in darkness.
It sounds challenging, to say the least. I mean,
It is.
especially when we're like bombarded with negativity from the outside world, right?
Yeah.
How do we cultivate that kind of unshakable love, especially when we're surrounded by so much, fear and division?
It starts with cultivating love and compassion within ourselves.
Okay.
It's about choosing to see the good in others,
Uh,
practicing forgiveness and extending kindness even when it's difficult.
Okay.
The more we embody these qualities, the stronger they become,
uh-huh.
and the more we're able to radiate that energy outward, impacting those around us without even trying.
Yeah, it's a beautiful vision.
It is.
Like a world where love triumphs over fear. But I gotta say, it also feels a bit overwhelming.
Yeah.
How do we even begin to make such a profound shift?
One powerful tool that Ra mentions is visualization.
Okay.
They suggest that by visualizing the world that we want to see,
Oh,
we're actually contributing to its manifestation.
wow.
Our thoughts and intentions have power, and visualization helps us focus that power in a positive direction.
So it's like we're creating like a mental blueprint
Right.
for the future that we want to create.
Exactly.
Okay, that's cool. But what about those who are like struggling, who are feeling lost or overwhelmed by the challenges of life? What advice does Ra offer them?
Ra emphasizes the importance of self-care and seeking guidance.
Okay.
This includes taking care of our physical bodies through nutritious food, movement, rest, as well as tending to our mental and emotional well-being
Okay.
through meditation, mindfulness, connecting with nature.
Right, so it's like a holistic approach.
It is.
Recognizing that our physical, mental, and spiritual selves are all interconnected.
Exactly.
But sometimes we need more than self-care, right?
Right.
Like, what about seeking guidance from others?
Rhea encourages us to seek guidance from outside sources as well.
Okay.
This could include connecting with our higher selves through meditation, as we've discussed, or seeking out teachers, mentors, spiritual communities that resonate with our values.
Right, it's about building that support system, right?
Yeah.
Finding those who can help us on our journey. It's a reminder that we don't have to do it alone.
Exactly. And don't underestimate the power of asking for help.
Okay.
Whether it's from a trusted friend, a spiritual advisor, or even a higher power, reaching out for support is a sign of strength,
Yeah,
not weakness.
that's a really good point.
Yeah.
So much of like the spiritual journey is about like surrendering control.
Yeah.
Trusting in something greater than ourselves.
And speaking of trusting in something greater, I think it's time to delve into some of the kind of more mind-bending concepts that Roe introduces, like densities and wanderers.
Oh, yeah?
These concepts can offer like a deeper understanding of our own spiritual evolution and the unique roles we play in this kind of cosmic drama.
This is what I love about the Law of One. It's like peeling back the layers of an onion,
Yes.
revealing more and more complexity
It
and
is.
beauty with each layer.
Exactly. So let's start with densities. Roe describes densities as these different levels of consciousness, each with its own unique lessons and opportunities for growth. We're currently in third density, a realm of choice where we're learning to balance our individual will with the needs of the collective.
Right. And wanderers, those are beings from like higher densities that come down to Earth
Yes.
to help with our evolution, right?
Exactly. Wanderers come from realms of higher love and understanding, and their purpose is to help guide humanity towards greater awareness and compassion. Now, not everyone is a wanderer,
Right.
but understanding their role can help us appreciate the diverse perspectives and motivations present in humanity.
It's a reminder that we're all on a journey,
We are.
and we're all here to learn and grow together.
Right.
But how do we know if we're making progress on this journey? I mean, are there signs to look for?
Yeah. Ross suggests that one sign of progress is a growing sense of interconnectedness,
Okay.
a deepening compassion for others,
Uh-huh.
and a willingness to serve without expectation of reward.
Right. So it's less about achieving like specific milestones
Yeah,
and more about an inner transformation, like a shift in consciousness.
precisely. And remember, the path of spiritual evolution is not linear.
Okay.
There will be setbacks,
Oh.
challenges,
Ah,
and moments of doubt,
right.
but it's through these experiences that we learn and grow the most.
Right.
The key is to keep moving forward with an open heart and a willingness to learn.
It's a process of,
Yeah.
continual unfolding,
Uh-huh.
a journey of self-discovery and expansion. But
Yeah.
what about the end goal?
Uh-huh.
The so-called harvest that Ra talks about. What does that even mean for us,
Yeah.
for humanity as a whole?
Rod describes the harvest as a transition to a higher density of consciousness,
Okay.
a shift towards greater love, understanding, and unity.
It sounds almost like utopian.
It does.
A world where like harmony and compassion prevail.
Right.
But is that something that happens all at once, or is it more like a gradual process?
Ross suggests that the transition can be both individual and collective. Some individuals may be ready to harvest sooner than others,
Uh-huh.
and the collective shift may occur over a period of time.
So it's not about everyone,
Yeah.
reaching the same destination at the same time,
Right.
but about each of us weaving at our own pace, following our own unique path towards the light.
Exactly.
That's so cool. I feel like we've barely scratched the surface of the Law of One,
Right.
but we're nearing the end of our deep dive. So before we wrap up, though,
Uh-huh.
I think it's important to touch on one more like powerful concept that Ra introduces, and that's the veil of forgetting.
Oh, that's a good one.
Right.
Yeah.
It sounds mysterious and a little bit ominous.
Yeah.
What exactly is the veil of forgetting? And how does it relate to everything that we've been talking about today?
The veil of forgetting is this metaphysical concept that describes the separation from our true nature as we incarnate into the physical realm. It's a necessary component of our spiritual journey, as it allows us to experience this illusion of separateness and make choices based on free will.
So it's like we're playing this cosmic game of hide and seek almost.
It is, yeah.
Forgetting who we truly are.
Yeah.
So that we can rediscover ourselves
Right.
through the challenges and opportunities of this human experience.
Exactly. And the journey of spiritual evolution is about gradually lifting that veil,
Okay.
remembering our true nature, and reconnecting with the source of all creation.
Wow. It's like we're all on this like grand adventure,
Yeah.
playing different roles, facing
Yeah.
different challenges,
Mhm.
but ultimately like striving towards the same goal,
Right.
remembering who we truly are.
It's a beautiful metaphor.
Yeah, it is. And it brings us back to like the listener's initial question.
Yeah.
How do we share the law of one
Right.
without turning others off?
Right. We've explored so much about the law of one itself, but how does all of this wisdom translate into action?
Yeah.
What practical advice would you give to someone
Well,
who is eager to share these teachings with others?
yeah, that's a great question.
I think it all comes back to that image of the beacon we discussed earlier.
Okay.
The most effective way to spread the law of one
Uh-huh.
is to live it,
Okay.
to embody its principles so fully that you become a source of light and inspiration for others.
Right.
It's about radiating love,
Hmm.
compassion, understanding in everything you do.
Right. Be the change you want to see in the world. But that puts a lot of pressure on us, doesn't it?
It does.
What if we don't? What if we feel like we're not always living up to those
Mm.
ideals? We're all human, after all.
You hit on a very important point. None of us are perfect, and that's okay. Remember, the law of one emphasizes self-compassion and forgiveness. It's not about being perfect,
Okay.
but about striving towards those ideals, making choices that align with the law of one, and offering ourselves grace when we inevitably stumble.
Yeah. Progress, not perfection.
Exactly.
Right. But what about those times when we encounter like resistance from others?
Yeah.
Maybe even hostility.
Mm.
Like, how do we respond to those who don't resonate with these ideas, who might even challenge them or criticize them?
That's where the law of one's emphasis on free will becomes so crucial. We can't force anyone to accept these ideas,
Right.
nor should we try.
Yeah.
Our role is to offer the information, to be a
Yeah.
beacon of light,
Uh-huh.
and to respect their choice,
Right.
even if it differs from our own.
Yeah. It's about planting seeds, knowing that some might fall on fertile ground, some might not.
Right.
We can't control the outcome. We can only control our actions.
Exactly. And remember, even those who seem resistant
Uh-huh.
may be on their own path,
Right.
their own journey towards understanding. Our compassion can extend even to those who
Yeah.
seem to oppose us.
Yeah.
We never know what seeds we might be planting or when they might sprout.
That's a powerful reminder. It's about recognizing that spark of the creator in everyone,
Yes.
regardless of their beliefs or their actions.
Exactly.
But that brings me back to a question we kind of touched upon earlier, and that's, the harvest. If it's a transition to a higher density of consciousness, how will we even know when it's happening?
Yeah.
What will it look like?
Ra suggests that we may see a growing polarization in the world,
Okay.
a clearer distinction between those who are aligned with the law of one love, unity, service to others, and those who are clinging to fear and separation.
So things might get a little more intense before they get better, huh?
Yeah, it's not going to be this sudden overnight transformation.
Okay.
It's going to be a gradual shift in consciousness.
Right. It's likely to be a process
It is.
with, ebbs and flows and challenges and triumphs along the way.
Absolutely.
But even in the midst of that chaos,
Yeah.
there's always hope.
There is.
Remember, the universe is unfolding as it should,
Uh-huh.
and we have a choice in how we respond to the changes around us.
Right.
We can either succumb to fear
Uh-huh.
or choose to radiate love and understanding, even in the face of, adversity.
That's a powerful message to end on.
It is.
The choice is always ours.
Yeah.
And while we may not know the exact timeline
Right.
or the precise details of how the harvest will unfold, we can trust that our choices matter. That every act of love, kindness, and service ripples out and contributes to the collective awakening.
Wow, that's beautiful. It's been an honor to, delve into these profound concepts with you. And with our listener, remember, the journey continues. Keep seeking, keep questioning, and keep radiating that love that resides within you.
Beautiful. Thank you.
And to our listener, thank you for joining us on this incredible deep dive. We hope that it's inspired you to see yourself as the beacon of light, radiating the principles of the law of one in your own unique way. Remember, you have the power to make a difference simply by being who you truly are. Until next time, keep seeking the light, keep spreading the love, and keep trusting in the unfolding of the universe.
Who claim to have psychic abilities. What's remarkable is that the CIA, with all their skepticism and secrecy, actually brought him in for testing. They designed experiments to try and rule out any possibility of trickery and see if there was any validity to his claims.
So even the CIA, with all their resources and scientific rigor, couldn't completely dismiss the possibility of psychic phenomena.
It seems that way. And this brings us to the heart of our exploration today. The question of whether these CIA programs offer any evidence to support the ideas put forth in the Law of One.
Okay, so we've laid out the groundwork. We've got these secret government programs exploring mind-controlled psychic abilities and altered states of consciousness. And we've got the Law of One, with its profound teachings about universal consciousness and spiritual evolution. Now, the big question is, do these seemingly separate realms intersect? Do they offer any clues or validation for each other?
That's the mystery we're going to unravel together.
I'm ready to dive in. Let's see what we can find.
Let's do it. Welcome back to our deep dive into the connections between secret CIA programs and the Law of One.
You know, I've been doing some thinking since our last conversation, and it's a lot to process. Mind control experiments, psychic spies, altered states of consciousness, a philosophy that talks about a universe as a hologram, beings from other dimensions. I mean, it's like reality is starting to feel a lot more like science fiction.
I think that's the point. You know, these topics challenge our understanding of reality, and they invite us to consider possibilities that might seem at first glance out there or unbelievable, but if we're open to it, it can be a truly mind-expanding journey.
Okay, I'm definitely open to exploring.
Yeah.
So where do we go from here? How do we connect the dots between these seemingly separate worlds?
Well, let's start by looking at the concept of consciousness. It's a key theme in both the Law of One and these CIA programs. The programs were essentially trying to understand and manipulate consciousness through various means, whether it was through drugs, technology, or psychic training.
Right, and the Law of One approaches consciousness from a more spiritual perspective, suggesting that it's not just limited to our individual minds, but that it's a fundamental aspect of the universe itself.
Exactly. And this is where we can start to see some parallels. For example, remember the Gateway program and their idea of the universe as a hologram?
Yeah, that was a wild one.
Well, the Law of One also talks about the nature of reality, suggesting that what we perceive as the physical world is actually a projection of a deeper, more fundamental reality, a bit like a hologram. It's fascinating to see those similar ideas emerging from both scientific exploration and these channeled teachings.
It's almost like they're arriving at the same concept from different directions, one through scientific experimentation and the other through a mystical, spiritual lens.
I think that's a great observation, and it makes you wonder if there's some underlying truth that connects these different perspectives. Maybe science and spirituality aren't as separate as we tend to think they are.
Okay, so we've got this connection around the nature of reality. What other points of convergence can we find?
Let's look at the concept of energy, particularly the idea of subtle energy fields. That might influence consciousness. Remember the CIA's interest in Kundalini energy? That dormant force often described as coiled at the base of the spine?
Yeah, I remember that. They were exploring it as part of their research into altered states of consciousness. It always struck me as odd that a government agency would be looking into something that's often associated with yoga and meditation.
It is a bit unexpected, but it shows that they were willing to explore unconventional avenues in their quest to understand human potential. And when we look at the Law of One, we find some connections. The channeled entity, talks about energy centers within the body that correspond to these ancient yogic concepts.
So both the CIA, through their research, and the Law of One through its channeled teachings, were pointing towards these subtle energy systems within us. That might play a role in consciousness, and perhaps even psychic abilities.
That's one interpretation, and it raises some fascinating questions. If these energy systems are real, how do they work? What is their relationship to consciousness? Could they be the key to unlocking abilities that we currently consider paranormal?
Those are some big questions, and it makes me wonder if the CIA's research into things like remote viewing and psychic abilities was actually tapping into these subtle energy systems, even if they didn't fully understand what they were dealing with.
It's certainly a possibility. And it brings us back to the central question of this deep dive. Do these CIA programs validate the Law of One?
Right. Because if these programs were inadvertently stumbling upon evidence, that supports the existence of subtle energy systems and expanded states of consciousness. That would be pretty significant.
It would be. However, it's important to remember that the evidence from these programs is often fragmented, inconclusive, and open to interpretation. There's no smoking gun. No definitive proof that directly confirms the Law of One's teachings.
But there are these intriguing parallels, these points of convergence that make you wonder
Yeah.
if there's something more to it all.
Exactly. And I think that's the beauty of this exploration. We're not looking for absolute proof,
Yeah.
but for connections, for patterns, for insights that might help us understand the bigger picture.
And what about those who might be skeptical? Those who might dismiss the law of one as just another New Age belief system, or the CIA programs as misguided attempts to delve into the paranormal? What would you say to them?
Well, I would say that skepticism is healthy. It's important to question, to critically examine the evidence, and to avoid jumping to conclusions. However, I would also encourage them to keep an open mind, to consider the possibility that there might be more to reality than what we can currently measure, or explain with our conventional scientific methods.
I like that. Skepticism and open-mindedness, a dynamic duo for navigating these uncharted territories.
Precisely. And if we approach these topics with both skepticism and a willingness to explore, I think we can gain some truly valuable insights, even if we don't arrive at definitive answers.
So what can we learn from combining the insights of the law of one and these CIA programs? What wisdom can we glean from their convergence?
Well, I think one of the most important takeaways is that consciousness might be far more expansive and influential than we tend to realize. Both the law of one and these programs suggest that our thoughts, our intentions, our energy might have a greater impact on reality than we currently understand.
So we're not just passive observers, but active participants in shaping our reality.
That's a key principle in the law of one. And when we consider the CIA's exploration of things like mind control and psychic abilities, it raises some thought-provoking questions about the power of our own minds and the potential for influencing the world around us.
It's definitely a lot to think about, and it makes me wonder if we could tap into the full potential of our consciousness. What could we achieve? What kind of transformations could we create in ourselves and in the world?
Those are excellent questions, and I think they lead us to the heart of what we can learn from combining these perspectives. It's about recognizing our own power, our own responsibility, and our own potential for growth and evolution.
So it's not just about psychic spies or secret government programs. It's about understanding ourselves, our place in the universe, and the infinite possibilities that lie within our own consciousness.
That's a beautiful way to put it. And I think it's a message that resonates deeply with the teachings of the Law of One.
This has been such a fascinating exploration so far, and I'm eager to see where it leads us next. Do we have time for one more intriguing detail before we wrap up this part of our deep dive? Because I know you've got plenty more up your sleeve.
You know me too well. And yes, there is one more detail I want to share that connects the Law of One's concept of choice to those ethically questionable experiments conducted as part of MKultra. But we'll have to save that for the next part of our deep dive.
Okay, you've got me hooked. I can't wait to hear what you've got. All right, so we're back and ready to wrap up our deep dive into the connections between those secret CIA programs and the Law of One.
We've covered a lot of ground, haven't we?
We have from mind control experiments to universal consciousness. And you promised us one last intriguing detail before we wrap up. Something connecting the Law of One's idea of choice to those ethically questionable experiments in MKultra. I'm all ears.
You know, those MKultra experiments, as messed up as they were, they actually raise a question that's relevant to all of us. What question is that? Think about it. MKultra was all about manipulating minds, controlling people's thoughts and actions against their will. A chilling example of how external forces try to override our agency. But what's fascinating is that the Law of One, coming from a totally different perspective, also talks about choice. It emphasizes that even facing challenges and manipulations, we still have the power to choose.
So you're saying that even those being experimented on still had a choice on some level?
It's complex, for sure, and I'm definitely not condoning those actions. But the Law of One suggests that choice is always there, even in the toughest situations. It might not be a choice about our external situation, but it's about our internal response, our attitude, our thoughts, our intentions.
So even when we feel powerless, we still have control over our inner world.
Exactly. And that inner world, according to the Law of One, is what shapes our reality. Our thoughts, beliefs, emotions. They create ripples that go outward, influencing the world around us.
So even in those MKultra experiments, those individuals could still choose how to react.
That's a possibility worth thinking about. And it brings us to a crucial point. The Law of One suggests that spiritual evolution lies in making choices aligned with love, compassion, and understanding.
So it's not just about having free will. It's about using that free will to make choices that elevate us and contribute to the well-being of others.
That's a central theme, and it's something we can all apply to our own lives, regardless of our circumstances.
It's a good reminder. even amidst chaos, we can choose love and light.
Exactly. And that choice has a ripple effect. It goes beyond our individual lives. It contributes to the positive evolution of consciousness for all beings.
This has been a mind-blowing deep dive. We've explored government secrets, channeled teachings, and the potential of human consciousness.
We've confronted some tough truths, challenged our assumptions about reality, and maybe glimpsed a universe more interconnected than we imagined.
What are some key takeaways for our listeners?
Well, the most important one is that consciousness matters. Our thoughts, intentions, choices, they all have an impact. And whether we realize it or not, we're shaping our down and slows down your spiritual growth.
So it's like emotional baggage that affects our energy.
Precisely. And it can really hinder our progress towards being ready for harvest.
Wow, that first part was intense. Energy centers, forgiveness, emotional baggage. It's a lot of process.
It is, but it's all connected.
It is, and I'm
Oh,
really
man.
starting to see how...
That's great.
But, I'm still wondering about the practical side of things.
Oh, you mean how to actually apply all this in our lives?
Exactly.
Yeah.
How do we take all this knowledge and make sure we're actually ready for this service to others harvest?
Well, it all starts with looking inward.
Yeah.
Yeah, like paying attention to our own thoughts and emotions, being self-aware.
Okay, so like self-reflection.
Exactly. Ra talks about focusing on our sensations, both physical and emotional.
So it's about checking in with ourselves, seeing how we feel.
Yes. And using those feelings as a guide.
But how do those sensations help us prepare for harvest?
Well, those sensations can tell us a lot about our energy centers, the chakras.
Right, the chakra.
We can point to blockages. Like, let's say you're feeling frustrated a lot.
Happens to the best of us.
Right. Ra would say, analyze that frustration. What's triggering it? What need isn't being met? Maybe there's a lesson to be learned there.
So it's like instead of ignoring those negative feelings, we actually dive into them, see what they're trying to tell us.
Exactly. Those challenging emotions, they're opportunities for growth, not something to be afraid of.
I like that perspective. But what if it's a really deep issue, something from way back? Can that stuff prevent us from being ready for harvest?
Oh, absolutely. Ra calls those long-held issues energetic blockages.
Energetic blockages, huh?
Yeah, and they can show up in all sorts of ways, like physical problems or repeating patterns in relationships.
So it's like these knots of energy are messing with the flow of light.
Precisely. And they can really hold us back.
Okay, so how do we clear these blockages?
Forgiveness is key. Forgiving ourselves and others.
Forgiveness. Man, that's easier said than done. Especially for deep wounds,
It's tough, I know. But Rasa says it starts with self-compassion.
Self-compassion.
Yeah, we're often so hard on ourselves, judging past mistakes.
Oh, I'm definitely guilty of that.
It happens. But that judgment creates a blockage right there. We have to recognize that we're human, we make mistakes, and we're always learning.
So it's about being kind to ourselves.
Exactly, like you would be to a friend.
Okay, I can see that. So being compassionate with ourselves, that sets the stage for forgiving others.
Exactly. When you've forgiven yourself, it's easier to extend that to others.
It's like spreading the love, right?
It is. It's about seeing others with compassion, knowing they're on their own journey, making the best choices they can with what they know.
I'm starting to see how this all fits together. We balance those energy centers through forgiveness, self-compassion, and this deep inner work.
It's all connected.
It is. So what else can we do to be ready for this service to others harvest?
Ra really emphasizes choosing love in every moment.
Choose love. Every moment.
Yeah. It's about becoming aware of all the choices we make throughout the day, big and small,
Okay.
and asking ourselves, is this choice coming from love? Or is it coming from fear or anger or a sense of separation?
Wow, that sounds like a pretty tall order. How do we choose love when things are tough? I mean, if someone cuts me off in traffic, my first reaction isn't exactly love and light.
I get it. But those little everyday moments, those are our training ground.
Training ground, huh?
Yeah. So instead of reacting with anger, try pausing, taking a breath. See if you can respond from a place of understanding.
Respond, not react.
Got it.
So it's about seeing things with compassion, even when it's hard.
Exactly. And the more we practice choosing love, the more we naturally refine those energy centers that are aligned with higher densities.
It's like we're building those love muscles.
Exactly. And those muscles are crucial for a service to others harvest.
This is starting to feel like a practical guidebook for life, not just some esoteric philosophy.
It is. And that's what's so cool about the Law of One. It's not about dogma. It's about a way of being, a way of living that's grounded in love, compassion, and unity.
I like that. So besides choosing love, what else can we do to prepare? You mentioned something about nurturing our spiritual side.
Oh, yeah, that's another big one. It's about connecting with that sense of peace and purpose, feeling connected to something bigger than ourselves.
Okay, so how do we do that?
It's different for everyone. For some, it might be meditation or prayer.
Mhm.
For others, it could be spending time in nature, being creative, or even doing acts of service.
So it's about finding what fills our cup, spiritually speaking.
Exactly. It's about nurturing that connection with the Creator, however you understand that, and letting that connection guide you.
I love that the law of one is all about personal choice.
Mm.
It's about becoming conscious creators of our reality, not just following rules blindly.
You got it. And speaking of conscious creation, remember we talked about seeking knowledge and understanding?
And stuff.
Right. Rays encourages us to learn about the nature of reality, our place in it.
So like studying different spiritual traditions, philosophy, even science.
Exactly. It's about expanding our awareness, challenging our assumptions.
Being open to new ideas.
Yes. The more we learn, the more we realize how much we don't know.
So true.
And that humility is so important for spiritual growth.
Okay, I see that.
It's about recognizing that there's always more to discover, to understand, to integrate into our understanding of the universe.
That's a pretty awesome way to look at it.
And that sense of awe and wonder, that's a big part of the service to others path.
Yeah.
Yeah. Approaching life with curiosity, being open to learning and growing. Recognizing that spark of the divine in everyone, appreciating how everything is interconnected.
I'm definitely feeling that shift in perspective. Seeing the world and myself in a whole new light.
That's great to hear. It's not just about gathering knowledge, it's about transforming our consciousness.
That's powerful.
Yeah.
And it's making me realize that these teachings, they're not just some far-out theory. They're really applicable to everyday life.
Exactly. It's not about becoming some enlightened guru.
Thank goodness.
It's about making those little conscious choices every day, choices that align with love, compassion, and understanding.
It feels doable, and empowering,
Right.
which is refreshing, honestly. Some of the spiritual stuff out there can be a bit much.
I hear you. But the law of one, it's all about embodying those principles in our daily lives.
So it's not about some big, sudden awakening. It's about taking those steps towards embodying the law of one.
You got it. It's a journey, not a destination. And every choice we make matters. Every thought, every word, every action, it all shapes our reality, and it affects the whole planet's vibration.
Wow, that's a lot of responsibility.
It is, but it's also incredibly empowering. We have the power to choose to make a difference.
This is all so insightful. I can't believe how much we've covered already, and I'm sure there's still so much more to explore.
Oh, definitely. We're just getting started. We'll continue our deep dive in the next part, all right?
Sounds good. I can't wait. Okay, we're back and ready to wrap up our deep dive into the law of one and this whole harvest thing.
Definitely a lot to unpack.
It is, but it's been amazing. We've talked about energy centers, forgiveness, even wanderers. But there's one thing I'm still curious about.
What's that?
What actually happens during this harvest? Like, what does it look like to move into fourth density?
Ah, yeah, the big question, right? And the law of one actually gets into that.
Oh, it does.
It does. Wade describes it as a process of resonance. So as Earth shifts into fourth density, the people whose vibrations match that density, they'll naturally transition with it.
So it's not like some spaceship comes down and picks people up. It's more about energy and vibration.
Exactly. It's about where our consciousness is at, what we value, the choices we make.
It's about what's inside, not just what we do on the outside.
Precisely. It's a reflection of our inner being.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But if it's about vibration, couldn't someone on the service to self path also get harvested into fourth density?
That's a good point. And yeah, service to self individuals, they have their own harvest.
Oh, they do.
They do, but it leads to a different kind of fourth density experience.
So they're different versions of fourth density.
You could say that, yeah. Think about it. Service to others is all about unity, compassion, connection, right?
Right.
While service to self is about separation, control, individual gain.
Okay, so even in fourth density, those paths stay separate.
Exactly. They keep evolving along their own frequencies. So it's not like everyone suddenly becomes perfectly loving and harmonious. It's about continuing on the path you've chosen.
So there are multiple paths, even in fourth density.
Right. And that's why making a conscious choice is so important.
A choice about which path.
Yeah. Acknowledging those two paths, service to others and service to self, and actively choosing the one that truly resonates with you.
It's about taking responsibility for our own evolution.
Exactly. It's not about just waiting to see what happens. It's about aligning yourself with the path you want.
So powerful.
It is. And remember, every choice we make, every thought, every word, every action, it all has an impact.
Wow, that's a lot to think about.
It is. It shapes our reality, and it affects the entire planet.
So it's not just about us, it's about contributing to something bigger.
Exactly.
This has been such an incredible journey, exploring the law of one and this idea of harvest.
It's pretty mind-blowing, isn't it?
It is. I feel like I have a whole new understanding of myself in the universe.
I'm so glad to hear that. And, the law of one is full of wisdom. Keep exploring it. See what resonates with you.
I definitely will. Any final thoughts for our listeners as we wrap up this deep dive?
Well, if we look at the bigger picture here, the law of one, it's not just some teachings. It's a living vibration, a frequency of love and unity that runs through everything.
That's beautiful.
It is. And when we align with that vibration, we become active participants in the evolution of consciousness, both for ourselves and for everyone.
That's a powerful message. So as we go about our lives, let's choose love, seek understanding, and try to serve the greater good.
Well said.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. Until next time, keep seeking, keep growing, and keep shining your light.